Hey guys, Sean here. Welcome to the F1 Word and to Testing Live 2025. Yes, it really is that time of year already. Are you ready for testing this year? So much to look forward to this season, and we all start with this exciting for about half an hour, 3 days, and then we realise how boring testing really is. I hope you're all doing well. Great to see you all in chat. Hopefully saw some of you as well for the F175 launch. If not, then good to see you for the first time this year. No, you're not dreaming or having some sort of horrific nightmare. This is actually my face. Hello, nice to see you all finally. And that Stuart, away we get Stuart. Why away we get Stuart? I'm actually here thanks partly to do with you guys and the guys over at Seat Unique. I know you guys have been badgering me for about 8 years now to show my face, so seemed like the perfect time to do a bit of integration on the stream, and you guys as well. So very, very good stuff. If you don't know what Seat Unique is, by the way, they are a VIP premium ticket hospitality platform that provides access to the best experiences across entertainment, including F1, but more on that a little bit later in the stream. Got some stuff for you later. So yeah, thank you to those guys for sponsoring the testing streams. Let's kick off with it then. I'm just going to ignore the inevitable voice doesn't match the face comments. We're going to move on. Good morning, Stuart. You're back for testing. Are you crazy?
I'm already excited seeing all these newbies out on track and their new colours and their new cars. I did just close down my live timing window as you were doing the intro. Hopefully everything went back up again. But apart from that, great. Thank you everyone for coming to join us today.
Yeah, we will have another guest today throughout the day. He's called Baxter. He's just running around my feet at the moment. That is a dog, by the way, not a random human that just crawls in my room. So he will want treats through the day. So he might pop on stream later. We'll see how we go. Usual caveats as always with testing streams. Obviously no on-track footage for obvious copyright reasons. We have got live timing provided by the awesome folks over at Multiviewer for F1. Link in the description if you want to start customizing your stream. I cannot recommend, and I'm sure Stuart will agree, Multiviewer enough. They are fantastic with what they do. So definitely go and check them out. Check out their Discord as well. I will do updates on timings on the hour, every hour and throughout the day as well. We'll keep an eye on TV and what's going on. You guys are over here, TV over there, everything else everywhere else. So we'll get through this, but very excited for this nonsense. Also, I'm trying to grow a beard. I've decided randomly. I spent too much time with Stuart in January. Yeah. That's after a day of not shaving. It's driving me mad already, but yeah, that'll be great when that kicks in, lad.
Well, I look forward to seeing that.
I don't. The problem with these streams, I never know where to start. Yeah, the color coding's not quite right yet. That Neelesh, they have to do that as FOM updates. I don't think FOM's timing is in color yet, so we'll try and muddle through. But I think by the end of the week they should be. So unfortunately, I can't do that at the moment, but that should change in due course. But just quickly then on times, we can do that. Liam Lawson kicking off 2025 as he means to go on with the fastest time, 1:35.806. Lewis Hamilton is second place for Ferrari, I know, right? 36.999. Antonelli 37.310, and Tsunoda 41.466. As always in testing, it's all about those laps rather than the lap times. But I did find some interesting stats earlier that I'll throw your way at some point today around how much we can read into testing based on the sort of the fastest times from last year, and then who's finished where in the championship for the season proper. So it turns out you can't read anything into testing, which I know was a big surprise for everybody involved.
Nonetheless, we will.
Is that our first error rate shot of the week on Antonelli and then Albon as well there?
Oh, see, I was just thinking that, but I was looking at Lawson.
There you go.
So once again, to remind everyone, I'm about a minute behind Sean because I'm watching the video on a stream and you're watching it straight on Sky.
Yes.
Which can be useful because you can point things out and then I'll be ready to look at them when you say.
Yeah, wouldn't work for a race watch along.
No, that'll be big spoilers for them. But for this is quite useful. So yeah, they're all out there with their special aero devices on. I've got all my timing synced up again after I accidentally closed it. Everything's looking good.
Awesome. Hopefully no drama. Oh, we want some drama, don't we? Who's in the car this morning, though? I ought to maybe let you know that one. We've got Liam Lawson for Red Bull. We've got Oscar Piastri for McLaren. Lewis Hamilton at Ferrari. Kimi Antonelli for Mercedes. Fernando Alonso for Aston Martin. Jack Doohan enjoying one of his few days in the cockpit this season for Alpine. He's in this morning. Ollie Behrman for Haas, of course. Racing Bulls. God, they've changed that name. Yuki Tsunoda, Alex Albon for Williams, and Nico Hulkenberg for Sauber. I believe, and I might be wrong, I think everybody is swapping this afternoon. In fact, actually, most of the week everyone's swapping. It's only really Red Bull. And I did see somebody else as well. But I know Red Bull have got Liam Lawson all day tomorrow and Max Verstappen all day Friday. But everyone's swapping out this afternoon. So we'll have 20 drivers on stream.
My Red Bull data just has Lawson in the morning and Verstappen in the morning both days, and then nothing for afterwards. So they must have updated that, which I'm going to do now.
There you go. I've got a spreadsheet and everything. I've got 6 monitors. And I'll say to Stuart before it live, I still feel like I could do with another 4. It really is madness. Is that Red Bull, that RB livery, the Racing Bulls livery, that Toro Rosso livery, whatever you want to call it. That looks so good out on track. I suspected it would. But that is not Liam Lawson coming, is it? That will be. This could take a while. Yuki Tsunoda, we'll get there. We will get there. Pitting Liam Lawson back in the garage now. So I think they've updated the F1 timing tower as well. Just looking there.
It's got a little. Oh yeah, so people can't see this on stream. They've added a little zhuzhy diagonal thing behind it, but it's not perfect. It's sort of divided into little sections, but they try, bless them.
Chris says, first person who feigned shock at Hamilton being on Ferrari gets an egg salad. Oh, no. Me doomed.
He has been out already. He has done a couple of laps. Not fast ones, but just a couple of reconnaissance laps, as I think we call it.
Thank you to John Wars for subscribing and reminding me I probably ought to move the notification box from being over my face. Thank you, John. Appreciate that one. Streamlabs as well. Yeah, that was the other thing I forgot. So obviously super chats, we'll read those out, but we're going to come to you over the next 3 days a lot in chat because I'm going to need you, particularly Friday. I've got Stuart all day today and all day tomorrow. If he starts crying, let me know. And I've got John T on Friday morning. We've got Matt Summerfield 12:30 till 2 on Friday, and then we've got Sam who does the shorts on the channel from 2 till 4 on Friday, so that could be good. Jonathan's in chat. Hey Jonathan, good to see you, mate. Good chats yesterday. Jonathan is part of the Planet Sport team and one of my new favourite people, so there we go for now, and until he annoys me, and then we'll see how we go. But good to see you, mate. Good to see you. But loads of stuff going on out on track, I'm sure, that we ought to focus on as well. But Fernando Alonso coming round turn. Oh, this will take me a while, Stuart. Get used to tracks again. It's weird. Turn 10, is it now? That really awkward corner where everyone's going to lock up this week and go wide.
Well, for me, he's on turn 3.
Okay, yeah.
I have, again, this may be something to do. I turn the size of the track numbers up, and so I could see them. I had that problem last year, and then I found out you could make the numbers bigger. But I don't know if you can on the stream version of it.
I can't. No, that you can't. You quite. That's rude. I was going. It's quite restrictive, but it's not restrictive at all. It's possibly the best free software I've ever downloaded, to be honest, or best app. Mm-hmm. It's just incredible the amount of stuff you can get. So we've also got Thomas, by the way, at the track for Planet F1, so he'll bring me updates as and when. And we might at times get some little audio clips from Matt Summerfield if he spots something on a car that he thinks is worth screaming about. So if we get another DAS.
So we've got the whole team.
We're ready to go. Is it Joachim or Joachim? Sorry for butchering names. I've never seen Sean. I don't know why I thought he'd look exactly like George Russell. I mean, that's just rude, isn't it? I mean, how of all the drivers you could have picked, you went with that one. Maybe it's a
compliment that you don't look like George Russell. Has he still got his centre parting this year? Is that still a thing? He looks a bit like. Do you watch Gladiators?
Of course. Who doesn't?
Not any of the Gladiators. He looks a bit like the young Walsh.
Yes. Oh. No. Ventriloquist doll version. Barney Walsh's. He looks like a ventriloquist doll version of George Russell. I don't have a centre. Well, I've got a centre parting. It just went a bit. It just went a bit far. But yeah. Thanks, Dad. Love you.
It's symmetrical.
We're on board with Fernando Alonso now. For me, coming through turn 10, that awkward little left-hander onto the straight with, I imagine, DRS wide open. Coming down towards turn 11, which I quite like as a corner. But this is a good track, is Bahrain, isn't it, Stuart? I know we probably say this every year, but when we first went there and it was sort of daytime races, it just was a bit meh. And then we got to the nighttime races and it came alive with that 2014 duel in the desert. And then it's just, generally speaking, gives us some pretty good racing. But I'm hoping we don't end up in a situation like we do with Barcelona, where they get too much data and it ends up being a bit boring as a race.
Strangely, it doesn't seem to have gone that way, because that was always my complaint about Barcelona, is they spent all winter testing it and they sort of turned up knowing absolutely everything about it. But that maybe because they spend most of the time here during the day, maybe because they've got a wider spectrum of tires that they won't be using, which we'll get into definitely. There's always time for tire talk. Brand new compound this year, but only 2 teams have brought one of them to this testing, because it's definitely not suitable for this track. But yeah, but I love Bahrain now. It's a great little track, especially during the night. We're going to get a teeny bit of evening running during these tests, because the local time, the testing ends at 7 o'clock, I believe, which is 4 o'clock in the UK. Yeah, so I'll be interested to what we see here. Interestingly, this year, I need to remind everyone, we're not going straight from Bahrain testing to Bahrain race.
No.
We're going to Australia and China. I need to get up. China before we get to Bahrain.
Yeah.
So we're not going to go straight from this to the same old track we've just spent 3 days watching. So, and as we know, Australia, very, very different track. It's kind of unique as a track in its own weird little parky street circuity way. So I'm not entirely convinced what we see out of today's testing is what we're going to see in Australia in terms of performance, but you never know. It depends. If we get a far and away winner from one of the teams, then we probably will.
It feels like having Australia, it feels like a proper start to the season. Even though when you actually go back and look at it, Australia hasn't started that many seasons as the first race. We had a good run of it, but prior to 96, it wasn't even on the calendar, Albert Park, was it? It was all at Adelaide, and then it's been Bahrain for quite a few years now. So, but it's something about Australia, that early start, that 4 a.m. I'm doing a watch along. I'll be live for about 3. I won't be going to bed. What's the point? But no, it just feels like a proper start to the season again. Australia does. So very happy with that one. Ollie Behrman heading out on track in the Haas. I don't know what to make of that livery. I know liveries, who cares? But it's just something about it. It just doesn't quite work for me.
No, it's not my favourite. I enjoy that Haas do a little rejiggle of the same colours every year, so we're not getting the same identical livery like Red Bull or Aston Martin basically every year. But this one's not my favourite. I think the balance of the black and the white is a little bit weird, but fair play to them for mixing up. I feel Haas are kind of like and I'm going to be speaking out of turn here because it's not a sport I really know, but football kits, same colours. Give all the shapes a little bit of a rejiggle. Give someone reason to buy a new one every year. If you're a collector of miniature Haas cars, then here's a new one for you.
There you go. Yeah, basically, yeah. No, I get what you mean. I do. F1 TV catch up. Turning off social media in a long line on a Sunday morning is how I'm watching Australia, says John. Throwback to the 2020 mess when the McLaren crew tested positive, says Neelish. Brad saying COVID killed Australia as the first race. Who remembers that? Fustercluck. That was what a mess that was. That was. I don't want to get into it too much, but you sort of look at it. It's like, what was it? You sort of got the world shutting down, but F1's like, nah, we can go racing. We'll be fine. That was hilarious. Am I the only one that was here for the 10K special where the face was revealed? Good to see you all. Hey, Marta, hope you're well. Yeah, the poorly lit room in the baseball cap covering half my face because I didn't want to show my face because. I don't know why, really. Just I don't know why it's taken 8 years. It's just a face. It's what I was born with. There's not a lot I can do about it. So,
wait, there you go. Find out that you're actually an actor today, just moving your mouth at the same time as Sean.
Yeah. Oh, was that a throwback to the Formula E virtual race? Can you remember that? Who was it? Who got sacked from their actual team for cheating? They got somebody else in to drive.
Oh, yeah.
And they just pretended they were doing the driving.
2020 was a mad time for everyone. Everyone lost their minds a little bit, I think. But yeah, that was a yeah. Who was that? Chat might know. It was
Daniel
apt.
Apt. Yeah,
Apparently. There you go.
very apt. Jack Doohan's just gone fastest, by the way, 34.604. He's done 6 laps. Keep an eye on the lap count, although you can't on screen. Just to let you know as well, I believe, can't be sure. I know tyres spelt incorrectly, but on the stream one. But I believe the tyres that you see on screen are the tyres they're on at the moment. It doesn't give the tyre that did the fastest time, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Hopefully I'll find a website at some point that's reliable. That will tell us, but we'll muddle through. You'll let me know in chat as well. So at the moment, it's hard tyres for Doohan, hards for Lawson and Hamilton, mediums for Antonelli and Tsunoda, and the same for Hulkenberg, Piastri, Behrman and Albon. 9 laps for Tsunoda already, so he's topping that one. So what did we get last year in terms of lappage? That's a good one to start the stream with, to keep an eye on figure-wise. In total last year, 3,695 was the total lap count, and the person with the most, I believe, on 239 is Kevin Magnussen, who of course isn't with us this year. So there you go.
No, that is sad, isn't it? We've said goodbye to quite a lot of people over the winter. If anyone's watching and using the multi-viewer timing thing, including you, Sean, if you open the lap time series window, which just essentially just gives you the list of everyone's runs, it does highlight which one is the fastest, and so you'll be able to see which tyre they were on when they did that. It's a bit clunky to use. It's not once they start racking up dozens and dozens of laps, but you will be able to find it.
What's it called?
Lap time series.
Oh, that what? Hello.
There you go. You're gonna need a 6th screen.
7th.
Oh dear.
Okay, so yeah, it's one of these where it's I have to scroll across.
For some reason,
it should be right.
I suppose it's a horizontal layout because the laps are going to build up pretty up. But yeah, so you should be able to see which one the fastest, and the fastest lap overall is highlighted in purple, so you should be able to see which tyre that was. So yeah, it's good. We're going to be a mess of data this week, as we always are, and everything's going to be miscorrelated, and there's going to be all kinds of different tires, and there's all going to be different kinds of fuel loads and setups and sandbagging. It's the usual fun of Bahrain.
Yeah, it's just good to have the data, isn't it?
Yeah,
much better.
Should we talk about tires? They brought.
Oh yes.
There's a 6th compound this year. A couple of years ago, Pirelli tried to bring an extra hard, a harder hard, and then realized that no one wanted to use it. So this time they brought an extra softer soft, a C6, which, correct me if I'm wrong, I think has been brought in specifically for street tracks.
Yes, I'm going to leave this screen. We will come back, don't worry. Just very briefly. It's tyre talk time for the first time in 2025. We have all those compounds you can see on screen now. That's a Pirelli graphic, by the way, as you can see. C1 is the hardest tyre of all. That is white with no brackets. The C2 is also a hard tyre. That is white with brackets. The yellow C3 with no brackets, that's a medium tyre. C4 is also a medium tyre, that's with brackets, yellow markings too. C5 is red without brackets, that's a soft tyre. C6 is the softest compound that has brackets, and like Stuart said, that is predominantly going to be a street track tyre, although I'm hoping it might feature elsewhere. I don't know, somewhere really hot to scare people. Maybe Bahrain stick the C6 on. But we've got the intermediates and wets as well, of course. But what is really interesting about the tyre allocation this year, which I haven't got on screen, don't worry. I did write it down somewhere. So we've actually got only 2 teams have bought any kind of wet weather tyres. 3 for Aston Martin, they've bought intermediates. Haas have bought 1 set of inters and 1 set of wets. Before or last night, the forecast was for rain tomorrow at some stage. So as Jonty, I've seen in chat morning, Jonty, as Jonty said to me yesterday, if we do get some rain tomorrow and Aston and Haas do go out and do some laps, that could give them a little bit of some good data for if we do get some rain in Australia. So that might be handy for them. But ultimately, if you want to know, Aston have bought the most C1 tyres. They've got 8. Williams have the most C2s with 12. Mercedes have the most C3s with 27. I wonder what they're going to be running all week. Most C4s is Ferrari with 5. Most C5s is Williams and Ferrari. Same with C6. They've got 1 each. Williams and Ferrari the only ones to bring a soft tyre because, of course, the soft tyre wouldn't be used in Bahrain anyway because it's just too hot for them. So, or the C5 and C6s wouldn't. There will be a soft tyre, but it'll be a C3. But now that we've got the 6, I think we can maybe bring a 7th compound and go back to the Pirelli Rainbow. Because I much preferred saying soft and super soft, and I think we could have some fun with super soft and super hard as well, which was always a bit of a laugh. But that was so much better than C1, C2. I don't know. Yeah. Weird. But yeah, we'll try and keep updated with the tyres, but no promises.
I think the soft, medium, hard per race keeps it simple for just talking about just that weekend and which one of the 3 tyres they're on. There's a balance, isn't it, overcomplicating things. I think I did like the rainbow, but I think once we got up to about 7 compounded tyres, and 5 of them were variations of soft, super soft, hyper soft, ultra soft, and there's no real immediate way of knowing whether super, ultra, or hyper is the most soft, and it got a little bit confusing. So I get why they've done it, and it was something I sort of wanted them to do because it was getting a bit complicated for the average person to remember the order of the tires. But the rainbow was definitely fun. Yeah, I'm interested to see if McLaren or Williams do bring out that C6 super soft tire during testing, just to get a feel for it. I imagine they won't do it until night. But again, this is a very high speed track, and those tires will overheat very, very quickly. So we're not going to see, I don't think. I mean, speculation is that C6 tire won't even last a lap. So I don't think we're even going to see like a hero, ultra lap and someone trying to like score a headline time at the end of the day. I don't even think it's going to be good enough for that. But we'll see. We'll see if anyone does it, just to like confuse the timing order and throw people off.
Yeah, tire dead by the end of the lap.
Someone in chat, I'm not sure where. Someone in chat. Oh, okay. Chris Hanel said that's what the diagonal line on the tires mean. I think we were talking about the 2 different types of every color.
Yeah.
Normally that diagonal line means it's a scrubbed set, which it's not a brand new set. They've taken it onto track, but I'm not actually sure if actually during testing that's what they're using it for. Some of them haven't gone out on new sets at all. It seems impossible. So I'm not sure yet if the diagonal line means it's the walled tire. It's the actual like harder of the 2 sets. So
yeah,
maybe we'll be able to figure that out.
I might. I'll keep an eye and see if there's anything on their Discord that says why. Because that's a good point actually. Because well, they can't be scrubbed tires. When did they scrub them?
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was thinking, oh, maybe that is what it means, and that would be useful because I think we spent every testing without a proper graphic showing which of the 2 whites, which of the 2 yellows, and so on they're using. That's been one of the most confusing parts.
So if Jack Doohan could just slow down here for a minute, God, these drivers are so selfish. Because if that's, I think he's got a set of tires on the TV I'm looking at. Obviously, he's not in the living room. He's got brackets, so the brackets would be the one with the line through. Would be my guess at that. As we are, so yeah.
Well, now we need to look at Lawson. Lawson or Hamilton have been going out. I don't know if they're not out at the moment, actually, are they? So what's Hulkenberg on?
He's just gone second, or did go second a while ago. But he's on.
He's just coming to the pits, hasn't he?
Yeah, they'll all pit now that you want to see what tyres they're on. It's always the way.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out. Hanel rhymes with panel. Okay, thank you, Chris, for the update on your name. That's good. I don't like to mispronounce people's names, but I can help it. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the tyres and see if the sidewalls match the little diagonal line through the graphic. And then keep you updated, because that would be useful information if that is how it correlates.
A bit of Flovis on that livery. I've got to say, we didn't like that livery at launch. I'm still not sure I like it on the Alpine, but you ain't going to miss it. So that's good. Better than last year's.
I was just going to say, yeah. I was just going to say, it pops more in the sunlight. I thought the pink on the side pods looked a bit drab in the
Yeah.
in the presentation, but actually it's kind of pops. It's yeah. I think the bit I don't like is the BWC logo on the side, because I think just the pink text on the blue looks a bit weird, but a sort of pink from the front, blue from the side works really well, I think.
It was quite funny as Charles Leclerc is nodding off in a garage. Sorry, Charles, we'll try and be more entertaining for you. Yeah, no, I was. What was I going to say? Yeah, when we did the watch along for the F175, I think our reaction to that, the three of us was like, I don't even know what to say on that one. So, I was going to say, what sport is this? Says Sasha. It's F1, of course. It could be netball, says Chris. Joel says, good morning. Hope everyone is doing good. Also cool to see cameras and Sean's face for the first time. Hi, Joel. Hope you're well. Thank you for popping along. Each driver currently has 20 sets per weekend, 13 dry and 7 inters and wet. Surely 80 tyres per driver is egregiously excessive for a sport which claims to be striving for sustainability, says Flying Phoenix. Or is that a bit deep for 7:30 on a Wednesday morning? It might be, but yeah, good point. Yeah, it's a lot of tyres, but I think they are cutting. I don't know where F1 are going to go with sustainability. That's maybe a conversation for later in the week, because as I understand the new regulations, there's no limit on gearboxes now. There's no restrictions on that. So they could, in theory, have 6 a weekend. They won't, but they could.
I think on that point by Flying Phoenix, which is a fair one, but I think kind of there's a slight exaggeration there, because they're obviously not going to use all 13 dry and all 7 inters and wets. The inters and wets are there for if it's a wet track, and then obviously they won't be using some of the dries if it's track's wet, and they won't be using some of the wets if the track's dry, if you know what I mean. So
yeah.
the wets, the wet weather tires will continue to be carted around from track to track just in case they're needed. They don't throw them into the incinerator after each race. But yeah, it is a lot of tires, and I think it's tricky to. The only way to get around that is to make the tires last longer, and then you're sort of taking away the tire strategy, which I think is one element that F1 has been leaning on for quite a while now, to just make sure there's an element of strategy and intrigue that you can make the races a little more interesting, and it does, and I do enjoy it. But obviously, you can't give them tires that are going to last an entire practice session. So you can't give them tires that are going to last an entire qualifying session. No. So you do have to unless you force them to use hards, one set of hards for all of qualifying, which, considering they're only going to do about 12 laps, could be possible. But that then you don't get a nice soft run at the end from maximum attack, which is something we want to see. We want to see the ultimate lap time on the end of a Saturday session, don't we?
Yeah, and it's like the sustainability thing, and we're going to do calendar chat a little bit later, because I've got some moans, but sort of sustainability, it goes back to things like we were talking in the F175 watch along, and I think we chatted about it as well, or I did with John T yesterday, but Australia, China, back to back, fine. Then a week off, and then it's Japan, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia, back to back to back. So if we need a triple header at the start of the season, why are we not Australia, China, Japan, week off, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia? I don't know. Chat might tell me. I don't think there's any visa issues between going from China to Japan. Maybe that's the reason. It'll be something logistic, but it's sort of, I look at the calendar and I think there's ways that we could chop this up much better. The Vegas, Qatar, Abu Dhabi triple header, when you've got a week off between Brazil and Abu Dhabi and Brazil and Vegas and Brazil standalone. Why not Brazil and Las Vegas, week off, Qatar, Abu Dhabi? So I don't know what they do. Some weeks it's sustainability, some weeks it's not with F1, or it seems that way. So, but yeah, I think, like you say, you can't have a set of tyres last an entire session. But I also do think, and this is one of those sod's laws situation, I suppose, because we take the wets to every Grand Prix, including Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. I know it rains in these countries, but not like all the time, like it does in the UK. You need your wets at Silverstone. Do you need your wets in Abu Dhabi? But then the sod's law thing is, if we don't take the wets, it's going to chuck it down, and they're all going to be sat in the garage. But then they don't go out on track in the wets anyway. So are they a tyre we could get rid of to save some there?
Yeah, I mean, we very rarely see the full wets in action, unless there seems to be a very fine window between it being wet enough to have to use the full wet tires, and it being too wet that the session can't go ahead anymore. And that's been a problem for quite a long time, honestly. And I'm surprised they haven't made better strides in allowing them to run in wet conditions a bit better. Be it, this is things we've spoken about before, but having the cars have a wet weather mode that lifts the car up a little bit more, so it's not at risk of aquaplaning, or even having the wet weather tires be large enough that it does that. Which they, people may not know the intermediates and the wet weather tires are slightly larger, and the reason they are slightly larger is so that they do lift the cars up very slightly off the floor. But we could go a little bit further, or there could be some kind of quick. I say quick. If it's possible to have a little quick suspension setting where you like pull a lever and the car lifts up, like back in the days when everyone used to cheat.
There you go, Stuart advocating for cheating immediately. We're only 40 minutes in.
A special wet mode, just like crank the thing up 2 centimeters and then they let them go racing. Yeah, we haven't solved that problem yet, but yellow in sector 5 and it's cleared.
Yes. I was just going to say to everyone, you will notice from time to time the stream might go yellow around all the boxes. That is to say there's a hazard on track or a virtual safety car test. The boxes might also go red to let you know there's been a red flag. So that's how we're doing it this year. Everything goes red. And as things get warmer in this room, I'll inevitably go red because it is getting hot in here already. That's the beauty of 6 screens and a PC and everything else going on. But love it. Love it. I do love testing streams, It's just nonsense waffle, but it's good stuff and it's always a laugh. I did see somebody asking, Moray says, hey, Moray says, just quick, is there any way to get a driver lap counter on the leaderboard and the drivers in the car colour in the mini-map? There's nothing I can do about that. In fact, I did have a play yesterday. I can't get the lap count on the stream overlay. I might feed that back actually after testing this year and just say that's something that would be good to add to that if possible. I've tried all the codes and that and it's not working, and the colours that'll update if and when F1 update them on their timing things. It's all data that way, so I can't change it from white, unfortunately. That's all on them. But I think last year we had a similar issue with multi-view where the colours were white, and I think by the end of the week some did introduce colours, but we'll try and keep you updated on who's where and what's going on. So restander car, sorry mate, I it's still early, but I think that's right. I subbed, you guys are already on it. Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. Please do drop a like, by the way. Nearly 100 likes already, which is a great start to the day. Let's get that over 100 and subscribe as well. That'd be amazing. Thanks to Andrew for subscribing there too. Let's get those subs. I was going to put a sub target on, but it'd be good to just get I think last year we got 1,400 subs across the 3 days. So if we could, and that was when we only did the 5-hour stream, Stuart. So if we can get that over a couple of thousand subscribers this next 3 days, it'd be a miracle, but you never know. Aim high. It was that or 6, why not? Stefan says 1 million sub target. Yeah, minimum 1 million. Let's go for it. It'd be good fun. But a lot of people have told me so many times, we'll get back to the F1 in a sec, that if you start showing your face, more people subscribe because it's more engaging. So there you go. You're stuck with it forever. Only in streams, though. It won't be in videos because I can't be bothered to edit that. So what have we got? Well, I'll do a proper update on the hour every hour, like I say. But at the moment, only 7 times on the board. But there are only 10 drivers, so I suppose that's, most of the field. Doing fastest, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Lawson, Behrman, Antonelli, all with times on the board. Alonso, Piastri, Albon have yet to go out. Everyone will be out on track today at some stage. No test drivers this year, but next year when we get the three 3-day tests. That's going to be a lot.
Is it 3?
3-day tests next year. I think we'll start to see some test drivers because I can't see all the drivers wanting to do that. So I imagine it might be similar to November 22, where they had the 3 days in Barcelona and then 3 days in Bahrain, but the Barcelona one wasn't really televised, and I suspect it'll be a bit like that, like a private test, so they can try things out, and then we'll get a public test like this, and then maybe a bit of both somewhere. But yeah.
Now, next year's test stream are going to be incredibly interesting because those cars are going to be weird. But we can get to that. Well, we'll probably end up chatting about it at some point on these streams, won't we? But next year will be a very strange one.
Thomas in chat.
21.
Sorry. Sorry, that was good. Thomas in chat every year. Good morning, Sean. Any pneumatic fluid predictions for testing? He just won't ever let this go. I said pneumatic fluid on a stream and I meant hydraulic fluid, and he's never let that go. How could pneumatic be fluid? There you go. Thank you to Airplane Ian, great name, for your super chat. Says, cheers to Cheeky Midnight. I'm in California testing streams with these two handsome lads. Oh, thank you. Oh, it feels so special. Thanks, Airplane. Really appreciate the super chat and the support there. And midnight stream sounds fun, actually. Streams in bed. We could put people to sleep. I'm not singing.
Do some ASMR streaming.
This is also the first year I've not got a second set of headphones in for the TV because one, I can't be bothered to listen to them, and two, I've got enough wires going on here. So
I've got it very low, so I can't actually hear what they're saying. So usually, I normally have a little cheeky listen every now and again, see if they're saying anything interesting. But we'll see. I can come to your defense a little bit. Air is a fluid.
Yeah, Thomas. Yeah, you heard.
Yeah, gas and liquid are both fluids, so technically you were fine.
Oh, technically fine and technically correct are the best kind of correct. Alex Alva watching on TV at the minute, and Kimi Antonelli side by side, picture in picture. Antonelli in the Mercedes. There's been quite a lot of driver changes this year as Alonso goes second in timing there. It's one of those seasons where it's going to take a little while to remember who's where. So we'll get there. You know, Jack Doohan, he's at getting his debut. Oh, it's not, is it? Oh. Right, there are two questions. So firstly, Jack Doohan, this isn't his debut, of course. He debuted in Abu Dhabi replacing Esteban Ocon at the end of last year. Remember all of that nonsense? Made sense, actually. I stand by that. I think Ocon made the right call to get ready for this year. He wasn't going to get anything out of last season, was he, in Abu Dhabi? Second one, officially, and this is up to chat could decide this, officially, this is Liam Lawson's rookie season. But he's done, I think, 11 races in F1. Do we still treat him as a rookie? Does he get a bit of an extra pass because it's his rookie season and he's going up against Max Verstappen in Red Bull? It's such a frustrating one, this one.
When you say officially, what does that mean?
So it's rookie season is the official thing. So Doohan is in his rookie season. Lawson's in his rookie season. I'm never going to get used to Hamilton with a Ferrari badge next to his name. Sorry, his name's on the timing tower. Bortoletto rookie season. But we just call them rookies, don't we? But it's rookie season is what it's termed as. So I say official. I don't know if the FIA have an official thingy, but I find it difficult to call Liam Lawson a bit like Nick De Vries. Nick De Vries, 27 when he debuted, Formula E world champion, rookie.
Yeah.
He was, but yeah.
I mean, so who's going to rock up in Australia? It's going to be their actual first race. Not Doohan, not Lawson, not Behrman, Antonelli,
Alonso,
Bortoletto, yes. Okay, it's hard because Hadjar. Yeah, you see people in testing sometimes. Not testing, but free practice, and then you can't remember if they would, because there were a lot of subs and exchanges last year. Okay, so yeah, but Behrman's already raced for two teams.
Yeah,
he's practically a veteran. Yeah, he's raced for only one less team than Hamilton.
The timing tower has just updated on multiview to go to colour, so that might be a good thing now for the stream. It might kick in a second. So.
Mine hasn't.
In fact, I might just quickly. I'll give it a few minutes, then I might refresh it and see how we go. But that might update in a minute. Sorry.
That's a shame because I was gonna say. So I'm interrupting my own point. The white coloured everything is a good test for everyone, and we're not going to colour it in until everyone's learned which teams everyone's in.
I think it looks quite clean actually, but I understand why people would want to.
Oh, mine's gone colour now too.
It's so exciting, isn't it?
Not my map though.
A few people making the point that Lawson is a rookie until the summer break because he hasn't done any of the first half of the season races. So we can count him as a rookie for that. And then obviously, once he gets to the race he's done two of, then he's not allowed to be a rookie anymore. Which I guess that makes sense. Yeah, no.
Oh, I would absolutely. I was going to say to the question you asked 3 questions ago, which is about Lawson. I'm going to give him all the grace in the world because first half of the season he hasn't driven any of those tracks. He hasn't driven this car or this team, and his teammate is the man that has destroyed so many Red Bull Juniors over the last 10 years. I want to. Yeah, let's go easy on Lawson. Let's not give him the full Perez treatment straight away. I think if he does end up being 8th in the championship, like Perez was, I think he gets a little bit more grace.
Oh, definitely, especially with how competitive people think this season will be. Alonso's gone fastest, by the way, on it's a set of the hard tyres. Let's have a look and see if we've got a... I'm going to call it as question mark tyres for Alonso, so that's not very handy. But
it's a question mark because they haven't logged it yet, or is it because it's a secret?
Yeah, it's a big secret. It looks like the C3, no brackets, yellow. So there we go. And
I'm looking on. Oh, right, I see what you're saying. The graphic is not showing what that is.
Yeah, it's just that he's got question mark, but they've got brackets.
Okay, we will keep our eyes on the tyres, on the graphics, and on the screen to try and see if we can guarantee. He did go out on lap 2 on the non-bracketed graphic tyres, if that helps.
It does. Any tyre talk is good. He's a Red Bull driver. He might not make it a full season even if he include his previous races, says Purple Zebra. Good point. They have a way, don't they, with drivers. Still less confusing than rookie stats in the MLB, says Chris. I've not watched baseball for ages. Since it was back on Channel 5. Many years ago. I like my NBA. Yeah. John T hates the fact I like NBA for some reason. He thinks it's rubbish, but I love it. It's good fun.
That's well, I've never watched it. The closest I've come is I've played the baseball game on the NES.
Wow.
Back when I was in single digits.
I thought you were going to say like Wii cricket.
No, all the way back on the NES. That was a great game. That lasted for ages.
John says I'm really gonna have to tidy my shelves, aren't I? No, John T, I've always said this to people. You are who you are. Let's not go all philosophical about it, but your shelves were fine. You've got loads of stuff on there. It's visually interesting. I tell you what was nice as well, and people will be like, "Oh, Sean," but it was nice not having to mess about with an image slideshow this morning. I just went live. Rolled out of bed, went live. Did Planet F1 pay for the green lighting behind you perchance, says Moray? No, I did that, and I can change the colour. I have the colour remote. I was trying to sync them to the multi-viewer that I saw someone do online, so that when we get a red flag, they go red, but I couldn't work it out, so it got very stressful and I just gave up.
Yeah. That is very fair.
What a life lesson that is. If you can't do it, give up. Why bother? Anyone think about the driver moves for next year, says Rystander. Not quite yet, but there could be some interesting ones. I kind of feel like the reason we had such a chaotic market for this year is because they want their drivers in place for 26 because they've got enough to focus on. But but just on the Liam Lawson thing as well, by the way, I think I agree with Stuart. We need to give him a bit of time. Even if he has done 11 races, it's a big step up to the main team. You're up against Max Verstappen. It's a lot of people are writing off Antonelli already as well, and I'm like, I know it's the internet, I know what it's like, but it's kind of like, give him a chance, give the guy a go. Yes, he crashed in practice in Monza, but he's a young driver pushing in the limits, and that's going to happen. Let's give these youngsters a shot. And Bortoletto, even though I'm mad at him for taking the number 5, we want him to do well, and we want these rookies to perform because these could be the future. Also nice to see Alex Brundle on commentary, even though I can't hear him. So,
I'm sure he's saying some great stuff.
His lips are moving. But it's the Sky thing. It's all one coverage, isn't it? The F1 and Sky, they work together on this. So Crofty and that'll be in later, I'm sure, if they're not in now, and the others. So I like the way they do it, actually, to be fair. But yeah, no, just give people a shot. Hamilton as well. He's another one. People are saying he's done, but I think if Ferrari give him a car capable of winning and challenging for a championship, you'd be mad not to. You'd be mad to write him off completely and not keep an eye on him, because even Hamilton at his 80% of his best is still a fantastic driver. Like Fernando Alonso is another one, isn't he? He could be at 80% and still be one of the best on the grid. So, but yeah, I don't buy into the writing people off before anything's happened in the season. And certainly rookies as well. Seems a bit crazy to me, but I do worry for Lawson. But he might be the one, Stuart. He could be the one. He could be the one who gets it right, keeps himself on average within a quarter of a second of Verstappen, which will be better than Perez's 7/10 last year. If he can keep himself around there, he's doing what he needs to do. So that for me, he'll be all right. But he's rapid, is Lawson. I'll always defend him on that. Always.
Purple Zebra saying he'll win races, but I'm not sure which driver they're referring to of the list we just talked about. But definitely
obviously.
So. Yeah. And let's not forget that Antonelli is ahead of Hamilton, the driver he replaced at Mercedes on the timing team. So that's definitely a good sign and not just completely random. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Lawson, and hopefully no pressure on him as well, is there's a lot of talk at the moment about Verstappen leaving Red Bull, as there kind of was last year, but there's a lot of this. Red Bull, Aston Martin are going to buy him for $1 billion or something, which I don't understand at all, because that would be many seasons, and he's constantly said he doesn't want to be around for many seasons. So if Red Bull are worried about losing Verstappen in the next couple of years, in the next year, whenever Aston want to grab him. I know Alonso said he's only sticking around till 2026, probably. Yeah, Red Bull are going to need to be looking for the next one driver they focus on religiously for the next 10 years after they've had Vettel and now Verstappen. They're going to need someone new. And my one concern is they're going to start rinsing through junior drivers to try and get the one that they desperately want. And I hope Lawson doesn't become victim to that. So if he can put in a good performance, he doesn't have to beat Verstappen. He doesn't have to to be honest, it's Verstappen. You don't have to be incredibly close to Verstappen to be an impressive second driver for Red Bull. But if he can keep bringing home the points, if he can fight with the other teams, if he can, help Red Bull get where they need to be, then I think that'll be a good showing for the year.
Yeah, no, I agree. They seem to be, or Helmut Marko seems quite excited by Arvid Lindblad, who I Jonty could back me up on this. I have been mentioning his name for a long time now, so Jonty. He's a talented young lad. He's pretty quick, so he's probably the next one to come through. But what Red Bull could do with is just a couple of, or maybe even three, just calm seasons with their drivers. They could just do with Lawson and Verstappen doing what they need to do, Verstappen staying, maybe even Tsunoda stays. Well, I've got a feeling he might end up at Aston if Verstappen doesn't go there. I don't know why. I guess the Honda links, but and then Hadjar does well, so that they can give these other youngsters a chance rather than, like you say, bleeding through them, rushing them through, getting it all completely wrong, sacking them after a week, and then moving on. So I'm going to try and refresh his time there. There we go. We have colour. How very exciting.
Hooray.
Has the track map updated as well?
Not for me.
It has for me.
Has it?
I think we should be cocky about that. I'm sorry.
I'm going to close my track map and reopen it again and see if, because that would be really useful.
Better close the other one, aren't I, rather than giving you two. There we go. Sorry about this. But there we go. We have colour. Celebrate.
Oh my God.
Ah!
This is so good.
We don't have to remember anything anymore. All sorted. There we go. That's going to make it
various
a little bit
shades
easier
of
for everybody.
blue.
Yeah, it's basically, just blue everywhere. Thank you very much, Sad Baroness fan, who's not from Grimsby. There's your first one of the year. Thank you for your super chat. Says 2025 prediction: Ferrari is bad relative to last year. Oh, don't do that to me. Lewis retires. Max runs away with the title and retires. Lawson gets dropped after being dominated by Max. Leclerc goes to Red Bull. Lindblad takes the second seat.
Okay, so
wow.
The worst possible universe is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, Sad Mariners fan has decided it's all just going to collapse. Lewis retires. Maybe, if the Ferrari's terrible. but I think he'd do his 2 years. Max runs away with the title and retires. Stuart will tell you, I am adamant that this isn't necessarily going to be the thrilling 2012 style season everyone seems to be predicting. I still have this feeling that we might end up with a dominant Red Bull performance. And Leclerc goes to Red Bull. Lindblad takes the second seat.
That's the real left field one, isn't it? Leclerc goes to Red Bull.
I can't see it. Albon goes fastest, by the way.
Very nice. He hasn't done it yet on my screen, but he
will.
I'll just say a sentence and then park it. Otherwise, we'll be on tangents all day long. But I am really interested to see how good Williams get going this year. Leclerc to Red Bull seems like a long shot because he seems wedded to Ferrari in the way that, well, Verstappen seems wedded to Red Bull. But if Verstappen leaves the end of the year, end of next year, who knows what are Red Bull going to do? Are they going to keep looking to their juniors, or are they going to have to pull someone, tried and tested? We're already talking on driver swaps for 26, 27, and we're 1 hour into testing.
I mean, there was the link of George Russell to Red Bull. I feel like, I feel like that bridge may have been burned, but teams and drivers do tend to get over things, don't they, eventually? So maybe. Look at the grid. I mean, the trouble is, it's a bit like, when Alonso retires and Hamilton retires and you've got to replace them, or it's difficult with Verstappen because who is good enough to replace Max Verstappen on that grid who has some longevity? Because you could go get an Alonso for a season if he walked out at the end of the year, or Hamilton for a year if you wanted to. Hamilton at Red Bull would be, I'm not sure they'll get over that one. If Behrman does well, do they go and buy him out of his Ferrari contract? But then Ferrari going to want him for Hamilton in the future if he retires, and you could go get Leclerc, but then has he got the longevity? Because he'll be, 28, 29? So, difficult. I don't know just replacing drivers like Verstappen, Hamilton, Alonso, same with Schumacher. I mean, how can you? It's just so difficult to find a driver that can take that place. But Piastri's a good shout from Murray actually to replace Max if he feels he's number 2 at McLaren and things, and he's sort of Norris's number 2, if you like, and not getting the support that he needs. Then he could go to Red Bull as an option. That's been mentioned before, actually, hasn't it? Anus Pastry.
I'd be very surprised if McLaren make him feel that way. Because they seemed, well, I don't think they cost Norris the shot at the driver's title by being quite balanced in how they treated their drivers. I think they cost the team and Norris cost themselves the title through a series of errors and not being quite on the ball as well as Red Bull were. But they did favour driver equality way longer than probably would have been useful for them to get closer to Verstappen, and they do seem to really value Piastri, and I think the drivers have to establish themselves within that team to get preference. And I really don't think McLaren are going to give preference to a driver unless one of them shows they're definitely a lot closer to winning the title than the other one. If McLaren are as good as they were last year, and everything over these next 3 days is going to be couched in ifs, because who knows? I'm remaining lightly optimistic that we'll get something a little similar to the second half of last year, and there'll be a good mix of teams fighting for wins. But who knows? They could just be someone like Red Bull poking out and being dominant again. But if McLaren are a strong team again next year and fighting for wins, I think they're going to have an interesting time on their hands managing that situation, and they need to be wary of a Hamilton Rosberg at Mercedes kind of thing, where they're not just their own worst enemy and allowing people to get close to them from their own sort of coming together. They seem to have a good relationship with each other. I think they seem to be okay. We'll see how long that lasts if they are both fighting for the title. But yeah, I mean that's the other thing, right? It might not, if Piastri might not feel, or even Norris, to be honest, but if one of them feels it doesn't work for them both to be in that McLaren fighting against each other and not being able to, wrest control as the number one driver, then they might leave. Then Piastri might go to Red Bull where he can be number one, or anywhere really. So that, I think that's more likely to be the driving factor in one of those guys leaving the team than the team not favoring them. I think they'll just maybe get frustrated.
A bit of a moment for Hamilton up at turn down at turn 3 there, just a bit of a wiggle. We'll come back to that in a second, Stuart. I'm just going to run through the times because we've just gone past the hour now. So for the first hour of testing, obviously, as always, don't read too much into it, certainly this stage. Lewis Hamilton currently the fastest on a 1:32.621. He's done 14 laps so far. And I believe that lap was done on the C3 tyre, no bracket, so it must be the C3 tyre. Alex Albon is second for Williams on a 1:32.862, 2.5 tenths, best part of behind. He's done 11 laps so far. He was also on the C3 tyre for his best, I believe it was indeed. That's a very handy bit of data there now that I've got it. Until I get to Alonso, that is. Anyway, Fernando Alonso, third place, 1:33.031, 4 tenths on the fastest time, 13 laps overall at the moment. His best time was done on the... who knows? Liam Lawson, we think the C1, we think, but we'll have to wait for that to update on the thingy, the tower. Liam Lawson, third place, 33.137, 13 laps so far. His best lap was done on the C2 tyre with brackets. Jack Doohan, 1:33.196. He's fifth, 5.75 off, so best part of 6 tenths off. 23 laps already for Jack Doohan, so good stuff there. His best time was on the C2 tyre. Yuki Tsunoda is sixth on a 1:33.576, 23 laps for him as well. His best lap was done on the having to scroll up here, the C2 tyre. Try to remember what's brackets and what isn't. Nico Hulkenberg 7th, 1:33.842, 16 laps for him, 1.2 seconds off. Best tyre, 1:33.842 was done on the C2. Kimi Antonelli, 34.990, 2.3 seconds off, 16 laps overall at the moment. He was also on the C2 for his best time. And Ollie Behrman is 9th place, last driver to set a time at the moment, 35.619, nearly 3 seconds off, but it's testing, who cares. 11 laps overall for him, and his best time tyre was 1:35.619, C2. Yeah, the line is a bracket. Yeah, C2, sorry. Piastri, by the way, no time. Has done 7 laps, so he's sort of going round, then pitting, going round and pitting. But yeah, as always, when it comes to testing, the thing to keep an eye on, really, is the lap count, certainly in the early days. At the moment, Doohan's done 24 and Tsunoda 23. Please do drop a like as well, by the way. Nearly 1,000 of you here. 160 likes. So let's get that up. That'd be fantastic. And subscribe as well if you are new. Lots to come this season. Race watch-alongs, quali watch-alongs. Lots of content, and we'll see how we go. But yeah, lots to come this year for sure. Very much looking forward to it. And thank you as always to Multiviewer for providing the live timing, and Seat Unique for sponsoring the testing streams this year. So there we go. Yeah. So I think I was right on the tyres there, Stuart.
Yeah, I was looking at the what saying. So yeah, as we suspected, the tyre graphic on the timing screen, if it's got a little line through it, that means it's the softer of the two compounds of that color. So the C1 is white with no brackets and no slash through it, and the C2 has got brackets on the side of the tire and a slash through the graphic, and so on. Hamilton now going around on the C3s, which is the slightly harder of the yellow tires, the slightly harder of the mediums.
It's good stuff. We get there.
Good stuff, but that's good. That's good. I think that's so based on what I've seen on screen and what I've seen on the timing, that seems to be confirmed. So if you're keeping up very adamantly with which specific tires everyone is on, that's how you're going to do it.
Andrew says, are they pushing? Unlikely, Andrew. Although Hamilton's been off track, actually, hasn't he, at turn 11. So and he's had a couple of wobbles. So, but yeah, they're not really pushing now at the moment. No, definitely not.
They're just finding things out. I'm going to need to look something up, but I need to look up what the actual sort of general practice and qualifying times last year were for this track. Like I need to identify when they actually are getting close to pushing.
Well, you say that. I have last year's Bahrain Grand Prix testing and then Poland race fastest lap, if you're interested.
Yeah, I think testing will be the closer to this because obviously quali is in night on the proper tires.
Yeah. So day one was Max Verstappen was fastest last year on a 31.3. That was a C3 tyre, but the fastest time of the week was from Carlos Sainz on day two on the C4 tyre, 29.921. So we'll stick with day one for now. 31.344 was the fastest time. And we're 1.3 seconds off that. So, I mean, that's not bad for 8 o'clock in the morning, as it got a long way to go today. So, yeah, Verstappen did 143 laps on day one as well last year. So they're your numbers to remember if you like your stats to keep on top of there. Pole time for anyone interested, because some are. 29.179, and the race fastest that was a 32.6. So we're actually nearly at the race fastest lap in testing, you see. Already quicker than last year.
They're not slouching, are they? Like, they're not just tootling around, but they're not super pushing, but they're not slouching around. They are like trying things out, which is useful. I'm trying to remember now. I'm trying to find the thing that. So they're not the same compounds as last year. I think the C1 is still the same, but the C2 is a little bit softer, and moved closer to the C3. If I'm right, I'm just trying to find the information now. The one thing about testing is it's hard to have everything you need to talk about in a place where you can find it. But yeah, as well as introducing that super soft, they've rejigged where the brackets are. I also think the C4 and the C5 have been given a bit of an upgrade, so they're not quite as grainy as they used to be.
Okay.
Hopefully. Yes. Sorry, I'm doing this live. It's very professional of me.
I'll just read this. I missed the super chat or the membership from AC, member for 49 months in a row. Thank you very much, AC. Appreciate that. Says, what is the guest lineup for the testing streams? Is it going to be you and Stuart only? It's me and Stuart today and tomorrow all day. And then Friday morning, 7 till 12:30, I've got Jonty with me. 12:30 till 2, we've got Matt Summerfield. And then 2 till 4, I've got Sam from... who does the shorts for the channel and who's from Grimsby originally. So Sam Mariners fan will be happy. We've got somebody from Grimsby on the stream for a change. Thank you as well to Malcolm, to Simon, to Paul, to Mark, to Andrew, to Jonathan, to John, and to Akil as well for subscribing. Really appreciate the support there on the streams and for the channel. Thank you very much. Are we working okay?
I think so.
We are. Sorry, no, just my stream was lagging there, but I think it's because it clicked off the browser. That's why. Yeah. We'll come to chat for your questions as well, by the way, throughout the day, so keep them coming in, and I'll shout some out as I spot them as we go. Sorry, Stuart.
No, that's all good. That's all good. I was just checking a few things. It was like a random thing that I think I've spotted, but you'll have to correct me.
Go on then. We love a random thing.
It's not to do with the cars. So we already noticed the timing tower has got this weird, like, moving graphic behind it, which some weird swishy lines. I think the numbers that show the position are in a new font. It's a sort of weird, like, octagonal font, and it's also the font they're using on the how would you describe it? The little graphic that comes up at the bottom of the screen that has, like, the position and the driver name and then the driver number. I think that's using the same font, and the driver number is coming up in a version of that font. And I noticed that during the livery reveal show. It's possible this is a temporary font they're using because they normally use the exact font that's on the car for the driver number.
They do, yeah.
But I wonder if they're going to homogenize that just to make it easier to read. But I don't know. It was something weird I noticed. I think it's a different. I think it's a slightly different font that they've introduced, though. I don't recognize it, but I could be wrong. I think the numbers down the left-hand side are in some kind of new font. So there you go. Something I've noticed. Chat can tell me if I'm completely bonkers.
See, this is why we love testing streams. You'll go some places, they'll be talking about, a new front wing and the end fence and how things are sculpted around the engine cover, but we will have you covered on fonts. We will make sure we talk fonts. It's definitely different, but I think you're right. They might go back to the driver number fonts for next year, for Australia. It might just be easy for them to have it like that for now.
I'm sure the teams haven't yet.
It looks cleaner like that as it is. It just looks cleaner as it is now.
I always floated. I wasn't sure because part of me, I thought it was quite nice. They had the actual official font that they used on the graphics to show the driver number, but it is slightly more legible to have one consistent font for every single one, so you can just immediately tell them. Because some of the car numbers they use are a little bit hard to read. I always found Mercedes often choose numbers that are quite hard to read.
Yeah. Sorry, Doggo's here. I'm happy to give him some love. Just gonna check the group chat on Planet F1, see if there's anything in there that's not necessarily on the fonts, but see if there's anything.
My question to you is, while we're talking aesthetics, has that Ferrari warmed on you any more in the light of day, seeing it moving on track?
It looked better in the shakedown footage than it did at the O2 Arena. Sorry, I mean, I'm a bit behind you. A little replay has come off of Lewis Hamilton going off, but the graphic says replay Mercedes. They've forgotten which team Hamilton's in now. Oh, let's
see if Hamilton remembers which team he's in and goes to the right pit box.
That's true, yeah. No, but the livery, it looks better on track than it did in the O2 Arena, but I'm still not quite sure why we needed the white stripe there, because the HP logo isn't enough. It's fine. Do you know what? This is such a Martin Brundle line, by the way. Fast cars always look good. So if that's a fast car, it just won't matter anymore, will it? But I mean, that's not true. We've had fast cars that look awful, but I get his point.
As you were saying that, I was trying to think, what is an ugly championship-winning car that I can remember?
That's a great question.
I'm quite glad that Renault didn't win the title after they stopped using that mild 7 livery and they went to this sort of orange and white version of it, because that would have been horrific. But I think you're right. I think things grow on you through performance alone. I'm struggling to think of maybe someone in chat saying Brawn. I don't think Brawn was ugly. I think Brawn was quite iconic.
That's a gorgeous car. But then is that a gorgeous car because of the story behind it and everything as well? I don't know. It was very plain. That's a good point livery-wise. I'm just trying to, you've got a great question there now. That's going to fill the next 2 hours trying to work out ugly championship-winning cars.
In terms of livery, really. I mean, I know we had the step noses a couple of seasons, and that can't be blamed on anything but terrible rule makers.
Blue says every silver Merc.
Again, I don't think it's ugly. I think it's plain. I think it's a little bit corporate chic.
I like what they've done this year.
Of the McLaren.
I like what they've done this year with it. I think it looks good. Hamilton a little bit sideways there, back end getting out through turn 1. Was bottoming out down the straight. We saw the smoke from let's call it smoke from the plank or the skid blocks hitting the ground. That'll be sparked when we get to the dark, won't it? So that'll be good. I hate the Alpine cars last season, says Dexmund. Brawn was hideous, but they get a pass for barely surviving, says Neelish. See, I loved the Brawn. But then I have no taste because I also like the BAR zip livery. So what do I know? Max says,
I like the Brawn.
Go on, Stuart.
No, I was going to say I like the Brawn, but I can sort of see how it might go either way with people, like this year's Alpine.
The 95 Benetton looked better than the 94 Benetton. It was the 94. No, you're right. The 95 was the better car to look at livery-wise. Yeah, I agree. Novak says, hello, guys. Hope you're doing well. How is Merck doing so far? Very well, thank you, Novak. Hope you are too. Merck doing so far. Antonelli, 8th. He's done 16 laps. So some good lappage there from Antonelli. Obviously way off the current pace at the moment, but that doesn't really mean anything, certainly on this stage of testing. And what did we say for his fastest tyre was a C3, so that's right in the middle of the range, medium tyre. Yeah, doing all right. He's getting the laps in, which is what we need to see. Who's out on track? I think everyone's out on track, aren't they? No, just Behrman.
Just Behrman and Hamilton on my screen, but Hamilton might be coming in because you're slightly ahead of me.
I'm not really sure because on the timing tower on TV, it shows all the bottom half obviously in the pits because they're not out yet, but then all the top half it says they're on track because there's no P next to them for pit. But there's only Behrman on the driver tracker, so I think that's wrong.
I think I wonder if the P is being used to show people aren't driving today or aren't driving in this session, which is confusing, to be honest.
To be fair, Multiviewer does say everyone's in the pits apart from Behrman, and now Piastri's on the pit out. So I'll probably look at that rather than the timing tower then. So
yeah, I just look at the map. I just see who's actually on the map.
Yeah, Piastri up at turn 3 for me at the minute. Behrman about to cross the line. What's Ollie Behrman going to do? Yeah.
Banana just shot out of his skin into my chest.
Many people use the word ugly too. Literally says P1.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, of course. But some things are a bit of an awful clash. I do think, I mean, the way they've clumsily just whacked a big block of white onto the back of the Ferrari, I think is not elegant. I will say, I think there are better ways of doing that. There's been plenty of, look at the Schumacher era of Ferrari. There are ways of putting a big white block on the back of a Ferrari that look fine. They did it with Marlboro for years and years and years.
Yeah.
Look at them. I feel like Ferrari haven't traditionally been that bothered about creating. How do I say this kindly? I think
you don't. You just go for it.
Creating a lovely livery doesn't seem to be high up on their list of priorities, and I think because essentially the brief is make it red, they haven't really had to do much. They might add a little stripe here. They put the engine block white in 2016, I want to say. One of those 2016, 2017. They'll put a couple of things in, but essentially the green one, they do just paint it red and slap the sponsors on, and they might make the wings black or white. They seem to have no interest in color coordinating the sponsors to the livery color. They don't mind. They'll just whack a UPS next to a shell on the, they're not that bothered. So I can see why, again, they were just like, HP said they wanted to have a white background over their logo. So they just put a white background over their logo and called it a day.
I mean, some people would argue, and there are people out there that will say it, that who cares about the livery? If they don't, they don't care, because the most important thing is that the car is quick. But you have to remember we've got to watch these all year, so it'd be nice if they did look pretty good. I did just see, where have you gone? Somebody asked about McLaren. I can't keep up with chat. What?
Anyway, so carry on with what you were going to say.
Oh, CPB, for God's sake. I'm not reading it. Someone did ask why McLaren has run Hazel. There we go. They have run. In fact, Piastri's about, I think, to complete a timed lap for the first time. He's actually done 10 laps, but they've all been reconnaissance laps. So I imagine that's setup fine-tuning, things like that. There's nothing in the Planet F1 chat, and there's nothing on Twitter to suggest, or X, or whatever you want to call it. It's Twitter, to suggest that they've had any problems. So I assume just set up fine tuning, but if we see anything or hear anything, I will let you know straight away. I'm not going to read that CPB, but I appreciate the reference. I think I'll just say to anyone who's not watching chat, it's an American Pie reference, so I'll let you make it whatever that may be as we look into the Haas garage. Do like their team gear this year, by the way, the black and the red. I think that's really, really cool. I can't put the lap count on, Jack. No, it doesn't. It's not one that I can do on the coding. So I will feed that back to them and see if that can be something they can add for in season. It won't be anything to do now, but in season. But if you need to know anybody in particular, just give me a shout. I'll try and spot you in chat, and then I'll let you know who's done what laps. But at the moment, Doohan has the most on 24. And we've got Lawson, Hulkenberg, Behrman, and Piastri out on track. Hulkenberg, Sauber, of course, now. Again, he does like to go to Sauber every now and again for a year and then go back to wherever he was before. We have got Lawson going fastest, by the way, 32.036. And I think that's who Ryan was referring to as Malfoy for Liam Lawson, which I like Draco Malfoy. I'm just evil. What can I say? I'm a Slytherin. So, but anyway, whatever that even means anymore. Who cares? How's Essex Boy doing? Says RC. Who's Essex Boy? Johnny Herbert's left Sky. Essex Boy. Behrman?
It could be. I don't know where Behrman's from, actually.
He sounds Italian when he talks. One of the best logos, by the way. Driver logos on the grid.
Very cool. Off top of your head, Behrman's number is?
87.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, see. Behrman's from Chelmsford, apparently. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I've got the driver numbers down now. I think. Oh, you're going to test me now, aren't you?
No, I was trying to wonder if I knew what the driver... I was looking at the top of the time screen. I was like, Lawson's number is...
30.
Is that right?
Yeah, 30 for Lawson. 7 for Doohan. Antonelli's 12, Behrman's 87, Bortoletto's 5, Hadjar's 6. Because his hero, of course, was Nico Latifi.
I love that. I love that you thought of Latifi and not Rosberg.
Sad Mariners fan says, quick, what's Lewis's number? 17. It better not be. That's a retired number. That's your Bianchi's number, isn't it? Will always be. Why did I think that number? How random's that? 44. For Lewis. Watch Piastri come up to turn 11 now, swooping in. DRS close.
Have a little bit of a tank slapper as you turn 3. Just a mild one. Obviously, I'm a bit behind you.
God, you are. Yeah, you are right. You're a good minute. Yeah, it is usually a minute, isn't it? So, I've got lots of feeds open here. So
I can tell you actually. I'll tell you what my timing tower says on the actual stream. 35:40.
I'm 34:55.
All right, so not a full minute.
Not too bad.
Like 35 seconds. 45 seconds. That's fine. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Some of the cars have the little luminous TCAM colouring on. I'm wondering if they will take those on and off depending on who's in the car and which driver it's
That'd be
assigned
interesting. Yeah. Because that usually denotes the second driver, doesn't it? Although Mercedes did it differently because Hamilton had the luminous one, didn't he? Because of his helmet and his numbering. So, keep an eye on that.
Reason to give it to the... I mean, I guess there's no reason to give it to the second driver because there's no reason to denote which driver is second, I guess. Back in the pre-2014 days when the car numbers were sort of assigned by team, so like the championship winning team would get 1 and 2 and then the next team would get 3 and 4 and so on. The higher number would get the luminous sticker, but obviously now drivers will have their own numbers, so I guess it's up to the team to decide how they meet those out. And I never truly remember which car has them. Which, despite it being probably one of the most useful things you can learn, I always used to forget which car had them.
I was watching the Piastri tank slapper. Sorry, it wasn't quite a tank slapper, wasn't it? I've got my TV, so that's the Sky one over there, and then I've got another one on my laptop, which is about 5 seconds behind, so that if I see something, I can go back and watch it straight away.
Smart. That's smart.
There's a lot of screens in it. It's good fun. But yeah, bit of a tank slapper at it's turn 3, isn't it? That little kink there. As we watch Lawson going slowly at the moment. I assume just building up to a lap. Anyone on a new tyre? So Alonso's on a new set of tyres, by the way. No laps on his C3, so he's just going to head out on those at some point.
Get your eye on Hulkenberg. He's had a good 2 sectors. I don't know if he's finished on your
second.
Screen.
3.5 tenths off Lawson now, 32.389. Definitely, yeah. So Hulk's on one. Coloured T-bars were brilliant to see on TV, says Red 5. Are Aramco still the title sponsor of Aston, says RC? I believe so, yes, they are RC. Alonso quick as always, says JC. Do a poll for what everyone's driving number would be. Have the options being 69 and anything else, says Moray. I'll tell you what we'll do, actually. I'm going to pop something on screen now. This is for chat. Stuart could join in if he wants to. The emoji game. Now, Sam likes to do things like this for short. So I've stolen these from a short that went on socials. But I'm going to put a picture on screen. Bottom of the timing tower. We're not covering any drivers that are on track. And it's a picture of 2 emojis. And you need to let me know in chat for absolutely 0 prizes and nothing but pride who that driver refers to. Some of these are easy and some are really easy. I don't think Sam... yeah. So you have to let me know who that is. It's quite an easy one, I think. The next one's even easier. We'll do these through the day for a bit of fun. Chat, I've already got it nice and easy. We'll give them a couple of minutes to catch up on that. And yeah, obviously in this afternoon I can't do it because the tower will have 20 drivers on it. Well, I've got the 10, I can do that there. So there we go. I think that's quite an easy one. There's an easier one coming up. CPB says Nigel Mansell. Oh, no, sorry, I'm reading that wrong. Red 5 standing by. That's like Nigel Mansell. Sorry, 2 people's conversation, and I'm just stealing it as an answer. I'm so sorry, Red 5. McLaren's downfall needs to be studied, says Miami. I think we're a bit premature on the downfall just yet, but you never know. You never know. So yeah, I'll let you get your answer in for that. Looks like everyone's going to get that quite easily. I think if you don't know the first bit, the last bit certainly gives it away quite easily. Aston Martin, best looking, says Andrew.
Middle thing. Ooh, controversial. I think
the Racing Bulls is the best one for me.
I think this is the worst Aston Martin of the bunch we've had so far, just because of the weird black side pods they've put on. Again, just an awkward little block of color, lack of color. Yeah, I think last year's Aston was nicer looking. I do like how clean the Racing Bulls look though, and the onboards as well. It's like a Purcell commercial.
No,
so white.
Lawson improving, by the way, to a 31.914 on the C2s at the moment. So looking good out there at the moment. Obviously, a long way to go. Doesn't mean an awful lot in testing, but I'm sort of trying to look at the car as it goes round. But a few people actually say, Stuart, how similar, not just in terms of livery, but how similar that Red Bull looks to last year's car. But I cannot believe for a second it's fundamentally the same car. They must have changed something, because I know they wanted to work this winter on the issues they had last year and sort of work on the weak spots. So maybe some of those weak spots are things we don't necessarily spot, but there's no way it's a complete copy of last year's car. But at the same time, not every team is going to go like a McLaren or a Ferrari and go 99% new, because they've got to spend a lot of money on next year. Or more time than money, but that Racing Bulls livery is very nice. Sorry, so just interesting that I don't know what I expected. I think because the renders went out on Tuesday morning, and they were all in like a really dark room, and I thought they're hiding something, and then we got the actual shots of it and on track now, and I'm sort of like, what were they hiding? So trying to find what they hide is interesting.
They do like to keep people guessing a lot, don't they? Yeah, I noticed a lot of the pundits and commentators and technical people being like, I don't understand. There's nothing obvious that they would be hiding, unless they're going to do a Mercedes 2023 or 2022, and day 2 they pull off the side pods and put a brand new thing on. Although I think Red Bull did that themselves at one point, didn't they? They swapped their side pods for new ones in the middle of a test week. So yeah, possibly. But I do think, for the most part, we're going to see evolutions this year rather than revolutions. There's not a lot of. I mean, I say there's not a lot of point of making massive changes this year. It still is a real year. It's still a real championship year. There's a championship to be won. There's money to be found. There's prizes and glory and thing. There's no point throwing away 2025 just because there's a whole new thing coming next year. But obviously, as with 2021, it's all in balance, right? You've got to focus on this year and next year. And next year, of course, is going to set you up for, possibly 2 or 3 years worth of performance if you get it right or wrong. So you can't ignore this year or next year, really. So yeah, I think we're not going to see anything crazy, I don't think. But then again, we know what Red Bull are like, and they could pull out something really weird, and we don't even know if it's going to work. So yeah, intrigued, I will say.
Yeah.
Maybe they just need to. We know sort of where they were struggling relative to cars last year, and we know that some of the gains, and I think Red Bull maybe exaggerated, but some of the gains teams, particularly McLaren, were making on them were able to kind of have those slightly flexible wings that opened up a little bit on high speed, that kind of rebalanced the car a little bit better than Red Bull were able to do. And we know the FIA getting strict on that weirdly midway through the season. I think race 9 or 10, I think they are increasing the deflector tests on the wings, which means they're just going to make sure that so from that point onwards, the wings are going to have stricter tests on flexibility. So I would be surprised if any of the teams have designed their car around flexible wings, knowing that that's coming later in the season. I don't necessarily. So for example, if McLaren still have flexible wings, I would be very surprised if they kept that going for this year, knowing that the whole car is going to be unbalanced midway through the season. If they're going to have to take that away again. So, but, I've been proven wrong. McLaren could lean on that for the first 9 races if it works really well, and then figure out a solution for the second half of the season. So yeah, I'm unsure on that one.
What if we have an opposite to last season, where McLaren dominate the first sort of 9 races, and then everyone else comes back at them again? That'd be great fun. Just a couple of points, by the way. Tsunoda's gone second on a set of the C3, sorry, the C3 mediums. He's gone second with a 132.161. We also had a side-by-side between Albon and Hulkenberg on track into turn 1 a while ago. Albon has just gone into 3rd place as well. His fastest time, which he's just done, was also on the C3. So people moving to the mediums now. But yeah, we had a bit of side-by-side there with Albon and Hulkenberg, which is good to see. Not real racing, of course, because, it's testing, but yeah, maybe an opposite to last season. Like I say, McLaren lean into that flexi wing stuff or whatever, and then they dominate the first part of the season, and then it's up to Max Verstappen and Red Bull to try and come back. And there's no doubt that Red Bull will be backing him as a number 1. So maybe he does what Norris couldn't do last year and takes it all away. I love the fact you have a pot of tea, Stuart. It's just incredible. I've still got my stone cold cup of tea from 6:45.
I got to keep the tea flowing, and I can't keep leaving to go and put the kettle on. So I like to make a nice pot in the morning. Well,
just when you thought the stream couldn't get any more British.
We know last year Red Bull showed that dominating in the early season can set you up nicely for the rest of the year. So if that is, you're right, that could be what McLaren are thinking. I think it's easier to defend a large points gap than it is to fight back from it, I guess, because it means, Verstappen had a large points gap, through a third of the way, half of the way through the season before sort of they got overtaken by the other cars. But you can drive in a different way. Defending a points gap means it's not as costly if you. I guess I say this carefully because I don't want to make it seem like anyone's driving dirty, but it's not as costly if you both crash because you maintain your points gap. You know what I mean? You can defend more robustly and not be too concerned. You've got sort of less to lose, really. Whereas if you're trying to make up a 30-point gap, you can't afford to get damaged or go off track or retire from a move that doesn't quite pay off and stuff. So that is the advantage of getting an early lead in the championship, is you can defend it with a little bit more gusto than if you're chasing.
Yeah. No, I agree. Stuart, you own a tease made, says Max. Antonelli's got 8th place, by the way. I'll end that first emoji game then. Congratulations, you were right. It is hand jar. So Hadjar. Sam, we love you. There we go. Yes, it was Hadjar. So well done. We'll do another one in a bit. They're just stupid, and why not? We've just a bit of dust kicks up there from Lewis Hamilton up at turn 4. So I don't know if he's been off track there. A couple of moments from him today, but pushing a little bit. He is on a set of the mediums. Looks like the C3 to me, with no brackets there. So see what he can do. I keep looking at the wrong sector times on my timing screen. I've got the best sectors as the priority, because obviously that's what we're looking at for testing. But then I've got the other one updating with the current sectors. And by the way, first year where I can answer the speed trap question if anyone wants to know. Currently fastest through the speed trap overall. Alex Albon at 322 numbers, Sean, kilometers an hour. So there we go. We have speed trap data this year. Thank you very much, Multiviewer. They probably had it last year, but I didn't spot it. So there we go. It's good to have, because people often ask who's quickest through the speed trap. At the minute, we've got Albon there. Jerome says T-bias, rolly eyes. There you go. Sal says finally see Sean. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologise for that in advance. Verstappen clearly drove in a different way in a few races, says Purple Zebra. Again, well, it's strange because there's less to lose if you do have a crash, but also you're in a position where you have the most to lose with the championship, aren't you? So it's kind of a bit of a strange one, that one, but I totally get what Stuart's saying there. And Williams are always fast in straight lines, says Callum. Absolutely, it's their trick, isn't it? Monza's a track that they are very, very good at, or tend to be. So, although last year I think their car was a bit more balanced, I think, wasn't it? It wasn't just a straight line speed car, as we've seen in the past. Just watch Hamilton up at turn 4 before we come to that. Turns in and just... Twitch. Oh, a bit of a snap as well on the Twitch, yeah. And just goes wide. He's all right, though. All good. But yeah.
Here's the thing, though. And it may be just what we've been seeing on screen and compared to what maybe we haven't seen, what we've missed. But Hamilton in that Ferrari is having a lot of moments. Not massive ones, but he's having a lot of like little tank slappers, little going slightly off-road, running too wide, kind of. It seems to be a little bit of oversteer in that car. And I wonder if it's just because he's pushing it, or if he's getting used to it, or driving in a different way, having a little different program to other people. But we're definitely noticing that more. And I wonder if, early days, we're an hour and a half in, but they still need to set that car up. They still need to understand that car. But is that car a little bit unbalanced at the moment compared to some of the other cars? Or, yeah. Questions, I guess. Lots of questions. And I'm just noticing that car's having a lot of moments this morning compared to some of the other things I'm seeing on track.
The rest of the field, Fernando is faster than you. 1:31.874. Alonso goes top of the times on a again, question mark on the lap time series, but it looks to me like he's on a C3. So Alonso goes fastest overall at the moment, and 16 laps on the board so far. Again, I'll go through the times properly in about 20 minutes, so on the hour every hour or ish. You know how these streams go. It might be 5 past, it might be 5-2, but it'll be around there. Oscar's year, says Saul. I'd love that. Definitely. He's a very quick driver as well, isn't he? And I think he's got so much potential still. But I think I'd like to see Oscar Piastri have a great year. It just, although I keep saying it, I would quite like to see sort of Hamilton and Norris going toe to toe for the title, but only because I'd really like to see how Sky and the British media handle that. Because I think that'd be quite a lot of fun. Like, which side are you picking? But no, Oscar Piastri winning a title, I'd love that. And actually, I think somebody said earlier, it'd be great to see him have a great. I think maybe Stefan have a great Australian Grand Prix and have an Aussie winner in Australia. I mean, that at Albert Park would be incredible. I mean, what we had, I know he was disqualified later on, but Ricciardo got on the podium, didn't he, in 2014? Yes, yeah, because Magnussen was on the podium and moved up a place, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah, in 2014, and they went mad for that. So imagine, and also actually, was it Mark Webber going back a long way out? Minardi, when I think he scored points, and they got him on the podium afterwards to celebrate with Paul Stoddart.
That was lovely.
So imagine a win for an Australian driver in Australia. How long has it been? Any Aussies in chat? Let me know how long it's been since the last time an Aussie won in Australia, if ever. Remember Webber going onto the podium in 01? Yeah, Max, that's what I was on with there, the Minardi one. Or was it 2002, Callum says, so P6. Yeah. But yeah, and that was a moment. So Antonelli in the pits, and then straight back out again, stopped in his pit box.
3 Antipodeans this year, of course.
Yes.
2 Australians and Kiwi. So I think a lot of people will be getting up earlier throughout the year, maybe, rather than catching the highlights.
Hazel's...
Sorry, Cam.
No, I was going to watch this. I was going to watch this quickly actually before we get to the question anyway. Alex Albon up at turn 4, basically off track on entry on the outside, little lock up on the inside right front, and then a little bit wide and then backed out of it. So nothing major, but it was right up on the curb there on the left hand side at the entry. So they do like to go quite wide there. Hazel just wanted to know thoughts about Carlos Sainz at Williams. I mean, I'll reiterate the point I think I made like 1,000 times in the end last year. Flovis all over the rear wing. By the way, the Williams always looks a mess, but good to see the Flovis out already in full force. But no, just the point I made last year is it still seems absolutely baffling to me that a driver like Carlos Sainz, given the season he had last year and how well he'd done against Leclerc during his time at Ferrari, was having to choose between Sauber and Williams. Just seems, or I don't know if he was choosing between Sauber and Williams, but they were sort of his options in the end, weren't they? Or the only teams with seats available, and that just seemed crazy to me. And why? I kind of get it with Mercedes because they were worried about losing Antonelli, like McLaren were worried about losing Norris all those years ago to Red Bull, and they didn't want to miss out on Antonelli like they did Verstappen. So they wanted to get him in the car. But from a Red Bull point of view, and I'll always make this point, Stuart, I don't care if the dads don't get on. If the dads don't get on, then they'll have to just stay away from the garage, won't they? But I think Carlos Sainz alongside Max Verstappen this year, you put Carlos Sainz in that second Red Bull last year, Red Bull win the Constructors. So it's strange to me that he was a free agent, let's say, and they could have gone and got him rather than potentially burning through Liam Lawson or having to burn through another junior. So I think Williams, of the options, is the best place for him. I think that is a super exciting lineup that's going to be a lot closer than people predict. And it's one of the ones I'm really looking forward to the most. And I think he's in a good spot. And with James Vowles and the work he's doing at Williams and what he's trying to do for the future, I think it could be a good place to be for Sainz. But he's a driver that, and I hope he doesn't get the same way as Hulkenberg, but every time a seat opens up at a top team now, everyone's going to link Carlos Sainz to it. But it just, Williams is the best spot of what was available, but not why Red Bull. I mean, I like Liam Lawson. I've defended him a lot. He's quick, but he's still young. He's still raw. A full season at Racing Bulls would have been ideal for him alongside, Tsunoda. Give Hadjar another season in F2 to make sure he's ready. Put Sainz in that car, and you'd have been fine. I think as well, from the driver's side, if the dads don't get on, or even if the drivers don't like each other, plenty of drivers haven't liked each other and have just worked together and got on with it. I mean, Gasly and Ocon, everyone was telling me we're going to fall out left, right and centre, and they didn't. So, it's possible, isn't it? Hey, Annette, good to see you in Australia. Hope you're well. But yeah, that's my point on Sainz. I'm glad he went to Williams over the other options, but I still think Red Bull was the way to go. But obviously they decided not to, even though he was a Red Bull junior once.
Yeah, the timing all kind of went wonky, didn't it, last year for old Sainz? And I agree. I think Mercedes or Red Bull would have been a great pick for him, and then just kept the junior drivers and the junior teams. There's not. I keep saying it. I think Mercedes especially is a kind of absolutely hilarious that they've put Antonelli straight into that car when they made George Russell wait in the Williams for so long. They could have. done another deal with Williams and say, can you take Antonelli for a couple of years? We'll take Sainz and so and then bring Antonelli over when he's ready. But Williams is an exciting team right now. Those are two strong drivers, and actually under James Vowles, with the new, money coming in and restructuring and building up that team's going to do. I foresee good things for that team going forward. I think, as sort of sad as it is historically, kind of moving away from the old school Williams family running of that team and moving into a slightly more modern way of doing things, I think is going to help that team. And I do think this could be a good year for that team. We can't predict anything for 2026 because it's going to be a big reshuffle. Possibly, we don't really know what anyone's going to be able to do or what secrets are going to be found in the rules. But actually, I do think Williams is going to be a good place to be, and those guys could, fingers crossed, be sort of scoring points fairly regularly. I wonder if we're going to perhaps see a kind of the thing maybe we saw with Haas last year, where they're kind of floating around the end of the points quite regularly, perhaps, and doing some exciting things. So yeah, I think it's a shame Sainz isn't in a better position where he could be like fighting for wins and that kind of thing. But I don't think his stock is going to go down. I think his value is going to be higher. And if Williams can improve with him and Albon, I think that'd be really great. But I do think, as you said, as soon as a hot seat opens up, he should be ready to take it. Hopefully, sometimes people move teams and then they can't adapt at all, and their value in the driver stock market goes down completely. I mean, look at Ricciardo, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes things go wrong. I hope it doesn't, because I think Sainz is a great driver, and I think he deserves more. But I guess we'll see. I mean, moving teams and changing situations is all part of being a Formula One driver and showing your stock. So I wish him luck, and I hope it's more of an Alonso than a Sainz than a Ricciardo kind of trajectory.
Jerome says you don't just simply tell Jos to stay away. It's a good point, actually, because Jos Verstappen's quite involved in Verstappen from a manager. Yeah, quite bad. Quite involved in Verstappen from a management, but not necessarily as manager, but from a management point of view, isn't he? But my counter to that will always be that it's in the garage, it's Red Bull's garage, it's the team. If he's causing trouble, they have every right to say, you can come to the paddock, feel free. We're not going to stop you doing that, but you ain't coming in the garage if you're going to start throwing peas at Carlos Sainz Senior or whatever. I don't know if I went down that route, throwing yogurt all over him. Then you're not coming in. But I totally agree with what you're saying. It's difficult because he is tied to the Verstappen. I don't want to say management because he's not. He's not his manager, is he? No, but he's involved quite a bit there. Piastri hasn't done a flying lap. Why not? Says Mr. Tykel. We don't think there's any issue. There's nothing from McLaren on the old socials. There's nothing on the Planet F1 group chat. So I assume, or we're assuming, which you should never do, I know, but that it is just setup tweaks and changes. But he has got the laps. He's got 17 laps on the board. A lot of those were reconnaissance laps earlier in the session, but he has got some laps in now. So fastest time, just in case you're interested, I'll go through them properly in a moment, or fastest tyre, sorry, was the C4 with the line through it. So but his early laps was definitely, you got 6:31, 8:52, 8:52, no times, they're all out laps. And then he does a 34.2 is his fastest time, 34.8, so he's 37.7, so he's doing laps, but not, so nothing to worry about, I guess, is the takeaway there. Just testing things. It's just testing things. That's what they do. It's just weird stuff happens in testing you wouldn't see anywhere else. So
there's a lot of runs you could do. This happens in free practice as well, but to a smaller extent, obviously, because they haven't got, is it 8 hours? They haven't got 8 hours worth of time to do it. So, but there will be times where just run at a prescribed, it'll be run at 120k, dead straight. So we can test the gearbox, the aerodynamics, the flow viz, and so you're not doing anything crazy, you're not pushing. So there'll be a lot of those kind of things going on. They're not necessarily testing how fast the car goes over a whole lap, and then they'll pick up some new things earlier. So the fact they're still going out there doing laps makes a lot of sense. I mean, he's only done 2 laps less than Alonso. It's just Alonso's doing a different run plan. I was trying to look at the if anyone's using the multi-viewer thing, which I would recommend. The tyre history is all over the place. I don't understand what it's saying to me at all. It does not add up, because it's Piastri's done 17 laps.
It doesn't add up at all, does it?
No, I think what's happening is it's accumulating. So okay, to describe what I'm saying, because people won't be able to see, the multi-viewer gives you the option to see the tire history of the car. So it'll give you, normally, like during a race, it'll say it did 31 laps on this tire and then 17 laps, like 31 laps on the medium and then 17 laps on the soft and so on. But I think obviously they're going out repeatedly on the same tire. So I think what it's doing is it's just reporting the tire age at the end of every single stint. So essentially Piastri's going out and doing like 1 or 2 laps at a time, really, and then coming back in again. But it's reporting it. He's saying he's done 15 laps and then 16 laps and then 17 laps, where actually he's only done 1 lap at a time. So if you're listening to audio only, or if you can't see the multi-viewer, perhaps that made no sense to you at all. But I'm just trying to describe what I'm seeing and how confusing that is, because it looks like he's done about 100 laps, but he hasn't.
No. I was looking at the tire thing a minute ago. I was just like, I don't recall doing 24 laps on those. But yeah, no. I'm just trying to get that working again. So I'm just fiddling with the laptop. Trying to find the right timing page that I want. Where are you? There we go. Sorry. Top 7 faster than Verstappen, fastest lap last year. Lots of areas there, but cool to see. Are we right on that one from last? I forgot what the time was already, so I may have to take your word on that one. So last year's fastest time was a 31.3 on day 1. So we're not quite there yet, but I mean we are only half a second off, aren't we? So hopefully that will come. That time will come down. That'd be good to see. We like fast times. I mean, do you think we'll get any fast times realistically? There's not a lot to prove with these cars at the moment, is there? Evolutions of last year's cars. I don't know. We'll see. But sometimes on a Friday we get some pretty hot laps, don't we? But we'll be a way off that yet. But yeah, we're not quite on Verstappen's time from last year, but we're getting there. We are getting there. I think we'll go through it today. That's my early prediction. We're
not bad for a Friday, I will say, because I think you said something like fastest time on well, they're not on a Friday, on a Thursday. No, on Wednesday. What I meant was day 1.
Day 1.
And in my mind, I'm translating that to Friday practice. But day 1, I believe when you were talking about it maybe an hour ago, you said the fastest time was about 1:34.5 or something.
31.3.
Yeah, so sort of mid 31, and we're now in a kind of late 31. So we're sort of floating around there. We've got a couple of 31s, quite a few 32s. So they're not super slouching. So I think we could see a reasonable time by the end of today. It looks like the cars are a little bit faster than they were last year, as you'd expect, I guess. I do quite like the Alpine from on board, I will say.
Purple Zebra said it's Wednesday, my dudes.
Yes,
it's Wednesday. Yeah.
Confusing. We're sitting around watching Formula One on a Wednesday morning.
It's that awkward thing as well that it's only 5 to 9, but it feels like I've been live for about 9 hours already.
Right, honestly, the sun's not fully up yet. I think this is I don't think this is a F1 graphics thing yet, because I don't think F1 graphics I've seen. I need to check the colors on that. If I was going to ask one thing in multi-view, I think they need to update the team colors a little bit. I think I'd like to see the Alpine in pink.
Yes.
I'd like to see the Racing Bulls in white or very light, if that makes more sense, I think, because obviously they're not blue anymore. And then we just get that clears up like the 4 shades of blue we got. That would make things useful for me. So if anyone from multi-viewers watching, that would be a nice fix for me. I'd like those just to have the variation in color.
It would also be good for spreadsheets as well. I don't have to use the same blue for different teams. Yeah, but maybe they'll update it for the start of the season. Maybe they're waiting for F1 to do it. But yeah, there is a lot of blue. A bit like Formula E the other year when everything was red and then the following year it was all blue for some reason. One quick question then before I run through the times again on the hour, or one quick comment at least. A couple people referencing the face cam. Yes, I'm here. finally. It's taken long enough. I mean, only nearly 8 years, to be fair. So, unless you remember the 10K stream, in which case nobody remembers that. So, I remember the day when Lewis Hamilton's dad was too involved, and Lewis Hamilton telling him to stay away saved their relationship. Max needs to do this, says Ryan. Actually, just on that, there was some lovely shots from Ferrari of Hamilton and his Antonelli's cameras. Oh, he's got his camera's on the lean. So I was trying to work out why, but he's got the gyro cam on, I think. Sorry. I thought it broke. It's like you broke your camera. No, but I think some lovely shots of Anthony Hamilton in the Ferrari garage at Fiorano. Hamilton was there getting in the car, and that was nice to see. So if I don't know the story of that really, to be honest, Ryan. But if that's true that Hamilton said stay away and it improved their relationship, then that's good to hear. But obviously, as you'll know, people have different relationships, don't they? Max might love having his dad there. Yeah. I'm not going to say that. In case my dad's watching. F1 word and F1 face cam is back. This is not a drill, says Callum. A game of marbles, anyone? No, not. We do this every. Can we just half an hour of marbles? Sure, why not? No, we'll not do that one. Not today, but that would be good. Again, maybe forget the time. Things are quite busy, obviously now, and the channel's a lot busier than it was at times over the last couple of years, which has been quite an interesting or an interesting frustration, if that's the thing, Stuart, for me. When I get I've had a bit of kickback about Elizabeth, and only Elizabeth, which is strange, but I wonder why. But yeah, I get a bit of kickback on that, and it's like people say, oh, can we go back to the old days when it's just Sean? And it's like, what, one preview of Fortnite and a couple of live streams? Yeah, yay. I just don't get the negative reaction to extra content. It's not fair. I'm not going to go into it too much because, you know, if there are 10 comments on a video, 9 of them will be fine and just 1 will moan. So the support's been great. So but yeah, Elizabeth's been fantastic. Did a video for David Team on David Team last weekend about how he changed F1 launch. I had no idea who the guy was. I learned so much. Apparently a bit of a con man, as it turns out. So yeah, changed F1 launches forever.
A con man in F1.
I know. Crazy thought.
A grifter in our paddock. Yeah, Elizabeth is brilliant. Elizabeth's knowledge is incredible, and her historical interest and the things she can bring and the way she tells them is really, really great. I like her a lot. Yeah, and you're very lucky to be able to have her on your team. I will say.
Yeah, it's extra content, and it's content that I wouldn't have made because I don't know anything about the topic. So it's an extra bonus for everybody. So that's just kind of my view on that one. But we'll not get into it too much because I'm not going to moan. But I just, over 1 or 2 people. It's the internet. Should we have a run through the times? We're nearly at 9. We may as well. 9 a.m. in the UK. So that's 1 p.m.
Okay.
In Bahrain? No, 12, isn't it? It's 3 hours. They're 3 hours ahead.
Okay.
Behind.
While you're doing that, I'm going to disappear. You can use your fancy graphic if you like.
Here we go. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, it's all going wrong. There, I did it. Way. Too many buttons. So Fernando Alonso is currently fastest at 9 a.m. in the UK, midday in Bahrain, 1:31.874. He's done 19 laps overall so far. His fastest time was done, we don't know, we think the C3. We think it's not on the timing thing for some reason for me. So Liam Lawson, second place, 1:31.9 for Red Bull, 400ths behind not Max Verstappen, Fernando Alonso. 28 laps so far for Lawson. He's currently on purple in sector 1, so I'll keep an eye on this one. His fastest time as I read this was done on the C2 tyre. Lewis Hamilton third for Ferrari, 1:32.050. A tenth and 2/3 off the fastest time there from Alonso. 31 laps so far. His fastest time was set on the C3. Yuki Tsunoda 1:32.16, 36 laps for him on the C2 tyre. Sky's gone to advert, so I don't know what Lawson's going to do. And Lawson goes fastest, by the way, 31.574, and that one was on the C1. So that's the hardest tyre. So good lap there from Liam Lawson. Yuki Tsunoda again was on the C3. Alex Albon fifth, 1:32.199, 6/10 off, 25 laps for him. His fastest time was done on the C3 tyre. Jack Doohan is in 6th place, 32.290, 7/10 off, 30 laps for him. His fastest time again was set on the C3 tyre. Nico Hulkenberg, 32.389 for Sauber, 30 laps for him so far. He did his on the C3 as well. Antonelli also on the C3 tyre, 33.907, 2.3 seconds off, 33 laps overall. And Oscar Piastri, his fastest time was set on the C4 tyre, and he did a 1:34.227, 19 laps so far for him. And Ollie Behrman on the C4 tyre as well, 1:35.619, 30 laps on the board so far. Please do drop a like on the stream, by the way. We're nearly at 300 already. That'd be amazing. We could smash through that in the next few seconds. And please subscribe as well if you are new. Lots of content to come over the next few weeks and months, and the 24 Grand Prix weekends, 30 races we've got this year, so lots to look forward to. Live streams for every race and qualifying as well, including sprint qualifying and the sprint races. So China's going to be a lot of fun early in the morning, which is going to be great stuff. And yeah, super chats, of course, I will read those out as we go through the stream, but I'll always come to chat and get your comments in. And thank you to Multiviewer again for providing the live timing. Links in the description to them, and to Seat Unique as well for sponsoring the testing streams this year. Appreciated. But yes, Liam Lawson now fastest, 31.574. Thank you, by the way, everyone who's tuning in. 1,200 of you here. It's great to see you all for these testing streams. Obviously, I can't show the footage for the obvious copyright reasons. I've not got the money to buy the rights. I don't think Sky will give them up anyway. But we've got the live timing from Multiviewer and face cam as well. You know, bonus things like that, and all my stuff in the background. We'll look at that at some point in the week as well. We'll check stuff out. So, yes. Appreciate it, your support as always. John wants to know what we've missed so far. How can we sum this up, John? Typical testing. Lots of laps on the board. Are you back, Stuart? I can reveal your face again now. Ta-da! Yeah, typical testing. Lots of laps on the board. A lot of reconnaissance laps for Piastri and tweaks to setups and things like that. A lot of flow-vis, a few aero rakes, but nothing dramatic. I think that really Piastri had a good wobble at turn 2 at one point, didn't he? I know that Hamilton's had a few wide moments as well, but nothing dramatic. I would say no crashes.
Ooh. People in chat are saying Sky are streaming it in the UK on their YouTube channel for free. They're testing if you want to watch the pictures as well.
Sky don't do things for free. Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to go check it. That'd be cool. Yeah. But we'll see if everyone will run away now and go watch that instead of us. Yeah, they are streaming it. So if you want the picture and you want to listen to us, you can listen to us and watch the live footage via the Sky F1 YouTube channel. I don't know if that will be geo restricted. I imagine it might be, so not everyone will get that potentially. Yeah,
you can listen to us instead of Crofty.
Yeah. Why not? Why not? How do you pronounce Jack's last name? Says Yond.
Jack,
as in Doohan?
Oh, right. I was like, yeah, Doohan.
Doohan?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Doohan. It's always been Doohan as far as I've understood. Same as his dad. I mean, obviously. But I mean, his dad is Mick Doohan, is what I mean. Famous motorbike guy.
Have a look, because I didn't realise that Matt was doing a live blog of tech stuff, so I can keep an eye on that as well, which would be handy. So he said, are you ready for Sean to pretend he knows what he's talking about? Ready for this? Ready? Is this good?
Let's go.
The front wing of the VF25, that's the Haas, notably has a shorter cord on the innermost section of the under flap. There you go. Williams, talk about the rakes there, behind the front wheels and ahead of the rear wheels. Yeah, mostly about aero rakes and where they're positioned at the moment. But yeah, so that's the first bit of tech on the stream for you. Close up of the front wing on the Planet F1 blog there. Haas VF25, short cord on the innermost section of the upper flap. Max says who misses. Good stuff.
This is the thing I've never been amazing at. Or really that interested in doing myself is the looking at the car and noticing tiny little details and then extrapolating out. And I think there's a limit to how much you can do. I think there's obviously you can write a lot of blogs and you can make a lot of videos and things when you sort of watch car launches and try and spot little variations in things and work out exactly what they're doing. But these cars are so complicated; it's always tricky to know exactly how everything feeds into it. So you can have a short cord on the front wing, and that's feeding into the next thing along the floor, and then there's something underneath that's balanced against pull rod suspension and so on. There's everything feeds into one thing. But I mean, on that very case, to kind of disagree with myself in real time, the front wing is of course a fairly independent part of the car, in which I mean it's the first thing that the first part of the car that interacts with the world, obviously. So obviously there's not anything in front of the front wing that's going to have any effect on it. But if you change the front wing, that's going to change the aerodynamics all the way down the car. It's going to change the balance all the way down the car, obviously, because it kind of pushes the car down or not, depending on what it's doing. So the front wing remains one of the most important parts of the car because it affects everything else. There you go.
And movable front wings next year.
Yeah, I did wonder how much it was worth talking about what's going on with next year, because it is very interesting, but obviously nothing to do with what's happening on track right now.
Marcus says you look completely different from your voice. See, I totally know what you mean, but it's just a funny way of wording that to me. Like, how does a voice look? But I know exactly what you mean. Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, Captain, they're just testing. So different testing run plans and things. Setup tweaks, quite a lot of setup tweaks we think for Piastri early on. So that would explain a lot. So that's why McLaren are a little bit down on times. But just to let you know, for those who do worry about these things, last year, where's my stat? I love a stat. McLaren, overall in testing, had the 7th fastest time and won the Constructors' Championship. So that gives you a rough idea as to what you can read into testing times. But I mean, they had quite a rough start to the season, actually, McLaren, didn't they? So compared to how it all ended. But yeah, they were 7th fastest overall in testing in terms of lap times and still won the Constructors. So Piastri 8th today. I don't think I'll be too worried about that just yet. But yeah, it's... JM, I want to know, already banned from the chat on the Sky live stream. What did you do? What did you do? I need to know, JM, what you did. Were you mean to Crofty? Don't be mean to Crofty. Alex Albon has gone personal best in the first sector, 800ths up on Lawson's time, actually, but not purple. Hamilton has the current fastest first sector on a 29.218, which I believe he's doing now. So Hamilton is on the move.
Ooh, that'll be interesting to see.
C3s. C3, yeah, C3 no brackets. JM says, all I did was check if the spam filter was working. What did you post? I feel like I'm telling you after. What did you post? What have you done?
You bring this upon yourself.
Albon coming through the middle sector now. Fastest again overall. Fastest. Hamilton a bit slower in the middle sector, 39.5. But Albon's done a 39.4, which is... about a 10th down on Lawson, so good lap so far. Different tyre. Lawson, of course, on the C2, actually, on a hard tyre, so... and Albon does go fastest, 31.573 by a whole 1,000th of a second on a tyre that is a compound softer than Lawson, but still good to see Albon top of the timesheets, even though it means nothing. Good stuff. So what did Hamilton do in the end? He stayed third, 23.0 in the final sector, so... backing off there. Also personal best, to be fair, for Hamilton there, as Albon backs off and lets Piastri through. But Albon goes fastest.
How exciting. Whatever it means. I mean, we were talking about trying to read testing, and how you were saying about how McLaren were 7th in testing and went on to win the Constructors. A lot of that, of course, was down to the development they were able to do over the course of the season and things they were able to bring. We might have quite different season this year because, as we spoke about earlier, any developments they make this year is not going to count for anything come 2026. This is the end of this this rule set. This is the final iteration of these cars. So I wonder if we're going to see not as strong a development race this year because it's maybe not as worth it to them, and they are going to need to start focusing their efforts on next year, moving their designers and engineers across to the 2026 team. So I do wonder if the state of play at the beginning of the season is going to be closer to how it will remain at the end of the season, if we're going to see any big kind of changes halfway through. As I'm watching a replay of Lawson getting a wobble in turn 4. Yeah. Yeah. I do wonder if it's going to be a less development heavy season. Having said that, the equivalent of this season is 2021, of course, the year before we went to these ground effect cars, and that was a full-on battle royale from start to finish between Red Bull and Mercedes. So who knows? Who knows what we'll see?
Yeah, I mean, definitely less development in the second half of the year, for sure. Because the big focus is 26, isn't it? And these regulations, which I'm still not sure about, but we're sure we'll talk about that at some point. Yeah, no, I'm optimistic we'll have a good season. And I don't think it's going to be as back to front as last year was, where we had the sort of dominant start for one team and then less dominant, that's the phrase I'm looking for, in the second half of the year, or not even half, but I don't think we'll see necessarily. I think this is going to be a more consistent season. I think if you're quick early doors, you'll still be quick at the end of the season, but it won't be it won't stay the same, but it won't be as dramatic, I guess, is the summary of that waffle.
That would be my guess too, yeah. But, weird things have happened. Formula One is a strange thing. What's the old Murray Walker phrase? Anything can happen in Formula One, and it usually does.
Well, yep. Formula One. If is Formula One spelt backwards.
Another classic.
So you're right, Murray. Punkcake says seeing her face with a voice is so weird. Studio looks great, says Josh. Thank you, Josh. Spent a bit of money back there, but all my Ferraris, lots of Ferraris, thousands of Ferraris.
I feel like I'm one of the only people on YouTube. Again, obviously, I don't have face cam very often. More than you, though, who doesn't have a bunch of stuff behind me that's like, on brand with whatever I'm doing, whether I'm a film channel or on F1. Like, I just have a flat behind me.
That's all right. I just like shelves generally.
That's the thing. Like, my flat's quite a big. It's like an open space, so I don't have a wall straight behind me. I don't. No room in my house has a wall close to another wall, so I don't really have the opportunity. Unless I guess I can stick a bit. I can stick the Calyx behind me, but that would be weird.
Eru wants to know what your painting is. Says it looks good.
Oh, thanks. It's just a friend of mine in Brooklyn. It's pretty much done.
They arty. I could draw a stick man.
Got to keep busy.
Who's out on track? They've got quite a few drivers track actually. Doohan, Piastri, Hamilton, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Lawson, Behrman, and Albon. So everyone except for Antonelli, Alonso, and Doohan's just picked to make me a liar. But yeah, no, Doohan was out on track. Just coming in now. The little pit now said that. So Piastri over the line. There we go. So you still do that. Who's got the most laps then at the moment? 38 for Behrman seems to be. Oh no, 39 for Tsunoda, sorry. So we are getting through quite a few laps this morning. Just a reminder, we have got everybody is swapping out this afternoon. I'll just double check the list. I have got a list. I don't know. I'm trying to do it off the top of my head. So Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Lance Stroll, Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Isaac Hadjar, Carlos Sainz, and Gabriel Bortoletto all in the cars this afternoon. So everyone's swapping out. So enjoy the last 1 hour and 45 minutes of these guys. This morning, but they'll be back later in the week for sure. But yeah, watching Lewis Hamilton here through turn 8. I feel like they've renumbered these corners at some point in recent years and it's thrown me off. I'm sure what is now turn 10 used to be turn 9.
I don't think so.
Probably isn't. It just feels like it is.
So if anyone's interested, and this is really exciting news for people who love the Bahrain track, the gravel trap at Turn 4 has been lengthened since last year.
Ooh.
It was in the track notes for testing. I think
That's
they've also
good.
smoothed out the bumps in 9 and 10. If I hang on, I got the little changes to circuit. Turn 4 gravel bed has been extended. Bumps have been repaired on Turn 9. And some of the drains have been repaired. So there you go. Anyone who wants updates on the Bahrain track, that's what's happened.
That extended gravel trap should stop all of those cars that are always in the gravel out there from... Yeah. Anyway, I was just on drains, by the way. Don't forget, last year we had that really, really long break, didn't we? Red flag for the drain that came up on the run to turn 11. So hopefully we don't see that this time. Tom says, who is Beard Guy? That's definitely you. Mine hasn't kicked in yet.
Oh yeah, some people might just know me as a voice on your channel and not as a face. It's still me. It's still Stuart from the post-race streams. Now with face.
Max says, I got some Ferrari models for Christmas and I've never felt like such a child again. Put them all in my room. It's not childish. Nah. Get your cars on display. Get your stuff. Never feel childish. I love having fun.
That is I think tragedy's a massive word, but the idea that as you grow up you should start hiding the things that you like seems sad. I think if you love Formula One, if you like buying the models from Formula One, put them out. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. You don't have to, whatever age you are, if it's a thing you like, enjoy it. I think it's a shame to put away childish things. If you like playing hopscotch, keep playing hopscotch. I never really worked out how hopscotch worked. It always confused me as a child. That was too complicated for the likes of me.
And if you used to enjoy school, then maybe don't go back because that looks weird at a certain age. But but yeah, I've been building the Lego MP4-4, and my mum's always sort of like, "Oh, Legos for kids." I'm like, "Shut up." What's the point in being a grown up if you can't be childish from time to time?
I'm sorry, there's big Lego sets that cost like 500 quid. I mean, there's no children without much pocket money. Lego's very calming. Lego is I don't have a lot of Lego. I built the McLaren, the orange McLaren one that came out a few years ago. I can't remember what it was. I think it was the 2022 model. And I've got something else that was a bit smaller, but it's very calming. You can spend a few days just stick a bit of TV or podcast on and crack on. It clears the head.
It's something to focus on that isn't the misery of the world.
Exactly, and we all need a little bit of that. Completely different note. That Sauber,
yes,
is not as bright as last year's, is it? Now seeing it on track, like the green is not like a shocking, you can see it from 6 miles away green, is it? It's slightly more muted than it actually even seemed in the launch, I think. Am I wrong? Am I reading that wrong?
It's duller. It's definitely duller. Yeah. I'm still not sure I like it.
It was the best thing about that car last year, is that it was bright as the sun, so you'd never mistake it for another car. But actually, it's a little bit. It's not so mute that I think I will confuse it for the Aston Martin, but I definitely would prefer it to be that bright green. F2 last year was very, very luminescent, wasn't it? We had all kinds of bright greens and bright orange and bright yellow. Love it.
I've got 2 comments to read. First things first. Sam's here. Hi, Sam. Sam will be with us on Friday. Says, morning, Sean. Lego hurts your back, man. I also give up midway through. So, I've started building the MP4-4. It's about half done. It's on my shelf. It'll probably stay there and never get finished. But, good to see you, Sam. See you on Friday for Testing Live. And Jake says, I've been watching since Baku 2017, and this is my first time seeing your face. As expected, the most handsome F1 streamer on YouTube.
There you go.
Stop.
We've all been saying it.
Marcus says the same guy with the same colour LED green on his wall. Mine's a brighter green. Come on, that's better than the mucky, miserable, dull, Sauber green. At least it's not snotty green. That could be weird. Stefan's got the Mercedes 22 F1 car and 21 McLaren, both still half built. Hey Stefan, hope you're all right. I think my sister got me one of the Mercedes. It's a black Mercedes, which might be the 2022 one for Christmas. So I need to build that one as well. But yeah, one Lego set at a time is enough for me. Deuce has the fastest. Albon currently quickest, 31.573. Hamilton went out on new tyres briefly, I think, but hasn't really gone any quicker. Last lap, haven't got last lap up there. There we go. 33.776 for Lewis Hamilton last time around. So a bit off the 31.8 that he did.
Yeah, he's been doing sort of pacey runs. Like the last 4 laps before that were like very, very slow. So I thought he's sort of building and relaxing and things. He's doing weird things this run.
Annette says we need a shelf story when things get boring. Yeah, we'll look at some stuff on the shelf. I'll get some stuff down and we can see if the camera will focus and show you it. But do you remember that? It just came to me. Do you remember my nan from the market? That whole thing. That's one for some OGs. When I did the old room tour, when I was in the old house. I'm like, oh, here's a picture that my nan. I can't remember. It was sort of like my nan got from the local market. I was like, not my nan from the local market. You know, I can't remember what it was, but yeah, you had to be there. But Annette will know what I mean, I'm sure. Who will cause the first red flag? Says RI9. Good point, actually. We haven't had a red flag yet. That's usually if someone crashes, so let's just double check. Pestro says number of laps per car. Albon's done 34, Lawson 39, Hamilton 40 now, Doohan 36, Alonso 19, Tsunoda 43, Hulkenberg 42, Piastri 32, Antonelli 34, and Behrman 41. So top of the list is still, it's not Behrman now, it's Tsunoda on 43. There we go. I tell you what we are getting a lot of. I know it's testing. We do tend to see certain drivers quite a bit. We're seeing a lot of Lewis Hamilton on camera for some reason. Has there been a significant change with Lewis Hamilton this year? Another moment up at turn 4.
Oh, I'll keep my eye out for
twitching
that.
And kicking up some gravel.
The graphics have definitely changed, by the way, this year. The lap timer thing that's at the bottom. There's a very subtle layout change. It still looks smart. It's good. I'll keep my eye out for Hamilton at turn 4 because he's just coming out to turn 1 on my stream at the moment. So
I was thinking of corner numbering it. Turn 3 isn't a corner, was what I was going to say, and then I thought Romain Grosjean may disagree. That's now Grosjean. That's what that corner should be. Turn 3 Grosjean. I've got a replay now, probably just as you're watching it.
Whoop! There he goes.
Yeah, just a little wobble again, isn't it? Which way's the wind? No, wind's. It's not quite a headwind, but it's more a headwind than it is from behind a tailwind. That makes sense. So I don't know, because we saw Albon have a moment there a while ago, didn't we? Hamilton's had a couple there. Piastri had one up there, but it's not the wind, I don't think. So,
well, okay, you're going to need to help me with this. So I can see on multi-viewer that it says the wind's coming from the northeast. I have no idea which way the track is pointed from the track map.
So, well, I have access to some things that I don't know if I'm supposed to have. I don't want to confess that I stole a login. But yeah, according to the official map, which is... So if you take the map that's on screen and you flip that 90 over to the right, 90 degrees to the right, the wind is sort of... Yeah. The north of the map is the straight between 3 and 4, according to the official thing.
Okay, so basically, no.
Do you know what? There's wind.
I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna go on Google Maps and find out what which way around the map is. Because I'm just curious now, and if anyone else who wants to know which way around the map is for the wind, because apparently the wind is coming from the northeast, 10k. Oh no, yeah, okay. So you're right. So the pitch straight, they're heading north.
Yes.
as they go along the pit straight. And so the wind is, if you're at turn 4, the wind is pointing into the track. So it shouldn't be pushing them out onto the gravel, which is where they've been having all the issues. There you go. Hope that describes it.
All
well
that matters is we got there in the end.
Yeah. So the wind is currently pointing into turn 4 inwards.
Vashek says this is peak testing stream. Absolutely. Yeah, no crashes. No cars were stopped on the map. Was that the pooch crying? Yeah.
I didn't hear it.
It might be old bones creaky or something. He's probably stolen a shoe. No one warned me when I got a dog. You know, they told me about, you know, house training and chewing furniture. Nobody told me just how often you'd have to chase him to get a shoe back. And I know someone's going to go, well, it's because you're chasing him that he steals the shoes because it's a game, but I need my shoes back. I need them.
They're not your shoes anymore. Yeah. Antonelli just had a little moment at turn 4, nothing big, but again, I think they're all having a little bit of a wobble out there. And actually another moment through turn 10. Not big moments, just having to correct the back end sliding out a little bit. The good news is Antonelli hasn't crashed. As you said, no one's crashed yet. He had a bit of a rocky pre-practice experience. We know that much. And to remind everybody, they've doubled the amount of FP1s that have to be given up to rookies this year. So each car in each team will have to do 2 FP1 young driver program things during the season, if I'm right. So 4 per team.
Yeah, 4 per team. So Ferrari, for example, will have to give up 2 of Hamilton's sessions and 2 of Leclerc's sessions.
And they've started a lot of the teams back-ending those a lot. So you'll tend to see a lot of rookie stuff during the end of the season because they like doing all their... They don't want to give up their early season to those crucial sessions. Although the strategy around that is interesting because I do think it's every session is crucial, really, unless it's like a weird wet one. You know, at the end of the year, you could be in a title battle and don't want to give up your FP1. At the beginning of the year, you could be developing the car and trying to get as many points as possible, and you don't want to give up your FP1. So there's never really a great time to do it. But Red Bull in particular have often waited till the end of the year to start giving up their FP1s. Last year, actually, Abu Dhabi, we had like almost all of the cars doing their final young driver free practice session, didn't we?
Yeah.
That's when we had Arthur Leclerc in the Ferrari. Where was it? Was he the Ferrari?
Yes, he was.
With Charles?
Yeah, he was. Yeah. The dog was crying and he was pawing me, and I found out why. I got some treats for him, and he just wants to eat all of those. So it's how I bribe him. So he'll be happy now. There we go.
Streaming. Have you told him you're streaming all day for 3 days left?
Yeah, he just looked at me like. I always think when I talk at the dog, all I can picture in my head is, you know, the Simpsons episode where they talk to the dog and all the dog hears is blah 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 blah. That's all I imagine in my head for some reason. That and Chewy. Do the rookie drivers count towards the FP1 rookie replacement sessions?
Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? I don't understand what that question means.
Obviously, we've got Antonelli, for example. When he goes out in FP1, does that count as a rookie test session, practice session?
No.
Should it?
No.
Because technically Bahrain, that would be his rookie FP1 session, wouldn't it? As a race driver, isn't he? I suppose it's race driver rather than experienced driver. So, he would count, and I believe did count for the end of year Abu Dhabi rookie tire testing. That's when that counts. But
but for the FP1 sessions, you have to be a non-race driver.
That's where I throw myself off then, yeah, with the Abu Dhabi one, yeah. Because
I need to look up what the rules are exactly. Because obviously Behrman was still able to do those sessions, despite the fact that by the end of the year he'd done 3 actual race weekends. So I don't know what the limitations are on. But Behrman had done 3 race sessions, so he didn't qualify for the Abu Dhabi rookie tire test. But I think he still would have been able to do FP1s by the end of the year. But I'm not entirely sure. I've got the rules up here. I could whoosh through them, but we'll see.
Yeah, start from 1.1 and read through them, every single thing. Yeah, of course, we have got some really exciting new rules this year, including if you swear, you're going to get fined within an inch of your life, which I believe, is it there's one FIA series, and I can't remember which one it is now. Is it WEC? Who have put a statement out saying they're not happy with the fact that they're fining drivers for swearing, and they want the FIA to reconsider. So I wonder if the GPDA might follow at some point, or WRC. Sorry, WRC, not WEC. Yeah. So, but we'll talk about that, I'm sure, and why, get over it. Come on, FIA Perez. There are bigger things to worry about right now than somebody saying poo. Where are we at? And we've got 2 on track at the moment. Doohan and Antonelli on runs. What tyres are they on? That's what's trying to work out. Antonelli currently on the C4, and Doohan also on the C4. So, yeah. Again, that the tire thing is a bit off, isn't it? So it's a bit difficult to break that down. But currently 14 laps, not 14 laps, 4 laps. Sorry, for Doohan on the soft, the mediums on now. Antonelli also 4 laps. So they put them on at the same time. So roughly, I'd imagine, because they're both out on track together. So that is all that's happening. A lot of cars in the garage, as you'd expect. Teams will swap out later, but Albon's still top of the times, 1,000th quicker than Liam Lawson, and if that's the season, we're all sorted. It's going to be great stuff.
Piastri has now managed to get in 33 laps because it's still not an amazing number of laps, but it's a lot more than he'd done earlier. He's not doing any exciting runs really at all, but he was on 17 and Alonso actually lowest amount of laps. He's only done 19 compared to the 48 of Tsunoda. But putting in some reasonable times. Obviously, he's in the pit right now, but yeah, maybe they're changing some things up on that Aston. He hasn't been out in a little while.
Yeah, it's all gone very quiet on track, hasn't it? I know it's relatively quiet during testing, but everyone's in the pits at the moment, apart from the 2 cars that I mentioned, Doohan and Antonelli. So feels like a good time then, really, to talk about Jack Doohan, I guess. We've talked about it a lot. I've said it a lot. I still can't shake the feeling that the decision's already been made, that he'll be gone after 5 or 6 races, whatever he's contracted to do. What's he got to do then, Stuart and chat, in these first 5 races of the season to make sure Alpine either change their mind or don't swap him out for Franco Colapinto? Because I thought, if he beats Gasly, you surely can't drop him. But then beating Gasly with his experience is a massive ask. So aside from winning the opening 5 races, I'm not really sure what he can do. But I guess not sticking it in the wall would be a big help. So, that's an advantage over Colapinto, tongue in cheek. But yeah, that would be a good start. Stay a couple of tenths on average off Gasly for the first few races for a rookie. I don't think it would be terrible at all. And then behind the scenes, great feedback to the team. That might help a little bit, but it's going to be tough for him. And I know Colapinto's quick, and I know he's very popular, and Alpine have bought him in for a reason. I know they've said they just want the best drivers in that they can get their hands on. But I worry Doohan is going to struggle whatever he does to keep that seat, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I think under normal circumstances, if you're like, this is his rookie year, but if you're saying it's his rookie year, but it's a bit uncertain for next year, I would say again, it depends where that Alpine is, and Gasly's going to be the benchmark. So if Gasly is regularly scoring in the bottom half of the top 10, if he's scoring on average 2 or 3 points a race or something like that, then I would expect him to pick up a point fairly regularly, not be too far behind. If Gasly's regularly getting into Q2, maybe even Q3, then I would want Doohan to not get knocked out in Q1 with any kind of regularity, that kind of thing. Being a couple of places behind him in the race and on the grid, I think would be a good first season, not crashing, not doing anything silly. Because it feels like the team have already made up their mind and that they want Bortoleto in that seat. Not Bortoleto. Give me the name again, because
Doohan.
Yeah, but sorry, I'm losing my mind. I keep the name has dropped out of my head completely, but the person that Doohan's Colapinto. Thank you. So I keep in my mind keeps going Bortoleto. I've completed them into one person, not Bortoleto. But yeah, with the team seem to have made up their mind about Colapinto. I think he kind of needs to do some giant killing work. Like, I think he needs to qualify ahead of Gasly at least once. I think he needs to outscore him at least once. I think he needs to do something amazing. Like when Verstappen came in and did some things that really turned people's heads. I think he needs to be like, oh, we can't possibly get rid of Doohan. Look at what he could achieve. Look at this madness that he's managed to do. I think what's going to need to happen is Doohan is going to have something like that, where he does something amazing at least once that makes Alpine say, oh, this kid has got some magic, is the question.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. I saw somebody say Marcus says build his stock fast is what he needs to do, and I think that's it, really, isn't it? I mean, Aero says not get kicked out of Q1, at least 3 points finishes, and showing close times and results with his teammate. And a couple people point out, don't forget they've got Paul Aaron as well. Paul Aaron. They've got Paul.
I say Aaron, but I think Aaron. I think Aaron is what the commentators said in F2 last year.
That's all right, but yeah, no, we've got him as well down at Alpine, so they've got options, but it just feels like I don't know. But what is interesting is Colapinto is actually on loan from Williams still, isn't he? So he's still a Williams driver, just on loan to Alpine, which is really interesting. So if the plan is to replace Doohan with Colapinto, whatever happens, what if Williams want him back if Sainz was to leave at the end of the year? What does that do for Alpine? So to me, if Colapinto is, which is what I believe, is on loan from Williams to Alpine, surely it's best to get behind Doohan and get him where he needs to be, if he's going to get there, rather than putting all your effort into developing somebody else's young driver only to have to hand them back.
That is a very good point. You don't want to put all your stock in someone you're just borrowing. I mean, they've got his sponsor and everything, for goodness sake. Yeah. But I mean, I don't want to be mean, but the Enstone team, currently Alpine, are not the best long-term tacticians in the world in terms of getting that team into a good place and securing everything they need to do. They've been all over the place, be it with drivers or engines or the name of the team or the person running the team or stability is not really their forte, or securing a contract with Piastri. Like, they're not the most well-run team in the world, are they? But I mean, I hope it turns around. They've got Oliver Oakes, of course, who I think is a good head for that team. But then they've also got Fabio Briatore, who I don't like a lot, but you got to say has had a fair bit of success over the years, one way or another. Some legitimately, some less legitimately.
I just had a yellow flag, sorry, up at turn 4. which has been cleared pretty quickly. I don't know if that was. I'm waiting for a replay. If that might have been Antonelli, because he was the only one on track at that point.
Yeah.
So
I've just watched Antonelli go through that as it turned yellow. So he must have gone wide. We'll get a replay in a second. You're probably getting it already.
No, not yet. I'm keeping an eye on it though. We're on board with Ollie Behrman at the moment. We'll see what happens with Doohan, but I think. Is it motivational? I guess he's got to get out there and go for it, hasn't he, and try and do everything. But then that just puts the pressure on a rookie who is under pressure anyway. I mean, it's not like Alpine are a championship contending team. You know, they can give him the time he needs, but we don't know what that deal is with Williams. We don't know what that deal is with we don't know what that deal is with Colapinto's sponsor. The sponsor might have said, we'll come and join you and give you money, but you need to put Colapinto in the car from this race onwards. So the hands might be tied by that. But it's not the best team for managing drivers at all. I think somebody actually made a point in chat earlier that it was Jobot Wars. Great name. Imagine 2 years ago it was Alpine lecturing McLaren on ethics and morals. yeah, fair point. I love how, what is it the kids say these days? They always keep the receipts, don't they, these F1 teams?
I think if you're going to bring a rookie into your team as a driver, you need to do that with the understanding that it's going to be a learning year for them. And some people thrive better than others, but some people take a little bit longer. Mercedes have done it this year, and Toto Wolff has said a lot about how he expects Antonelli to make a lot of mistakes and to, not necessarily be on it straight away and not to not to focus on Antonelli, of course, but a lot of the way of Antonelli's appointment has been phrased is he's replacing Lewis Hamilton. And obviously Lewis Hamilton is leaving the team and Antonelli's coming in, but actually Russell is replacing Hamilton and Antonelli is moving into the second seat in reality. That's what's happening. So I think Mercedes would like Antonelli to be there scoring points, and if he's lucky, be able to get a win. But I think they seem to be going in, at least publicly, with a good attitude about things. Obviously, Alpine haven't said anything out loud in press releases about how they expect Doohan to get on the ball immediately, or he's out and Colapinto's coming in. But that's the feeling we're sort of getting from a lot of behind the scenes talk. And I think it would definitely be easier for him if he was driving under the assumption that he was there to learn, and he will be able to make a few mistakes and not have the most perfect season. So we'll see. Some drivers thrive under that kind of pressure. You squeeze them and they really turn the heat on. There were times when that really worked for drivers like Perez. But there are also times when it didn't work for Perez, and there were times when drivers need a little bit of comfort of knowing they've got a contract ahead or knowing the team's behind them and stuff like that. People work differently. So it'll be interesting to see how Doohan performs under this pressure. We don't know what the pressure is internally, but it must be weird when externally all the media seem to be very focused on Doohan having the flames under his feet.
I was just going to say, if I remember my testing talk right, I think the floor is off Hamilton's Ferrari because the screens are up across the garage. The only way you're allowed to block your garage is if the floor's off. Is that right? So...
Oh, I think that's right, yeah.
I think so. So the floor is off the Ferrari.
So that means they're going to go into Flintstones mode. And Hamilton's just going to have his little legs pushing the car along.
I wonder if he's done some damage as he's gone across at turn 4. He's had his moments, maybe. Or they're just changing to a different spec. It's testing, isn't it? So we'll see. But yeah, that looks like the floor is off the Ferrari at the moment. The one that sticks in my mind, re-contract confidence, is Bottas always getting 1-year deals at Merc and it not helping him much, says Niall Bruce. Bottas was an interesting one. Perez was a bit like it. They performed well when they didn't have a contract, and then they got a contract and they just sort of fell away. Now, whether that was just coincidence or whatever, I don't know. So Piastri wide at turn, where are we? Turn 13 there. on the exit, but all good, still going. But yeah, no, funny how that works out. It could, obviously just coincidence. I can't imagine. Well, no, actually, I suppose if you're do you value job security or the pressure of no job security more? If you don't know you've got your seat, then you're going to press harder to try and make sure you keep your seat, aren't you? So
it's tricky in the balance, though, isn't it? Because the pressure can force you to make mistakes, can force you to push too hard or lose your nerve. It's tricky because some drivers having the confidence of knowing you're secure means they can just focus on the driving, and sometimes you need that pressure to force you to deliver that extra 10% out of yourself. I mean, incredibly, we haven't left the sort of Perez bad chat behind, but Red Bull did say at the end of last year they gave him that contract early on in the idea that would put that out of his mind and he could just focus on the driving, and actually it didn't work at all, and he did, as you just sort of said, kind of drop off, and maybe he did need that pressure of the contract hanging over him to drive him more, or maybe he just didn't work with the car. We knew the car was a little bit tricky, but yeah, it's funny how different drivers thrive or fail under different types of pressures or confidences. Red Bull, not necessarily known for managing drivers well, I would say. They tend to be more of a team that find a driver that is next to flawless and just basing everything around that. Actually nurturing a driver and finding out what they need and putting the pressure on in the right ways, or giving them confidence in the right ways, is not necessarily has been Red Bull's forte over the years. And
very well put.
Yeah, possibly the same you could say for Alpine. Yeah. So, Lawson, bit of pressure, doing a lot of pressure. We'll see how that all shakes out.
I'm just trying to think, really. I think the only rookie, I suppose Behrman, but I think Bortoletto, and we'll say Behrman as well, they're not under the pressure that a Hadjar's under, or an Antonelli, or a Doohan, or a Lawson, are they at all? They've got that breathing room, I guess. I just like, it's something I've always liked, and it's when I play the F1 game. It's not the same, I know. When you play the F1 game, I can't start in a top team. I have to start in a lower down team, because I think that's the best place for a rookie to be. To kind of, cut their teeth, learn their trade, whatever. Just out of the spotlight a little bit. Bortoletto, we'll all be keeping an eye on him, but no one's expecting anything from Sauber this year. He can kind of learn as he goes, and he can take his time to get up to speed, and there's just, the pressure's not there. Whereas a Hadjar, everyone's going to be, if is he the next Red Bull guy? One mistake is going to get blown out of proportion. Antonelli, he'll have a crash at some point. It's inevitable. That'll get blown out of proportion. Same with Doohan. Oh, is this the end for Doohan because he's had a crash in Miami or whatever? It's that pressure's going to be there. Whereas a Bortoletto and Behrman as well, they've just got that space to grow a little bit, and I think that's the best thing for rookies. But I also understand that from a Mercedes point of view, Antonelli's in there probably more out of necessity. I'm sure they'd have much rather given, as you said earlier, actually given Antonelli to Williams for a couple of seasons and let him learn there. But I know Williams didn't want to take other people's drivers anymore. They wanted to start focusing on themselves. So maybe that wasn't an option. But I just think a little bit less pressure on rookies is going to help. I'm just trying to think, you look at Max Verstappen started at Toro Rosso. Lewis Hamilton was thrown at the deep end. It worked out okay for him. But I feel like he's probably the exception rather than the rule. Lewis Hamilton. It is how I'd say on that one. So Schumacher started at Jordan briefly, and then a weaker Benetton team. Senna started at Tolman. You look through all these great drivers, and they don't all start in a top team or particularly high in the midfield, but they go on to do great things. So I don't know if you can. If there's any connection there, I don't know. But to me, it just makes sense that you put a rookie in a team like a Bortoletto in a Sauber, no expectations, see how they go. And if they do a great job, brilliant. And if they fail, it's not the end of the world, because they might. I mean, Zhou got 3 seasons at Sauber. I always
Yeah.
thought 2, but it is 3 seasons, so give people time. He wouldn't have got that at Mercedes if he'd have got a seat there, but you know what I mean. But yeah, it's... I know what I'm trying to say. It's all in my head. All the words are there. They're just sort of falling out.
I absolutely agree. Going through what essentially is kind of the final part of the road to F1, if you will, is actually being in F1 in a smaller team where you can build your craft. Because F2 cars are fast, but F1 cars are a whole different thing. They're much more complicated. There's a lot more pressure. The races are longer and have a lot more kind of strategy. So there's actually being an F1 driver, driving the cars, being part of a full race weekend in F1, it's a whole different experience. And so having to hit the go, much more than even when Hamilton started in 2007. Like, again, he was a 1 in a million kind of luck thing. He was able to hit the ground running in that McLaren team, which was a championship winning car or championship contending car at the time, and just happened to be able to deliver pretty much straight away. But being able to learn the point I was going to say is, even in 2007, the car difference between what was GP2 at the time, now F2 and F1, but they're fairly similar in cars. They were both just like normally aspirated kind of like, F1 was obviously a bit more complicated but these cars are like hybrids now. They're going to be even more complicated next year. There's a whole different operation, and it's only got more intense. I think someone like Behrman has actually done the thing I kind of spoke about, where he did something impressive that caught everyone's eye when he jumped into Sainz's seat and had a good qualifying and had a good race and got some points and kind of didn't seem phased at all. Obviously had a trickier time when he was racing for the Haas, and one of those races was in the wet. But I think he's even given himself a little bit of grace by showing that he can perform under pressure, he can deliver results. Antonelli, I think, is in an interesting position, and I feel like, in a way, Mercedes must internally have semi-written off a constructors title. I don't know what they're fighting. We don't even know where they are in terms of performance, but they must know that Antonelli's not going to. Very unlikely he's going to come in and do a Hamilton 2007 kind of thing. He's going to still be learning, and Russell's going to be leading that team. And if the car's good enough, maybe Russell can put in a driver's title thing. But I think they're not pitching their hopes on a constructors trophy. I think if the car's really crap, that buys Antonelli a bit of time, because the pressure's not on. If the car's really good, it might be a little bit like Verstappen Perez next year, where he has to be close enough to kind of to show himself, or close sometimes. Like if Russell's winning races or on the podium, he needs to be a couple of places behind regularly. And even if he does make mistakes and crash or have a bad qualifying, it needs to be countered with some really good results to show that the speed is there. He just needs to get consistency. If the car's kind of middling, and they really need both drivers to just be wringing the neck of that car and bringing home as many points as possible so they don't come fifth in the constructors, then I think he might feel even more pressure. I think it's kind of a kind of weird kind of middle ground where I think his lack of experience will cost the team quite a lot, if that makes sense. I don't know. That's all my speculation. Strange year.
Very strange. STZ says eventually the great drivers reach the top wherever they start. It's a good point. Yeah, if you're a good driver, you're going to get largely true, I think. Yeah, so I agree with that. Someone made a point, which was a good point. Marcus, Behrman will have a competitive car though, so he'll be able to shine. Also, won't be able to hide. That's a good point, actually. I think that's why I was umming and ahhing a little bit about Behrman. Lawson's had a bit of a twitch and a slide at turn 4. No worries there, though. He's kept it going.
Turn 4.
It's all turn 4 today. Flove is on the right-hand side as we look at it, left side for him of the car. So that'll be a good one to analyse. Flove is always good to have a look at. But yeah, no, it's a good point. That's why I was umming and ahhing a bit, because he is sort of out of the spotlight, but also that car is, like you say, competitive, so he can't really hide away from that. But I say out of the spotlight, Autosport showed us, Stuart, that clearly he's a popular guy already. So he's not really out of the spotlight, is he, at all? So that was one hell of a cue to see Ollie Berber. But I think most drivers would pull that kind of thing in the end. And Liam says, being a rookie at a lower team can be a bit of a double-edged sword, like Schumacher at Haas. Too many accidents cost the team too much money and they couldn't keep paying for it. So he had to go. Good point, yeah. A lot of crashes there for Schumacher in the end, but Mick Schumacher, in his defence, was on pace and at times quicker than Magnussen in the second half of that season. So I think he showed he has some speed, but Haas couldn't take that risk, could they, financially? Perez is a decent driver, beat Hulkenberg, Ocon and Stroll, says Formula One 2378. Perez is a decent driver. He had a rough couple of years, but he may come back from that. I think he's got to be on that Cadillac list for next year.
I would think so. They're going to need someone who's got experience to kind of anchor that team and develop it and build it up.
North American driver as well. Big fan base, big sponsors. Colton Herta and Sergio Perez.
It could be. Again, I'm not great on my Indy drivers. I couldn't tell you about those. But Colton Herta has been chatted about for years now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
When's he going to move to F1? When's he going to?
Which I kind of want him to, because we see a lot of F1 drivers go to IndyCar, but we don't see IndyCar drivers very often come to Formula One, do we? Jacques Villeneuve was one. Alex Zanardi now. Here's one. Was he IndyCar or whatever it was called back then and then F1, or was he F1 IndyCar and then F1?
He did end up in IndyCar, wasn't he? He definitely did IndyCar after F1, but I don't know if he did IndyCar first as well.
I feel like he raced in America before he came to F1.
IndyCar was where he had his accident, right? Am I right in that?
Yes. Yeah. That's going back a long way, isn't it? Yeah.
He definitely didn't have it in F1, but I think he had it in IndyCar coming out of the pits is when he slid. Anyway.
I'm sat here umming and ahhing like the internet doesn't exist.
I mean, Jacques Villeneuve came across successfully, of course, a long time ago.
Sorry, Gregor says Zanardi was F1 IndyCar, F1 Indy.
There you go. Oh, and of course, it was kart for a while, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
Indy. Very confusingly.
I'm on Wikipedia, as you know. It's the Holy Grail.
See, Elizabeth would have good knowledge for this because she knows her IndyCar inside. I'd be interested to know why it seems. Is easier the word? I'm going to say easier, but that might be the wrong word. I don't want to make insults, but it seems easier for people to go from F1 to IndyCar than the other way around. And I wonder if part of that is just that F1 is so insular and closed off and weird about anyone from outside of the sort of European FIA pipeline.
Zanardi, Formula One, then the PPG IndyCar World Series for Kart World Series, then back to Formula One with Williams in 99, of course, and then back to kart in 2001. So yeah, just confirming that one for you there. Why is there a question mark? Do we know the compound Lawson is using? Is that gone? Oh, he has got a question mark, hasn't he? Yeah. See if it's on the other screen. Yeah, so we're timing and testing. Things get lost sometimes and we don't always get the information, but the time he set his the tyre he set his fastest time on, 31.574, was the C1 hard. So we know that's the tyre he was running. As for now, it looks like he's on the C3s on TV at the moment. So that's what he's on right now. But I think C1's for his fastest time. On that note, it is 10 o'clock. I'm going to run through the times again because, you know, why not? We love times. Alex Albon is currently fastest in testing day one with an hour to go before the lunch break, which I won't be taking, but I'll put your B right back up, Stuart. Yeah, which I won't be taking. We'll be live all the way through to 4 o'clock. 31.573 for Albon. Liam Lawson, a thousandth of a second behind on a 31.574. Albon's done 40 laps and Lawson has done 45. As I say, Lawson's fastest time was done on the C1, whereas Albon's fastest time was done on the C3. Lawson's going slow. I think he's letting cars through. Lewis Hamilton 1:31.834 in third place. He's 2.5 tenths off the fastest time. 46 laps so far for Lewis Hamilton, and his fastest time was done on the C3. Jack Doohan 1:31.841 in fourth place, 2.5 tenths off as well. 44 laps for him, and his fastest time was done on the medium tyre, which is a C3 with no brackets there. Fernando Alonso, Lawson had a spin. That's why Lawson's going slow. Turn 3. So he's come through turn 1 and 2. I mean, obviously he's come through turn 1 and 2 before 3. That's how racetracks work. And what's he done? He's just clipped the curb on the inside. That's unsettled the car and sent him round. He's got going again though, so no drama outside of that. But yeah, that's why Lawson was going slow. So a bit of a spin there. Where are we up to? Fernando Alonso, 1:31.874, 3 tenths off the fastest time, 26 laps for him thus far, and his fastest time was on the, we think, the C2. I think we said, didn't we? We agreed in the end. It was a hard tyre though. Yuki Tsunoda 31.909, 52 laps for him. His fastest lap was done on the C. I have to scroll up and down on this. Sorry about this. It's C3 for him. Piastri 32.084, 45 laps so far. His fastest time was on the 32. It was on the C3's 32.084, like I say. Hulkenberg 32.169, 52 laps for him on the C3 for his fastest time. I'm kind of watching the TV out of the corner of my eye. That's a bit all over the place with this one. Antonelli in ninth place, 32.198, 6 tenths off, 51 laps in total. Fastest time was done on the C3. And Ollie Behrman 35.619, 4 seconds off, 56 laps so far. That's the key metric, of course, at this stage of testing, and those were on the C4 tyre as well, that fastest time. So a medium compound for him. Like I said, an hour till the lunch break. Live timing, thank you very much to the guys at Multiviewer for F1 as always, for live timing being provided. Links in the description. You can customize your viewing experience with as much or as little data as you like, and as the more the better is how I look at it when it comes to data. Thank you as well to Seat Unique for sponsoring the streams. We'll get into that a little bit later in the stream as well. Please do leave a like, by the way. 24 away, sorry. No, 14 away. I was right first time. From 400 likes, that'd be amazing. Thank you. 1,300 of you here. Really appreciate your support. And subscribe as well if you're new. I think well over 100 people already subscribed, so let's keep that subscriber count climbing as best we can over the next 3 days. It'd be amazing to get lots of subs in ahead of the new seasons, watch-alongs and all sorts coming up for the new season, which is only a few weeks away now. 18 days, I believe, till lights out in Australia. So we are nearly there for the new season. It's going to be a long one. So thank you everyone for your support. It's good to have you here. But yeah, Liam Lawson having a bit of a spin there on at turn 3. It's the most dramatic thing we've seen today, I think.
Nicely done. Yeah, clearly feeling the pressure already, being in that seat and knowing Max Verstappen's coming into the afternoon. Lawson cracking already. He's already washed. Get Hadger in that seat.
I don't know if this is just a stats popped up from Lights Out blog on X, on Twittex, on whatever you want to call it. Twitter.com, that'll do. I don't know if this is a metric on how much more reliable the cars are. I don't know. But total laps completed on day one of F1 testing. In 2015, it was 607. 2016, 799. 17, 732. 18, 725. 19, 962. 2020, 1,358. 21, 1,030. 22, 1,104. 23, 1,276. And 2024, 1,236. Compared to 607 in 2015. So just an interesting stat there if you're interested in your numbers. Yeah, I guess more reliable cars, less testing now, I suppose, as well. Gotta get your laps in.
Fernando Alonso is back out on track. He hasn't done a full lap in, well, I was going to say about 29 laps. So the lap time screen I've got on it sort of keeps ticking over because cars keep going round. So it's acting as if like laps are being counted. And Alonso hasn't set a time in a very long time. But I think he does occasionally just going in and out of the pits for whatever reason. So we haven't seen a lot of Fernando Alonso, but he is out on track right now. Hopefully can put in some more laps again. Because he has dropped to 5th.
Annette makes a good point. There aren't as many days of testing, are there now? So you need to get your laps in on day one because you don't have 2 4-day tests.
That is true.
That's a good point. Definition of Esther says, have you two collected any of the Topps Chrome F1 cards? What are your thoughts on the product if you have or have not? I don't know what that is.
I don't know what they are either.
Is that like Top Trumps?
And he goes fastest. I guess, maybe?
Yes, Antonelli 131.428 for Kimi Antonelli. What tyre is he on? C3. So there we go. I'm going to have to Google what Topps Chrome. Yeah. Who knows? It's going to be cards, isn't it, or something? Yeah, it's Topps F1 cards. Yeah. I haven't really got an opinion, unfortunately, but I appreciate the question, and I will have a look at those tonight. And if you see on Friday that I've got a shelf full of them, you'll have your answer. Tends to be the way it goes. Amir says, come on, Piastri. Yes, Oscar Piastri. We like our Oscar Piastri. Yes, Antonelli fastest. 53 laps. 56. Behrman is the top number at the moment. So Yinka doesn't like how reliable F1 is these days.
Oh no, I do like that.
I sort of get. I think it removes an element of you can have a Michael Schumacher dominating back in there, and it could be 30 seconds up the road, but there's always that fear the engine could go pop. Whereas now, when a driver's 30 seconds up the road, they're probably fine. So there is that.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I having that element of risk is something I just generally prefer. Drivers' fate not to be down to reliability issues. I know it's always going to be a thing, but it's just a kind of it's a more random element than making an error or strategy going wrong or something like that. I feel like it's a bit of a shame sometimes, isn't it? We've seen drivers lose wins or podiums through no fault of their own. I guess the fault is with making a bad engine, but I am very impressed with the reliability of the cars now. I think that's a net good thing, being able to have at most races at least 17 finishes and 17 cars still running at the end, I think is a good thing. Of course, occasionally we do have races where we sort of end up with 11 or 12 finishes, and that normally means that something crazy has happened, not loads of engines have gone pop. Someone said something actually that I wanted to reply to in the chat, but people are chatting so much that I've lost them. I think it was someone called Amir, I want to say, but someone said, why don't they make the cars 2008 sizes? They want more overtaking, essentially was the question. And the answer is they are trying. Next year's cars are going to be smaller, not crazy amount smaller, but significantly slightly less long, slightly less wide. Tires are slightly smaller. They are limited mostly in the safety cell and all the safety structure at the moment. The crash bars that come out either side of the car are a sort of predetermined length, so they can take a lot of the impact from the side. There is some forward and back as well, which is quite limiting. And obviously the hybrid system next year is going to take up a little bit more room because we've got more. It's going to be more battery space and more motor space, but they can start reducing them down, and I think that is the aim over time. But they are a little bit limited, particularly in the safety cell, in how much they can do that at the moment. And obviously that's not a thing we want to take away. We want to be able to make sure that if they do have a accident at high speed, that they can walk away.
Yeah, it's a good point as well on the obviously safety's important, but also you have to look at we've only got a 20 car grid. I know the rules don't allow this at the moment, but if we went back to the days of, I think the most cars start a Grand Prix was like 34 or something. You kind of want cars to be failing when you've got 34 drivers on the grid, but when you've only got 20, you want everyone as many as possible to get to flag, don't you? So we've got a more competitive race, but it's just that element of it's very different when you've got a car up front, like I say, that Norris in Singapore minus scrapes with the wall. As long as he didn't bin that, you knew he was probably okay. Whereas 30 years ago, that wasn't a guarantee. That was my view. So somebody in chat just asking about testing times last year. Day one, Max Verstappen was fastest on a 31.344. And day two, it was Carlos Sainz. He set the fastest time of the whole week on a 29.921. So we are nearly as pretty much as quick as we were last year on day one. 31.344 with a whole afternoon to go. Antonelli 31.428 at the moment. So still after a whole afternoon to go. So it will be interesting to see whether I think we'll get under that. If we're already in the 31.4s, surely we're pushing 31 flats, high 30s. Do we think? Somewhere around there?
I think there's a good chance we could get that in the second half. And just to remind everyone, all teams are swapping drivers over lunch. So if you've been waiting all winter long to see Bortoletto in Sauber colours, this afternoon is where you're going to see it and see what he can do. And on that note, I've actually noticed. I don't know if you mentioned it. I don't remember you met. The Sauber in the big O2 launch event had a fade from green to black across its car, but here on track it's a hard line. It just suddenly stops being green, which I've also noticed. So livery spotters out there, the livery has already changed since the launch event.
I was surprised actually at how many of the liveries are still intact. I fully expected largely fully painted cars for the event, and then to get to the track today and see that Alpine would have less paint on it and things like that, and they were a lot more exposed carbon. So maybe we've finally, in the final year of the regulations, got cars that can leave some paint on because they've got the weight about right. But yeah, all in time for it all to change next year.
They haven't yet brought in any rules that say you have to have a certain percentage painted or whatever, or however you would regulate that. Next year, of course, the weight limit is coming down.
Yes.
So we'll see how
20 black cars or 10 black cars.
Fingers crossed, no. But yeah, the weight limit is coming down quite significantly next year as well.
Which rookie, asked Stuart, do you think will impress the most?
Are we including Lawson?
I think so.
Okay.
At least for the first half of the year. That is tough. I think Hadjar will surprise. A lot of people probably think he'll struggle against Tsunoda with his experience, but I think Hadjar will surprise. I suppose it doesn't matter if that's positive or negative, really. It could still be true both ways. I think Lawson will be closer to Verstappen than, again, people think or are suspecting. It's kind of hard not to say Behrman. But then he impressed us last year with his rookie performances.
Yeah, are you going to be less impressed with a good Behrman because you already saw something in him?
Because didn't he score, apart from Brazil, scored for Ferrari, then scored for Haas, didn't he, in that race in Baku, replacing Magnussen, who was suspended, and then had a bit of a shocker of a Brazil like most drivers did.
Yeah, you can't really blame him for that, can you?
I think I'd probably have to say Behrman, but yeah.
The weird thing for me is, through last season, obviously, we had a lot of Behrman chat because he was brought in so early for Ferrari, and we already knew he was going to have 6 FP1 sessions with Haas, and it seemed locked on. He was going to get the seat that he's got now. So he was a hot ticket, and there was a lot of talk about Antonelli, about how much Mercedes wanted to lock him down because they've been talking about him for ages. He's like the new golden child. Both of them, very tricky F2 seasons. Like, they had some good moments, but they did struggle quite a lot. They didn't finish that high up the order. They didn't, do too many amazing things in F2. So, I did watch all of F2, but it kind of washes over me a little bit because my brain can only hold so much information these days. So you're probably better placed. You're a little bit better at the junior series than I am. I mean, without all the hype around them, just based on what you saw from them last year, what would you expect from them this year? Because I thought it was a bit of a struggle.
I still think it's a year too soon for Antonelli. But again, I feel like Mercedes, out of necessity, needed to do that. If he's the one for the future, and you've got George Russell there and Lewis Hamilton's leaving, you can't really put somebody else in there and then replace Russell in the future if that other person does well. Well, you can do what you want with your team, but I think they were kind of hands tied a little bit there. But I think he could have done with another year in F2 because I still think Antonelli was a bit scruffy last year. But that's not me hating on him or anything like that. It's just he's so young, he's so raw, he's come through really quickly. He was always going to be a bit scruffy, but I think he could have just done with another season to hone his skills. Pretentious, like in F2 to sort of get to F1. So if he's as quick as Mercedes say he is, he will give George Russell a run for his money eventually. Behrman's a tough one though, because I wasn't blown away with him in F2, but he really surprises all in F1. So, but I also kind of, when you look at last season, last minute in Saudi, lost his pole position points. Not that it would have won in the title, it was a long way off that, but pole position points for the race in F2. Then again, Baku ended up in F1. Then again, Brazil. He had quite a stop-start season in F2 in some ways. So how much of that was an impact on him? I know it was only 3 races, but 3 F1 races, but that's still stop-start. And plus his 6 FP1 sessions, you're getting in an FP1 session, then going into quali for F2, then going to race in F2. That's quite a bit all over the place. So I sort of sympathise a bit there with him. But I think of the two, Behrman's more ready. But I'd be very surprised if he scores as many points as Antonelli should in that Mercedes, however good or bad it is. So, it's difficult to answer. I'm not really sure, but I worry for Antonelli. But I kind of hope, for obvious reasons, he smashes George Russell this year. I don't think he will. But I mean, to sort of put that back to you, well, what do you think? Again, another one a bit like Lawson, a couple of tenths, quarter of a second off at Russell on average this season. A good first season for him.
I think so, and I think if the kind of raw talent or whatever it is that Mercedes and Toto Wolff see in Antonelli is there, I think, as well as being not too far behind George Russell in general, I think at least a couple of races where he does something super special, I think not necessarily is important, but I think will seal the hype and show that Mercedes have made the right choice. If he gets a really good podium or something, I mean, we don't know if this car is capable of winning races, but if he gets on the front row of the grid one of the races or does some amazing kind of fight through the field, some kind of race where we go, oh, this Antonelli kid is really something special. I think a couple of those to kind of show just how good he is when everything's going right for him, because I don't think we're going to see everything going right for him. I think he's still going to make mistakes, and I think he's going to be learning. But I think if he feels comfortable and is able to perform, I would like to see some giant killing acts from him to show who he is. It's going to be an interesting year because we haven't seen how good Mercedes are at nurturing rookies. They've always brought people who are established in one way or another. Obviously, they had Schumacher and Rosberg to start with. We both knew they were good, and then we brought in Hamilton, and then Bottas had been racing around for quite a while for Williams, and then we brought in Russell, who had at least 3 seasons and done some of those a couple of times kind of giant killing acts and done some solid things, so actually bringing someone in brand new, fresh, the guy's like 12 years old or something, having to deal with a lot. He didn't have what Behrman had. He didn't have like a super sub session in last year's season to at least try F1. This is all going to be pretty new from him from start to finish, so tricky time, and I'll be interested to see how Mercedes handle that. I think good, because I think their management style is pretty reasonable. But it is something new for them that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, good management style, but they take a while to back a rookie generally, don't they? So it was quite surprised that Antonelli got rushed through when he did. I was just watching there. Sorry, Fernando Alonso. He's been using his DRS, but he's been really slow on this lap, like really creeping around. So I don't know if he's just doing a slow out lap, and then we'll go for something. We'll see if he comes around the final corner now, see if he pits. But yeah, very slow. But he was opening and closing the DRS. So we're about to find out what he's going to do. He's gearing up for a lap. Yes, he's okay. I checked he wasn't in trouble. But yeah, I can't really disagree with what you said there, to be fair. A couple of people in chat did point out that Prema had a bit of a rubbish season with the car last year as well, which doesn't help Antonelli and Behrman, of course. And they're the two that I think people gather right. Obviously, everyone's going to be watching Lawson, but Behrman and Antonelli are the ones that had the hype around them, haven't they? So interesting to see how quickly that hype dies down or builds up. We shall see. But I was just going to check for the comments.
While you're doing that, I'll just tangent off what you said. While we're on the subject of Mercedes, it'll be interesting to see if they can do anything with this year, or whether this entire 4-year block of ground effect cars, whatever we're going to call them, was a write-off for them, essentially.
Yeah.
And whether it was just an era of F1 that they never managed to get their handle on or not.
It should be more of an engine formula next year, shouldn't it? In theory.
Yes, I think, well, all of the regulations are built around the engines. Even the aerodynamics is built around making the engines work. So, from next year, at least we'll start from a point of view of the strength of your whole power unit package, I think. But the aerodynamics will be important, of course, because there'll be active aerodynamic cars. DRS will be gone. We'll be getting the weird power boost thing, like push to pass thing.
Why?
Just a little bit of a mixing up thing. We'll see how well that works. Maybe they won't need it, but obviously you can't have DRS if you've already got active aerodynamics. I'd be interested in talking about that at some point as well. What we're moving into, because I have questions.
Yeah. We'll definitely talk about that at some point, if not today, tomorrow, because I'm not sold on it. But let's just read some, comments from chat. Pete Pete says, this might be a hot take, but I would love if F1 commentators just spoke less. I think they're told to always be talking. I don't think there's been a minute of silence in the last 4 hours. Not a slight on you guys, obviously. So in terms of the TV commentary, I completely agree. There are times when I just want to hear the cars, and I don't need to know what Crofty had for breakfast, or what Nigel Mansell had for lunch in 1982. You know, I don't always. Sometimes just let us listen. And I know it wasn't aimed at us, Pete, but from a stream point of view, if we went quiet for a few minutes, there's nothing. At least they've got the engine noise. So I know you were having to go at us, Pete, but just to say, from a stream perspective, we need to keep talking. Also, by the way, I've just noticed on the timing tower watch, TV graphics watch, we now have P's next to Tsunoda, Piastri, and Hulkenberg when they're in the pits. So they seem to be. Are they designing this on the fly? Is that what's happening? Oh, should put one there. That'll look nice.
I mean, testing isn't just for the cars; it's for the graphics, it's for the producers as well. They're all like making sure everything
to get us
works,
warmed
I
up.
guess. Yeah. So I think you might see some little fiddling around with some of the graphics and production stuff.
I like Crofty in general, but I wish he'd shut up sometimes. Says Citizen Erase. Yeah, he's all right. He's Crofty, but yeah. I'm not going to have a go at commentators during testing because I know it's not the same thing. They're broadcasting to a lot more people, but I know how difficult it is to fill 3 days when cars are. Let's face, I often get people go, "I'll talk about what's happening on track," and I'm sort of like, "Oh, that's Behrman going slower than we know he can manage." On a set of tyres that we think might be used this weekend, but next weekend, but we don't know. Yeah, it's difficult to commentate on, so I kind of get it in testing and practice as well a little bit, but I do think some of the chat on practice coverage in commentary could be a bit more specific to the weekend, because there is that they are more important. But anyway, I just like how in 1999 few cars just stalled on the first race starts as a yinker. Australia. Schumacher, there was an Arrows, wasn't there, and a Tyrrell?
Yes.
I seem to recall. That's just like, yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, because Schumacher is started from the back, then he's stalling in Suzuka, and then stalled at the opening race in '99 as well, and had to start from the back at both those races. So there you go.
Whoopsie doodle. Yeah, the one that always comes to mind for me is I can't remember if it was Spain or Austria, 1999, when I think unconfirmed, but the FIA, the fairly strong rumor is that the FIA suspected some teams were using some kind of sneaky software that ended up tied into the signal of the lights going out, so they could not jump the launch, but launch immediately with the lights, and so they changed the lighting system so it didn't come on. It didn't change from red, so the red lights didn't go out, and like 6 cars jumped the start.
Oh yeah, the Nürburgring, wasn't it? Yeah. Did you say
Was
which
it
race?
Nürburgring?
Yeah, Nürburgring '99. Yeah,
yeah. One of the European ones. Yeah,
Frentzen
so,
on
like,
pole.
Frentzen, Hakkinen, I think, jumped as well. They were like, yeah, a bunch of cars just jumped all together. The rumor is it was a witch hunt by the FIA to find out which cars were using strange launch software.
That doesn't surprise me. It just doesn't, just the sort of thing they do. Was that no? I think it's. Sorry, we got random Murray walkabouts now. I'm thinking back to, I think it was Silverstone when it was like 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 laps.
Yes.
And then completely threw himself off. 5 lights and started laughing. I was like, yeah, I miss Murray. We say it every year he testing, actually, I think, but he would get slaughtered on social media these days with some of the cock-ups he made, as Antonelli has a lock-up at turn 10 and goes a little bit wide, but all good, doesn't go off track. Inside left.
Out for that. I on a serious note, off that comment that was made, I obviously prefer cars not to stall on the grid because it's very dangerous. Because then you have an entire field coming at you and you're remaining stationary, and that can be. Incredibly, Formula 2 still have that problem.
Yeah,
they still have, but it is a very dangerous situation to be in. It's for the best that doesn't happen anymore.
Big shunt last year in F2 when somebody stalled on the grid, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was.
Nasty one.
Yeah, luckily the rear end of the car is very, very robust for all of the F1 to F3, but nonetheless, it's not what you want to see happening. It's a tricky situation. And hopefully we won't see much of that in F1. But you're right, like just like engines blowing up, yeah, cars used to stall quite a bit off the line, off the formation, lap and everything. Very robust now.
Some clips on line. Wow. If you go to, you're not on Twitter anymore, are you, Stuart? But race fans have put a little clip out of Liam Lawson as he brakes for turn 1, and his front wing flap, the movement is unreal. It actually comes above not above the halo, but it's behind the halo, and then as he brakes, it comes up and you can see it. There's that much movement in the front wing, and obviously they're going to get more deflection tests later this year, so that's going to stop that. But that is a lot. There's a lot of movement on that wing. So if you are on twitter.com at racefans.net, have a look at that little gift they've shared. That's a huge amount of flexing. Or looks it, but I think it looks it because it appears. It appears from behind the halo.
That is pretty big. I mean, I am off X, the everything app, but I can still access it. Now, I thought, from the words of Red Bull, that that was illegal and terrible, and flexi wings, that's very, very naughty and shouldn't be allowed, and everyone should be banned and investigated and thrown out. That's what I understood from Red Bull.
Yeah. But it does go back to your previous point now about our team's going to push the limits for these first 8 or 9 races before we get to Spain, and then that's a lot of movement. I mean, it might be a fault, something might have broken, but
I tell you what, just I'm watching. I don't know if you're still on board with Hamilton, but I'm currently on board with Hamilton, and I'm seeing the same thing from the wing there. You going? Are you watching it?
I wasn't, but I can with the power of the Sky Go remote.
So on the straight, you can see Hamilton's front wing it's again, you can see it over the halo, and then under braking, you see it pop back up again. So teams are, we're still seeing a lot of flex in that wing.
The thing is, though, right? Here's the thing.
Go on.
I have absolutely zero issue with that. For any team, if a team wants to make their wing super flexy, let them make it super flexy. It's a sport about innovation. Let's just let teams have a bit more fun. We don't want 20 cars looking the same. We don't want all. Yeah. Who cares? I mean, the FIA actually, clearly care.
It's not even. I would say a safety issue, because obviously once you brake and the air stops flowing over the car, it pops back up again. So I wonder how strict they'll be on wings next year, when obviously they're just going to flap open the wings every time they're on a straight, and so it doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah, your front wing can't move; it's against the rules. And then 2026, go for it, lads.
It seems mad that they're going the second half of this year. They're going to go really hard on wing flexing, and then right before we go into a year where you actually just have active aerodynamics.
I generally agree with this from John Ward's. We've got a budget cap now. Get rid of the rules. I think you could be looser in the rules with a budget cap now, because people have to decide where they want all their flexing to be specific. They can't have everything doing what they want. They'll have to pick areas that they'll want to, overdevelop and push to the limits. They can't do it on every bit of the car because of the budget cap. So why can't we be a bit looser with the rules now? Obviously, the safety stuff has to stay, but
yeah, that's a very good point, because actually, just to sort of rephrase everything, a lot of the pushback from the FIA on many innovations over the last, over 20 years has been, this is too exotic. This is going to cause an arms race where people are spending tens of millions of dollars on, a tiny bit of bodywork or a new brake system or a suspension innovation. Like this is, budgets are going to blow up. But yeah, if you're right, if you've got a budget cap, you could innovate however you like in theory. And if it's going to suck up 20% of your budget, then maybe you don't think it's worth it for, 3,000th of a second over a lap or whatever. Yeah. Very good point. I believe that. And as long as everything is safe, and there might be some other things that you want to, you make sure you want to limit. Maybe you don't want to use too many exotic materials because that's not very sustainable and whatever. Like maybe that's something you want to make sure you're limiting. But generally speaking, yeah, if you're able to make your bodywork flex in a clever and safe way, then let them do it.
I think. Yeah, I agree, and I'm just trying to think what I was going to say. And it was what a point it was as well. You'll be missing out if it doesn't come to me. It's a great point. It's gone. It's completely gone. It'll come back to me when I'm midway through saying something else, and I will just shout it at you. So it was a great point, though. Will says, I love the idea of active aero, but some concepts I see are silly, like aircraft-style rudders and canards to help the cars turn, or canards to help the cars turn. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. All it was, and you kind of touched it anyway. I told you it would come to me. The X-wing style things, if they're obviously dangerous, because they were those X-wing things that they had in the side pods or whatever, sort of on the side of the car. Not only could the drivers not see out their mirrors, but they were also getting caught on fuel hoses in the pit lane and stuff. and getting ripped
Yeah.
off. So that kind of thing, then the FIA needs to step in and say no. But if someone's got a front wing that's doing that, it just doesn't matter, does it? It's let's police anything dangerous, but let them have a bit more fun with it. But yeah,
no, I agree. I think there's a balance to be found in there, and we'll see what they are able to do over time. I think there's some more. Someone in the comments who I think is just called said, I don't know if this is for or against what we were just talking about, but they say if one team ends up with a feature, no one else can get to work, and they could easily win every race. And I think there is a possibility that with a budget cap, if someone comes up with something crazy, no one else can actually, develop that during the season because they've used their budget somewhere else. Maybe, I don't know, but again, I don't know if that's pro or against, but I think having that, being able to open up that level of innovation, take away a lot of the limits of the rules, open up some of the. I think again, keep the cars as small as you can. Put a limit on the size of the cars. Obviously, we don't want them to get as long as they are now. Keep the philosophy of the formula where you need it to be, obviously. But yeah, I'd be well up for opening the rules up a bit more.
Yeah, I has a good point, which sounds like I've just got really bad grammar. I has a good point, I do. But no, it's a good point. But also, my counter to that would be then it's up to those teams to make sure they spend their money, their budget in the right areas. If somebody comes up with something that means they dominate the sport, then and you haven't, then that's kind of tough. I mean, even in the he had the budget cap, and look at what Red Bull did in 2023. No one could get near them.
Yeah.
And then people talk about ways to slow down Red Bull, and it's like, no, it's up to the other teams to catch up. And that was always my point with Mercedes when they dominated, and when Red Bull did it in certain years, 2011 for example, and 2013. It shouldn't be up to the FIA to slow the winners down. It's up to everybody else, and you can't be mad at a team for dominating. You should be mad at Ferrari or McLaren for not building a car good enough to compete with that team. That's how I'll always see it. So. I don't know if a lot of people disagree with that. Some will agree, but Mr. Producer would like to know if the hosts read the comments. We do not. We do. We try to come. Sometimes we get on a bit of a waffle. Just a reminder to everyone, I've got about 7 screens at the moment. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 actually, and my phone. So 7 screens. So we've kind of got data everywhere, pictures everywhere. So, but I always try and come to chat when I'm looking here. I'm looking at chat, so that's But I read them, and if there's something I want to shout, I'll make sure I shout it. We'll always come to your questions. We try to do a good hour of stream, don't we, as well, where we just do questions in chat. So we'll get there. We will get there eventually, Mr. Producer. I promise.
I'll keep my eye out on the chat in the corner of my eye. Don't worry. Not constantly, because as you say, we're both on for a waffle. I did just want to say off the back of what you just said about the rules and the limitations, and maybe one car coming up with an innovation that other people can't. F1 has kind of boxed itself into a weird, I'm going to use a very overly negative phrase, and I don't mean it as negatively it sounds, but kind of worst of all world situation, because we have this debate sometimes, I think, between the philosophy of something like F2, where everybody gets the same car. It's like spec cars, and then there's an even playing field, and we just get to find out who the best drivers are and maybe the best strategists and stuff like that. And that's one way of doing things. That's an interesting way of doing a sport, and I think things get a lot can be a lot closer that way. And then the other end is Formula One is the peak of innovation. Get your best engineers in, come up with cool ideas. We're gonna see some really interesting designs year after year after year. In theory, of course, for many reasons, F1 has a rule book that's about this thick, and actually it kind of boxes in how much they're able to do innovations. Like the car has to be a certain length, it has to fit into a certain shape. You can't have these materials, it can't flex this much, blah, 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 blah. And so while it's not a spec series at all, because we've seen the range of performance between the cars, what you sort of end up with is a lot of teams spending an inordinate amount of money on cars that are actually not that different from each other, rather than being a full range of technical innovations. They have sort of designed 10 versions of the same car with some minor differences. And it's good that they're so close to each other, but it is kind of interesting that that's what boxing in the rules has caused them to do. We sort of see very identical cars these days that aren't spec.
Yeah, they're quite restrictive, aren't they? Regulations. I mean, we need a basic framework, but I think they are too restrictive. But I've had that view for a long time. I very much agree. Here it comes. Here's the line. Do the line. Yeah, Ron Dennis, after that secret brake pedal thing that they had on the McLaren, said that effectively, also by the way, massive hypocrite when he said it, but I agree with him. It shouldn't be protested to the FIA. It's up to the team to rise to the technical challenge, and that's how I view it. If you see a part on a car and you go, "Oh, I don't like that. We haven't got that. It's illegal." Das is a great example. It was a great innovation that I don't think made. I think Mercedes would still have won the title, the constructors and that. So I don't think it would have made a difference there. But Das wasn't that big. The big thing that made any difference this season, really. But if you spot that on a car, it's up to you to then go and recreate that or come up with something your own, rather than just let's ban it. But that's I'll always be like that. I guess it's just too restrictive, and I think we're too. The sport is too over regulated, and that has been proven this winter with the utter bullshit that is the fines and the suspended suspensions, whatever that means, and the potential month-long ban if you swear too many times in a press conference, like that, and then everything. Just let's back off and let's go racing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, I at least give the FIA credit, in DAS in particular, for letting the music for the whole season. There are some things that have come along where FIA said, you've got 2 races to get this off your car. I feel like back in the Alonso era, Renault had that. Oh God, I can't remember what it was called now. But they had a very special kind of suspension that I think the FIA told them to get rid of mid-season. I think, and I can't remember what type of. Chat will remember this. Chat will remember things because my memory is just like a floating sea of fog.
Mass damper.
The mass damper. Yeah, and that was it. And that was quite clever. But they did come down quite hard on that, and that again was pretty clever. But that was one of those things where the FIA was fearing a kind of expensive arms race, I think, rather than anything else.
Oh, we're looking there at Zhou Guanyu briefly down at Ferrari, by the way, a Ferrari reserve and test driver this year.
I miss you already.
It seems to be the go-to move, doesn't it? By Daniel Kvyat went there, didn't he, at one point? Was at Ferrari as a tested reserve driver. So let's have a look at chat. We've got where are we? Lincoln. So it's just over 16 minutes until the lunch break. We're staying live, so that hour is going to be a lot of chat. But but that's when they will stop for an hour on track, and then they'll be back again after that for the afternoon session. But we'll just take a few comments now. Then I'll run through the times. Then I'll have to nip for a quick stretch of the back and a toilet break, a bathroom break, that'll do, and then we'll take loads of your questions during the lunch break there, and we'll have a good chat. But let's have a look. So let's go back from here. So Max, do you remember when everyone lost their collective when Dash showed up? Yes, we were live. Absolutely blew our minds, Max. It was brilliant. Sema Dragon says, great channel. Why the heck have I only found it now? Thank you very much for joining us, Emma. Great to have you on board. Lots to come this season, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, as the old YouTubers would say. When it's lunch in the UK, you can say the time. I know the time difference, says Max. Sorry, that's at Max. Sorry. Now. Oh, no, food. When is lunch? 12? No, I know lunchtime for Bahrain is 11. Well, for us now, it'll be 11 a.m. because Bahrain are going for lunch. But I mean, just in general, would you say lunch is anything from 12 till 2? Just generally?
Yeah, that's if they're asking when is traditionally lunch in the UK, it is 12 till 2 is like core lunchtime, I think. For the F1 testing, it starts in 15 minutes and is for an hour. But yeah, in general, I would agree. Max has put a broader window in 11 till 3, but I would say 90% of people go 12 till 2 is where they take their lunch.
Sam says, thanks for the live chat, guys. No problem, Sam. Thank you for joining us. John says, I guess one reason the rules are good, arguing against my own point, is if someone comes up with a rocket ship that is 2 seconds a lap faster, nobody would have any money left to copy the idea. Just on the point of arguing against your own point, John, you're in the right place. We're always making a point. They're going, actually, no, we're stupid. Let's argue against it. A lot of talk about mass dampers. It's still strange to see that Hamilton in red, says Sasha. Oh, don't. Yeah. By the way, actually, random point. For the last nearly 8 years, all I've had is, oh, you're just a typical British biased Hamilton fanboy. If you want to level that accusation at me, this is the year where you're sort of part of right, because I am a Ferrari fan, so I will be supporting Hamilton doing well. So I wouldn't say that I am a Lewis Hamilton fan, but I'm a Ferrari fan. So technically, if you want to level that at me, it'll be the first year that you're right. So there we go. Something for you there. Annette says yellow flag. Yes, well, I need to go for a yellow flag. John did suggest that instead of the be right back thing, we have like a waving yellow flag, because yellow flag on our code is obviously nipping for a... Yeah. But then we made the point that actually if we've got a yellow flag waving, everyone's going to go, what's happened on track? Why have we got a yellow flag? So we decided against that. So we went with be right back instead. Etapple says, my favourite was the F duct. That was a good innovation. But that got silly, didn't it? Was it the F duct where they were putting their hand one-handed? Yeah, that got a bit silly.
Good innovation, clever interpretation of the rules, because it's not moved by aerodynamics, it's a movable driver. I do agree, anything that involves you taking your hand off the wheel is probably a danger and should be restricted.
Pete says F1 word Hamilton fan.
You hand off the wheel to change gears, so you know.
Well, that's true, yeah, but it was just something about, I think it was Fernando Alonso that triggered this, wasn't it? Or an onboard of him or Massa. It was definitely Ferrari where they've got a hand and they just sort of do that. You're like, yeah, that's probably a bit much. But then we had, where was it? Oh god, we're going back now, remembering things. Piastri a little bit wide at turn 11 there. Suzuka on the run to 130R when he's at Leclerc adjusting his wing mirror.
Yeah.
Going through 130R one handed, you're like, what are you doing? Sean is a total Schumacher fanboy, absolutely, through and through. That painting behind me of his helmet, by the way, that was done by Jonty's partner Suze. Just so you know, so I've got that there. There is a Schumacher helmet back there. I will show you some stuff properly at some point as I kick the dog. Sorry, Baxter. Yeah, we'll have a look at some of the stuff on there at some point. Thoughts on the white on the Ferrari, says Stuart. Awful. But like you said, other Stewarts, like you said, you know, there was a period where they had the Marlborough, so they used to be able to do red and white well. So why? I don't know. That was the whole point. Just why? It's like somebody went.
I don't like blue wing either at the back. No,
it's a mess. But again, if it wins the World Championship, I'm not saying it will, but if it does, then we'll all be talking about how iconic it is. So I won't. It looks awful. Will Ferrari prioritise Leclerc over Hamilton, says Yayuzu. Somebody said the other day in chat for the F1 75 launch that they were absolutely adamant that because of the money that Hamilton cost them, that they'll prioritise him over Leclerc. I'm not sure. I think those days of Ferrari having an out-and-out number one are gone.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think so. Plus, backing Hamilton, I can understand it from, you know, if you spent a lot of money to bring him in, you're paying him a lot of money. I can see that argument, but he's only going to be there 2, 3, maybe 4 years before he retires. Is that the guy you're backing when you've got a youngish driver like Leclerc?
It's mad.
I think he'll do 2, you know. Give 20. I think Fernando Alonso, you mentioned earlier, is going to do 26, but or wants to do 26. But I think a lot of that will come down to simulator. If he gets to mid-season and that car feels terrible, I think he'll just retire and not bother, which could blow the market up again.
As just to cover the Hamilton thing, I think there's like a tiny, well, unless you know we get 7 races in and the results dictate where their focus should be, I think there's a very small chance they'll prioritize Leclerc over Hamilton, because why would they bother getting Hamilton in? They have the perfect driver in. They had the perfect driver in Sainz if they wanted to do that. Even though they didn't seem to be prioritizing Leclerc over Sainz, they were well set if they just wanted to have a decent pairing. Alonso is about to come up against an old enemy,
Lance Stroll,
and that enemy is worse. That enemy is Honda trying to do a new engine.
Oh no! Yeah,
so
he might run.
They've already said out loud publicly, weirdly, as well. As we've seen, they're not feeling very confident with how things are going.
Yeah.
Which has got to send a spine-chilling shiver of fear through Alonso's whole body, and I wonder if he'd even bother doing 2026 if Honda is still talking like this come mid-season, because poor guy can't catch a break, can he? He had 2 championship-winning years, and then all hell broke loose for his whole life after that. So yeah, I'm very concerned for Honda in that Aston. That's possibly going to be the weak link in the whole team. Hopefully not.
I'd love to have been a fly on the wall when Alonso heard Honda say that about concerns and not being confident or whatever. And I can imagine he just went, nah, I can't be bothered with this again. No thanks. Maybe Alonso goes to Red Bull and Verstappen goes to Aston. There you go. There's my absolutely crazy, never going to happen prediction.
That would be interesting.
It would be never going to happen, I think. The white looks like a delivery van, says Kevin. Fair enough. People agreeing the blue absolutely ruins it. I did see, I wanted to read it, and I think it's disappeared now. Because this chat does like to scroll quite quickly when it gets going sometimes. I think it was from the producer, Mr. Producer. Sorry, I thought we'll answer a question from Mr. Producer. Which team do you think is sandbagging the most? Now, first of all, that's the first mention of sandbagging, and we're 4 hours in, so well done. You win the point there. I don't think in the old term of sandbagging, I don't think anyone's doing that. I'm not seeing anything like, and I always go back to it. It was in Barcelona a few years ago now. Someone was pushing hard, purple first sector, purple second sector, came through the final corner and then lifted as they went across the line. I don't think anybody's doing anything like that. I think you look at Piastri, some might argue that, but Piastri was doing a lot of tweaks to the setup. We've also seen quite a lot of drivers wide all over the place, so that could be having an impact on time. But everyone is just running such different programs in testing. But I also think as well, I don't know if you agree, Stuart, but with us now being down to the 3 days of testing, when we used to have 2 or 3, 4 day tests or unlimited testing through the season, there just isn't the timing now for people to sandbag, is there? They need to get the laps in, they need to understand the car. They can't really play those games now as much as they could have done 30 years ago, for example, or even 10 years ago. But I'd be very surprised if anyone's sandbagging in the traditional sense.
Yeah, and also it's very early on as well. We're in like the AM of day one when, I mean, traditionally, we're just getting used to the cars. We're running very simple programs. We're not pushing it. They also, I don't think you'd want to like push in the too early on, because if you crash, that's put you out for potentially the rest of the day. So I don't think you want to put them too much on the limit, even though it's quite hard to crash here. Again, with respect to where goes on. The where you're likely to run wide or lose it, there's not really a barrier that close. So I think worst comes to worst, you beach it in the gravel and you lose the car for maybe half an hour. But yeah, early on in the session, they're going to be a pretty chill, I think, about it. And I've been looking at the best sector times list. And people are kind of all over the place on that. Like Hamilton, Alonso, and Antonelli are the top drivers in each of the 3 sectors. But then they're not really that close to the top in any of the other sectors. I think the most consistent across sectors, I want to say, is Lawson, who's third in sector 1, second in sector 2, and third in sector 3. He's sort of pretty good across all of them. So I think they're just kind of playing about at the moment. So I think you could maybe make some judgment calls on sandbagging maybe by the end of today to see. But I think rather than sandbagging, I think you're going to see a difference in people who wanted to do a bit of a glory run and people who didn't. And I think that's what we're going to see every day, to be honest. I don't think everyone's going to keep too much close to their chest.
Jaws says hard to crash, but not impossible. Cough, Mazepin cough.
Well,
was that like turn 3 of his first race?
Yeah.
Everyone's spent all winter going, Mazepin's terrible, he'll be awful, and you're like, oh, I'll give him a chance, and then, oh no, he is pretty bloody dreadful.
There's a gravel trap there now at the edge of turn 3, so if they do spin off, they probably will collect it in that rather than hit the wall. Fingers crossed.
Hopefully. Let's have a look at. I'm just going to read chat. We are 3.5 minutes away from the end of session 1. If you're new to F1, don't forget we have got the afternoon session coming. I think it is only an hour lunch break, isn't it? So they'll be going again at 12 UK time GMT and 3 p.m. local time, and they run till 7 local time, 4 p.m. GMT. So it's not all over, and we are swapping all drivers. Well, we're not. We're still going to be here. Me and Stuart might swap sides. No, they're swapping drivers out. So everybody that you see on the tower now in the top 10 with times will disappear, and we'll have all of those below. So Verstappen, Norris, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Gasly, Leclerc, Stroll, Ocon, Sainz, and Russell will all be in their cars this afternoon. So a full timing tower, which will be nice. And like I said, I think there's only Red Bull that are giving. I need to have a look now. That are actually giving a driver a full day. So they've got Lawson all day tomorrow, Verstappen all day Friday. McLaren are swapping out every day. We don't know about Ferrari yet. They've only given us one day. They tend to do that one at a time. Mercedes are swapping out all week. Aston are swapping out all week. Alpine are. Haas are. Racing Bulls are.
Have you got the Williams info? Because I haven't got the PMs for tomorrow and Friday.
Oh no, Williams are doing. So it's just Williams have got Carlos Sainz all day tomorrow and Alex Albon all day Friday.
Great, I'll fill that in.
So it's only Williams and Red Bull. So there we go. Are you guys taking a break for an hour? No, Stefan will still be live. I will go through the times on the hour in a couple of minutes' time. Then I'll leave Stuart with chat if he's all right with that 5 minutes while I go and stretch my back and have a yellow flag. And then I'll come back and we'll keep going, answer your questions. So I did used to take the break. By the time I stopped the stream, let it process, tagged it and published it, set up the next stream and scheduled it, it was time to go again. So it was like, well, that was just completely pointless. What a waste of time. So it wasn't really a break. So can't take testing seriously. Remember in 2021 when everyone thought Merc were awful, then they would win the first race, says Stuart. You can never take testing seriously. In fact, to go back to that stat from earlier, McLaren in testing last year, 7th fastest overall, won the Constructors. Sauber were 3rd fastest overall last year and finished last and scored next to no points. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We can't read too much into testing. I see this as a bit of a warm up for us for the season. Cars on track for the first time since December, which wasn't that long ago. Cars on track for the first time since December. Good chance to catch up with you guys. It's good to have a good waffle and enjoy it together. But you do soon rapidly realise that testing is not the thrill that a lot of people think it is. I imagine social media is full of people going, oh, this is boring, forgetting that testing is to test and it's not for entertainment. But we'll see. I mean, they're talking about a rookie race at the end of the Abu Dhabi test in 26. And I don't think it'll be long before they start talking about a race during testing at some stage because, it's all about the show.
Yeah. I mean, it's only been a few years that they've actually been showing testing for all of us to watch.
Yeah. Well,
as a little extra treat.
Back in the Bernie days, teams weren't even allowed to share photos from testing. They were all very restricted on photos. They couldn't show any footage. The garages were all closed off with screens. You weren't allowed anywhere near it. Yeah, but that
which
is
is absolutely mad in the off season when you want people to still be thinking about F1.
yeah. Let's build some hype. But that is the checkered flag, by the way, for the first. Are they actually checkered flagging it? They're not.
We'll probably get the opportunity to do a practice start, won't we?
I'm just trying to think back to last year, and I appreciate I've had a lot of sleep since then, so I already forgot what I had for dinner last night. But
well, I've got
do they checkered flag? I don't know if they checkered flag the first head, or whether it's one of those things where the teams go for a lunch break, but the track stays. No, the red flags. Is a red light on at the end of the pit lane? Maybe. It looks like it's no. It's I don't know. Because the timing thing. Oh no, there we go. Checker flag. There we go. It has gone. It's just slow updating. Yeah. So the checker flag is out for the first session. So there we go. Sorry, I was just trying to think back on whether it was like just an arranged one. But no, it was. They have checker flagged it, so it will be an hour before they're back out on track. But let's have a run through the times, and then I'll nip for a wee and leave Stuart with chat for a few minutes. I need to stretch my back as well. A few people, I've seen people in chat going, "Who's Ant?" At the top of the timing tower. That's Antonelli. I know he's new.
Anthony Davidson, he's back.
Yeah, there is an Ant at the top. Kimi Antonelli, 1:31.428, fastest of the morning session. He's now being swapped out for George Russell over lunch. He did 78 laps in the end, did Antonelli, which is impressive first day in the car, first morning car. A reap of a lock up there for Antonelli at 10:11 and went a little bit wider this time, left front again. The fastest tyre for him for that time was the C3. Liam Lawson, 1:31.560, a tenth off the time from Antonelli, just over a tenth off. 58 laps in total for him. His fastest time was done on the C3. Alex Albon, third place, 1:31.573, a tenth and a half off, best part of 63 laps in total for the morning session. His fastest time was done on the C3 tyre. Yuki Tsunoda, 1:31.610, nearly 2/10 off, not that times really matter in testing. 77 laps on the board for him this morning. He will be swapped out as well for Isaac Hadjar this afternoon. Everyone changing, of course. His fastest time was done on the C3 tyre. That's a medium. Lewis Hamilton, his first official session with Ferrari, fifth place, 1:31.834, 70 laps for him. His fastest time was done on the C3. It was a C3 for Jack Doohan as well, who posted a 1:31.841, 4/10 of a second off the fastest time, 68 laps in total. Fernando Alonso, we think, it still says question mark. No, it's updated now. It was the C3 for Alonso, 1:31.874, 46 laps. Piastri did 65 laps for McLaren. We think a lot of setup tweaking early on, as it took a while to get some laps on the board, but a 32.084 for him on the C3. Nico Hulkenberg was 9th for Sauber. He did a 1:32.169 and 55 laps. The fastest time for him was on the C3 tyre as well. And Oliver Breakfast Behrman, he did the fastest time on the C1 of a 1:35.522 and 72 laps in total. So there we go. They are your times and tyres and laps for the morning session. The session will get going again in 56 minutes time. We're staying live. I'm going to nip off for a few minutes, if that's all right with Stuart, just to stretch my back and do what I got to do. And sure. Then I'll leave you a chat to answer some questions. Then we'll come back and we'll do some good Q&A and some other bits as well. So I'll not be long. I'll just pop my be right back up. Look at this. Hey, I'm hidden. I can do anything now. I was swearing.
I can't tell if you stood up or not. But
I'm going. You're all right.
All right. Hello, chat. What's going on? So we've got A Bug's Life on the front row. Ant's Law. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, Anthony Davidson 78 laps. Tsunoda's also done 78 laps. That's a real good going. Alonso's done 46, which seems fine, but it's the lowest of everybody. Yeah, you liked that joke. So what are we thinking, chat? My thought is, I have no idea what's. Don't boo me. We've been talking a lot about Antonelli. I'm going to bring this timing sheet in front of me, so I'm not looking off to the left. We've been talking a lot about Antonelli. and his prospects for the year ahead and the pressure on him and being that. But actually getting a decent 78 laps under his belt and being top of the timing sheets is not bad going, to be honest. You know what, Max Flashheart, if there was an Antonelli Lawson championship battle, it would be a treat for me. I would be amazed if Lawson got in the title fight without Verstappen, but let's find out. Lawson figuratively the fastest. I mean, yeah, maybe. We're going to need to do some adjustments by compound, aren't we? Because Lawson's fastest time was on the C3. Antonelli's fastest time. Well, they're both on the same time, both on the same tire. I need to work out. I've got data from Pirelli here, but they don't actually say what they think the lap time is between tires, what the time differential is. We know the C1 to C2 difference is bigger this year. The C2 is much closer towards the C3. In order to make things a little bit better on strategy. Sector 1 timings. Oh, okay. You're saying hypothetical best. I've actually got hypothetical best up on my timing screen, which I have somehow already lost. Theoretical best time. Antonelli 1:31.428. Lawson 1:31.426. So 2 thousandths of a second between their theoretical best times. Those are the 2 fastest theoretical bests. They're kind of in order, actually. Albon on a 1:31.5. Tsunoda on a 1:31.5. Behrman's theoretical best, which means putting his best sectors together, is only a 1:35. And I don't know if that's the program Haas are running, if that's Behrman, or if that means Haas are completely washed. Alonso, World Drivers' Champion. Hear me out, says Ronathan 3, I'm going to say. I mean, good luck with that. Pierre says 2021 Haas, welcome back. Hopefully not. I think Haas had a really good run last year. I think they developed the car well. They seem to have a better program. They seem to be working better. I do much prefer Komatsu to Steiner, I have to say, as a team boss. So hopefully they can continue to develop this year. I'm not entirely sure what their long-term game plan is. I don't see them as future title contenders, but you never know. Sometimes people come out of the woodwork and become one of the greats. A lot of people saying Red Bull have the same car as 2024. It does look very similar. It's clear what's happening underneath, either with the floor or with the mechanicalness, or what they're going to bring out. I need to keep an eye on the front wing as well. People who are just joining us who didn't chat to us earlier, we were seeing front wings on several cars. Red Bull, Ferrari, Racing Bull even, I think, flexing quite a lot, coming down on the straights, lifting back up in the corners. So we know that's not over yet, despite the stronger regulations coming in at the Spanish Grand Prix. I think we're going to see, as is tradition, some long runs in the afternoon. I think people are going to do maybe not full race runs, but some quite long stints out there. So hopefully we're going to see a lot of cars running around on track. Don't forget, we're having a complete switchover. Every single team is going to be switching driver. So we're going to see Verstappen on track. We're going to see Norris on track. We're going to see Leclerc on track. And of course, we're going to see Sainz on track. So by the end of this, hello, you're here.
Sorry, the dog's here. Climbing on the desk. Right, come on, you.
I was going to say, by the end of today, we're going to have all 20 drivers on the timing screen. I was just going to wonder who we thought was going to be on top.
Yeah, sorry, he's. I've just put the dog down. Sorry, he wanted to come for cuddles and then he wouldn't go away.
Don't phrase it like that.
Yeah, I'm just getting up 1 sec.
That's all right. Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of long runs this afternoon. So I don't know necessarily if we're going to see the people doing well. The problem is with afternoons is we'll get a lot of long runs, but then we'll get a couple of like qualifying style runs at the end. So we could see people in the second half rising to the top of the timing sheet, but it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully we don't get any retirements or crashes. I actually don't have the YouTube window up, so I can't see the dog.
No, sorry. He started trying to jump up on my knee. So I was like, "Well, come here for a minute," and then that was the end of that. And then he did his usual thing where he got up here, and I was like, "Actually, do you know what? I want to go back down now." And then went and sat next to the treats like he deserves something for that. I love animals. Of course, he always deserves a treat. What were we chatting about? What was the?
I was just saying how the afternoon tends to see longer runs. We'll see something closer to race runs. I think we don't know, but that's what tends to happen in the afternoons, isn't it? We should have a lot more cars on track, I think. But I'm not sure if we're going to see people going faster than what we've seen yet. I'm just interested in seeing what I think the timing sheets will look like by the end of the session. I think I'm going to note how many laps everyone did in my little spreadsheet so I can add them up. Okay.
Sorry, I coming and going. I need to get my coffee. Sorry, there was a coffee for me.
That's all right. I'm doing a little bit of spreadsheeting.
I'm going to
mute Ted because Ted's not saying anything important, is he?
That's rare.
I've also realised I'm going to have I don't know how it works for you with your special streaming multi-viewer, but I'm going to have to shut my multi-viewer stream and open a new one because it's a different session, isn't it? This technically.
Should be okay with the live time on the stream, but it's I might have to for my actual one that I'm using for reference. Yeah, because it's down as 2 sessions, isn't it? Although it might be different because it's on the live timing tab and not the session tab, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm going to try to be annoying with my timing. So Hamilton, 5th. It's all over. The dream. He's behind Tsunoda.
So yeah, get your questions in chat. Sorry, I was just having a moment there. Yeah, if you could just get your question in chat, and then we'll answer a few now. We'll do a proper Q&A as well a bit later too, as we go through the afternoon. And Friday it'll be questions all day, largely because we'll be about finished by then, or I will be. So questions, comments, we'll read as many as we can over the next 50 minutes, let's say, and then we should be good. So what's the lappage situations for the teams so far, says Cited Canvas. Using the word lappage there gets bonus points. So it's just what the drivers have done. So Antonelli 78, Lawson 58, Albon 63, Tsunoda 78, Hamilton 70, Doohan 68, Alonso 46, Piastri 66, Hulkenberg 55, and Ollie Behrman 72. So quite a few. Who got the most laps this morning, Stuart? Was it Tsunoda? Tsunoda and Antonelli tied.
Yeah, 78 laps. Which is good. Alonso did the worst in terms of lappage.
Lappage. It's a good word. It's not a word, but...
all of them fairly decent though. There's no one who you point out obviously and be like, well, they had a bad session, they were having issues. You could ask questions about Alonso, I guess, who's the only driver in the 40s, but not in age though anymore. Not in age. We've got 2 40-somethings on the grid now, but yeah, he's the only driver who did 40-something laps.
Is Hamilton still running with all the telemetry gubbins, another great word, all over the car? I mean, not right now, because obviously they're in the lunch break, but he has had quite a lot in his car, hasn't he, today? But I didn't see anything late on, but we seem to be focusing quite a bit on other drivers late on. So obviously F1 decided that was enough of Hamilton for now. Pete says, this is the first year there are people younger than me on the grid. How do I cope? You don't, Pete. You never get over it, I'll be honest. Especially when you've got Antonelli, who was born in 2006. I'd even left school at that point, and I'd left school for like 4 years by that point. I mean, come on.
I graduated university that year.
It's depressing. He's just born, and now he's top in testing. Look at that. Yeah, Pale Blue says that you start shouting at clouds. You do, yeah. Old man yells at cloud. Definitely. That's something about age they don't warn you about. That moment where
how bad clouds are.
Just how angry you are about nothing sometimes, or how something riles you up that once upon a time never would. I've said it before. I'll say it again. if Radio 1 comes on in the car, I just go, oh, I can't listen to that noise. And off on goes Radio 2, and it's like, when did this happen to me? What's going on?
I'll tell you something that made me feel old. When I visit my parents, they have this very strict radio schedule, and they listen to Radio 2 for a certain amount of time, and then they switch to Greatest Hits, and then but they listen to Radio 2 in the morning. And I was there making my breakfast, and Radio 2 was on. And it started playing Firestarter by Prodigy at like 8:30 in the morning on Radio 2. And I was like, I feel so old if this is what is light breakfast music for old people.
That's it. When I was younger, Radio 2, it was my dad used to listen to it at work, and I'd go around there and have to sit there and wait for him to finish, and it'd be Steve Wright in the afternoon or something. Like, oh god, this is just for old people. It was really old music, and now it's like it still is, but that's our music from when we were young.
Yeah,
it's illegal. It should be illegal.
Rest in peace.
I'm 22 and have gotten to the stage that there are F1 drivers and Premier League footballers considerably younger than me. Oh, Liam, soon we shall all be dust. And on that happy note,
it's been for the last few years now, including this year, only one driver is older than me. Alonso sticking it out has been saving me from being older than everyone on the grid.
I've got Hamilton as well, just by a year.
And, possibly by the end of 2026, they'll both be gone.
Oh, God.
And that'll be it for us.
Deletes channel, walks away. Is the new kid at the Arrow doing okay so far compared to Russell? Says Tsunoda. We're not sure about compared to Russell. George hasn't been out yet, but he's had a good morning. Fastest time, for what it's worth, in testing, and 78 laps on the board. So I've not seen any... couple of lockups at 10-11 he's had, but everyone's going to have lockups there at some point, and a few wiggly moments, but again, everyone's been having wiggly moments today, or wobbly moments rather than wiggly, but he looks all right, has Antonelli, so be interested to see what Russell... I know it's difficult, different programs, completely different conditions. The other drivers this afternoon, they're going to be going into the night time, aren't they, or at least dusk, so difficult to really compare, but it'll be interesting to see what George does in comparison anyway. Is there anything you could tell me about the season from testing so far, says Goopy? No.
No one's done anything crazy, have they? No one's done anything themselves off. They're a little bit twitchy out there. Flexi wings are still a thing. Yeah. They're still happening.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, there was the... had the clip of the Red Bull, and I think you spotted one as well on the Ferrari, the front wing flap moving quite a lot, a hell of a lot. But that's something they will clamp down on from Spain onwards, if not before. But again, it's. I think Christian. I don't know what. I didn't catch the interview. I meant to read it, and it's my fault for not reading it. But Christian Horner wasn't happy about something. I'll just take a second. I know that's a real shock. But it was something to do with he didn't understand why 9 races into the season we're bringing this rule in about flexing when we've got the regulation change coming up and we're going to do 9 races where you're allowed to effectively do what you want with it. I mean, not literally do what you want, but they can have all that flexing for 9 races, but then it all changes for Spain. And it's like, could that not have been brought in from the start of the season? But then I guess development phases, maybe not, but... Yeah, a few people shocked at Pikachu face.
Spain is a weird one anyway. I don't know why you wouldn't do it for maybe exactly halfway through. It's just a weird arbitrary point.
After the summer break at least, or something, or something like that. Yeah.
Something I've just found out: McLaren have completely got rid of their fancy digital sponsor panels that just changed. They've replaced it with a permanent one for this year. They're not coming back. It's for they're slightly heavier than not having them, so for performance reasons they've got rid of them, which is fine. They weren't that exciting, but I guess we did wonder when they brought them in, is this going to be the future of Formula One and all the cars are going to be covered in panels that can change throughout the race and stuff? But I guess it wasn't worth it.
It's quite a cool innovation, wasn't it? I thought, but we don't want just the cars like the billboards at the side of a football pitch. We don't want the cars like that, do we? Really? But
do you remember when these 2022 regs came in and we brought in the the wheel fairings, I guess, what we're calling them, the solid wheels. That people were like, oh yeah, we can attach LEDs to the side of it, and it can make images appear as the wheels spin. But that never happened, did it? That was. They kept talking about that, making that a thing.
No, that would have been quite cool. They've got them in endurance racing, haven't they? They've got the lights on the wheels and on the sides of the car and LED panels and that for obviously in the night would be handy. But yeah, no, that all just disappeared, didn't it? Kevin says, "Did we love the O2 car launch thing?" ? More importantly, Kevin, are you excited for the constructors title this year?
Yeah.
Do you know? I'll say it again, Stuart. It was better than I feared it was going to be, but once every 75 years is fine.
I tell you what, I mean, we went into that quite cynical, and we came out of it that night saying like, okay, that was fine. We had fun. It was more enjoyable because we got to do it together. If you watched the stream when we were Sean, me, and Jonty commented over it, essentially like Graham Norton at Eurovision. No, that it was fine. I think in the time since between that launch and testing, what I've really noticed is how limp and low key the car launches have been, and kind of my excitement, because they, teams have started being like, here's some pictures of our car in a shakedown. Here's some pictures of our new car, not like the actual new car, because obviously during the O2 thing, almost all of the cars I think were last year's car with a paint job, and like no one seems to care. I mean, the Red Bull one had some slight intrigue because they seemed to release a picture in the dark, so it's like, oh, what are they hiding? But generally, even though teams have been like, look, here's a real picture of our real 2025 car, people have been like not really paying much attention and not that bothered. And I think it really took away from the actual launching of new cars that we used to get so excited about. It's sort of really sucked a lot of that energy out of the individual car launches, and I've noticed that, and I want that back. I want to be excited about F1 launches again.
Yeah, it's not quite the same thing, is it? And I also think, like, I don't know how big of a celebrity Machine Gun Kelly is. I don't know how big the country and western singer is. His name's gone. I've heard of Take That. But I feel like for a developer, the music acts could have been bigger. I'm not saying that that's who I wanted, but I was expecting something like Taylor Swift level, the way they were bigging it up and the prices they were charging. I was expecting something like that. Not as a dig at any of those who did perform, but I can't sing, so I wouldn't do that. So credit to them, but I expect something bigger. But also we're not there for the music. So the biggest frustration for me, and it's always been the same, is there'll have been people who paid £100 or whatever for some seats to see last year's car or a version of this year's car, but not the final version of this year's car in last year's livery, which may also change by the start of the season anyway. I feel like if you're doing a launch like that, the team should have been bringing, at the very least, a version of the 2025 car. Because that's a lot of money to see. Well, I mean, look at Red Bull. That wasn't their car, and it was in the same livery they've had for the last few seasons, which is fine. That's their brand, but what's the point? It's just my view on that one with Red Bull. But maybe that's why they don't do launches anymore, because they know there's not much point. But Doggo's left. He's left me. Yeah. He's not happy with me now. He had his hug.
I was gonna say something, and I kind of disagreed with myself before I even said it. I was going to say I do kind of like the kind of late 90s, early 2000s thing when car launches were kind of a weird event, and you had the Spice Girls, or you had like cars on wires flying through the air and all kinds of weird things and stuff like that. And now it's a bit more low key, and actually I think low key is fine, because sort of we all just want to see the car. That's what we're there for, and all the other pomp and circumstance around it's fine. Obviously, you got to sell all the brands and the partnerships and the sponsors and make it a thing for people to focus on. But generally, most 90% of people are there to see the car and take the pictures of the car away and look at them. So I don't know what I want, but I think what I don't want is a livery on last year's car. I think I kind of do want to see. And actually, that's not limited to the O2 event, because the last few years, some teams have been launching, in inverted commas, their new car, which is really just standing next to a livery on an old car and not actually showing us the new car until testing anyway. So it's all got a little bit muddled in previous years over what we're actually seeing, or releasing a render of a kind of half finished car that's not, like you say, not really the final car we're going to see on track. It's sort of, it's all got a bit odd in the last few years. And I would just like every team to give us an hour stream where they roll out the car, they talk about how great their sponsors are and how great their drivers are and what they expect, and then we all go home and share the images for the rest of the afternoon. That's just ideal. It's just simple.
Yeah. It was fine. A few people saying Jack Whitehall was good. I read a lot about Jack Whitehall. Apparently, it was really, really good. So we didn't really listen, did we? But apparently, he was quite good. So that's one thing. But yeah, no, just I don't think it's necessary. But I agree. It has kind of messed up pre-season a bit from a selfish point of view. It was nice to have those launches ramping up to testing and then into the season. But it is what it is. And look, if they made money from it and it's popular enough, they'll do it again.
They are weird, F1, actually. It's hard to know what actually is successful, because they push sprints very hard every year, and they keep saying how popular they are and how good they are. And they seem to be the only ones excited about sprints. I mean, there's definitely people out there who like them and say they're fun enough, they're interesting enough. I mean, I think that, and they're better than having another free practice session and so on. And I totally agree with that. And I have nothing really against sprints, but the level of further that F1 have told us that people have for sprints is not what I see in the wild. So who knows what's real? My point being that I think F1 will pat themselves on the back, say this is the best thing that ever happened to F1, and then we're going to get them every year now.
Yeah, and
the prices will go up.
You're right. You're right on the sprint thing as well. It's. I think I've said this before, so try to word it in the same way. But F1, Sky, whoever, talk about how popular the sprints are and how great they are. If they're so great and so popular, why do they have to defend them after every single sprint? Why does Martin Brundle have to go every single time? Well, this is better than FP3 session. You know, if you don't need, if they're that good, they'll sell themselves. You don't need to keep doing that. So it's the same with this event. If it's a good event and people enjoyed it, then do it again. Maybe every couple. Maybe, do you know what? Like the Olympics, every 4 years or something. Just, you know, or every 10th anniversary, do it at the 80th and 90th or whatever. But if it was popular, successful, it made the money, and the feedback is predominantly good, then do it again. But if it didn't, then you don't have to then try and sell it every single time you do it. That's my frustration with the sprints. If they're good, we don't need to defend them every time.
Yeah.
Because that's how it feels. You know, Will Buxton's a great example of it. We can talk about him now that he's gone to IndyCar, and now IndyCar's his new favourite thing based on what he's been saying. But
is that right?
He'd be on Twitter and he'd be defending it all the time and getting snippy with people. And Martin Brundle making quite about how great they are and we should stick with them. And it's like, but if they are, why are you saying this? Because if they were great, we'd all be going, these are fantastic. So just yeah.
And my personal stance is, I think they're fine. I think it's probably good that they're kind of, we have a few every year to just kind of make for a different weekend. I'm okay with that. I don't think every weekend needs to be exactly the same format. It's the same with the idea for Monaco they're bringing in about forcing them to use all the compounds or having forced 2-stop races or whatever. I'm very fine with them just mixing up the formula a few times a year to suit the venue or to just test drivers in a different way. I'm okay with that, as long as, like, you know, generally speaking, the core elements of F1 are still there, and when it's not becoming like a weird circus. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with them mixing things up a little bit and introducing other elements. I just, it's the self-hype that's kind of I don't know. I think it works for some people. I think some people, if someone is going to, this is the best thing ever. This is amazing. Look at this. Look at this. I think some people do respond well to that and go, yeah, this is great. I am the kind of, maybe it's a British thing, maybe and maybe it's a European versus American kind of thing, but I'm the kind of person, if someone is going, this is amazing, this is so good, you need to, that puts me off, and it makes me question, like you were saying, it's like, why are you pushing this so hard? Why are you not letting it speak for itself? I don't understand this. I don't trust your enthusiasm, you hype man, as I should say to Will Buxton.
Yeah, like Fallout New Vegas. If it's such a good game, why do you keep telling me it's such a good game? Surely it'll speak for itself. It's not a good game. Anyway, back to testing very quickly before I upset anyone who's a Fallout fan. Just to let you know, I'm a Will Buxton fan. Yeah, I did mean to say. Fastest first sector this morning was Lewis Hamilton, 29.218. Fastest middle sector for Alonso was a 39.235, and Antonelli was the final fast in the final sector, 22.665. So we've got split sectors. Yeah, Hamilton, Alonso, Antonelli. Yeah, we have. Brilliant. We like that. Yeah.
When you're off, we were having a look at that. I don't know if this is a column you've got open on your multi-viewer. You can show the theoretical best lap, and Antonelli and Lawson were only 2,000ths apart.
Oh, I did have that somewhere. I got excited.
Lawson just shading Antonelli if you put all the best sectors together.
Yes, I remember that. I did. I put it on my other screen because I was like, "Oh, that's exciting," and then I forgot about it. Thank you, Stuart, for that. And also, speed trap, by the way, Albon fastest through there, 3.22 kilometers an hour. Just to say as well, very important. I make this point now before anybody kills me in chat. I whispered into the mic, it's not a good game. I meant great game. New Vegas is fine as a game. It's just, not for me. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I've set people off. I've not played Morrowind. I'm currently playing... Actually, no. It's sad, so I'm not going to... where can I watch it, though? Is it streaming anywhere? It says OMXR. I'll have to go with just in case. F1 Sky F1 YouTube was streaming it in the UK, but that's geo restricted. They're also broadcasting it on TV in the UK. I assume F1 TV are as well. I don't know why they wouldn't. But I don't know anywhere else, unfortunately. So we're just live timing for multi-viewer with multi-viewer and us and our beautiful faces.
Yeah, I think if you're not in the UK, you're going to have to go hunting.
Get creative.
ESPN Plus in the US, apparently, according to Adonis Gentry, which I'm going to assume is your real name.
Yeah.
Because it's incredible.
Sky Sports, by the way, have decided to really cheer us up in the lunch hour, and they're showing a documentary about Imola 94. Jesus. Oh, no. Come on, guys, lighten up.
I minimized the window. I was looking at something else.
F1 TV had the mixed Sky and F1 TV presenter, says Max. Yeah, I quite like the way they do that, actually, to be fair. I do like that. I was so confused what happened earlier with Hamilton fifth.
Well, it's not a qualifying session, is what is.
Yeah, he's not had any big moments. It's just wobbles, so nothing to worry about. Different programs. He's did a lot of laps, 70 laps to be fair, so no issues either. But yeah, I Drive to Survive as well coming in March. And oh Jesus!
Normally they bring it out in the middle of testing, but they've managed to not do that this time, which is good.
We've got a week off, haven't we? A full week off between testing and Australia, so they've got a bit of space to put it in there if they want to. So, but I think it's actually the Australia race weekend.
Am I right? Today is also the final day of Formula 2 testing in Barcelona. I think that's going on in time. Unfortunately, we can't live stream both at the same time.
No.
That would be very fun.
I'm also not sure. Do they do F2 live timing on multi-viewer?
They do if you've got F1 TV.
Oh, okay. Should do then. But yeah, no, it's...
we can't get it in the UK. There might be some nefarious way of doing it, but we can't we don't have the F1 TV package available to us to access the Formula 2 stuff on multiview or the F1 Academy stuff. They've got it all. They've got loads of stuff, but yeah, we can't. We can only look at the F1.
I've not watched Drive to Survive since Series 3, you know. What are we on now?
Me neither.
What are we on now? 5, 6?
Yes, I haven't watched 2. I haven't watched the last 2. So I think we're on to season 6 now. 7, someone says.
Bloody hell. Well, they're milking that. Is Kimi's time an all-time record on track? No. Max was quicker in testing day 1 last year, and I think the pole time was quicker than that as well, so it's not a track record, but we could get there. You never know. It could happen.
It's pretty fast for day 1, though. It's close to that, 1:30, 1:03 you said for Max in day 1 last year. So we're in the same zone. I was saying when you're away, all in all, pretty good day for Antonelli, actually. Pretty good morning, I think. Lots of laps, solid time. Top 3 in two of the sectors. You know, it's a good day. I think from all the talk we had about him being under pressure and it being thrown into that Mercedes seat, I first half day in that seat, I think he's done well.
Yeah. Enzo wants to know what time the second batch will start. About 24 minutes from now, Enzo. So it's coming up, don't worry. And we've got a whole new host of drivers, the other 10. Antonelli's done well. I think Lawson did really well as well. Doohan, middle of the pack there in 6th place, or sort of middle of the pack in 6th place, 68 laps. Not bad for him either. It all changed this afternoon. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, if you know, we're never going to know what program everyone's on, but you know, Gasly goes out there and goes 18 seconds quicker than Doohan, and maybe it wasn't quite a good morning for Doohan, but if he goes 18 seconds quicker, get down the bookies quickly and put some money on Gasly winning the title, because something's going on there.
I'm going to go do a quick pit stop and put the kettle on and stuff, so I'll be away for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, no worries. I will put your be right back up. There we go. So yeah, just us then, chat. Just us, so we can waffle as usual for a change. I have just realised for some reason when I drink tea, I hold the mug like that, but when I drink coffee, I hold it by the handle. Just in case you didn't notice, because that's all that matters. The before after race stuff is better on Sky. They have better analysis and access to drivers, says John. Yeah, Sky coverage is good. I think it could do with a bit of a freshen up. It's been around since they've had it since 2012 exclusively, haven't they? I think, or maybe somewhere around there, Sky. So I feel like it does need a bit of a freshen up. It's good to see, you know, nothing against Damon Hill, but good to see that he's gone, and then they're going to bring some others in and freshen that lineup a bit. But I think the programming could do with it. It doesn't feel quite as good as it used to be. But for the money they've got for it, and I think they could easily do a bit more. I still think, and people disagree, a lot of people disagree with this, but I still think it could be live for longer on a race day. Definitely. But only if they've got something to put in there. It's not going to work otherwise. It's just going to be boring, isn't it? So Sky removed all the fun features and it's just very boring now. They issued lawnmower racing, didn't they? And things like that, and buggies in the dunes and stuff. That was always good fun. So Stuart says it's coffee, this one. Stuart, I had a tea this morning that I left there for about 3 hours and was stone cold, but now I'm on coffee. I was up early, 5 a.m. Newt says as long as they don't try and go back into the studio again, that's fine for the NFL. They used to say studio but not for F1. Yeah, I didn't like that. I get why they did it, trying to cut back on, you know, travel and things like that, but it just, because you didn't have the atmosphere of you know, the noise from the cars, the hustle and bustle of an F1 paddock behind them, it just didn't feel right, did it at all? So I agree with that. It's a bit more tricky. I mean, I think TNT Sports do a lot of pitch side coverage now for the football. They'll get a desk out there and they'll stand there and talk in front of the crowd and stuff, which that adds something to it. But I think football, NFL, like you say, sports like that, you can use a studio. But I think for F1, you want the noise in the background, definitely. Sky should do a travel segment around each race venue, says Ryan. They did one of my favourite ones they did was the years ago now. Ted Kravitz and Natalie Pinkham, I think, Natalie did like the most expensive F1 race weekend you could do, and for Monaco, and Ted did the cheapest, and that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun to watch. So I'd quite like that one to come back, or something like that again, updated. They should have Drunk Kimi Raikkonen as a host. That could be hilarious. Yes, Crofty is still a commentator. He is. He absolutely is. I don't think he'll go anywhere anytime soon. So he's all right as Crofty. He has his moments, but don't we all? Don't we all? Never forget DCS Season 2, Episode 9. The best one. The absolute best one. My favourite Sky F1 feature is the one where Ted went to visit the Ferrari factory and got to drive a road car, says Max, or the Ferrari Museum. We've just been watching Ted doing, on Sky Sports, doing his F1 running an Alpine, or an old Lotus, I think it was. So, yeah. Pete says, all right, I'm off. I'll be back just before the end of the session. No worries, Pete. Thank you for joining us, mate. See you on the other side. We are over 500 likes by 550 likes. If we can keep getting up, that'll be amazing. So do drop a like if you haven't already, and subscribe if you are new. I think we've gained over a couple of hundred already today. So if we can keep the subs coming in, keep the likes coming in, give the stream a boost and the channel a boost, massively appreciated. But of course, that's up to you. I can't force you. I mean, I could try, but I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't. How much time do they have in the break now? 20 minutes, we'll say. 20 minutes. There are TED testing notebooks again. Are they? Oh, good, Newt. Good. I quite enjoy those. I have my dinner or my tea if you're from North. I have my tea, and then I tend to sit down and watch Ted and fall asleep about halfway through because I'm knackered. But yes, I'm going to scroll back on chat a little bit and see what we've got from earlier in the conversation, see what we can see. I don't know where you're all watching from today, but excited for the new season. I imagine I can't wait for it this year. I'm hoping it is as good as we keep talking about it being, and it doesn't end up being a bit of a damp squib, but I think it should be a good season. Even if we get a dominant team, there's still going to be plenty going on behind. You know, your midfield is going to be tight. I hope we haven't got a team cut away at the back of the grid like we have with Sauber. But yeah, it's football tonight as well, Stuart. You've just reminded me. You're from Ipswich, watching from Ipswich. So yeah, there is some football tonight I need to watch. So there you go. That reminded me. Thank you very much. What do you think about the SF25, says Tarish? Livery I can't get on board with. I think I've said that a few times now. But it's a nice looking car. It's a nice looking car. And I'm just hopeful that it's going to be a good season. But I did a tech analysis written by Matt Summerfield the other day, last week on that. And there's some really interesting bits on there that I'd never have spotted without Matt. So appreciate Matt's help on that one. So yeah, it's a good car. And I'm hoping for a great season, but I'm very aware as a Ferrari fan. We've been saying we're hoping for a great season for a long time now, and it never really happens. So, yeah, but livery's not for me at all. Liam says Liverpool play tonight, Sean, might be a less painful watch for you. I don't know, because you'll win, so it'll hurt to watch you win. So, probably not. Although I will just basically sit there on the sofa with my head in my hands all night going, why? Why have you just not been able to pass the ball? How many Model F1 cars do you have, Sean, says Kevin? Good question. Thrilling content. So 24 Ferraris. I've got the big Verstappen there, 2021 championship winning car up there somewhere. That's to 25. I've got a Mercedes down by the Red Bull hat. Under Jules Bianchi's picture there. So there's another one there, 26. And I've got some in the garage as well. So quite a lot of cars. Way too many cars. I'd hate to know how much they all cost. Hello, Stuart.
Hello. Sorry, I took longer than normal because I decided to make some food while I was away to fill the lunch thing.
Do you want me to leave your Be Right Back on while you're eating, or do you not mind?
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. We'll see how well this goes. It's going to be the worst thing ever.
The minute it goes down your beard, I'll hide you.
Oh, an advert is playing. There we go. Yeah, this could turn into a mukbang stream. I'll just move the mic slightly further away from me. Any exciting news come up in F1 while I was away?
Not that I've seen. I'm keeping an eye on WhatsApp whilst keeping an eye on the chat and socials and that. But Kevin says, put your bib on, Stuart. They're putting pressure on you now, aren't they?
It could go horribly wrong, couldn't it? Hopefully not. Hopefully everything will be fine. How long we got till the new thing? What are we up to? 45 minutes. Okay, that's why we got 15 minutes to go. We're fine. I just realised I was getting hungry.
So
this was a good time.
Just from the group chat on Planet F1, apparently Lance Stroll has gone all out with his big 2025 prediction. He says, and I quote, "I think everyone said everything. Hopefully it's close, fun and exciting."
Wow. Did he get that from the inside of a cracker?
Yeah, fortune cookie.
Ooh. Race Control have just said risk of rain for PM is 10%.
Wow, that's almost a guarantee, isn't it?
10 more than the usual percent at Bahrain.
Enzo says, who's your favourite driver of all time? Michael Schumacher, all day long. Cafe88 Racer says, show the food, lol.
Show the food? It's just noodles.
Noodles, there you go.
Although I realised there's no elegant way to eat noodles, is there?
I was having a look for the chat, see if there's anything interesting like that Lance Stroll quote, which was very exciting. I assume there's a press conference going on then.
Oh yeah, what's the media thing?
So,
I lost my...
just a little summary here. Some wide moments for Hamilton and Doohan. There was some bodywork that came off Lawson's car, which we missed.
I thought I saw that in the background of a shot. Yeah.
Apparently, we're not wrong. It's not been a thrilling morning session, but I guess no red flags tends to be that way. We don't want to see big crashes, but spin or something. Lawson had a spin as well, didn't he? Of course, turn 3, he did have a spin. So that was cool. That was fun. That was exciting.
Wibbly wobbly moments.
Wibbly wobbly moments. Hamilton, Doohan. Who else? Antonelli. A couple of lockups there. Piastri had quite a big snap at turn 2, turn 3. So my timing's all updated without me having to refresh anything. The clock's reset to 4 hours, so...
No, mine is. Mine not so much. I haven't reopened mine yet, though, but I will. And then I'll have to reset all the timings. Open up my windows again. I've got one running on a laptop. I've got one running on my desktop. It's easy for you. You just have to run a stream and watch 7 screens.
Max says, when it rains in the Middle East, it can be a real problem. Yeah, no, I was it Bahrain or was it? Where had those floods late last year? That was in the Middle East. Was it Bahrain or Dubai?
Don't know. I might have missed
specifically. I can't remember now. It's quite When it rains, it really rains. As Murray Walker say about Malaysia, of course, Sepang. When it rains in Malaysia, it doesn't rain by the bucketful; it rains by the oceanful. Which
and it did. It did that one time.
It did. 2009. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Brawn year, wasn't it?
UAE apparently for the flooding. Yeah, the Brawn year. That was because the race got stopped and never restarted, and they got half points, didn't they? For that one, so back in there.
Vaguely dry to a complete ocean in about 2 laps, didn't it?
Yeah. But I loved that track. We're there already.
Yeah, it was a good track. That was the year that lightning struck the media tower and the signal went out for about a second.
Yeah. I can remember as well, there was a year when the Ferraris were 1 and 2, and then I think Schumacher went off on a wet bit, and then Barrichello followed him straight into the gravel, and they had to cut across and rejoin together. Just come out of nowhere when it rained.
18th and 19th on that lap, and then ended up coming 1 and 2 by the end.
Just skimming, see what Matt's found. He's got lots of more pictures in his tech thing, so see what we've got. So we talked about the side pod mid-wing and and wing mirror arrangement on the Ferrari in the tech analysis last week, which is interesting. They've also gone a different way with their suspension, Ferrari, haven't they? They've gone with a pull rod.
Yeah, they do like to go back and forth on that, don't they? And that's mainly for aerodynamic reasons, because it opens up space alongside the wheel if you can do pull rod. You do have to change a few things about your car. Is it Ferrari have said they've got like 90% a new car this year?
Yeah, I feel like McLaren have said something similar as well, haven't they? Like an all new car.
Mad, isn't it? And Red Bull are 99% the old car, it looks like.
Yeah, it doesn't seem not very exciting with some of the updates. I was expected to see we were spoiled with DAS that year, weren't we? That's why I can't find anything here. That was quite the moment. We're about 9 minutes away actually from the start of the afternoon session, which is very exciting, by the way.
Mine is reset as well. Maybe
I was going to say something, and it's my brain today is not functioning properly. No, I'll save that for later. I was going to do some calendar chat. We'll save it for a little bit later. But yeah, I don't know. I expected to see, when we've had before where you get like a car launches and then you get to testing and like I know I didn't expect it this big, but like Mercedes when they had their normal side pods, then they came in with a zero pod. And we all went, that's completely different. I wasn't expecting like anything quite as dramatic as that, but I expected more than we've seen. So, but then I suppose last year the regulations, not everyone's going to go for that. A team like Williams, for example, is there any point in them pouring a lot into this year? They may as well focus on next year. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. So maybe it's not a surprise, but I just thought things would be a bit different. But especially on that Red Bull, we said it earlier when they launched with those really dark renders, couldn't see anything. You thought they were hiding something. Car comes out and it's just largely the same as last year, even though I'm sure it isn't. But it's just a bit
nothing really obvious to look at. It kind of, I guess you can be minded to go back to 2021 again. That was the last year of the last set of regulations, and I guess and I mean doubly so back then because they were mandated to what were the rules exactly? But I remember because 2021 was so disrupted and people couldn't come in and develop the cars because you had to lock down a lot of the HQs. The 2021 cars were meant to be like mostly the 2020 cars with just a couple of updates, weren't they? They were like 2020B cars. Despite the fact that 2020 was a Mercedes washover and 2021 was one of the best battles between two teams we've seen in a long time. But yeah, there's no reason for these cars to be so similar or such a small jump up from last year. But I guess, I don't know, I guess we sort of reached the end of the development road, I guess. But I think the Ferrari is still going to be interesting to look at if they have made such a dramatic change, as they say. Maybe not dramatic in looks, but dramatic in approach. We'll keep an eye on them during testing. And I'm sure everyone will be because of the whole Hamilton situation.
Mr. Bungle says the last time Ferrari had a front pull rod was 2014 to 15.
Is that right?
That's impressive that you know that, actually, to be honest. If that's off the top of your head, that's even more impressive, Mr. Bungle. But yeah, that's a decade ago. Yeah.
Oh, I don't like thinking like that. I don't like thinking that 2015 was a decade ago. That
Sorry.
seems horrible.
One day we'll all be dust, as Liam said. Cheers, Liam. Do you think there's a chance anyone in the F1.5 group makes a jump up closer to the top teams?
Well, who is that? Who are we saying that is?
I guess Aston down. Mercedes was sort of in the mix, weren't they, at times with the top three, but not consistently, not every week.
Yeah. Based on last year, I would say the top four teams are one group all by themselves.
Yeah.
Then it gets mucky, I guess. Aston Martin, you just don't know what they're going to be year on year, do you? Like, are they going to continue their sort of downward trajectory from last year? And focus on 2026 and just sort of ride this year out, or are they gonna reach deep and find something? They haven't got the influence of Adrian Newey yet. They're all sort of building towards the next few years. So are they just gonna? It's funny, really, because they had such a good 2023, or at least the first half of 2023, and they just couldn't hang on to it, could they?
No. I feel like we're more likely to see somebody jump Aston Martin like an Alpine than we are to see an Alpine or an Aston jump a Mercedes, for example, this year. I could see like an Alpine or a Haas being fifth, but I can't see an Aston Martin making the top three in the championship this year. I think you're right. Top four, then the rest, pretty much. Which would make for a great season, to be honest. We've got 4 teams at the front fighting, and then a midfield and rest of the pack like that. That's going to be great fun to watch. And I look forward to that one. The TV coverage is back in Bahrain. They've started. So, and Thomas actually says Haas are the wild card in their opinion. So,
okay. I mean, possibly. They haven't had a great start, I will say, unless it's wild card for the bottom. Ollie Behrman's best theoretical lap is 3 seconds off the next one. But again, we don't know what they're doing. They could be just running, very conservative programs. I'm looking now on that Planet F1 article by Summers, and the wing on the Sauber is very interesting, front wing. Do you remember? I can't remember this era of cars or not, but back when they were Alfa Romeo, they had the sort of very low-hanging mustache wing that caught a few eyes. It's a little bit like that. Like it's weird. It looks kind of it looks a bit like a discarded banana peel. It's very ripply.
I see it. Yeah,
and kind of low key. It's hard to describe, but it is sort of quite mustachy, like the old mustache wings.
Yeah, it's sort of from the outside coming in, it kind of comes up, doesn't it, and then dips down, and then comes back up again as it meets the nose. Which is quite interesting.
So something to keep an eye on. I do think they've changed the colour of that car since the O2.
They definitely have.
It's not the bright green it's not the Planet F1 green that we're used to.
If you're still on the article, if you go from the picture of that front wing and then just scroll down a few images to the nose that's on the rack, that looks like a totally different green. The one that's on the car, doesn't it?
Yeah. Weird.
How bizarre is that? Very bizarre. Where are we? We are a couple of minutes away now from the start of the afternoon session. So welcome back to those who are joining after lunch. I hope you had a nice bite to eat. Stuart's had noodles and I had nothing. I had a cuddle with the dog. That's the most important thing. But as I mentioned earlier in the stream, the reason you're all seeing this beautiful, horrific face is thanks to our friends over at Seat Unique, and obviously you guys badgering me for 8 years. And Seat Unique is the VIP premium ticket and hospitality platform. Seat Unique offers unbelievable F1 hospitality, including the exclusive Paddock Club and Champions Club packages. There are links in the description. Definitely go and check them out. There's some great stuff in there, some great perks as well if you sign up to some of their bigger packages. Obviously, with F1, things are going to be pricey, but for what you get for the money, it's not actually too bad at all. They are sponsoring the streams over the next 3 days, and I'll read you some of the stuff here. So you can enjoy some 5-star hospitality, gourmet dining, and pit lane access. Pit lane access, that's the one we want as F1 fans. Some of the most iconic races on the F1 calendar. So that's from the star-studded Monaco to the drama of Spa, and they're the classic tracks we want to go to, but I've picked out, and I've put them in the comments, one might surprise you with the description, 5 races, I know I'm generous, that I would absolutely love to attend and I think are worth attending. So I've gone with Monaco. Everyone wants to go see Monaco. Belgium. I've gone with Brazil. I've gone with Monza. This might surprise you, Stuart. I've gone with Spain, because I've heard on the grapevine that actually as an event it's quite a good event to go to. Some great viewpoints, some great stuff going around there. So I've kind of put that on my list, but the one that I think is top of my list I've mentioned there has got to be Monza. I would absolutely love to go to Monza, and I don't know if that's my Ferrari bias, my Italian heritage. And by heritage, I mean from like centuries ago when we originated from Italy, my family. But maybe it's something to do with that. But yeah, definitely want to go to Monza. So go and check out Seat Unique for sure. The Paddock Club, by the way, that offers the team garage views, open bars, and behind-the-scenes access, whereas the Champions Club, which looks pretty cool, to be honest, puts you right in the action with paddock tours and grid walks, so you can find Martin Brundle say hi to your parents on TV, or like most celebrities, just completely ignore him. Why not? So definitely, why not? Go check out the VIP hospitality now at seatunique.com and take your Grand Prix experience to the next level. There is some blurb in there, you could probably tell, but I have genuinely gone through and picked out 5 races that I think you should go and check out, and Monza has got to be top of that. And I think that they've got a new Seat Unique club that they're launching this year for the Italian Grand Prix at Monza. So if you have got a bit of money and you fancy going to a race and you want that pit lane access and whatnot, definitely get out there and check out the links in the description. Even if you go and have a click and just have a look, it'll be good for the channel and good for everybody else. So please do go and check those guys out. Like I said, I'm going to keep saying Monza, especially if you've got the new Seat Unique club they've launched this year. But I want to ask you in chat as well, because it's important. I'm gonna be like, I'm in charge of the world for just a minute, okay? Which is a terrifying thought. Everyone is only allowed to go to one Grand Prix. Which Grand Prix are you going to? You can't hedge your bets. You can only go to one race. You get all the pit lane access that some of those things offer at Seat Unique. You get all of that stuff, but you can only go to one race. Which race are you going to? I think Liam says Zandvoort is a good shout. I think that'd be great off the atmosphere, and you have to do that quickly because that's off the calendar soon. But for me, it has to be Monza for me, Stuart. What would you go with?
Yeah, Monza's a great shout, great atmosphere, and you really get to see the cars go at full pelt. Part of me wants to say Monaco because I think, get yourself a decent seat, and I guess you're asking the question in a dream scenario. You get so close to those cars, you really get to see them at work. I would love something like that. I mean, Monza and Monaco are real classics to pick. Maybe I'd pick. There were some tracks like Brazil or possibly Hungary. I'm trying to think of where you can see a lot of the track from certain vantage points because of the sort of valley like layout of the track. So something like that where you can see an awful lot, because there's the one downside of going to see an F1 race, and I guess to see motorsport in general, is rather than when you see like football or baseball or whatever you want to see, you can't see the entire thing happening in front of your eyes. You sort of are seeing a limited part of it. So if you can go somewhere where you can see a lot of the track, I think Kota, you can see a lot of the track from some places. So that would be quite good as well. But yeah, I'd probably pick Monaco if you had to force my hand for the closeness.
Yeah, just on seeing the track as well. Red Bull Ring is apparently great for seeing all of the track.
Yes, that's right.
So, and it's a good point as well, because I know when I went to Silverstone, first time I went, I was like, this is amazing, and it was amazing, and then it was kind of like, no.
Yeah.
You kind of, I think you just find yourself watching it on TV anyway, so I think you've really got to want to go and soak up the atmosphere at a race. If you're going to go, if you're just going to watch the racing, I think you're probably disappointed, but it has to be Monza for me. I think it is the Ferrari thing, to be in amongst the Tifosi when they're celebrating, especially if Ferrari win, to be in amongst all of that must be amazing, the atmosphere there. Yeah. So I'd quite like that. So Liam says Zandvoort. Jerome's gone with Zandvoort as well. Cody says Hungary. Hungary's a great one. A few people have I used to work with somebody called Claudia, actually at Aldi at the time. I need to name them, I just did. And she was from Hungary. And she talks about how beautiful the country was and that I should go one day, and that the Grand Prix is well worth going to. So I agree with Cody there. Jem says Spa. Black Cat Muse says Monaco. Daniel says Spa. Devil Psychic says Spa. Etapel says Monaco. Nick says Spa. I only read that as SPA for some reason, but it's clearly Spa. Letox says Monaco. Darzun says Spa. Joseph says Spa. Vante says Monaco. Sighted Canvas Monaco. Get up close to the cars. That's what you were saying, Stuart. Free says Kota. I imagine that's quite a good weekend, actually. Yeah. James has gone with Brazil. Kaya's gone with Spa. Kevin's gone with Brazil. Jordan is doing Monza this year and is very excited. And I'm very jealous, Jordan. Have a great time. That'll be amazing. Morris is about you make a mean Lincolnshire pizza then. What's a Lincolnshire pizza? Is that like a Lincolnshire sausage pizza? I don't know. Pizza. I make a mean spag bowl. Like a euphemism.
Ooh, I love a spag bowl.
Nothing wrong with a spag bowl. Literally, Jim, going to Monza, so I have to pick that one, says Max. And Silverstone is fantastic. Fantastic as Liam. Yeah, no, Silverstone is. But I've been so... it would have been good to go to Zandvoort to get amongst the Verstappenites. It took me a minute to read that, but that's a good one. Malaysia... Oh, if only. Don't. Bavani says Monza. Stuart says Mexico will be cool in the stadium. I agree. That's a good shout as well. Morris says Baku. Hungary has great general admission, apparently, according to Etapal. Spielberg, so many viewpoints and so many laps, says Biles. Alice. Hello there, gents. Are we enjoying the new cars on track? We'll come back in a second, Alice. Just wanted to say hi as I went past. Went to Hungary in the late 89, says Kevin. Spa for Leviosa. One more. Andrew says Suzuka. Actually, another one. Screw it. Devil's Fire says Montreal, Canada. That would be a cool one. I agree. So yeah, definitely go and check out the Seat Unique stuff in the description. Have a look. They'll do all of those races or most of those races. Have a look at the Monza one. That'll be amazing. And then yes, we'll go through some more of this either later in the stream or tomorrow and Friday, and we'll give them plenty of shout outs. So we'll have a look at some of the packages as well at some point, because I might. Not promising anything. Might make the watch along awkward, but I might try and pick up a package myself actually for one of the races this year. Even maybe even Cadwell Park for some MotoGP or British Superbikes, or not MotoGP. That'll be good fun. But yes, we have started, by the way, 7 minutes into the afternoon session. Free says, interestingly, no one said Abu Dhabi, Lusail or Saudi Arabia. I know, it's strange, isn't it, with all that racing heritage?
I mean, I was going to say something similar. I was going to say no one's saying Miami or Las Vegas.
I think Vegas would be fun.
My Miami tickets cost an absolute fortune, and apparently they're not worth it because no one wants to go. But yeah, session has started now. No one's out on track. I think from what we're seeing on the feed, they're just changing the cars over.
When your stream catches up, I'm just looking at George Russell. He's arrived from the future. Wait until you see him when you get the picture in a minute. If you watch it live, you'll know what I mean.
I'll keep my eyes on. I'm just looking at Jos Verstappen at the moment.
Arrived from the future that everyone in the 1980s thought the future would be. Basically. I'm still working on the cars. So it takes them a long time to... Obviously, they're changing setups. They aren't just taking off one driver number stick. Wow, okay. There's George Russell. He's ready to be popped in the oven and basted. Goodness me. Okay. It's look, if he could pull it off, that's great.
Yeah, he is wearing a silver hooded coat that kind of looks like a thing you might put an astronaut in or a marathon runner after they finished to stop them going into hypothermic shock. Sure, he likes his fashion, does George Russell. He's not quite a style icon that Lewis Hamilton is, but he is what he is. I will say, I'm going to say on that kind of point, we know Lewis Hamilton likes his fashion, his style. I think every bit of clothing that Ferrari have got at the moment is bad. I don't really like the race suits. I don't really like the casual stuff they've been promoting. I'm not a fan. It's all a bit whack from the car to the clothes this year, isn't it?
Yeah.
You might think differently.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of it. I keep trying to get hold of...
I said whack.
There's a it's like a black jacket that they've got, which I really want, but it's a bit expensive. But I think that's from last year's range. So yeah, they're not good. They're not good. Liam says, we've got to go back, George. Back to the future. I can't do, as you can tell, I can't do Doc Brown, but I went for it anyway. Why not? If you're wondering why we're talking nonsense still despite the session starting, first of all, you must be new here. This is what we do. Secondly, we are waiting for, as Stuart said, the teams to finish sorting the cars out for the afternoon drivers. And so there's a lot of work going on to get these turned around. So it might be quite a quiet first 20 minutes, half an hour. But we'll get through it together. We will survive. We'll make our way through it. It looks windier this afternoon than it did this morning, though. I will say, look at that flag on the big Bahrain tower there.
It is a couple of kilometers an hour more than it was earlier. Yes. We're up to 11. And it's now coming from the north. So it's coming down the pit straight. So when the drivers come down the pit straight, they'll be driving into the wind. If that helps people orient. I have got something, actually, we can talk about, because I'm going to correct myself from about 2.5 hours ago. Do you remember we were talking about the rookies and how each car in a team has to give over 2 FP1 sessions to a rookie driver, and you were talking about sort of, do people like Antonelli still count as a rookie? And I was like, no, because they're permanent race drivers. So I went and I was looking that up. Apparently they do. They still count. So Antonelli, Bortolesso, and Hadjar won't actually have to give their cars over at all year, because the first 2 races of the year will technically count as rookie FP1s, according to just the rules, unless there's any adjustments. Because the only qualifications are you need to have at least a FP1 super license, and you can't have completed in 2 Grand Prix sessions, Grand Prix weekends. So that's it, or Grand Prix races. So those 3 drivers would still count as rookies in the first 2 FP1s of the year. There you go. So those teams, Mercedes, Sauber, and Racing Bulls, will only have to give over 2 FP1 sessions next year.
So all that debate earlier on it, and I was like, I'm sure that's a thing. And I was like, it should be a thing. And now I'm sort of like going, that doesn't feel like it should be a thing. That doesn't seem right somehow. But anyway, we'll see. We've got some drivers getting ready, by the way. Ocon's got his helmet on. He's ready to go. Hadjar's just getting his helmet on now. So we should be seeing... Oh, God, that Racing Bulls is a good-looking car. We should see some cars on track soon. We are getting on for 12, 30 minutes into the session now. So... Italians are supposed to be cool with their styling, and they just aren't at the moment. It's just stupid looking, says Sighted Canvas. Not impressed at all with the Ferrari look. Jordan thinks the Tim Ford jacket is hilarious. Why not? If you could pull it off, why not? There you go. And Alice asked me a question. Where's Alice? Where did you go, Alice? So we come back to it. Are we enjoying the new cars on track? Yes. Very much so. Not as much as I'm looking forward to that first qualifying session in Melbourne, when we'll actually get our first proper look at where everybody is. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm enjoying what we've seen so far. So, Pale Blue Dot says, question about the graphic. The tyre graphics with the strikes through is a test tyre. No, we think, in fact, we're pretty sure now, aren't we, that so let me put this, while we're waiting, hang on, let me go to the full screen image of the Pirelli tyres. So we've got C1 is the hardest tyre. That's white with no brackets. That's the one that doesn't have the line through it. C2 white without the line through it is with brackets. No, it isn't. I've gone wrong. With the line through it is brackets, sorry. So we'll get to that in a second. C3 yellow, no brackets. C4 yellow with brackets. They're the medium tyres. Then the soft tyres, C5 with no brackets and red, and C6 with brackets is red. They're your soft tyres as well. But just to cover that off again. So the C1 on the timing tower, the hardest compound, it hasn't got a line through it, but the white one with brackets has. So basically that line, the short version of this, is denoting which tyre has the brackets. So if it's got a line through it, it's either C2, C4, C6, depending on obviously what colour each of those end up being. So yeah, that's how we think it is. So if it hasn't got a line through it, it's either the C1, the C3, or the C5. If it has, it's the C2, the C4, or the C6. If it's green or blue, it's raining.
So there are two compounds of every color. The softer of each color has extra lines on the graphic and the tire.
And that's how you explain that in a much more succinct way than the nonsense I just spewed. There you go. Bring back the rainbow, I agree.
Everyone should be, yeah. So I don't think there are any weird testing tires, any experimental tires in this test at all, as far as I understand. Sometimes they come up with a question mark, but I think that's just when whoever's running the timing hasn't managed to catch what tire they're on and put it into the machine.
Your stream will catch up in a moment, Stuart, but we got more coat talk. Lawrence Barretto talking to Ollie Oaks. Lawrence Barretto has nailed the branding there to talk to Alpine.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. It's great.
Very pink.
They look great together. And his hair is amazing. Look at these guys. It's like a bisexual awakening between them.
Cyril wants to know when the drivers will be out on track. We think soon. Ocon's getting just about ready. Hadjar was getting ready. We had all the 10 drivers in this morning. Then I'll swap into the other drivers this afternoon. So we've got this little awkward phase where they need to change the cars to get the other ones in and change seats and all of that business. So hopefully soon, because we're already 16 minutes into the afternoon session. So soon. Hopefully. I take it you mean Bortoletto's hair, not Ollie Oaks. I think Ollie Oaks' hair is magnificent. It's more than I've got. You think with only 3 days of testing, there'll be more urgency, says Andrew D. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think with it being the end of the regs era, maybe not as desperate as, say, next winter's going to be with testing. They're all going to want to be out there all day. But, I thought, it's an hour. An hour's not a lot of time because the crew need to eat as well, don't they?
Yeah, I don't think it's a lack of wanting to get out there. I think it just takes a long time to because all the teams are changing drivers. They don't have to, but they are. Their morning driver and their afternoon driver are different, so they have to change the car. They're probably changing setup to do different runs. I suspect they're going to see some longer runs this afternoon, though. They're going to be changing setups. They're going to be changing like the seat, the pedal arrangement, everything. So I suspect that's just taking a little bit longer than the hour. And obviously they don't start immediately because the cars have to come back in and they have to do a number of things. And so I think it's just they're finishing off the program. I don't know they're rushing as hard as, say, you might see teams rushing if a car crashes in FP3 and they need to get it ready for qualifying. I don't think they're like racing against the clock, but I just think it's just taking them some time.
Moray says, do you think 4 seasons between massive rules resets is too short? Yes.
Yes.
Also, I will say, to defend the FIA to a point, it should be 5 years, but obviously the 21 race got delayed to 22, but even that's still too short. You look at the back end of last, or even a good chunk of last season, and what could be brilliant this year. Why do we want to reset that with a regulation era where one team could easily dominate again for a few years? Let things converge and just leave things alone. I know Formula One likes to change it for a reason, but interesting on rules changes. Interesting to hear Mohammed Ben Sulayem talking about V10s again. And there's an actual working group in place to try and, work out whether or not that's a viable route to go for the future, which is a surprise. But it did also fall after F1 75 when they got booed, so they might just be trying to win some points back with the fan base. So bear that in mind.
I understand everything about what people like about the V10s. There's a lot to be said for them. I mean, from a base kind of like heart pumping fan point of view, it's like they're big and loud and they really like evoke the monstrousness of these cars. They are quite something to behold. And actually, I've probably, it's been so long. It's been nearly 20 years since we had V10s out there. Most people probably haven't seen them in the wild, and when they go by, they scream like a swear word of some kind. They're also cheaper and easier to build. Like the combustion engine is a well-worn piece of kit, and it's not obviously they're much more sophisticated in Formula One, but generally speaking, they are pretty easy to make. When we just had combustion engines and that, we had people like, small engine makers like Cosworth and things who are able to produce competitive engines for these cars. So, it is possible. Downside is not really aligned with where powertrains are in the world. So I think they would be hard pressed to convince manufacturers of it. I mean, the whole reason, we just spoke about this is a bit too soon to be bringing in a change of regulations. We only just had one, but that the whole point of these regulation changes is we're bringing the engines more in line with the way engines are going in the world, in the way that manufacturers automate engines, in the way that the likes of Audi and Porsche and whoever, like, that's the kind of thing they want to be showcasing in the world. They would only get on board with F1 if F1 demonstrated it was thinking in this future forward way about engines. So I think that's going to be your sticking point. And to be clear, and I don't think we mentioned, but these V10s they're thinking of bringing back. They're thinking of bringing back V10s with sustainable fuel, with synthetic fuel that, in theory, is less polluting and more sustainable. The idea is that you're taking carbon out to put it back in the fuel again. Big question mark over that. So yeah, I think there would be powertrain manufacturers who would balk at the idea of going back to a straight combustion engine, even if you were using synthetic fuel.
Yeah. I mean, first things, good news. We have Esteban Ocon and Isaac Hadjar on track. And Pierre Gasly looks like he's getting ready in his high-vis vest to get out there. Sorry, that's a race suit, not a high-vis vest. But the thing is with F1 manufacturers, I know they try to attract the manufacturers, but they just come and go they seem to come and go as they please anyway. And I kind of feel, and this might be controversial, but I kind of feel so long as if Ferrari, Mercedes, and if Ferrari and Mercedes are both on board with it, they're the ones that seem to want to stick around, whatever happens in F1. So if they're okay with it, maybe we listen to them, and then if Honda want to stay, they can stay. If not, then they can go, because somebody else will take that spot. But it's the whole progress can't be undone, it seems, kind of thing. Like, I feel like we've gone to the point with technology now with the hybrids where they're efficient, they're better. They're not great, but they're better. They're burning a ton of fuel, even synthetic fuel or sustainable fuels. The noise isn't that bad. It's not a screaming V10. It's not a screaming V10, but it's not as bad as we feared it would be. They're just, the problem is, the other thing as well with the hybrids, I'll get to this point instead. They're big, they're bulky, they're heavy, they're expensive. The whole car, therefore, has to be big and bulky. So if we had a smaller V10, could the cars be a bit smaller in those areas? We talk about smaller cars, so the batteries it's all massive, isn't it? It's all bulky, and it has to be. So
yeah, I mean, the engine itself is pretty small.
Yeah,
and actually, there is a lot of space in the back of that car. The main reason they are quite long is for aerodynamic reasons, to lengthen the floor. You could squish it up if you wanted to at the back. If you look at the size differential between cars 20 years ago and cars now, a lot of it is in the back from the driver backwards, and that's mainly been a sort of aerodynamic thing and a stability thing. It is tricky, isn't it? Because obviously, almost everywhere, whether you look at cars, if you look at buses, all kinds of things, like the way you're going to be powering things, it's going to be using at least hybrid, probably electric, and it is going to get better. We may find better ways of doing it, and we need to ask if it's interesting, isn't it? Because Formula One is either aligned with road car manufacturing, and I would argue it is a little bit, but not that strongly. I think there are some things that are passed down, obviously, but it is kind of its own beast. And if it is its own beast, you can kind of treat it as its own beast and be like, okay, well, we'll just put like normally aspirated engines in and put a V10 or a V8 or something in, because it's its own, it's a motorsport. It's not a road car. It doesn't need to be a road car. And I also think if you do go to a normally aspirated V10 or V8, yes, it's good if Ferrari and Mercedes stick around. I think Ferrari definitely will. But I also think because they're so much simpler to design and manufacture, you could end up with teams deciding, okay, we'll make our own.
Yeah.
You only need a couple of teams to do that, and then supply a couple other teams on the grid, and then it's fine. Like, or you could get in a Cosworth type person to make engines if they are simple combustion engines again. So there will be options. I think 2026 and beyond is going to be the marker for where everyone goes forward, because it's the next step forward from the hybrids we already have. And if that doesn't work for F1 as well as we'd like it to, then we're going to have to start asking questions, because the reason we are having a big rules reset is because of these engines. The cars we have now will not work with the new 2026 engines. They won't last an entire race. And what I mean by that is because the new power units are going to be 50-ish% electric power. They're going to be 50% supplied by the combustion engine, 50% supplied by the battery and the motor. There's not going to be enough electric power to last an entire race. And the reason for that is these cars are too draggy. The drag effect on the aerodynamics of the car will use up too much power, and the cars won't last a race distance, which is why we've had to move to these movable aerodynamics where all the wings basically front and back open like a DRS on the straights, so that they're not draggy and they don't suck up too much of the energy. That's the reason we're having to do this massive change in the way the cars run, is just to make these engines work. So yeah, unfortunately, that's the kind of reason we can't continue down this route if we're going to be bringing in these new power units.
Is that not odd to you in some ways, though, that we've got these engines that we've pushed, the complicated power units we've pushed so far, that they're now going 50-50, and F1's found itself in a position where they've then got to try and engineer their way out of the issues that causes with the aero. And I know aero engines, F1 and that, they like them all to work together and that, but it just feels like they look at it and they're not going to be as powerful, so the cars will be slow, or the cars will be slower. The problems that throws up, so now we need to do all this with active aero because we want the cars to be quicker. But I don't know what, this could be controversial, but maybe it's an opinion, maybe it's fact. Faster cars don't necessarily mean better racing.
No.
You could have a slower, look, F2, they're not massively slow, F1, they are slow, but slower cars can still give you good racing. So just having to push the engine to a point where you end up having to engineer your way out of it aerodynamically is something that, for some reason, I don't know, somebody in chat might come up with a great reason why it's a good thing, but it just bugs me for some reason. But also, again, the flip side of that argument is that if you don't want it to be an engine formula, so at least if you bring in the new aero regs, it gives teams that maybe won't have the best engine the opportunity to find time elsewhere. So maybe that's the flip side to that. I don't know, but I don't know. I just don't. I'm just not a big fan of the 26 regs. I'm not saying we should go to V10s, maybe even V8s. We don't have to go all the way back to V10s. Maybe a V8 would be a compromise in there somewhere, or there's a way to have a bigger ICE, but still have hybrid. I don't know. I'm not great with those technical side of things, but I'm just not a big fan of 26, full stop. But I don't think the cars look particularly great either, but they are only renders. And as we've said before, what you see in an FIA render is not necessarily what you're going to get out on track. As we saw with the mock-up car we got that they built for 21, 22, and then it looks nothing like what we've got now. So
there was a joy joyousness in the 2022 launch season where everyone had gone a slightly different route and all the cars looked quite different. I know we've sort of converged a little bit, but that was quite fun. And I think we're going to see that again next year. But yeah, it's a bit complicated as Verstappen completes, I think, his first flying lap, I want to say.
Yes, 10th place, 33.344, C2.
Yeah. Had a bit of a moment into turn 4, I think. Yeah, I think that it's getting a little bit complicated. It could be really fun. Like the movable aerodynamics could be fun. The new engine, like, it's definitely gonna. Well, I say definitely. I foresee it moving into a little bit of an era that's has elements of has like a little flavor of Formula E, where energy management becomes quite important and strategic. Possibly, I wouldn't want to see it go as far as Formula E in that regard, because that is basically like the kind of main strategic element of Formula E is managing your energy. But I think we're going to see more of that. I think we're going to see perhaps more drivers hanging in peloton formation a little bit, which is what we see a lot in Formula E, where hanging in the slipstream allows you to save a bit of energy for a bit longer and working on that. I think we might see a slightly different style of racing next year. So, you know, but as to go back to what started this conversation, I do think it is a shame that we're moving on so quickly from where we are now, considering we seem to have got to a really good place in these regulations. Yeah. Everybody's kind of found their sweet spot, and the cars are quite close together. And we got we don't know what this year, but at the moment, 4 teams at the top and quite a lot of teams in the midfield that are churning around. Everyone's got a chance of scoring points. We're in a good place right now, so it is a bit of a concern.
Yeah. I think we could leave these rules a bit longer, but the trouble is, the FIA very quickly. The FIA, they lock into this cycle, don't they? So because everything got pushed back a year because of the 21 change to 22, but they kind of locked themselves into these 5-year cycles. But I don't know, and if anyone in chat knows, or you know, Stuart, why, but I don't know if there's a specific reason why they have to do that. Is it to keep attracting people? Is it to freshen things up? Is it to stop one car dominating? Because that doesn't, to me, that if you want to stop one car dominating, leave it alone. Because you're just opening the door for, let's say 26 becomes an engine formula again. You're opening the door for a Mercedes, or let's hope a Ferrari, to come in and dominate like Mercedes did 2014, 15, 16, obviously lesser extent as we went on, but those first 3 years, you're opening the door for that to happen. Whereas if we just left it as it is now, you've got 2, 3, 4 teams at the front, and that's way more. Yeah, there's a gap to the midfield, but I'd rather have an exciting fight at the front and then a competitive midfield than have, you know, a 2 seconds a lap between the best car and then the second best car, and then another gap to the third car, then a back gap to the fourth car. Let it converge. Even, you know, every 10 years or every 7 years, just stick another couple of years. I mean, imagine 2 more years of these regulations after this year. That'd be great.
We had a bit of a revision to the rules in 2017, but otherwise, the 2014 rules kind of ran all the way to, the end of 2021 in the end, didn't they? I think the reason we've got these changes coming in next year, and, you know, as you said earlier, obviously this current set of regulations were meant to come in a year earlier in 2021. If I remember rightly, when they were working on 2021, that was when they were doing their first push at getting more manufacturers in, when they were courting Audi and Porsche and Ford, and, you know, remember they used to have the working group meetings, and they used to bring in people from like Porsche and stuff, these meetings to discuss the future of F1, because they were really trying to get them in, and they didn't manage to do that for 2021. Everyone ended up walking away from the table and being like, actually, you're all right, we're happy where we are. And so I think the desire to get people like Audi to come to F1 hadn't gone away, but they knew they couldn't, that another 5-year cycle was probably the earliest they could do that and try again and change the rules up. to, ultimately successfully bring another manufacturer in. I think that's what happened. I think essentially it was like, okay, we have to wait for another cycle. How quickly can we make that happen? Probably not for 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah, they like to twerk for new manufacturers, don't they? to the FIA and F1, which is fair enough, I suppose. But I was just watching Verstappen there. His car wandering wide at turn 11. But we've got a few cars out, or we've had a few cars out. Leclerc and Gasly at the moment. Of the afternoon runners, I'll do a full rundown on the hour as always. But of the afternoon runners, Verstappen 133.3 is 10th. Gasly is 11th at 34.1. Hadjar is 13th, 36.8, and Leclerc 40.2 in 14th place so far. Most laps of the afternoon runners is Pierre Gasly on 5. But Charles Leclerc is about to do another time with some really snazzy aero rakes on the back of that car, I have to say. What's he going to do over the line for Leclerc? Not going to jump too far. There you go, 36.8, 4 laps overall, and that is on the C2 tyre for Charles Leclerc. So there we go. Leviosa wants to know when Norris is coming out. I was going to say, the garage, last time we saw the garage a couple of minutes ago, the screens were up, so I would imagine the floor's off. That's generally the only reason why they're allowed to put the screens up now, so the floor will be off the car. So maybe changing to a different spec of floor, maybe some tweaks, maybe some damage. We saw quite a few wobbly moments this morning with cars going off track. I think Piastri had a couple, so maybe some damage. But I'll just have a double check of the old twitter.com and just see if McLaren has said anything. But teams as always, generally pretty quiet in testing because A, they're busy, and B, they don't want to give too much away. No, last tweet from them was session 1 of preseason testing complete. Smiley face, thumbs up, picture of Piastri giving his thumbs ups. There you go.
Excellent.
Full description. But yeah.
So Verstappen's the only one of the new crew who's broken into the top 10 so far, in 10th.
It's over.
So everyone going a little bit slower at the moment, but a lot of them, like the Ferrari, have a big aero rake whacked onto the car again, so you don't tend to be doing qualifying runs with those on.
Have you seen a Ferrari one on the back? It's fancy.
Massive.
Anyone locking up at the famous turn 10, says Sighted Canvas? Yeah, we've had a few. Antonelli had a couple, but quite a few have done that. That's inevitable, though. That's inevitable in a race weekend, let alone in testing. So yeah, that's definitely going to happen. F1 cars have grown over 4 feet since 1993.
Wow,
that's like a little. That's just that's.
I think they're called tires.
Oh, it's a bit early for dad jokes. That's tomorrow afternoon, surely.
Oh, I did a dad joke the minute you walked away in the break. So as soon as you were out the door. Yeah, I thought that's massive, isn't it? We really need to rein them in again. But again, got to keep them safe. We had this discussion in the morning. As long as they've got enough safety cell around them.
To be fair, Keane says that the cars don't have feet, so there you go. Yes. Leclerc, sorry, coming through 10. Yeah, coming through 10 for me, a bit earlier for you, I think. It's gone quiet on track. Verstappen's out there now, the world champ. But yeah, Leclerc, this is what I mean when people say, why don't you commentate on what's on track? I mean, Leclerc's going very slow there through turn 11 with that fancy aero rake on the back. There's not much you can commentate on the track, so we'll just keep updated with the main things as they happen and the times, and we'll keep waffling away. Yeah, nothing to say on that really. I can't really comment on how the car looks because he's not pushing at all. So, I mean, I say not pushing, Stuart. He's still going to be doing ridiculous speeds, just not pushing like an F1 car can.
Well, here's a quick question about how the car looks that I don't think we really discussed because we got so distracted by the big white block on the back. But going into this livery, everyone we were told we were going to get a darker shade of red, and everyone worried we were going to get the Mugello livery. But what do you think about this shade?
I like it. It's a nice shade.
I agree. I think they've hit a nice sweet spot.
It's kind of in the middle, isn't it, of the two? But more towards the red end rather than the Mugello one.
I mean, I remember people during the Marlboro Schumacher era who hated how bright the red was. They were like, "That's not a real
Really?
Ferrari." Yeah, Ferrari's meant to be. I think they were they were after something a little bit closer to this actually. That like this is a true Ferrari color, a scarlet color.
Is this closer to the, what do they call it? Is it the Rosso Corsa? Is that the colour, or have I just made that up? I should know that.
Does that mean course red? Track red? Is that what that means?
Could be, yeah.
Is that essentially the equivalent of British Racing Green?
Yeah, I suppose it is actually, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because Rosso will be red, because Toro Rosso, red. Plus Rosso is red in Italian. I don't know, either Toro a bit, but there you go. I'm sure it's like a Rosso course. I'm sure it's something like that, but, yeah.
Did you say you don't know what the Toro bit means?
No, I know what the Toro bit means, the Toro Rosso.
Like,
it's the bull, isn't it? Yeah.
I was going to be like... an Easter egg that's been hidden from you for 10 years.
What does it even mean? What is at the back with that shape thing? Why is it? Says Gitesh on the Ferrari, I assume. That's an aero rake. In my very simple knowledge on these things, it's a load of sensors, isn't it? To monitor. Is it airflow, Stuart? I'm trying to be sounding really technical, but I don't know. It's a rake.
So the spindles of the rake are covered in little pitot tubes and things that each one will measure air pressure at that point. So, and they're all over the place in that big area. So essentially they could build up a picture of what the air pressure and the airflow is like through that cross section that the rake takes up, and then feed that back into some computer which can turn it into something useful. So essentially it's like the air that's passing through the rake, they can monitor the pressure like across the whole expanse of it and build up a picture of what's happening.
Pitot tube, that's the words I was looking for.
Yeah. So this isn't testing, isn't just about seeing how fast you can go. We should reiterate, as Verstappen goes up to second. There'll be, when they're designing these cars, obviously they put things in the air tunnel. Is that the word I mean? And the CFD, and they'll be running lots of simulations on the computer, and they have an idea of how the car will behave on track. And then what they're doing is they're going to be measuring how the car actually performs on track compared to their simulations and calculations, and looking for correlations and looking to see how closely matched their predictions are to how the car's actually performing, and fingers crossed for the teams, the car is doing exactly what they hope it will do. But if there are differences between their calculations and the actual performance, then they can go back to the drawing board and fiddle with that.
It's all to do with that word we'll hear a lot of this season: correlation.
Yes.
They like to use that word, don't they? It's all about correlation. They basically check in to see what breaks for now. Says Society Canvas. Kind of in a way that is with testing, isn't it? Will this car run? Yes, it will. It's fine. Did we have any race distances this morning? Yeah, Antonelli did. What a race distance for Bahrain. It's about 50, 52, 54, 56. Where I know it's lap wise. So Antonelli did 78. Lawson did 58. Albon did 63. Tsunoda 78, Hamilton 70. God, these cars are reliable. Doing 68. Alonso only 46. I didn't make it to the end. Piastri 66. Hulkenberg 55. Behrman 72. So lots of race distances plus this morning. So that's a good start to the day, I think, for a lot of teams. But here's Lance Stroll coming to the pits in his Aston Martin. Felipe
Three cars yet to go out. Norris, Sainz, and Russell, as far as I can tell, have not left the garage yet in the car.
They have not. They'll be out there somewhere soon, hopefully. I'm just trying to wait for the camera to pan down the pits and see if maybe the McLaren garage is still boarded up. I don't mean boarded up, covered. They're hiding. Zombie apocalypse coming. 57 laps. Thank you, Alexis, for the race distance. So yeah, everybody apart from Hulkenberg and Alonso hit that, and Hulkenberg was only 2 out, so not bad at all. Yeah, I don't like the Haas livery. It's just someone asked me if you thought maybe Haas would get bought out by Toyota at some point, but I feel like it wouldn't be a testing stream. We didn't talk about Haas being bought out by somebody, because every year there seems to be a new rumor. If it's not an Andretti, it's an Audi. If it's not an Audi, it's a Toyota. So maybe one day. But I think an interesting partnership there. You've got Haas, Ferrari, Toyota. Yeah, messy,
Yeah.
but who knows? Who knows? It may happen. Lawson already behind Verstappen, says Esteban. Good point. Yeah, Verstappen's got second at 31.4. That is on the C1 as well, so a harder compound too. So if anyone's expecting Lawson to beat Verstappen this year, I think you might be in for a surprise.
But it is quite a... Hang on, what did Lawson do? He did his on the C3.
4. No,
C3.
3. You're right. Yeah, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong timing thing.
For Verstappen to come along on... Hang on, I'm just going to move my lap out of the way. So Verstappen did on his second reasonably speed lap and go straight into second place on the hardest tyre. Is very Verstappen of him.
Yeah. Obviously.
He done 6 laps, but most of them were kind of reconnaissance laps or slow laps, and so it was only the second of his fast laps.
Yeah, we don't know what programs everyone's on, but he has gone a tenth quicker than Lawson on a set of tyres that are 2 compounds harder. So
yeah,
it's still early days, isn't it? We can't. That's Hadjar having a nice catch from Isaac Hadjar. Spin at the top of the hill there, just after turn 4. So he's come round and then just lost it. Is that on the exit, or is that well after the exit, isn't it, for Hadjar? You'll see in a minute, Stuart. Well, yeah, he had a spin and it was just a straight round and then carried on. So no worries there. Good catch after the spin.
I'll keep my eye out for him. I bet I'll see it live at the same time you're getting a replay. But here we go. I'm watching Hadjar now as he's coming up to turn 4, I think. There he goes. Yep, exit at turn 4. Span it. Full 360, kept going.
Good stuff. Slick says, is Liam's career over? Insert Nico Rosberg exploding background pointing image.
I mean, to be fair, Gasly's in second place ahead of Verstappen now on the C3. And
is Verstappen's career over?
So different programs, probably different fuel loads. We don't know what's going on, but we can pretend that we are speculating with information.
Given that the C1, 2, and 3 are the tyres they used in the race last year, are we likely to see the C5 or C6? Would they not be too soft to be useful, or is there good info to gain from using those tyres? That's from Alexis. Alexis, good question. Just a reminder to everyone who might know this already, but to let Alexis know, only 2 teams have bought soft tyres. So Williams and Ferrari have each bought 1 set each of the C5 and the C6. So nobody else has the soft tyres. In fact, let me just see if I can find Pirelli's thingy. I didn't actually set. I might try and remember to do this for tomorrow. Save it somewhere. Do it on my phone so I don't use up my PC. But yeah, so it's only Ferrari and Williams who have bought 1 set of the C5s and 1 set of the C6s each. To give you an idea as to what teams are expecting, as you say, C1, C2, C3 last year. Mercedes have bought 27 sets of the C3 tyres. Everyone else has bought in and around 20, except for Williams, who have 15, and Haas have got 18. And just a reminder as well, in case we do get rain tomorrow, only Aston Martin and Haas have bought any kind of wet tyres. 3 sets of inters for Aston Martin, and 1 set of inters and 1 set of wets for Haas. So they'll be hoping no rain tomorrow, I'd imagine. But yeah, so there's only 4 sets in total of soft tyres here this weekend. But as Alexis rightly says, the C3 would be the soft for Bahrain. So there you go.
So we're probably not going to see much of
no. Well, if the C6 will struggle to last a lap on a street track, it'll not get out the pit lane in Bahrain, will it? Surely. It's such a difficult track.
I will be interested to see what Ferrari and Williams do with these soft tyres they brought. I wonder if they're going to go instead of going for a hot lap, they're just going to do a little test of those tires at moderate speed just to see how they heat up, how they react, how long it takes till they blister and go off. I guess we'll see.
Yeah. So Freezer's just throwing me off with this question. Aren't the intermediates and wet soft compound too? In which case, Haas and Aston Martin have softs too. I suppose they are, aren't they? Really, but yeah, I wouldn't fancy them on the track. Sorry. I don't know what the forecast saying for tomorrow, Stuart. Whether that rain threat has disappeared, but
I'll have a little look on my phone. It will be interesting if it does rain and it's just those two teams who get a chance to do some running. Although heavy rain, the full wet tires is a real gamble, isn't it? Okay, Bahrain, Sakir forecast.
I'd be surprised if we get anything heavy enough to need wets. And if it drizzles, I'd be surprised if anyone goes out on the inters as well. So I'm not convinced that it'll rain. You never know.
There's a 25% chance of rain tomorrow, apparently.
That's more than double that there is this afternoon, you see. Maths. Gasly's starting a lap, by the way. I haven't got his time up at the moment, though, on the... there we go. I assume it's a hot lap. He's currently second. He's on what looks like the C3s as he comes through turn 2 and then round to turn 3. Grosjean. We're calling that corner now. Up to turn 4 where Hadjar just had his spin. Let's see if it does... Again, really far over to the left. Within track limits, not the track limits really matter from a rules point of view in testing, but you don't really want to give yourself a false data, do you? But anyway, a little bit down in the first sector on his best and slower than Antonelli, who set the fast time 1:31.428 this morning. He's not far off Antonelli though, is he? When you look at the hundredth of a second,
yeah,
not bad at all. DRS open for Gasly as he comes down to the tricky turn 11. He's got through the trickier turn 10. Again, really far over to the right. Swing it in. See what he can get around there. It looks nice and tidy, actually, from Gasly. The Alpine steering wheel always bothers me. It's too... I don't know.
Round?
Yeah, I just don't like it. 900ths down in the middle sector, so he's not going to be going any quicker than he did earlier, but still good laps for Gasly. Again, on that C3 tyre. Into the final, technically couple of corners, but really it's just one, isn't it? Let's be honest. And then DRS wide open. Over the line he goes, and it's a 1:31.579. Personal best final sector. Just so you know. Still waiting for Russell, Norris and Sainz, by the way. Or Russell's done a reconnaissance lap. So,
yeah, he's on track now, I think. Or at least he is for me.
Yes, he is, yeah.
Coming up.
Sorry.
So maybe you'll be doing a proper lap on your screen. I don't know yet. This Gasly thing is the second half of the doing conversation I guess we're having in the morning. Because kind of like Verstappen, he is just showing doing up pretty much immediately. As expected from both of them, I would say. Gasly, a very experienced and quick driver. Doohan and Lawson are both the rookies. But yeah, interesting, because we did spend some time in the morning talking about what Doohan had to do to prove himself, and a lot of it was be close to Gasly. And at the moment, he isn't yet. But it is only testing.
It's that usual caveats. It's only testing. So it just came to me randomly. Have you seen that they've launched like a MotoGP version of F1 TV that's not called F1 TV, obviously, but I can't remember what it's called it. Like a streaming platform thing for MotoGP now that F1, also Formula One Management, Liberty, whatever, own it. Liberty own it, don't they? Not F1. Yeah.
I have not, but I don't really pay attention to MotoGP.
I don't anymore, but I spotted it on socials the other day. I was like, that's interesting. So it looks like they are going to really, like they do with F1, double down on MotoGP, and they're calling it the most exciting sport in the world, I think they called it, which when you also own F1, steady. Russell, by the way, goes up his 12th place, 1:34.607, 3 laps in total. That was on the C4 tyre. Norris in his helmet staring, or not anymore staring, he was staring into space, but no, it looks like he's getting ready to go out.
Where's Sainz? I want to see Sainz.
Yeah, Carlos. Caleb says, nice to put a face to the name after watching the F1 World for 6 years. Hey, Caleb. Hope you're okay. Yeah, we're getting used to a camera. I keep thinking I can't pick my nose. I can't pick my nose anymore. Or I can, but it's gross. Is there no red star on a motor this year? Yes, there is. They're behind the driver on the headrest, but I think there's 2.
Russell's just going past me on the camera, so I'll have a little look. It was too fast. He went by too fast. I'll keep an eye out.
I thought I saw 2. It might have been a mirrored image though, so or a mirror put there. But I thought I could see 2. But there's definitely at least a red star there, below the airbox and behind the drivers. So, yeah.
What is this helmet that Norris is wearing? That's not the helmet I'm expecting him to wear. I hate it. It's awful. Worst driver on the grid now. He's got a sort of black helmet with just kind of weird, gritty little luminous yellow marks all over it.
Okay. That's weird.
Whereas I expect him to have the bright yellow helmet with the little, black chevron stuff all over it.
Yeah.
In the pattern of his helmet, he's got a particular pattern that he keeps. So that was weird. I don't know. Hate it.
We'll do helmet talk at some point. Maria says, by the way, the MotoGP streaming service has been around for years. It definitely came across. It was definitely put to me as a new advert, Maria. So if it's been around for years, then unless they've done a bit of stuff around the branding and they're just pushing it a bit harder, maybe that's why it's popped up for me. But it just looked like it was a new thing. So, but it's been around for years, and it's probably just a rebrand. But you know what, FOM, well not FOM, Liberty alike, they love a rebrand, embracing socials, embracing streaming, which is fine. It won't be long before you get some more gimmicks in MotoGP, I'm sure. Well, they have sprints in MotoGP now, don't they? I'm sure they do.
I honestly have no idea. What I do know is they have different compound tyres front and back.
That's cool.
They don't have to have a straight set, which would be interesting thing to have in F1. I'm sure it would be very limiting, but
and not just by accident, like Bottas at Williams in Spa one year, where they got mixed compounds.
I don't actually know the reasons for the rule, which they're very strict about, for why a complete set must be used at all times. I don't know if that's for monitoring purposes or something, but even within the same compound, they have to be a set of tyres. I don't know precisely the reasons for them having to do that. I imagine there are some safety reasons around not mixing compounds or something, but as we were talking earlier in the streamers, now we've got a cost cap. Surely we let them go a bit more loosey-goosey with the technical regs. I don't know off the top of my head why we can't actually mix up compounds on a car for strategic interest.
My assumption, again, I don't know if sure, my assumption would be that it's a Pirelli can monitor sets and things. I can't imagine. There's no technical reason why they couldn't, is there? There's no... Not really. I imagine it must be a Pirelli thing, but then we have the technology now maybe to be able to track them in other ways, but...
Well, they're tagged, aren't they? They're electronically... Yeah. That's how they know. Anyway, good news for you science heads out there. Carlos is on track.
In a new livery.
Yes. Yeah, they painted the front right half quarter of the car bright red.
And we'll get to see all that paint run down the side of the car, and then we'll just look at it and go, that's nice. But yeah, we have Carlos Sainz in the Williams, finally. Slighted Canvas says they do it because they like to hand out penalties. There you go. They love a penalty to the FIA. Yeah, Sainz is doing a lap here as well, so sparks flying as he hits turn 11. Not too hard, hopefully. We have a car on track where we're watching the Haas for some reason in the garage. It looks like it's got the floor off it because they've covered the garage up.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
But yeah, they've not covered it well. Technically in, you've not covered it well. So what sites, because it will be a personal best, of course. 108.7 in the middle for Antonelli. He's well off his car sites, 1.3 seconds down in the end there. So we'll see what he does at the end of the lap, but that's going to put him 12th, possibly.
Is that Sainz, you mean?
Yeah, Carlito, as Martin Brundle called him for some reason.
Yeah, decent first sector, but he kind of dropped off a bit. What's happening
what
on
did I say? What did I say? 12th place?
Is it 12th?
It's
Nice.
12th.
I can't tell what's going on with the wheels of that Williams car. Obviously, they're spinning around at the moment, so I don't know what's on them. But they look like they've got sort of studs on.
Okay.
I said I could. They obviously haven't, but whatever the graphic is on the rims, they look kind of. It looks like it's got sort of studs. Or, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I hadn't noticed that. Yeah, that's the C4 tires, by the way. I think, isn't it, as well? So.
Yeah. It might be C3. We're talking about sites.
Yeah, it's a C3 on TV, but it's a C4 on the timing tower. As in, well, I say timing tower, the multi-viewer.
Yeah, that might be incorrect because it looks like a C3 to me because I can't see the full band. It's a little bit tricky to tell when they're rotating, but normally the yellow is much stronger.
How strange.
Yeah. I do think the tires are manually inputted. I don't think there's anything automatic that's setting that up. I don't think. So I think it's just a matter of spotters putting it in and sometimes not getting it right. So
I don't know. But I genuinely I genuinely didn't know that it was manually put in.
I think it is. Yeah, I don't think there's anything automatic that happens. I don't think they scan them into the as they put them on. I think someone just has to look at them and put them in, which is why sometimes they are wrong. Sometimes they are wrong on the time. Even in a race, they're sometimes wrong.
It makes sense because I'm just trying to think how, apart from like you say, scanning them before you put them on, there can't be anything in the tires that logs what they are anyway, can there? Really, from a track data point of view. So yeah, it must be manual. So I didn't even think about that. Yeah. That's so if you're listening, whoever does the tyres manually, you do a great job. And if we moan that they're wrong, we're not being mean. We appreciate the work you do. Because that must be a nightmare, especially like proper qualifying when it's just go, go, go all the time. That must be a nightmare. Yeah. Terrifying thought. Norris is ready to roll according to McLaren. So ready, in fact, he's still in the pits.
I will remind McLaren an hour of the afternoon is gone now.
He might have just woken up. Just got out of bed. He's ready to go. Who's on track at the moment? We've got Carlos Sainz, we've got Pierre Gasly, we've got Lance Stroll, Charles Leclerc, who's just pitting, and Max Verstappen, who's also just pitting. So it is just Stroll, Gasly, and Sainz at the moment. It's felt like a quiet day so far. This afternoon feels really quiet at the moment as well, but I think people just easing into the day, aren't they? Or easing into the afternoon. But it feels like, I don't want to jinx anything, but it feels like we were a long way away from the years of what felt like at times constant red flags. I go back to the days, and we're going back a little while now. I remember Fernando Alonso in the Grand Prix at the final corner in Spain after his rear wheel fell off, and we don't seem to see quite so many errors like that in testing these days. So maybe again another symptom of the fact that there are only 3 days of testing, so teams have to be ultra careful to get all the laps in they can, and reliability is amazing, as we know. So drivers maybe more cautious.
I do also think, and I know we've been to Bahrain for quite a few years now, it's much easier to lose the car.
Yeah.
In Barcelona, there's a lot of long, fast corners, and like if there's a snap at the back, then that's the car pirouetting into the gravel or into the wall or something like that. You're much more likely to lose the car in Spain. There are some fast corners in Bahrain, but I think it's less aerodynamically demanding, I think. And if you do lose it, you can tend to keep it going in a straight line. We've seen a couple of spins. And as well, we're in 4th year of these regs. I think people know these cars very well. I think, fingers crossed, everyone knows what's going on. What we don't have is a team turning up late for testing. Being a bit late in their development, like Williams have been. We don't have cars that are struggling to get out of the garage, which we've had before, and teams having like almost no laps on day one. This is good news. Everyone is out there putting in the laps. They seem fairly comfortable, and any problems they might be having seem kind of minor. These teams are all hit the ground running. They all seem pretty confident, and that's a That's a good thing. That's a sign of a healthy grid.
Just seen a first shot of the radar today down at McLaren, I think it was. Class 1 intensity rain is moving towards the circuit, apparently. What Class 1 means? Drizzle or deluge, I don't know. But I was just going to say to you, I think you kind of made the point as well, but obviously easier to lose it in Barcelona, but also easier to find a wall if you do lose it, is the point there, isn't it? So, like you say, you spin in Bahrain, you can recover it quite easily, or if you do go off track, you're more likely to just hit a bit of runoff and drive back onto track. We have a new team radio graphic.
Yes, we do. I do not spot that.
Fancy.
Yeah,
that's fancy.
Hang on a sec. Right, I was just looking at class. I did see that radar graphic on yours, and it did say it was expected at 4:20, which will be in 15 minutes time.
How exciting!
So, I guess we'll see. Class 1, I think, is light, falling between trace amounts and 25 millimeters an hour. So don't expect loads of rain.
We shouldn't need the full wet set.
We might see some T-cams getting a bit spotty.
Leonardo says Ferrari seems quite unstable, and Kamal agrees. Ferrari seems unstable. Hamilton was struggling with it this morning too. And Oscar says those issues in testing are always more likely to happen at the beginning of changing regulations. By this point, the teams adjusted an evolution last step and know the car pretty well. That's fair enough as well, yeah. A very good point. Very good point. Thank you for all your subs as well today, by the way. I won't read them all out. We've had a good couple of hundred, so please do hit that subscribe button if you are new. That'd be massively appreciated. Loads of content to come this year. Also, if you could drop a like, we're at 644. Let me check something 1 second. I might regret this now. But let me just do something because I might be able to set you a challenge. I love a challenge. And by I love a challenge, I love setting you a challenge. Not you, Stuart. If you want to make a load of burner accounts, feel free. So hit that subscribe button. But also, last year's testing day 1 stream, which was only that's 2023, Sean. Keep going up, Sean. You'll get there. You'll get there. Well done, genius. Hit 1,166 likes. So 1,100 likes is the record. We're at 657. 1,200 of you here. In theory, we could. Likes and subscribes. Let's see if we can get as many likes as possible. That'd be amazing. I don't get any money for that. It just helps pushes the channel in the old algorithm, which is the bane of my bloody existence. Lots of likes, lots of subs. Get ready for the new season, watch-alongs and all sorts when we get into the year. I haven't decided what's happening reaction wise, but that'll be discussed later this week, next week now, because I don't intend to do much after testing streams this week. So but yes, definitely watch-alongs, etc. So looking forward to those. And Australia at 4 a.m. race start is going to be... It's one thing getting up and watching a race at 4 a.m. It's another thing getting up and streaming for a race at 4 a.m. That's going to be interesting, but looking forward to that, definitely. I won't stop asking for likes and subscribers, Didier, because that is part of the job as a YouTuber, I'm afraid. I hate it. Oh, don't get me wrong, I hate it. It sounds so beggy, but that's the way the algorithm works, I'm afraid. And if I don't do that, then the channel never goes anywhere. So it sucks, but that's the world we live in these days online. It's all algorithms. All algorithms. It's also the first time I've asked for like 2 hours, so,
Yeah, and I think it's fine. I mean, obviously, all this stuff is going out for free to the audience. So just a little ask every now and again is perfectly fine, I think.
Yeah. It's just a way of saying thanks, I guess.
Yeah. Some people getting a bit worried about Ferrari in the chat. I will just remind everyone it is just testing, but they aren't wrong that it has seemed a bit twitchy underneath Hamilton. I need to see it some more Leclerc shots actually, because I want to know if he's having as much oversteer as Hamilton seems to be having in the at least in the early morning. I don't think I saw Hamilton twitching as much in the late morning. So we'll keep an eye on it, but if you're a Ferrari fan, and we know there's a lot of you, don't worry too much about them being 7th and 15th. This is not a qualifying session, so everybody's going to be doing different things, and they're not all aiming for outright fastest lap today.
I wasn't worrying, I swear.
Nah. Start worrying in Australia when they don't do any better than this.
Yeah, if this is how it is in Australia, we're in trouble. Yeah, we've got Esteban Ocon going back out on track now, so that's good stuff for Esti Bestie.
Front row of the grid is a flatulent insect, ant gas.
Ant gas. Love it. Yeah, we have got cars on track, but it's awkward testing sometimes. Gasly, Sainz, and Ocon all out there at the moment, not really doing anything sector time wise. No, not really. Fastest in the speed trap remains Albon, by the way, 322. Of the afternoon runners, if you're interested at the moment, it is 310 to Behrman, who's a morning runner, Sean, so that was stupid. So of the afternoon runners, it's actually Carlos Sainz, I believe. Gee, that's the second time I've lied to you. It's not at all. It's Max Verstappen on 330. So just name all the drivers and maybe we'll get one right.
You're getting there.
Verstappen, 313 kilometers an hour is the current afternoon best, I believe. I may be wrong, but I was wrong 3 times. So testing is about confirming as much as you can to find what could upset the car and run those situations. Any data is welcome, says Oscar. Daniel says it's very hard to fix an algorithm. I can't even fix my sleeping schedule, but I'll do my best. Absolutely. Most of the drivers have the same issues with oversteer, etc., says Vashek. Yes.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I like turn 4, for those of you who weren't watching earlier, who are just joining us or listening. Turn 4 is proving tricky for a lot of the drivers. They're sort of either having a bit of oversteer or running a bit wide on the exit. They've lengthened the strip of gravel around the outside of turn 4. So a lot of them are catching that as they exit the corner and just flicking up some dust. Nothing too major. We've had a couple of spins, but apart from that, we're just having some wobbles through that corner.
That and the usual lockups at turn 10.
That too, yeah.
Yeah. Where did were both the spins at the top at turn 4? Hadjar and Lawson. No, where was Lawson? Lawson was somewhere else.
Lawson was turn 4, I think. I don't think it was turn. Was it out of turn 3?
It was turn 3 for Lawson, wasn't it? That's what I've got in my head. I might be wrong. Very easy to be wrong.
I think that. And Hadjar turn 4.
Exciting news if you watch it on TV. The timing tower now has the fastest tyres on there, which is useful. Or the fastest tyre. The tyre they set the fastest lap on. That's what I'm trying to say. So that makes it. Sainz goes 11th, by the way, moves up a place on a 1:32.119. I didn't go through the times on the hour, Stuart, so I'll fly through it now quickly. I was too busy chatting regs with you. So Kimi Antonelli was fastest this morning, 1:31.428. He did 78 laps in the end. Pierre Gasly, that was on the C3, by the way. Gasly 1:31.443. He's in this afternoon, 15 thousandths off, 100th off basically, off of Kimi Antonelli. 17 laps so far. His fastest was a C3. C2 for Verstappen and C3 for Lawson. 1:31.4 this afternoon for Verstappen and 18 laps, and Lawson this morning a 1:31.560, 1/10 off, 10th and a half off. Yeah, 58 laps. Alex Albon 1:31.573. A 10th and a half off as well, 63 laps this morning. His fastest time was on the C3. Tsunoda also C3, as was Hamilton. Tsunoda did a 1:31.610, nearly 2/10 off, 78 laps. And then Hamilton this morning, 70 laps, 1:31.834 again on that C3 tyre. Doohan 1:31.841, 4/10 of a second off for Doohan, 68 laps, 46 laps for Alonso, and a 1:31.874. Doohan and Alonso both on the C3s, as was Piastri on a 1:32.084, 6/10 off, 66 laps. Sainz so far this afternoon, 8 laps on the board, 1:32.119, his best time. That was on the C2 tyre, so a hard compound. Hulkenberg on the C3 this morning, 7.5 off the pace, 1:32.169, 55 laps. Russell's done a purple first sector, by the way, just to let you know, so I'll be as quick as I can with this. Stroll 33.790, 2.3 off, 8 laps so far this afternoon. His was a C3. C2 for Ocon Ocon, and C3 for Russell, who's currently on outlap, so currently on lap, sorry. So we'll see how we go there. Ocon 34.498 and Russell 34.607. 6 laps for Russell, 15 for Ocon. Leclerc's done 13 laps, a 135.1 is his fastest so far. Not anymore, it's in a 134.31.4 is his fastest. He's now gone 14th on a set of the C3s. Hadjar 18th, 135.5, 4.1 seconds off, 14 laps. His fastest time was on the I had this a second ago, I believe the C3. I'll check that in a second. And then Borsato and Norris yet to set a time. I'm speeding up because Leclerc's just gone 4th on a 31.4. George Russell out of the final corner is about to go fastest overall, I believe. Here he goes. He does indeed in a 1:31.0. We are now below the fastest time on day one in testing last year by about 0.3 of a second.
Mercedes 1-2.
Oh, they can't let us have anything, can they? Can't let us have anything.
Good run through. I noticed on the TV timing tell. I know you said they had the fastest tyres on there, but they've also changed them from soft, medium, hard to the actual C designation tyre now.
That's handy.
Which they have never done in all the years of watching testing, but they seem to have changed it in the middle of today. So I mean, good for them. They're making updates to the graphics while we watch. Someone furiously poking around in some kind of After Effects or whatever to make that happen.
Why does Lando not have a best lap, says Tiago, or asks Tiago? I don't know. There's been nothing. Obviously, I've not got the audio on from the stream because I need to, or from the TV because I need to listen to Stuart, and also it will come across on the mic anyway. So if anybody's heard anything on the television or wherever you're watching it, let us know. But I believe McLaren did just say he was about to head out, but it looks like just reconnaissance laps for Norris at the moment. So I don't know what they've been messing about with the car, but the screens were up in the garage at the start of the session, so the floor could have been off, which will explain why it's taken a while. But he has been going out, but it is only sort of what I would just keep calling out laps, basically.
That is true. That is true, but also it says he has done a lap. It's just not appearing in the best lap column. He's done a 1:37, although it's just said he's done an 8-minute 50 lap. So, but he has done a 1:37 at some on lap 2. But I wonder if that's picking up the sensor of him going in and out of the pits or something. I don't know.
Jordan, by the way, says McLaren had to replace the floor during sessions, between sessions, hence the delay. So that's why it's a change of floor for Norris. So that's why. So nothing too serious, but obviously it takes some time away from the session. But Sighty Canvas says the rule states those with ugly helmets will not set fastest times. True story. So there you go. That's why it's an 850 for Norris. We don't like his helmet. Hadjar on the C somethings.
I would hope
sorry.
so.
C3.
I would hope he can do something.
Yeah. Hadjar on bricks. No, C3 for Hadjar. Just on a lap now, coming up to cut the beam at turn 4. But yeah, kicking up some dust there. 0.6 down on Russell, but he was a little bit wide at the top of turn 4 there. I know, surprisingly for everybody there. Somebody wide at turn 4. But see what he can do here. He should improve from a 33.3, you would think, but we'll see. All kinds of programs. Obviously, it's not about say it every year, constantly. It's not about lap times necessarily for testing. Some might go for a nice, exciting lap later in the week, but it's all about getting these cars dialed in, testing the limits, finding out what's working, what isn't, making the change they need to, and then, well, without sounding like an absolute condescending prick, it's for testing. Basically, it's exactly what it is. So I do quite like as well the I get it every year. I enjoy doing these. You enjoy doing them, Stuart, and chat enjoy them. And I'll always get somebody who'll be like, "Oh, why do you bother? It's just testing." How F1 fans are pathetic. How can they get excited about testing? To which I just want to respond: just let people enjoy things. If you don't enjoy testing, don't watch testing. If you do enjoy testing, do watch testing. It's not really more complicated than that, people. So if you don't enjoy testing and you're here, then cool. If you do, then even better. So, but I look, it is boring. It's not supposed to be entertaining, though, is it? It's what you make of it, and I think we do a pretty good bloody job, Stuart. A bloody good pretty job. Oh, whatever. Words. A good job. That's what I'm trying to say. We do well. Just not
Considering
English.
we're not cowards like the people in the F1 TV stream who have to sub out every 2 hours because they can't hack a full day of commentary.
Boo.
We're the marathon runners here.
27 hours across 3 days.
But yeah, I fully agree with your philosophy. Just let people enjoy the things they enjoy, and if you don't enjoy it, you don't have to participate. You can come for the races. I mean, some people don't watch free practice because that's boring, and I would agree. But I watch it because I find it interesting.
See, I struggle with FP3 is the one I really struggle with for some reason. I've always found that a bit in there. I think that's the one where they take like 20 minutes to do anything, isn't it? So Purple Zebra says it's as much about being here for the waffle as it is for testing. There you go. Thank you for your support as always. Letox says testing is awesome. Cars on the road, sound, limit breaking. I do not need a timetable either. I enjoy watching the amazing cars on the road. There you go. It's just nice seeing cars on track, isn't it? Also, we're getting to that point now where, not quite, but we're getting to that point now where the talking can kind of start to stop, if that makes sense. And we can start focusing on the racing and what I keep referring to, and I don't mean this to offend any of my new colleagues or anything, but the desperate winter filler can start to disappear. Now we can actually talk about something that matters rather than just what colour Lewis Hamilton's shoes were on Wednesday, which is how it feels over the winter sometimes. So yeah, this is why I enjoy testing. Ask me again on Friday afternoon about 1:30. Carlos Sainz without Flovers back on his car again at turn 8, driving quite slowly. And on a hot lap, Stuart, who have we got? Hadjar improved to a 33.067, by the way. 17 laps overall for him, so he's at 16th at the moment. Behrman looks like he's going to end the day at the bottom of the times, by the way, if Bortoletto unless Bortoletto and Norris have a shocker or don't get a lap in.
Well, yeah, Behrman had a very slow time in the morning anyway. He was 3 seconds off the next person along, so I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. For whatever reason, they haven't explained yet. Ocon is not going particularly fast, but we don't know if they're running a program or if they've accidentally produced a terrible car. I hope they haven't, because they were really making some headway last year, and I really wanted to see them continue with that. So fingers crossed for old Haas.
Where are you? Neil says who and what team has done the most laps so far? So the drive with the most laps is Yuki Tsunoda and Kimi Antonelli, who both did 78 laps. I would say, and I've not done the maths, I would say the most laps so far is Racing Bulls, because Tsunoda 78 and Hadjar 18. Russell's only done 10. Yeah, so that's going to be my guess. Without doing the actual maths, it looks like Racing Bulls at the moment. But it's close. I think there's got lots of laps today from all teams. And if we don't get any red flags or anything, then we could hit some pretty big numbers today in terms of laps, which again is really the metric early days in testing. How many laps can you get in? The more laps, the better. I just hope Red Balls are more competitive this season, says Kevin. Yeah. If you weren't here for the F1 75 watch along, clock and balls was very much the the topic of the day. Testing is great practice for me to test my quite frankly superb comedic timing in every chat season so far. Says cited canvas, fair enough. It's funny you say testing. It's a good way to test all the overlays are working and things as well. So and anything we might need to tweak with the camera and whatnot. So. My camera's at this angle, by the way, looking down across. It's the best way to get the shelves in. The room is smaller than even smaller than it looks on camera. It's a very small room, but because I didn't used to use a camera, it was perfect for recording. Tiny room, nice carpet, perfect.
So if you want an actual answer, because I've just put them all into my spreadsheet, Racing Bulls 96 laps, Haas 91 laps are the top two, and then Mercedes 88, Ferrari 87. So those are your top four in terms of lap count in total.
There you go. I was right. Miracle.
Yep. Obviously, those will be changing constantly, but that's where we are right now.
That was some quick spreadsheet work, by the way. That was impressive.
Well, thank you very much. I had already put the morning one in, so I was just typing in the second batch.
That's less impressive.
Sorry.
Shiv says, Hamilton, please get out of the pits. He's not running this afternoon, Shiv. It's Leclerc in the Ferrari this afternoon. Lewis is done until... We don't know, actually. Ferrari, the only team not to tell us what their schedule is for the rest of the week. So he might be back in tomorrow morning. It might be tomorrow afternoon. It might not be till Friday, but he's not in again today. That's Leclerc now. If you are new to F1, anybody, just a reminder, it is one car per team, which is why we swapped the drivers out. I was going to ask why that is, but it's one, logistics, two, less crew, and you've got to turn, that's a lot of work to do on two cars, isn't it, with setups and potential changes to the car, and it's just a lot of faff. So one car per team. There'll be other reasons to it, of course there are, but there you go. Cost, exactly, yeah, cost is a big part of it as well. The logistics of getting things around, they've got to get stuff to Australia, because like Stuart said earlier, we're not staying in Bahrain, it's off to Australia after this, which is why we've got the slightly, and by slightly I mean one more week, bigger gap between the end of testing and the first Grand Prix, because the last few years we've had that thing where we finished testing on a Friday, and then the following week we're FP1ing, which doesn't give teams a lot of time, does it? So a couple of weeks away. It does feel right, James. I said it earlier. It says, can't believe it's about 2 weeks till Australia. Feels right being back there for the season opener. Absolutely agree. Something special about Melbourne as well. Also, it can have back its badge of, if this race is terrible, nobody cares because we'll have forgotten by the middle of the season. So,
it is interesting that next year, as we mentioned, there's going to be three-day test sessions. And again, things could change, but it's interesting that it feels like it would be more efficient to turn one of them into a session where you can use both cars, perhaps. But I guess another element of this is, these are these brand new cars. They're still manufacturing them. They might not have a complete or enough parts to have, two complete cars with spare parts ready to go on. And you may just end up wasting your time trying to run two cars rather than focusing on one as well. But that was my initial thought of you're doing 3 sessions, but you're only using one car in each. It seems like if you could turn one of them into a 2-car session, then you'd have to do less traveling around. But I don't know. What do I know? I am but a lowly YouTube man.
YouTube man. Kevin says, look at Stuart eating again. What is it now, Stuart? Kevin is absolutely watching your intake today. Every mouthful, or he's hungry.
It's hungry work. This you got to keep your energy up. Somehow you haven't had anything yet.
Of the two of us, you'd probably say I'd be the one sat here eating, but I don't eat a lot during the day. I just eat a lot at the worst time of day, which is the evening. So I've never been a big eater in the day.
I'm a big day eater. I'm a grazer.
Well, as my mum keeps going to me, little and often. It's like, yeah, but it's an effort, isn't it? Also, for full transparency, forgot to go to Sainsbury's and get snacks yesterday. That's the other reason. I know we like to have some Haribo just here, but yeah.
Well, during the stream, I've had 1 banana, 1 Satsuma, a bowl of noodles, and a Snickers. So I'm eating for the both of us.
I have my squash. You've got Pepsi Max as well, which is way more exciting.
Love a Pepsi Max. Pepsi Max would be a great team sponsor. The car would look amazing.
Does your Pepsi Max come in a Ferrari cup? This is the other thing.
No, I'm a from the can guy. There's nothing finer than drinking a cold cola from the can.
What's this website called, says Logan? The timing ones, that's Multiviewer for F1. It's an app. It's a free. The app is free, but in order to get all this data, you need at least an F1 TV access subscription, which at time of streaming in the UK, for example, is £2.29 a month. But that's where all this data comes from. It's from from Multiviewer for F1. Fantastic app. If you've already got F1 TV access, can't recommend this anymore. It's incredible, or any more highly. I can't recommend this anymore. You know what I mean. But yeah, no, it's great stuff. So definitely go check them out. Free app, F1 TV needed. But again, you can get it through access. So
I think Daniel has provisional poll for most productive. He's been during the stream of quitting a job, drinking coffee, and eating a biscuit.
Daniel L. More like Daniel W. I need to know about this job quitting. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep it on the track, but I'm sorry, Daniel W., which is now your name. We need to know this without giving too much away. What's gone on there? Had you always planned to quit your job, or had you just had enough? Like I did when I was working where I used to work.
We've just been so inspiring. He's going to become a sports YouTuber.
Or a persistent chat lingerer. That's a job I've just made up. Persistent chat lingerer. See.
Oh, low bill Ron's only 10 minutes walk from the first race. How exciting that would be.
That'd be great. Newt makes an excellent point with your point about Pepsi being a great sponsor. Pepsi Supermax.
There we go.
There you go. Pepsi and Red Bull. Would they go for that? Maybe not.
No, they've got their own cola. You'd have to move to another team. I think Pepsi would be a good sponsor of Haas because you've got the black and the white and the red. You just need to add a splash of blue.
Go to Alpine. I'll stick any colour on that car.
Yeah. Maybe I'll try and make some things happen. I'll put some people together.
I'm just taking him out. Just taking him out together. I keep looking at that like, is Daniel W going to come back and tell us what happened, or are we going to be left just wondering for the rest of eternity? And in 10 years' time, do you remember that stream, Stuart, where Daniel W quit his job and ate a biscuit?
Well, as Hella said, hi guys, Daniel W here, and this is the F1 word.
Apparently, yeah. So Daniel says, yeah, I had enough. Found a new one, which is way more interesting. And today I had my last day in the office. I'll consider Daniel W. I have to admit, unless you have something lined up, don't do it. I quit my last job to do YouTube, and that was the most terrifying few months I've ever gone through, I think. Until last summer when I was talking to Planet Sport about the channel, and that got really scary at times. But yeah, that was pretty scary. But there isn't a lot more satisfying than handing your notice into a job you hate, and then not serving your notice. It's quite satisfying. Here's my notice, and here's a sick note. I haven't done that one. I know a lot of people who have, but yeah, just don't turn up. What are we going to do? Sack you? So we still haven't seen Norris and Bortoletto do a lap. Bortoletto has done 12 laps, let's say reconnaissance laps. Norris has done the same, but on 4. Russell is currently out there on a run. 11 lap old tyres. I assume then it says C3, but then the tyre the tyre thing on multi-view says that he's currently on the C4.
It looks like a C3 on the screen to me on the TV.
It's definitely a C3. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, it's the tyre graphics not necessarily the most robust part. But what is interesting to me actually is there is a disparity between the F1 timing tower on the TV feed and the multi-viewer, because you'd assume that data would come from the same place. So
yeah.
Now I'm wondering if I don't know what to believe anymore. We'll do our best to communicate as best we can who's on what tyre.
I will. I'm sure between the timing tower and multi-viewer, we'll find a way to get it right. But just there's the caveat there. Just we'll give you the tyres that we have, but they might not necessarily be right. We'll give you all the tyres, but not necessarily in the right order. There you go. That'll do. That's a nice one. I'm getting messages. Why am I getting messages? I hate messages. I don't hate messages. Eru's been playing with Blender, by the way, and has done the old donut tutorial, and I keep getting photos of that because apparently that's
oh yeah, I did fun. That was my first blendy thing.
I'd like to be able to use it to do the tracks in like a proper 3D Blender style thing, but that sounds complicated.
Oh, that should be pretty easy once you know how to use Blender. I do like Blender. I don't. Right, here we go. Blender talk. We're 5.5 hours in. I love modeling, by which I mean making the 3D models, not putting on clothes and strutting down a catwalk. I love building 3D models. I hate putting the textures on. I find that incredibly confusing. I don't know how to do that. I can make them. I can color them, but I can't slap a texture on top of it. So anyone out there who does 3D modeling, you know what I'm talking about.
I don't, but that's a very smoky Red Bull garage. I'm sure you'll see on the TV feed in a minute. But the car's okay; it's gone out, so that's full of smoke in there. After
Just
Max just left.
It up.
But I assume he's like, yeah, Max is going all right. So there you go. Can't access official stream. How are the team colours on the timing tower this year? Now that Red Bull is white, or RB is white, could we finally see less variation of blue? We did touch on this earlier, didn't we, Stuart? We were talking about what they'll be, but for some reason, multi-viewer's gone blue. Hopefully that'll change to white before the season starts. But it's logos on the F1 tower on the official TV thing, so they'll stick with logos. But yeah, so we are the usual Mercedes teal or whatever you want, aqua, whatever you call it. For Merc, Alpine are blue, but I think they need to be pink. I agree with Stuart on that. Red Bull are blue. Ferrari are, brace yourself, red. Williams are blue. Yeah, Racing Bulls are blue. And again, perhaps a shock, but McLaren are papaya. And Aston are green, as are Sauber. And then you got Haas in their usual grey kind of thing, even though their cars are, well, I guess black and white is grey, isn't it, I suppose? So
yeah, I think it works. Sense. On what you just said, I think multi-view are just using the same colours as last year. I don't think they've updated those yet, and they still might. The timing tower on F1, as you say, is just logos, but I am going to keep an eye out for the other graphics, like the times that come across the bottom of the screen, because that's when they show the driver numbers and stuff. That's when they'll show the colours. So I'll keep an eye out for whoever asked that, Nilesh, I think. To see if there's been any updates in the way they're representing the teams. All I can see is Red Bull is still blue. But as other drivers come up, I'll see if the Racing Bulls come up as white. As Max Verstappen, I just lost it through turn 2-3.
What was he doing next? He was really slow through. I mean, you are quite slow through one anyway, but he's slow through one, turns in, and then the car twitched a bit. Then he sort of he goes to put the power down, doesn't he? It just gets away from him again. So that was strange. Just watching the replays now, that was a bit of a strange one.
Yeah, I guess so.
Zach Brown is a new man, says Rye.
He looks like the same man to me.
That's still Zach Brown, the original Zach Brown. It looks like he's lost some weight, to be fair, actually. I will say that. That's not a criticism, of course, but he looks thinner and, yeah, maybe that's what you mean. I don't know.
I guess maybe. I don't know. I don't pay attention to that kind of thing.
Oh, I don't, but I just, you sort of look across and go, oh, that's that Brown. You think, oh, looks a bit thinner in the face, but yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I thought you meant like he'd returned like Gandalf and become Zach the White.
It's Ron Dennis in disguise, says Max. I can see why we don't test at Silverstone anymore, says Hippity Hoppity. Yeah. And the Bizarre Club says it's sad to not see Daniel Ricciardo from the hit team Visa Cash App RB, who beat Max Verstappen Nico Machinery in 3 away his career. Do you know, I got so much stick for, I did a video on that late last year on the mistake that defined Daniel Ricciardo's career. And I said it was his move from Red Bull, and everyone was kind of like, I think you'll find it was probably Renault. And it's like, well, yeah, but how did he end up at Renault? Because he left Red Bull. Therefore, that leaving Red Bull defined his career. I also have people like, one move doesn't define a person. Didn't say person, said career. It's quite a difference. But yeah, no, I still stand by that. I think leaving Red Bull was the defining moment in his career, because yes, leaving Renault was maybe a mistake as well, but he wouldn't have left Renault had he never left Red Bull, because he wouldn't have been there in the first place. So,
and of course, you can't see the other side of the sliding doors effect, can you? Where what would happen if he'd have stayed? Would he have just been pummeled into a fine pace by Max Verstappen?
Probably.
He might, it could have been just a rock and a hard place. Very similar, I think, to Alonso, except Alonso, obviously, I say obviously, people may disagree, but I think Alonso is a generational talent in the way that Ricciardo probably isn't. So Alonso made a series of decisions that put him in quite a few wrong cars at the wrong time, but was able to Alonso his way out of it as best as he could, really, and that's why he's still here. But of course, hasn't won a championship in 18 seasons.
Hasn't won a race since 2013. 14.
Valencia?
No, it must be 13. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Because did he join McLaren in 14? Or did he in 15? He joined
15.
McLaren in 15.
He was at Ferrari in 14, yeah.
But Ferrari didn't win in 14, did they? No, they didn't. That was a tough year.
I mean, look, I certainly won't. I don't miss Ricciardo like a lot of people miss Ricciardo. As harsh as it sounds, I sort of find you pretty. As the sport quickly moves on, you as fans quickly move on as well. So it's kind of like, oh, what a shame K-Mag has gone. By race 2, I'll be like, oh yeah, K-Mag used to race in F1, didn't he? So you just sort of move on. But I'm not. I wasn't the biggest fan of Daniel Ricciardo. I get why everyone loved him and why he was so likable, but I wasn't that fussed by him either way. No problem with him. Not like I didn't dislike him, if you know what I mean, but just wasn't. I was very whelmed by him.
I think he sort of had a career of two halves, didn't he? I think a lot of my love for Ricciardo, apart from him being seemingly a generally very affable guy and a positive presence, and you know, character-wise, seemed pretty cool. First half of his career, he seemed very fast. He had this great ability to overtake and judge braking, and that was quite exciting. And that's, you know, how he won the races he did and was able to compete. That was that. But basically, before he left Red Bull, before that, you know, decision you talked about in your video, he was a genuinely exciting young driver, and he just wasn't able to capitalize on that. And then post Red Bull, he just seemed to enter a slump, and we just didn't really see what we saw in his Red Bull career, I'm afraid. But I think if he had been the same driver, I think he might have been. You might make. I can't speak for you, but I think people who were down on Ricciardo might have viewed him a little bit differently.
Well, I definitely view things differently there. With drone cam, we've got a drone, which is quite cool. I think.
Is it a good drone, or is it one of the really crappy drones they've been testing?
It didn't really move a lot.
Okay.
But it looked like a drone shot to me. So maybe replacing helicopters in the future. I don't know. But yeah, the thing I'll never get over with Daniel Ricciardo is how when he was leaving, everyone on socials and in the media, the way they were talking about it was like he was dead. Like they were doing tributes to him. I'm like, he's still alive, guys. He's as someone said in chat, he's probably chilling on a beach somewhere. He's fine. He'll be fine. He'll go racing if he wants to. If he doesn't want to go racing, then I don't think he'll be too worried about money. So let him enjoy his life now. But I wouldn't say I was down on Ricciardo. I just wasn't bothered by him either way. As a driver, those early years, and particularly, I'll say, you know what's coming? That move on Bottas in China, that for me will define Daniel Ricciardo as a driver, because that's what he would just do. He'd just send it. Yeah. Fantastic driver, but just fell off, which maybe was part of the regulations. Maybe the bad career moves played a part. Maybe all of it. But drivers come and go all the time, and it's not like. Oh, I'll upset some Ricciardo fans. It's not like it's not like a legend has retired. It's not like, you know, Hamilton's gone or Verstappen's retired or Alonso's gone. You know, not lost a world champion, have we? And you know, drivers like Ricciardo come and go all the time. You could probably put Perez in that bracket actually in some ways. Yeah. Sorry if that's controversial, but I'm trying not to sound really awful saying, oh, he's gone, who cares? But I don't mean who cares. I just mean it's not the same as when a multiple world champion retires. We lose drivers all the time. But he was probably one of the bigger ones in recent years, wasn't he, really, to be fair? Never really reached his potential. Or the potential he showed early in his career.
It's the lost potential, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think it was sad the way he left. The sort of, he wasn't really given a send off when he left and Singapore was over and then we didn't see him again. But we did kind of move on. You're right. Like we went to the next race after Singapore and we're like, oh, it's a shame Daniel Ricciardo isn't here. But then we had other things to focus on. It wasn't a massive gaping hole in the paddock by that point in his career. But yeah.
Yeah, just to confirm to Jordan Snow as well in chat, I wasn't comparing Perez to Ricciardo on a driver level. I was just saying Perez is in that bracket of driver where, you know, they're more than just a midfield driver, but drivers like that come and go all the time. I wasn't comparing them as drivers, as talents or potentials or whatever like that. That could be a debate for another day. But yeah, just on that point there, it's not like we lost. You know, like when a Mazepin goes, for example, is a good example. Like who gives a damn either way? But a Ricciardo, Perez, that kind of driver, they've been in the sport a long time. They've achieved things. They have potential. Reached it at points, maybe didn't reach it overall, then they leave. That's the kind of bracket I put those two in, not necessarily in terms of talent. So just to confirm that one. I saw another one which was interesting. Not interesting, but I saw Eric in chat. I've not seen Eric for ages. Says, Sean, is that really you? It is. Hi, Eric. I like to wave. I haven't been on the channel in years. I was with you when you started the channel in 2017 or so. Good to see you still in it. Does John T still come on from time to time? Cheers. Yeah, John T's on Friday with me, Eric. He still pops on. He was with us for the F175 launch watch along as well. So yeah, he's still around, is John T. Dan isn't. Dan abandoned us because he went and got a life. Weirdo. Terrible. Shocking. But yes, still around, still going. Kevin says he's rich. We can't be sad for Daniel. What have we got going on then as we're quarter to the hour? So it's not just me that it does feel like a quiet afternoon on track, even though we've seen cars out there. Not much really going on. We had our spin early on, didn't we? And then a bit of a lap from Russell. In fact, Leclerc, now that I've said that, so I've jinxed it, is on board with Leclerc now. Purple middle sector. Over the line. He's going to go fastest by 0.2 of a second. We are at a 1:30.8. Which is half a second quicker. I'll just double check. So 1:30. Oh, it's gone. 1:31.3 was the fastest time on day one last year. That was on the C3 tyre as well. So same tyre compounds, we think. Same tyre type, not necessarily compound. They may have changed. But a 1:30.8. So we are half a second quicker than last year's fastest day one time. And actually, 29.9 was the fastest time overall. We've got a way to go. We're within a second of that now. So that's an impressive start to the week. So maybe we are going to see some quicker times, which I suppose actually, given these cars continue to be refined, isn't a massive surprise, is it? We were always going to go quicker than last year, but I wasn't expecting it quite this early in the week, to be honest.
No, neither was I. Clearly, it speaks to the confidence they have with these cars. Again, we're at the end of their cycle, I guess, with the rules, and everything should be fairly calm with them. But that's pretty impressive. And with the caveat that it's not a 1-to-1 comparison, he's about a tenth. He's about a second ahead of Lewis Hamilton's best time in the other car. But again, caveat.
Daniel caveat. And two purple sets as well, as I've just pointed out in chat, cited canvas. So 38.9 in the middle, 22.5 in the final sector. That is the two purple sets for Leclerc. Russell currently has the fastest first sector on a 29.1. So Leclerc, again, can't read anything to it, but decent middle sector there, which is the twisty stuff, really, isn't it? Yeah, and then a good final set. So a nice lap there from Leclerc. There we go. So Leclerc, I'll go through the times in about 15 minutes, and then we can hopefully get back to doing them on the hour. But it depends what we talk about at the time. So, can we talk about drivers who this year is a make or break season for? Who could be out if they don't shine? Says Ryan 9. I'll save that one, Ryan. Let me come back to that after we've done the thing at the top of the hour, and that could be our first question after that. So I'll try and remember to do that. I'll try and remember. If I don't, remind me at about 2:05 GMT. So what? 15, 20 minutes from where we are now, and I'll come back to you.
2:05 the hour.
Because that sounds like a good 20-minute chat, that does. At least.
I'll tell you something I have seen while you were talking earlier. I mean, of course, I was paying attention 100%. But
Lawrence Bretto's coat again?
It's hard to miss. The Mercedes under George Russell was bouncing a little bit. I saw a slow motion replay of it, kind of bouncing on its haunches. Not horribly, but through one of the high-speed corners, it was kind of, I'm on camera, so I can. It was just, doing a bit of this. Hopefully not a sign of horrible porpoising. God, we haven't said the word porpoising in a long time,
God,
but
no.
yeah, I did want to point it out because I did notice it was bouncing a little bit.
Change your flipping car. I'm surprised. Was that leveled at Christian at all last year when he was moaning about, well, not moaning, but talking about the problems they had with their car? Did Toto Wolff give it the old change your flipping car? Although I did find it interesting that Toto was asked prior to testing about the booing at the O2, and he said, I don't think Verstappen was booed. Fairly sure he was.
Well, yeah, I mean, you say that. I had to ask you because I didn't think Verstappen was booed, but maybe because I was thinking about Christian Horner. I thought Christian Horner was definitely booed for probably several reasons. Yeah, I didn't realize Verstappen was included in that booing. Yeah. British fans need to calm their tits.
The footage I watched back after the fact, they mention Max Verstappen, and there's definitely a booing, but it's one of those where a load of people boo, but then the rest of the audience cover that with cheers. So it was a handful of, let's say, in relatively speaking, a handful of people who booed, and then everyone else was like, "Yay, Max!" But the FIA are fair game. Just go for it.
Yeah.
Especially if they're going to come out and start muting drivers.
Yeah. I think Christian Horner and team bosses can also sort of fag. I think maybe what F1 needs, because I'm not the biggest fan of booing competitors, because 99% of the time they're just doing as good a job they can and none of them are particularly malevolent. But I do appreciate like a friendly rivalry and banter. And I think maybe what F1 needs is what football has, or at least what English football has. I can't speak to other, I'm talking about soccer if you're from the States, is banterous chants about the other side when it's all in good humor. You know what I mean? So you can, I don't know, if you're it's weird because F1 isn't as tribalistic as supporting a football team, but there are tribes and fan bases. But if you do feel like Verstappen's in the other camp, if there's a good Verstappen chant you can get going, that's all a bit of pantomime, then I think I don't know. That's more fun, isn't it? It kind of everyone. It's very much in the game. Everyone's playing the game. Everyone's just doing the thing. It's not booing. Feels really personal. But if you're you're not winning anymore, that kind of thing. I think that's more fun.
So I think really stupid F1 chats. Your flexi wings are shit.
Yes.
What?
Sort your flipping car out.
Oh no. Oh well, that's the rest of the week sorted. I'm coming with them. Yeah. F1. It's. I don't know. F1 has changed so much. It's gone from being like a really niche thing to still being quite niche, but with such a big fan base that we're getting some of that tribalism. But I mean, Drive to Survive has got a part to play in that. If you take drivers and you individualize them, I guess what I'm looking for, and you're just focusing on that driver and their personality, people are going to like that person or they're not going to like them, and then you introduce Christian Horner as the pantomime villain. Obviously there's more to it than that now, but in Drive to Survive there's sort of the pantomime villain stuff. You're inevitably going to get people reacting to that. So I think booing a driver, so if people had booed driver Max Verstappen after turn 7 in Mexico last year, that to me is a bit fair game. Booing Max Verstappen because he's winning all the time, that's ridiculous. What are you booing? Boo, you're really good at what you do. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So that kind of thing I don't get. But if you do something wrong or whatever, then yeah, the booing's a bit more fair game. But I'm not on board with the booing somebody because they're good at what they do. It's a bit strange. I know that you feel a lot more strongly about the booing than I do. It bothers me less. Well, not bothers me less, but you know what I mean.
I think it depends. On whether how it's received. if it comes across like you're just sort of like you're booing them in a critical way, it seems a bit harsh. And I can, you know how it feels when like everyone dogpiles on you on Twitter or something, and you're like, this is a lot, even though if you think about it, it's kind of meaningless. But if it's done in a kind of pantomime way, when everyone knows everyone's just enjoying the sport and none of it's real, then that's fine. And I think it's quite hard to find the middle ground there, which is why I was like, oh, if we did fun chants at each other, then maybe that takes the edge off a bit. But yeah, but no, I tend to agree. I feel like booing people just because they're good is bad. I think there's some irreparable damage done between certain sections of the Max Verstappen and the Lewis Hamilton fans from 2021. I feel like that caused a rift that we're never going to get back again for quite a lot of people, and to a lot of Hamilton fans, Verstappen's always going to be the villain. And then, conversely, I think to a lot of Verstappen fans, I think British fans, not even British drivers, maybe Hamilton, but I think British fans are always going to be the enemy, because I feel like our media is pretty biased and does not put Max in a great light very often.
Like writing open letters to him before a title decider.
Yeah, so I feel like there is rightly a bit of beef there in that direction, and I feel that there's that's a tricky thing to manage. But other than those two drivers, actually, I think for the most part, and Christian Horner, of course, I think everything's pretty chill between other rivalries for now. You don't see rabid Leclerc fans coming after, I don't know, Norris or whatever, or Piastri.
No, they just hang around outside his house for some reason, which is weird. It's really odd to me. I was just thinking, if you really wanted to, like, screw with the media, if you really wanted to, Verstappen fans, if Max wins the Dutch Grand Prix, boo him. Hamilton and Norris fans, if a British driver wins a British Grand Prix, boo them, because that'll really confuse people. Like, why are the British fans booing a British driver winning? That could be a fun way to do it. But yeah, I'll be coming with chance at some point, definitely. So I'm not going to read that, Moray, because it's just completely inappropriate. Awkward laughter. But yeah, also, what cheer would you even put it to? I'm not entirely sure Toto would have been booed if they did this one. Merc was good, says Alexis. That kind of pre-Drive to Survive as well. So I'm not blaming the Drive to Survive audience, but that's when the big influx of fans came in, wasn't it? And then we had a lot of people after 2021 hopping on the F1 hype train as Norris goes third on a 1:31.251, which was quite amusing to watch as well, by the way. Just very quickly before I do the times and that, there was excuse me, there was a thing where during 21 and after 21, lots of people who maybe weren't necessarily really F1 fans sort of became content creators and influencers, and everything was centric to F1. And then as soon as Max started dominating, they were all kind of like, this wasn't the dream we sold, and they all disappeared. Because it was like, if you're basing F1 on 2021, you're in for a shock. Change your funky car. That's good, from Side to Canvas there. But yeah, so...
White boy.
Yeah. It doesn't help that people over-exaggerate driver rivalries like Max and George, and that will cause fans booing. But on the other hand, everyone complains that drivers have no personality, so pick your poison. Yeah, we need drivers with personalities. I think the Russell Verstappen one, that was just them two being arsey with each other, and that got blown completely out of proportion because everything has to be broadcast or reported now, doesn't it, by F1 and the FIA to the media, whereas that sort of thing used to be kept behind closed doors. But depending on who you speak to, the depiction of events wasn't necessarily accurate to what George Russell described. That was a really diplomatic way of putting that. I didn't want to go with what was really in my head. But yeah.
I will also say, if you're a fan and especially if you're a fan who feels very strongly about one team or one driver, be savvy to the fact that the media are trying to stoke your emotions and will try and keep fights going as long as possible and in an exaggerated a way as possible, and will try and make you angry about the other person a lot. Because, for example, I think Max and George seemed willing to have put things behind them over the winter. It got very heated towards the end of the session, but they didn't seem particularly interested in carrying that on. But the media were poking them outside of the F1 75 launch a lot. Like, what do you think of Max? What do you think of George? And I think the media are going to poke bears more than bears want to be poked a lot more.
Yeah.
And I think it's sometimes we have to let things go a little bit. Yeah, that's all. That's, you know. Similarly, I also think Toto Wolff. People may disagree. I think Christian Horner is having a one-sided beef with Toto Wolff, because I don't think Toto Wolff thinks about Christian Horner at all day to day. But I think Christian Horner is constantly thinking about Toto Wolff.
His picture's on a dartboard.
Yes, and I don't think Toto Wolff cares at all. I think, yeah. Anyway.
I'll get to the times in a second. I have to see. Curious has said this is a rubbish one, but I disagree. Okay, it's a chant. Then I'm going straight into times, so you could laugh, but I'm going to go straight into do the times afterwards. He's 6 foot tall. He'll put you in the wall. He's George Russell. He'll put you in the wall. I think that's great.
Nice.
Charles Leclerc is currently fastest on the afternoon session of day one at 1:30, or the whole day actually, 1:30.878 for Charles Leclerc. He has done 32 laps, and now I'm going to tell you what the tyre is, but if I'm wrong, Stuart can hop in and correct me, but his fastest time, it was apparently set on the C3. I think this would be the case for most drivers, actually, really. George Russell, second place, 1:31.082. 19 laps for him, and his fastest time was set on the C3. Lando Norris has got a time on the board, 1:31.251. 10 laps overall. His fastest time was on the C3 medium tyre. Pierre Gasly, 31.353. 24 laps so far, and his fastest lap was done on the C3. Kimi Antonelli from this morning, 1:31.428, 78 laps in total. Not in this afternoon, of course, because George Russell's in the car. His fastest lap was done on the C3. Max Verstappen, 31.444. He has done 31 laps, and his fastest time was set on the C1 tyre, the hardest compound. Bear that in mind. Not that we can read too much into times, but I'll say it anyway. Liam Lawson, 7th in the second Red Bull. That was this morning at 1:31.560. 58 laps for him, and he set that on a set of the C3s. Alex Albon, 8th place, 63 laps for him, 1:31.573. I couldn't read that for a second. His fastest lap was surprisingly on the C3s. Yuki Tsunoda, 1:31.610, 78 laps in the morning session. So a good lappage there from Yuki. His fastest time was, I'm going to guess, at C3s. Let's keep scrolling to find it. There we go, C3s. Carlos Sainz, 1:31.821, 24 laps for him. That was actually done on the hardest compound, the C1, apparently. Lewis Hamilton, and this is where I lose my tyre data for some reason.
It did it just now as you were speaking.
Just now, did it? Awesome.
Yeah.
I can't seem to scroll across. There we go. Lewis Hamilton, his fastest time this morning was a 1:31.834. He did 70 laps, and his fastest time was on the C3. Jack Doohan, for Alpine, of course, 1:31.841, 68 laps, and that was on the C3 for his fastest time. Fernando Alonso, 1:31.874. He did 46 laps this morning. I think the fewest of everyone this morning, actually, or the fewest. Doesn't matter. Didn't do as many as everybody else. 1:31.874. C3 for him. Oscar Piastri, 1:32.084. 66 laps this morning. His fastest time was set on a set of the C3s. Nico Hulkenberg, 1:32.169. 55 laps. C3s for him. Lance Stroll, 1:32.332, 21 laps in total, fastest time on the C3s. Isaac Hadjar, 1:32.389, 34 laps, fastest time was set on the C3s as well. He had a spin in this session actually this afternoon up at turn 4, full 360 and rejoin, no problems. Lawson spun earlier as well, by the way. Same up at turn 3, we think, or possibly 4. He spun somewhere, but he was fine. Esteban Ocon 18th, 134.323, 36. That's fastest that was set on a set of the C1s. Ollie Behrman, 35.522, 72 laps, C1s for him. And Gabriel Bortoletto has yet to set a competitive time. He has done a 151.717. For what it's worth, it doesn't say, but he's only run the C4s by the look of it. So likely on that, and hasn't set a lap, but has done 17 reconnaissance laps. We have a red flag, which means I get to send my overlay red.
Hooray!
Which is very exciting. Yeah. So there are your times, yes. I'm not sure what the red flag is for because I was running through the times. Maybe it's for all the Louis Vuitton stuff. All the cars are moving on the driver tracker.
Well, they got to come in, haven't they?
Oh no! If the car stops on track, it would still be. They'd be stationary on the tracker. Yeah, sorry.
I see what you're saying now.
I've got no wheels. We'll bring it back to the pits and we'll sort it. Yeah. So I just let you know as well. By the way, if you are new to F1, if the red flag comes out in testing, same with practice, the clock keeps ticking down. So could be a red flag test. Good shout from Magic Jack. Did you order the code red?
Sorry, so I turned up the Sky so I could hear the thing. Sam Thingy is saying they might have lost power at the circuit.
Oh.
Whatever that means.
Maybe this storm is rolling in. Well, all the boards are the flag boards are all working. And now we've gone to adverts on Sky because of course we have. The boards at the side of the track, the Marshall posts and that are still lit up, so generators a bit. Lost power at the track, yeah. How interesting. Do you remember, on that note, while we wait for some more info, do you remember the Singapore where everyone's transponders kept getting knocked out by the underground?
Yes.
And everything going on there.
That was weird, wasn't it? Yeah, I guess Paddock's lost power. We'll have a look, I guess. I'll keep my eye on Blue Sky and X the Everything app.
Yeah, Liam's just said in chat, Sky Sports F1 feel it all. More like Sky Sports F1 feel it all, but just not during the breaks.
Race fans on Blue Sky said there's been a power cut at the circuit, session red flagged, and power appears to have gone down in the Red Bull garage. I don't think that's the only garage.
Yeah, Chris Medders has said a lot of the garages are without power too. So power cut the circuit, session red flagged, power appears to have gone down in Red Bull, as you've just said, Stuart, and it is, yeah. So if it is just Red Bull, fix your flipping garage. But yeah, no, so something's gone somewhere.
Just opened Twitter first time in like ages and forgot how many ads there are.
Yeah, don't. We're not getting into politics now. I'll message you at some point, but the ads aren't even ads anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, let's put it that way. Ridiculous.
I left for a good reason, and I feel justified looking at it.
And I'm going to continue, and I'm going to say it live on stream so that if they're listening, they can hear me. I'm going to continue to badger Planet F1 to allow me to delete my F1 word Twitter account or give it to somebody else, and I'll just use my personal one over on other ones.
Blue sky is the way. Guest 5 in chat said FIA heard some swearing and called it a day.
Yeah. Someone said, damn it. Oh, no, Ferrari are working with torches. That all looks a bit dramatic. But I think that's probably so they can see things in the car. But yeah, it looks a bit darker in the garage out at Ferrari. And not just because they've got the darker colour on the car.
Candles out.
Yeah. Prayer circle.
I'm still on adverts at the moment, so I can't see the torches yet. But okay, that's interesting. Yeah, we didn't get the rain, did we?
No, unless it's a storm that's knocked everything out. It's not.
Oh, yes, a storm away from the track, yeah. I guess we'll...
Matt Summerfield's just said on the Twitter that now's a good time to have a look at the tech stuff on the thing. So I'm just having a look now, see if there's anything. Because obviously he's putting the photos in, which is great, and then kind of explaining what's on the car, like the rakes and things. But I just wonder if he's spotted anything that's McLaren MCL wing mirror arrangement showing how much the horizontal element overhangs the vertical and skewed elements at the inboard end. I'm learning so much from Matt. It's wicked. It's a great way to better yourself. Listen to an expert; they'll teach you things. Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to read two things at once, which was stupid. Yeah, I'll have a look at that in a bit. But yeah, we got a red flag because there's power out of the track, Midas. A lot of the garages have power. In fact, we have Ferrari have to. In fact, look at McLaren. Oh no, they've got lights there. Yeah, but I imagine we'll be a little. Well, it depends, doesn't it? Well, I think it'll be a little while here. Gloom in the garages and teams working by torchlight due to the power outage at the Bahrain International Circuit. That's from racefans.net. That sounds like the start of some kind of gloom in the garages and teams working by torchlight.
No,
The good old days.
it's all very atmospheric.
I don't know what to say now.
Yeah, this is worse than if there was a crash, because then at least we'd have the crash replays to kind of speculate over while they got things going again.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Everyone's working with torches now, aren't they?
Warren Haig says the circuit lights have gone out too, and that's why there's a red. Of course, if we're heading into dusk, the circuit lights have to work, don't they? So if those have all gone down.
Yeah, 5:10 local time. Oh, it is pretty dark actually. Now I'm seeing footage.
Apparently we're green and clear to go.
Okay, good.
Although the light's still... No, we're not. The light's still flashing. No, has to be red.
Okay.
Sorry.
My timing is 1 minute 50 and 53, 52, 51. So I'm still 45 behind you?
Yeah. I've just gone 05, so...
The Aramco billboard is still working, I'll have you know. It's still bright as the sun.
What's interesting is that it says track clear and it's gone green, but then the gantry lights are still flashing for a red flag. So I'll put green, but I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, it says it's green on the TV, it's green on the multi-viewer. Maybe the gantry is resetting or something.
And the lights are still out in the Red Bull garage.
Yeah, and the Williams garage.
And it's just gone red again.
Warren, they were flashing amber, the gantry lights.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
No, I was talking to Warren, who said, were they not flashing green?
And the pit lane light is still red, and the red flag's just come back out again on the timing tower on TV, I think. I don't... I need an amber. We need an amber. We're maybe stopped. All the garages look quite dark still.
Yeah, all the garages are still using torches. I do like the dedication, though. Everyone using their little torches and phone lights to make sure they can keep working. Never a moment lost.
Raging Rhino says, split the difference. Go yellow. And actually, Esteban is the most exciting part of testing so far. Well, it's nice to see the cars on track, but we did have a couple of spins, to be fair, which was quite exciting for a minute.
I know what I wanted to say. Something I noticed, something that was very important to me and my soul. And I can confirm for everyone who hasn't seen the pictures, the Rolex clock has been replaced by a Tag Heuer clock. So there is still a clock. It's still there. I know it was only a relatively new thing since Rolex took over, but I think it became an icon. I did like the physical big clock that ticked over at the start of every session. I love it, and I'm glad that Tag Heuer have continued that tradition, the new tradition.
Will LUFC MOT leads you says great name, says, why are you quitting X? I just never use it, and there's just no point in me being there. And basically what I do now is, rather than actually post things and interact with anybody, which has become more difficult on the app anyway, I just sit and doom scroll when I'm not doing anything. It's just miserable generally. I'm saying with most social media, to be fair, so I just don't really need to be on there. I don't post, so why keep it, really?
Somebody ruined it. I mean, it already was.
We can't blame Jonty for everything, all right?
He's the biggest S poster of them all.
Actually, yeah, reminder of the make or break question, says Rye. So, who make or break season for which drivers? Who, if they get it wrong this year or don't pull up their socks, then who's in trouble, do we think, this season? So, Obviously Verstappen, because he's been dreadful for years. Not a serious comment. I mean, look behind me, obviously. But that's a very good question. Tsunoda, not because he's necessarily done anything wrong, but because he can't stay at Racing Bulls forever, given what that team is supposed to be or is still trying to be. So I think it's kind of make or break for him, but not necessarily not on his performance, because he can perform. We've seen what he can do, but he's going to have to either blow Red Bull away to get in one of their seats or somehow keep a seat there, but they're going to have to make a change at some point. I would say Lance Stroll, but what's the point? You know, he's probably going to be there anyway, but I think he needs to be closer to Alonso than he has been, and I think he needs to be a bit more consistent. He can deliver. He has delivered. We've seen it. But he needs to be more consistent with that and not drive into gravel traps for some weird reason and get stuck there. So I would say make or break if his dad didn't own the team, but if his dad owns the team, so of course he's going to still be there, isn't he? I think it's make or break, maybe not, but I think actually George Russell, it's a massively important season as well. Now that Lewis Hamilton's gone, he's got to show that he can lead that team as the out-and-out team leader now, with a rookie alongside him. So that's an important one. And I think maybe I'm controversial with this one, Stuart. I don't know, but I think you have to throw in the rookies as well, because if a rookie's sticking in the wall every week, then they're going to have to get rid of him, aren't they? So could there be an argument for Albon as well against Sainz? Although I think Williams are pretty happy with him, so whatever happens. But yeah, of the more senior drivers that have been here a while, those are my picks. But in terms of, you know, Isaac Hadjar, big season for him. Like I say, put the rookies in there. Can he step up and fill the void at Racing Bulls? What's Liam Lawson going to do against Verstappen? Are we going to see a mid-season swaps? There's quite a few in there for varying reasons, but I don't think many of the sort of the existing longer-term drivers are under that much pressure.
No.
I'm trying to think if... I wouldn't say Hamilton's make or break. Even if he has a bit of a rocky season this year, Ferrari are still going to stick with him for another year, aren't they? So, plus it's Lewis bloody Hamilton, for God's sake. Same arguments for Fernando Alonso. Maybe this is a year, actually, Stuart. Sorry to kind of take Rye's question and twist it, but maybe this is a year where it's more about which teams does it make or break for, because if a driver like an Alonso gets a whiff that maybe their car isn't what they were promised for 26, they might start looking elsewhere. So is it important that these teams that want to keep their drivers like Red Bull and Fernando Alonso, Red Bull and Aston Martin and whoever else, you know, they've got to get it right. So is it make or break more for the teams and drivers this year?
And that's when you got to look at things like Red Bull and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, again, as you said a couple of times, we could have another dominant Red Bull season. We're not sure what's up ahead, but, you know, if they don't please Verstappen, I think he'll be fair enough to leave. While you were going through the list, it did occur to me, I feel like this year, maybe people might disagree, I feel like we've got pretty much everyone feels like they deserve to be there. Like no one's there because they're bringing a big sponsor with them. I think Stroll is there for reasons on top of being a reasonable driver, of course. But other than that, I think they're all there for a fairly good reason. I think they've all learned it, so which is good. I think no one sort of got a pay driver thing hanging over their head in a particularly strong way. And I think most of the rookies, apart from maybe Doohan, who seems to be under pressure, as we said, has not got too much risk hanging over their head. They probably will get at least a couple of seasons. So I think you might be right about the teams having to work hard to hang on to the talent they've already secured. I mean, I haven't got a thing in front of me that says how long everyone's contract is, but for example, like Gasly must be feeling like he's in a position where he wants to get moving with his career, right?
Yeah.
He's clearly talented. He would want to be somewhere where he can get race wins or at least regular podiums and a hope of race wins to come. Like you think there are several drivers who are like ready to move. I like Albon, right? We mentioned Albon. I think he's proved himself to be a good driver and probably needs to be in a team that can bring in regular results. And maybe it'll be Williams. We know they're improving and stuff like that. But yeah, I think there are a lot of drivers who are sort of like, we're not necessarily talking about the ones who are at the peak, like the Hamiltons, the Leclercs, the Verstappens and stuff like that. But some of the drivers who are clearly good drivers and are ready to move up will be putting pressure on their teams, I think, to deliver that for them or start courting someone else.
Sorry, Stuart, just to confirm, we are still under red flag. The FIA has confirmed the red flag is due to a power outage, and I can go even further to let you know, big exclusive, the FIA know nothing beyond power cut.
Yeah.
What's wrong? Power cut. Why? Power cut. Basically is the answer for the FIA, so there you go. That's not a big exclusive. I just thought it was quite funny that that's all you've got from them. So, I mean, obviously. But yeah, so we are still under red flag. I thought the multi-viewer definitely says green. The graphic definitely went green on TV, and
then went red again.
And then went red. So we are red flags at the moment, and this it's to do with the fact that you've got the sunset, I believe, is about half an hour from now. I seem to recall when I checked that earlier in the week. I think we're about half an hour.
Dark. It's dark there.
Yeah,
like it looks quite dark on the pictures, and we know the pictures have been get lightened. Do you remember the Korean Grand Prix that ended up running a bit late because of weather and stuff like that? And they kept in the commentary, they kept talking about how dark it is. They don't believe the TV. It really is really dark out there because it was but obviously the TV had an enhanced picture and stuff. So it looked like a grey, cloudy day. But as soon as the race finished and we went back to cameras in the paddock, it was like, oh, it's basically night. It's so dark out there.
All the photography as well on the podium, the flashes and...
Yeah, it was like really misleading. So I think it is quite dark out there now. So they definitely need to have the lights come on.
Liam says, what's wrong? Answer, broken. Basically, yeah. FIA changed the Duracell batteries. That's a good point, actually. Let's get down to Williams and see if they've got any battery spare. Bortoletta's getting out the car. Is Senna inspired helmet there. I say it's inspired. It's pretty close to it, to be fair, isn't it? So it's not a direct copy, but it's not far off.
Cheeky. Yeah, it's very. I need to see the sides of it. It's really funny when there's a driver in the cockpit and then there's like two mechanics just reaching down inside it, like straining. It just looks incredibly comical. I've also noticed, for people who care about such things, Pierre Gasly appears to have had a haircut and has modelled himself after Oliver Oakes.
I think, and again, it's not a comment, I wish I could afford one. I think he's possibly been to Turkey.
Oh, you think?
I think, because I don't know. I don't know for sure. But, well, no, maybe not, because both drivers shaved their heads, didn't they? Doohan and Gasly, but Gasly seems to be growing his out again, so I don't know what's going. This is peak tyre testing talk, by the way. Who's had a hair transplant this year? Not sure.
Did they meet Ron Dennis?
That's what I was just thinking. Has Flavio Briatore gone full on Ron Dennis with them? You must shave your head. Why? I don't know.
It does. He's either got just a scrappy short haircut, or it does look like he's come back from a holiday in Turkey. You're right. There is a similar look to that.
Purple Zebra says the only thing I remember about the Korean Grand Prix is that when they came back for the second year, there was still food rotting in the bins in the hospitality areas and stuff. I guess that's because it's in the middle of nowhere, wasn't it? But my everlasting memory of the Korean Grand Prix was when Mark Webber's car caught fire and they just sent a fire truck out randomly on the track when the race is still going on. Like, what?
Yeah,
I'm leading now, lads.
I liked that track, and I think, as far as I understand it, it was the economic crash that caused that track to kind of be a bit halted. I think it was quite fun. My memory of that track is, I think the same race I was talking about when it got really dark was when Mark Webber went off into the mud and his car came back looking like a rally car, and that was the end of his championship challenge. Not officially, but that kind of lost him, I guess, what would have been 10 points at the time to Vettel. I do think he could have won this year, and I was quite a fan of him at the time. I was a bit a bit sad that all kind of fell apart at the end, but yeah. And if he had, then Vettel would only be a 3-time world champion, which feels wrong. Feels very wrong to think of him that way.
I feel like a real miserable sod sometimes because people talk about like Daniel Ricciardo and Mark Webber and people are like, oh, Valtteri Bottas, he's so funny and so great. And I'm just here like, I don't like these people. Yeah. John says, waiting for a bus home, just dropping in and say, ha 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 ha. Thank you, John T. Where have you been? I'm intrigued. Yeah, I have to answer that one. Yeah, but yeah, hope you're all right, mate. We've got a car coming down. I think we are green now, are we?
I mean,
no, it's a replay. Ignore it, it's a replay. You could have said replay before we got to replay. Oh, it's a replay of when the lights went out. So if you're wondering what's happened, so what it is all the lights are on, and then suddenly they just go out.
So if you can imagine that.
A replay of that.
Is it in slow motion?
Did they slow-mo the lights all going out? They've got a shot of the drone. Let's see how dark it is. I mean, look, that made no difference at all. But yes, if you want to simulate that at home, just pop the light on and then switch it off, and it'll be like you're there. It's great stuff. That's one of the best replays I've ever seen F1 do. That is a testing replay. That is. That is what can we show people at home? Oh look, the lights went out.
Oh yeah, I'm just watching it now. That was. And what was that? What actually happened in that replay is the camera was looking at the Aston Martin garage where they were just pulling the jack away to let Stroll at the moment, isn't it? Stroll out, and all the garages went out around them, and they looked a bit surprised, just when they were ready to launch that car.
It's a good point from John T in chat. Actually, he says, in all seriousness, if this were to happen on race day at Bahrain, Vegas, Singapore, etc., big problem, especially if it's mid-race. Like, what do the drivers do? They're like, I can't see. Get the headlights on. See what happens.
I'm trying to remember things when they first started doing Singapore, when, in the build up to Singapore, it was like the first night race ever. These are how the lights work. This is how many we've got. I seem to remember them saying they had backup generators all around the track to keep the lights going if there's a local power cut. I believe that is something they said. Now, I would assume all races that have night lights would have that same setup just for safety. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I would assume. I don't know how easy that is to have in place, but yeah, obviously if you're doing a night race and the lights all go off around you, then that's incredibly dangerous. And I'm assuming they have something in the event notes that drivers are expected to do if the lights go out. Yeah. I'm assuming come to a complete stop. But yeah, because obviously you can't even see the flags, can you? You can't see anything.
No. This might amuse people. I don't know. Aston Martin have a generator outside their garage. Guess who manufactures a generator?
Is it Aramco?
No, it's Honda.
Oh.
Nice early switch to Honda power there for Aston Martin.
Very nice.
Yeah, no, you think they'd have a contingency plan, but how many times in F1 do things happen and then it's suddenly like, oh, like it's not until this season that we now have a definitive regulation that says what happens if qualifying can't go ahead.
That is true.
It's 2025. It's the 75th year of the sport. We've only just got a regulation that says if we can't set the grid, it'll be the championship. And then my favourite one was if for some reason we can't use the championship, it'll be stewards' discretion. And the only thing I can think now is if we can't use the championship, that can only mean the first race of the season because that's surely the only time you can't use the championship order.
Yeah.
So we've had to wait till this point. So I guess, yes, I'd hope there was a contingency plan, but also... It's the FIA.
I mean, stewards' discretion is an incredible thing to say. Like, I wouldn't want to be a steward put in that position. Let me tell you that.
All Haas front row.
I would have to have security to escort me in and out of the event if I was in charge of just picking the grid off my own volition. I'm assuming I just do it in the previous year's championship order, I guess.
Well, what I don't understand.
What would you do? There you go. That's the question. What would you do? First race of the year. There's no order for qualifying, and it's up to you how to order them.
Well, all I was going to say was the thing that's odd to me is that it's if we can't set the grid in qualifying because we can't do qualifying, assuming practice has gone ahead, we've had a competitive session. So why can't we just set the grid from that? And if it's a sprint weekend and we haven't had practice for whatever reason because of the rain or anything like that, then why can't we set it from the sprint result or the sprint quali result or whatever? I think championship order just seems odd to me when you've already had a competitive session.
That is true. I can't answer that question, but apparently that's where we are. I'm assuming that's what they would do then, isn't it? That's what you'd have to do.
Oh, there's your Tag Heuer clock. That's fancy. Very modern.
I need to... Is that Harry Potter looking guy Sainz's dad?
I don't know. I didn't see him. I'm watching the Tag Heuer clock and then the McLaren interview with Oscar Piastri at the moment. Lewis says that Oscar doesn't sound happy. Tell us more, Lewis. I'm intrigued. Why does he not sound happy?
He is fairly even-mooded, I would say, Oscar Piastri. Like, he doesn't get very angry. He doesn't get very happy. He just very seem like medium.
Is there any discount coupon for F1 TV Pro from Planet F1? I don't know for sure, YouTuber 23, but I'll ask the question. I'll have to come back to you tomorrow on it, but I'm not sure. I'll have to ask the question. Warren says, I missed the iconic Rolex clock. And Mini T's getting annoyed. Says, for the third time, where are you watching this? Firstly, patience. If we see a comment, we'll get there. But we won't always see everybody's and we won't respond to everybody's. It's also spots around on the camera lens, by the way. So I wonder if a storm's knocked something out. And secondly, I'm watching on Sky. You're on Sky as well, aren't you, Stuart? We're watching on Sky TV in the UK. It is streaming live on YouTube, on Sky YouTube, Sky F1 YouTube, but that's geo-restricted, as you'd expect. And you can watch it on F1 TV. Outside of that, I can't say any more other than you may have to get creative. But that's where we're watching. So I hope that's of some help. What caused the red flag, says Goofy Goober. Some of these names are great. There's a power outage, power cut at the track. We don't know what's caused it, but we are now seeing spots of rain on the camera lens.
You're right, we are.
So maybe a huge storm. Or nothing. But if you are just tuning in, by the way, to testing, you've missed the best replay we've ever seen. They literally replayed the lights going out. Power is back in the garages apparently, but not on the track. So they're getting there. But we are definitely still red flag. So there we go. See the lights.
I am. No shade on whoever said that in the comment, just in general. I feel sad now that you can't piffly go tell someone Google is free if they ask you a question that it's very Googleable, because now Google will spit out some AI generated nonsense and they'll say you can watch F1 on BBC or some nonsense. Yeah. Unfortunately, now Google doesn't work.
Yeah. It's that AI thing at the top, isn't it? It's like
I've had to add so many things to my phone and computer, like little plugins, to stop it doing that. I hate it so much.
And you have to put together the list and send it so that people can use it. It's ridiculous. So I wouldn't mind if it was useful. Like, I'm sure it is useful sometimes, but it's like, oh, what's the best cheese in the world? Cheese is made by... I don't care how cheese is made. That's not what I asked. I do love cheese, as you can tell. But yeah, I don't know what to do, really. We are waiting. Charles Leclerc is waiting as well. Good old checking. Charles Leclerc. We are checking. Why is the power out? We are checking.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There's one for you. Flashback to last year. Flash is the wrong word, really, given that we've got a power outage. Sorry, F1. But flashback to last year when I think it was Las Vegas on the subject of power, when Pierre Gasly had smoke pouring out the back of his car, and he went, I'm losing power. And they came back Alpine and went, everything looks fine on the data. It's like, mate, the car's slowed down. It's got smoke pouring out the back of it.
Computer says, no, you're fine.
Pale blue dot on the Google thing says, here's an answer that's been Chinese whispered through 100 people. Yeah, basically. Dave Gorman is back, by the way, with his Modern Life is Goodish. If anyone watches that, great.
Are you
show.
serious?
Yeah, he's only doing 3. It's only a 3-part series, but it's the same thing. It's great. On
I love it so
what
much.
do they call it? You and Dave. I love Dave Gorman, and he was talking about AI and AI movie reviews. I can't remember what one of them was, but it was really funny. Well worth watching if you can get that. That's Dave Gorman's Modern Life is Goodish. If you've get that in the UK or wherever you are, it's great fun.
So you're saying it's already come back? I'm literally texting someone right now to tell them.
It's they're all available on the You platform thing, You and whatever it is, You streaming app. All 3 episodes, or it's on a Monday, I think. But yeah, I'm hoping that if it's successful, he comes back and does another full series because it's just so funny. How long is the power?
That's great news.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at your name. Just how that works. The name is Terminal. Says how long has the power been off? I like that. About must be 20 minutes, Stuart. Surely.
Yeah, I'd say so.
At 14:03, the red flag came out. So 31 minutes then. It's been out.
We do know how to waffle, don't we? Well, there's 1.5 hours to go. Less than till the end. Hopefully we'll get some power soon. At least it's on in the garages, and hopefully they'll find the second switch, which turns on the lights of the circuit.
So there's some. I'm just looking at the long shot here. There's some lights in the background that look like they've come on, but the ones I show in the foreground certainly have not.
Well, that's the weird thing. The circuit lights went out, or most of the circuit lights went out. The garage lights went out, but the Tag Heuer clock was still on and shining. The advertising over the top of the pit straight was still shining. So clearly some things were working. The lights at the end of the pit lane were still flashing red. The lights on the gantry were still flashing. So it's almost like they're a separate circuits or something.
We've got some are on, but even you've got like 6 lights there, 4 are on, but 2 that are with them aren't on. So, but then the other side of the track is completely not on. It's just ain't on. A couple of people have made the point in chat that we're kind of used to lights out and away we go, whereas in testing it's lights out and we're going nowhere. So there you go. Sighted canvases looks like a short circuit. No, that's the outer loop. Let's not go here. Let's not go here.
I'm seeing more lights come on now. Like we've got some lights coming down. I think that's the run from turn 10 to turn 11. Like they're on. So
and then it's going to cut to the next shot with none on. If you're watching the shot, I think you're watching.
Yeah, there we go. I think what they've done is they sent Ellie down into the Raptor pen to turn on all the breakers. So she's just working her way down. She's just turned on the T-Rex fence.
Daniel Hurst, I'm pointing at Daniel Hurst. That's going to set out of focus now. I'm guessing you've watched Modern Life is Goodish. You'll get this when you've watched it, Stuart. If you don't like Google anymore, Stuart, try Searchwise.
Okay, I'll see.
That'll make sense to you. But Daniel gets bonus points. Anyway, you're watching the Modern Life is Goodish watch along, not the testing watch along. Oh dear. Bernie Collins is currently sat in the basement changing fuses and checking breakers. Yep. Floodlights take an age to power back up, says John. I knew they took longer than normal lights, but I don't know how long they do actually take, but I'll check the old socials and see what people are saying. Lights are back on in the paddock. That's in Dutch. I can't read that. Yes, the lights are back on in the pits and paddock. So it's a regional power cut. It could be quite some time to get back. It's weirdly cold and dark and quiet here, says Thomas. And then it says, haha, as I say that, it comes back. So there we go.
Turn 14 is lit up, I think, from what I can see on my camera. I'm just looking at A very lit turn 14.
Again, the track's gone green and then yellow. And apparently Russell stopped on track, and now it's gone green again, and then yellow, and then DRS has been disabled in zone 3. Then we've gone green in sector 2. I think something's going wrong, at the circuit. Something to do with power, maybe. But all the lights, like all the pit straight lights are on. I think we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, on my track map. Yep, and I think yours as well. The Russell graphic has wandered off towards turn 1.
Did he leave the handbrake off, and it's just rolled down the pit lane?
Yeah. He hasn't become big. Okay, I'm at the yellow flag stage of my stream. Yellow, green. I'm enjoying all the shots of lights we're getting.
Yeah. Blueberry Time wants to know what's happened. So there's been a power cut of the circuit. So we lost all power, all lights, as it's getting dark as well there. Then we had half of them come back, and now we're waiting for the other half to come back. But the timing on the live timing tower and the multi-viewer timing and everything on the F1 website is just flashing up all sorts because it doesn't know what's going on. So it's quite amusing to watch. So that's why. So we're just waiting for that to come back on. So we have got a red flag. No one's crashed. It's actually been quite, apart from a couple of spins, to be honest, it's actually been quite an uneventful day, except for we've had cars back out on track, and we love seeing cars on track. So that's the bonus there. But a bit uneventful, I would say, overall. But that's testing for you. So this is about as dramatic as it's got. Very exciting.
It does seem to be green on the TV if you look at the timing tower.
Yes, it did that earlier and then went red again.
So we'll see how that goes. I might use this opportunity to just pop to the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Before we
get
to what is now going to be night running. We seem to have avoided the whole turning from day to night, and we're going to go straight on with night running.
Awkwardness.
I'll be right back.
There we go. Yes, so what you say in chat, though, we'll wait for the red flag. So it's just a power cut. Petty, there's no... or Petty? Yeah, with no crash or anything. We're just waiting for the lights to come back on. Hadjar's in his car. That rhymes. We're stealing that. Hadjar's in his car. Anyway, so maybe we'll get some moves. It's definitely green. We are green on the timing, but we were green earlier and it went red. So we'll see what happens. Ayinka says, could this happen in a race? Theoretically, yeah, it could. You would hope, as Stuart was saying, that there'd be backup protocols in place, but you never know. It's gone red again now, so I don't know what's going on. We'll just assume it's a red flag until I see a car on track. There we go. Aston Martin have connected Adrian Newey's brain to the track systems in an effort to generate the required power, says Phil Reed. Awesome stuff. I'd imagine the transponder system is self-testing upon restart. Yeah, I would assume so, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty light in the pit lane now. So, but when you look at the TV feed, you've definitely got a situation where you've got like most the lights on one side are on, but then some are off, but then all of them are off on the other side. So, in fact, looking at the shot now, is that 10-11? You can see the lights are definitely off. The lights on the run to the final corner are on. And then you've got the lights around wherever that is. Yeah, 10-11 are off. Yeah, so it is basically a case of some of the track is lit and some of it isn't. Of course, because it is a nighttime thing now, which it is, like nighttime session, we need the lights on. So, yeah, that's annoying. But they're just, and even in the floodlights, some of the lights within the floodlights themselves are also off.
How strange.
We've got an hour and 17 minutes, so I would imagine we get some running, but also, if this is something they can't fix, then we ain't going to be getting any running. And that's an obvious statement, very Will Buxton-esque. But, yeah, I don't know what to say.
I just heard Jolyon Palmer doing a hypothetical panic about what if two drivers were going wheel to wheel and the lights went out.
Terrifying thought, Jolyon. Let's not do that.
In a race situation, yeah. But he's
That'd
not
be a
wrong.
Terrifying one. No, he's right. He's right. It's someone's already asked what happens, or could it happen in a race? So, yeah.
I don't think the lights discriminate. I don't think the lights know where they are or what's going on.
I hope it's not like the lights at a cricket stadium. Those take forever to get back on after a power cut. I'll nip for a quick minute then, if that's all right, Stuart, and leave you a chat for a moment while I just go and stretch. I'm back in a few.
All right. I will cover this light situation.
The drama.
Right, chat. What have we got? You got to keep me amused for the next. I'm watching Jos Verstappen chew on a Snickers bar. He's just like me. He's nothing like me. I'm never going to say that again about Jos Verstappen. This does bring up a worrying situation for the race, because I feel like the FIA are now going to want to be completely assured that this will not happen during a live session. And by live session, I mean during a Grand Prix weekend. Max Clayton said, I'm not sure if you saw about 10 minutes ago, they showed the full Leclerc fastest lap. Looks very tidy, bit of understeer, much more stable than Ham. Yeah, I did watch it. Yes. I had it in the while we were chatting. It looked pretty neat. I have to say, it did look pretty neat. I'm intrigued as to the differences that we've seen in the stability, I guess, of the Ferrari under Leclerc and under Hamilton. Again, testing is when you're ironing out the creases, and maybe they did a lot of the setup changes to bring it back into line in the lunchtime session. Let me just have a quick look at what's happening tomorrow with the team. Who's in the car? We don't know. Okay. I was going to say maybe tomorrow, if Hamilton's in the car again in the morning, we'll have a different run, but we don't know who's in the Ferrari tomorrow yet. They haven't released it, unless they have while we've been talking and I haven't noticed. Oliver says they have more than enough time and money in Bahrain to fix this issue before the race. I wouldn't worry. Well, I mean, no, I don't think so. I think they'll do their own checks, but of course, I don't think we'd expect this to happen now. So, and I feel like it's not just Bahrain. You've got to just any track that requires floodlights. I think you need to have assurances that that's not going to happen. So here, Jeddah, Singapore, where else? Loads of them. Abu Dhabi, Qatar. If I've missed any, remind me.
Night races.
Races that use lights, yeah.
I've just got Singapore in my head for some reason.
That is true. Yeah, I was like Bahrain, Jeddah, Singapore, Qatar, Abu Dhabi. All of the Middle Eastern ones. Do we have any day Middle Eastern ones? We don't, do we? No, I mean
no, we don't.
Starts in the day, but other than that, yeah, and then Singapore and Las Vegas, of course. Of course, Las Vegas. Are you excited to get up at 4 a.m. for Las Vegas this year, seeing as they've moved the time back 2 hours?
I can't wait. The trouble with Vegas is it's right at the end of the season as well, when people are losing interest generally. So you can't can't bothered now with this, especially if the title's done, which it could be. So I don't know, but yeah, no.
It really depends, doesn't it, to say to the title?
Yeah.
If it's still a good battle going on, then people will definitely get up for Vegas. If it's already sort of sorted out, I didn't really pay attention to what the general mood was last year. Like, we knew Verstappen was essentially sorted for the drivers, basically for most of the year, to be honest, even though Norris gave it a jolly good go. But because there was so much going on, because there were so many different winners in the second half of the year, were people still excited and tuned in at the end of the year? Because there was still opportunity for some of their favourites to score points or Ferrari to win the constructors and things like that. Do you think? What impression did you get from the end of last year?
What I mean, around Vegas, what I definitely got was people were less, I don't like the word, but hostile towards it. People seemed a bit more embracing of the weekend in general, but I don't know how much of that was because we did have a title showdown, because that was the title decider as it turned out, wasn't it? So I don't know how much of that was because of that, but people definitely seem more interested in it than they have been in 23. But I don't know, again, how much of that was because in 23, by that point, the title had been done for about 6 months. Yeah, it wasn't as... It seemed as well, watching and from the atmosphere at the circuit, from what people have said, and obviously no problems with drain covers, which is always a help. People seemed happier as well. I think that the residents were a bit less... Not on the residents' point hostile, but I think there'd been less disruption for them than there had been the first year. So they were a little bit more positive about it. So I think the whole thing was more positive than it had been in 2023. But yeah, I always go back to, I know they want the Vegas one because that will become the jewel in the crown one day, I imagine, if they keep going with it. That's what they'll want to push anyway. But I think the problem with Miami for me and the problem with Vegas is I look at all these wonderful tracks in the United States and we're racing at Vegas and Miami and you're like on street tracks. And I don't really like the circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia, but we're leaving that to go to a street track in Madrid. And you're like, cool. Can we not just use real tracks? It's a place for street tracks, but just not every race, it feels like sometimes.
Yeah. I don't get the obsession with the street track at all, other than... I don't know. Is it economically better for F1? But when you've got tracks, I don't know. I'm like you. I'm not a big fan of Barcelona as a track. I think it sort of doesn't make for exciting racing. But taking F1 away from a racetrack that probably needs the revenue and things like that to go on a street. I mean, Madrid could be amazing. It could be the perfect city to have a street race in, and we could be looking back at it as a real positive addition to the calendar. But it does seem a bit weird when Valencia as well, right? When we went to Valencia briefly to race around the docks in what was a dire track. Valencia has a track. Like they literally used to do testing at Valencia. It just seemed weird that just up the road there was a full there's a full racing track. Not very long, but it was a racing track. That's a track where you can see the whole thing from one seat. Yeah, I don't know. F1's weird, isn't it? I'll never understand F1 as an enterprise.
I mean, I will say I'd rather keep Vegas than Miami of the two tracks.
100%.
So if we could get rid of Miami and replace it with Indy, the Grand Prix layout, the infield bit, and then have Vegas and COTA if we have to have 3 races over in America, that's what I would do. But that's why I'm not in charge of the calendar, because I'd make it make sense. Can they add a couple of hours over the next 2 days after this issue? I know everyone is in the same boat, but this will have majorly damaged run plan, says Oliver R. They don't tend to. But with it being an issue like a power cut it's not been caused by a crash, has it? So they might consider it, but I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I think
unless the whole session doesn't get restarted, and then they might say, let's try and squeeze another hour or something in. We'll see what happens, but I'd be surprised. Oscar Piastri's tweeted, who turned off the lights, which reminds me of that Doctor Who episode with the Vashton and Arada. Loser.
Which one are they?
Silence in the Library.
Oh, right, yes.
With the first appearance of River Song, where they eat the guy in a suit, and it's like, hey, who turned out the lights? And loser. Anyway, sorry. That was a random point. Do you feel that testing at Bahrain will detract from the race, or is the track good enough to overcome all the knowledge the team's gained, says Michael? We talked about this earlier, actually, Michael, briefly, didn't we, Stuart? We are surprised it hasn't had a negative impact on the racing, so hopefully it won't going forward, but I don't know. I also feel like just on the testing in Bahrain, we've come here because it's always cold in Barcelona, but it's only like 17 degrees. So it's not like it's sweltering heat, is it, in Bahrain? So
I guess the facilities are probably a bit better and more variation in corners, and Bahrain probably pays a lot more money.
Wow, you're so pessimistic.
Well, maybe it is a better track to go testing on. I don't know. It's because Barcelona is just a lot of fast corners, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can set your car up and learn how to do a fast corner properly, but then you can turn up to Australia, which is, well, at least was all slow corners, and not have any idea where your car is. So maybe this is a better place for it. It looks cold.
It does.
Stroll looks cold. He needs the massive
14.4 degrees air temperature, apparently.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah, I wasn't sorry, Michael. I wasn't saying you had to stay up all night to watch the stream to catch that earlier. I was just saying we kind of talked about earlier. You must stay awake all night to listen to the stream. Yeah,
you're not a true fan, Michael. Get out of here.
Where are we at? We're 7 minutes away from the hour. So
red flag went at 4 minutes past the hour.
Yes,
I think
it's nearly been an hour.
I think. I can see it. There's still some rain in the air. You can see it in the floodlights, just a little bit, just like a little specks. Nothing that's going to dampen the track or anything. But there's a, yeah. Wow. Okay, so we got Lauren Meckes and Lawrence Barretto on screen, and they look a real fashion duo between them. If you haven't been paying attention to the stream, Lawrence Barretto is wearing a massive pink coat that is lurid in all the best ways, and of course Lawrence Meckes is Lawrence Meckes.
Interesting point from Max actually in chat, just about maybe extending the sessions. Says it's been about 45 minutes, so that's a while ago, so nearly an hour now, and ultimately in a normal year you get about 45 minutes of red flags anyway, so I don't think it's necessary. It's true, we do tend to get a lot of red flags in testing, so we're just getting this one all at once, aren't we, I suppose? Yeah, is a fair point. So yeah, dude dresses like a Fortnite character, says Phil. What's a fortnight? That's 2 weeks, isn't it?
What? Max is right, yeah, of course, because in a normal day we get a spin, we get a breakdown, and we get a couple of, we get 15 minutes here, 10 minutes there, so it all adds up. So we had quite a lucky session to date, to be honest. I'm just enjoying the racing bull delivery once more in a replay.
Toon Verbruggen says, I recently made a video about finding the best test track mathematically, and interestingly, Bahrain came out on top.
Oh.
I suppose long straight, heavy braking, tight twisty, fast corners. Yeah, I could see that. It's a good mix, isn't it? Well, they're not many fast corners. 2, 3.
Enough. You've got sort of the rundown from 4, 5, 6, 7 is sort of fast. And then you've got 12 and 13 are quite, and I guess maybe not 14, 15. Yeah, you got a nice mix. You got nothing that is maybe turn 11 at the end of the middle straight is a little bit like Barcelona-esque, I guess, for a long fast corner. 11, 12, maybe.
Thank you to MD Games and for Matthew Gubbins, by the way, for becoming channel members. Thank you very much for your support. Appreciate that massively. So thank you so much, guys. We will be doing some memberships. We're just working out what we're doing with it. So there might be even more for you to enjoy come the end of that. So there we go. Thank you very much for your support, like I say. I'm going to do a rundown in a second. Whoever it was that asked earlier for me to stop doing it, fingers and ears. There you go. If you are new to the channel, please do hit that subscribe button. We've got quite a few, as the time and towel goes mad again. Had quite a few subs today come in, so welcome if you're new. Please do subscribe. We've got loads coming this season. We're at 29,302. We started at 28,000. 988, I think. So we've gained quite a lot there. So thank you very much for your support. So please do subscribe. Lots to come this year. Watch-alongs for all the races, qualifying and the Grand Prix, and there'll be content around that as well. So that's support is appreciated. And drop a like as well. I set the target of 1,100 likes. I don't think we're going to do it. And that's not me being... That's not reverse psychology. I just don't think we are. But 784 we're at. Let's get that well over 800. That'd be amazing. If we hit 1100, I'll pass out. But yeah, let's get that well over 800. Thank you very much for your support as always. And make sure you're following Planet F1 over on the socials and checking out the website. Loads of stuff on there, as always. And I think they've been pretty busy today with all the testing stuff as well, judging by the group chat. So I imagine quite stressed. So be nice in the comment sections over there as well. And thank you for your support over the winter as well, because I can say that now, because we're kind of out of it, aren't we, now with pre-season testing? So loads of content on the channel over the winter. So it's been great to see it actually so lively. So thank you to everyone who's tuned in for those. Appreciated as always. And don't forget, live, sorry Stuart, you won't like this again, just to remind you, 7 a.m. tomorrow, all the way through to 4 p.m. again, for testing day 2, and then Stuart's going to get a well-earned day away from me. He'll need it, and I'll be live with Jonty from 7 a.m. on Friday until 12:30 p.m. Then from 12:30 till 2, I've got Matt Summerfield, so Summers F1, for his technical insight, and then 2 till 4, Sam's going to be joining us, so I can properly introduce him to you, and so we can have a good chat and slag off Grimsby for 2 hours, basically. So I think when I talk about the Sugar Babes, I think is the plan. So there you go. Lots to come, like I say. Let's quickly run through the timing towel, because the thing's got a bit mad again with sectors going green and yellow. So I assume they're rebooting a few things, or things are coming back online. So let's have a look at since when did they have a Mustang safety car, says Jacob? Or was that a track? Was that a track vehicle or a safety car? And I'll look in a minute. Let me just I'll run through this now. I'll remember on the off chance that things come back, and I'll try and get the tyres right as well. Info might be a bit weird now though, but I'll try my best. So I can't scroll again. Why are we not scrolling? Is multi-viewer? Is okay? There we go. Sorry. So Charles Leclerc currently fastest on day 1 of testing on a 130.878. If this doesn't get fixed, he could be staying there. So there you go. Oh, sorry, just very quickly, the FIA said it expects to be able to restart the session shortly with the power coming back around the track, just as an update there for you. So Leclerc fastest, 30.878, has done 32 laps, and his fastest lap was done on a set of the C3s. That is a medium compound tyre. George Russell second on a 131.082, 20 laps for him. His fastest time was done on the C3. Same for Norris, C3 for him, 131.251, and 12 laps so far on the board. Quite late going out for some runs, Norris. They had to replace the floor on the McLaren before the or during the start of the session. So Pierre Gasly 4th place, C3 tyre 131.353 and 26 laps. Kimi Antonelli actually topped the morning session, has dropped to 5th since then though, on a 131.428. He said his fastest time on the C3. It was the C1 for Max Verstappen on a 131.444. 31 laps. Sorry, Antonelli did 78 laps this morning, but 31 for Verstappen this afternoon. Liam Lawson this morning, 58 laps for him. He set a 1 minute 31.560 on the C3s. Alex Albon 131.573, 63 laps for him overall. His fastest time was again on the C3 tyre. Yuki Tsunoda, I believe, was C3. He was indeed 131.610, 78 laps for Yuki this morning. Bear with me a second while I scroll across to make sure I've got the right drivers in the shot. Carlos Sainz, wherever he is. Carlos Sainz, 131.821, 25 laps. His fastest time was on, I think, the C1s. It was indeed the C1s. I'm just trying to scroll across for some reason. It's still not letting me do it on multi-viewer. There we go. It's either my PC or everything's playing up today. It's probably everything just playing up today. There you go. Oh, wow. Things really are playing up. What on earth?
Yeah, race control's going mad, isn't it?
No, there we go. There we go. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. It's chaos here. Lewis Hamilton, 131.834. 70 laps on the board so far. His fastest time was set on a set of C3s. Jack Doohan, 68 laps, 131.841. He was on C3s, as well as was Fernando Alonso, who did a 131.874, 46 laps for him. Oscar Piastri, 32.084, 66 laps in total, and his fastest time was done on a set of C3s. It was the C3s for Hulkenberg, who did a 132.169, 55 laps. Lance Stroll, in the end, 21 laps, 132.332 so far, I should say. That's on the C3s as well. Time is going mad again. Isaac Hadjar at 132.384, 34 laps this afternoon, and his fastest time was done on a set of C3s. It's the C1s for Ocon on the 34.323, 36 laps. Behrman 135.522, 72 laps for him, and a time done on the also the C1s. And Gabriel Bortoleto still hasn't done a competitive time. In fact, he's not even got a time on the board now. He has done 17 laps though, and that's about as exciting as it gets for Gabriel Bortoleto at the moment. So those are your times so far.
Very well done.
Oh, it's just every time I was trying to scroll the tyre thing, all of a sudden the graphics went mad because it was like, oh no, they've turned the lights back on.
Yeah, it's all kicking off, and I'm getting the little boop, boop in my ear every time race control updates. There's things going yellow, things going green. It's all kicking off. Did you see the safety car?
I have not seen. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. There you go.
Very nice.
They've been showing shots of it. I'm pretty sure that's a track safety car, not a Formula One safety car, though. But it's a black Mustang going around. I think it's just checking out the light levels, I guess.
Yeah, Thomas. Yeah, sorry, Thomas said it is the circuit safety car. Oh. Can I say? I'm going to say it. It doesn't say I can't say it. There is some talk of extending the session, but no word yet.
Okay.
Just so you're aware. I don't see why I wouldn't be allowed to say
an hour,
that,
I guess.
But yeah.
How much waffle have we got in us?
Not enough. I'll just check to see if there's any update on it from the FIA direct. It doesn't look like it, no. So George Russell on the power cut says, quote, I came to the pits and said, it's dark out here. I need to change my visor. Then I realised there are no floodlights around. It would have been hectic if this was an hour later and the sun had already set.
I mean, it really would be. They'd have to come back pretty slowly.
George Russell and his visors, if he's not sweating on it, thinking it's raining, he thinks it needs to change because it's too dark. It looks like the boards are all flashing now, so I think we're getting somewhere. And it is, it's not chucking it down, but that's more rain than I've seen in Bahrain way. So there you go. It's still raining, but we are still under red flag due to a power cut. If you're just tuning in, so we are waiting to get going. It could be extended yet.
Information I'm sure everyone wants to know that I've spotted. The back of the Haas garage, there's a mechanic who appears to be wearing one sock. And not a small sock, a sock that goes right up to his knees, and zero socks on the other leg. So the kind of asymmetric thinking they've got going on at Haas right now. Also, while the camera was in Haas, we were looking at Laura Muller, who is going to be the first female race engineer you'll be hearing over the radio this year for Ocon. Is it? It is Ocon, not Behrman, I think.
Yeah, it's Ocon. Yeah, sorry, I'm just thinking. Yeah, it's Ocon. Yeah, it's definitely Ocon. Esty bestie.
And that'd be cool. I think we did. God, I can't remember what. I think it might be Mercedes. I think someone did deputize. There was a woman in the team who deputized race engineer for a practice session, I think, like a couple of years ago. But that was about it. So it's good. We're going to hear some women on the radio. Green. Everything's green. Everything's green.
For now. Year Tenement says they average out to 2 normal socks.
I guess that's true, yes.
Severson says, wait, I leave you guys alone for 10 minutes and I come back to rain in Bahrain. I know, right? We also turned the power off just for a laugh. We'll press the button in a minute and turn it on. It's on my stream deck. I just thought it'd be funny.
I can just hear in my audio from the low sky stream they're talking about how only 2 teams have brought wet weather tyres. I think they're over-egging the rain a little bit, which I believe is just a fine drizzle from what I can see.
Over-egging the rain and also like 6 hours behind us. Keep up, guys.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's going to have any problems with this kind of rain, but I think you're going to get to the stage where you can see it on your visor and you just have to like psychologically push through and know that it's not actually going to affect your driving. Or if you're George Russell, have a bit of sweat on your visor and freak out.
See, this is where I struggle with testing streams, right? Okay, it's silly things like this. So Zach R in chat went away earlier to go to bed because it was nighttime. Zach's now up, 5 hours sleep in his back. Like, we've just carried on. Zach's been asleep, okay. You know.
Well, good for you. You slept through. You slept through 1 hour of lunch, and you slept through 1 hour of there being a power cut. So you've actually only missed 3 hours of track time.
And in that time, we only had a Hadjar spin, so you're all right.
Yeah. But we did see a great lap from Leclerc. You missed that. He's on top. You missed a pretty good lap from Verstappen, who did it in the C1 hardest tyre. So it looks like the track's about to go green again. So you've woken up at just the right time, even though it has gone back to red. I have no idea what's going on with race control.
Yes, just to fill you in, Zach, and anyone else is just dropping in, we're currently red flagged because of a power cut at the circuit. All the pit garages lights went out, all the lights around the circuit went out just as it started to go dark, and everything's been coming on sort of a step at a time. Session will resume at 18:10 local time, so 2 minutes from now. So we are going to go in a minute, but we've been waiting for everything to come on. So what's happened is every now and again, something reboots somewhere and switches on. And so all the timing towers in the FIA feed goes mad and the track starts flashing all sorts of colours and we're getting confused about what's green and what's red. So, but we are going again in 2 minutes from now. So here we go. Very exciting. And I tell you, if all those drivers aren't queued at the end of the pit lane, I'll be furious. I really won't. I don't get as well the names across the back of the Ferrari overalls, like a football shirt. You know the names across the back of the Ferrari overalls, like the football shirts, like Leclerc. Yeah. How I don't get that.
Well, you don't get why they would do it.
Yeah, like we've got the helmet, we've got the number, you've got the name on the front of the suit.
I don't know. I think it's quite nice. I got nothing against it. I think it's Leclerc charging through the garage there. He knows the session's about to start and he doesn't want to miss. Well,
we have
as
got.
Aerosmith would say, he doesn't want to miss a thing.
I was just going to start singing, but I thought better not. Copyright and all that. Gasly is queuing at the end of the pit lane. So Gasly's keen on a set of dries just because, that drizzle hasn't done anything.
Something I just figured out by accident I suppose it works on everything. No. Multi-viewer, the lap time series screen. Yeah?
Yes.
If you click on any of the times, it changes every single one of the times to be relative to that time.
Yes.
I was trying to move the screen around a little bit and accidentally clicked on one of them and everything went red and I couldn't figure out why.
How'd you get it back though?
Just click it again.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, that's cool. We're green. Woo!
Hooray!
It's go and that's it. We're straight out on track for Gasly, Norris, Hadjar, Bortoletto, Max Verstappen. They know they need to get on. They know they need to get on.
Go. Don't want to close my eyes. Now, here's the thing we get to do. We get to see how these cars look under floodlights, these new liveries. We've seen them in the daylight. They look fine. Now we get to see them in the floodlights.
Immediately disappointed with the Sauber.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dull.
The Alpine looks great, I will say.
Well, the Red Bull pops more than the Sauber from a distance.
That is a disaster. I hope they fix that by the time they go to Australia. Oh wow! On my mini map, Gasly just somehow leapt through the space between the tracks. He kind of like floated around in the middle for a bit. I didn't know that was possible.
The light's still on. He got lost.
It said. I mean, if you look at the timing tower on the TV, it says it's red again.
It does. That's been red though. Is that a branding thing?
Oh, is that just red? Is that
that's
just
really stupid because that goes green and then goes yellow. So surely that would just stay. Yeah, maybe it is a branding thing.
Okay, so it's just red as standard, and it does green and yellow when necessary. Very confusing.
Quick question.
To me,
a little bit random to anybody that when you get a delivery like Every or DPD, and then you get an email that's like, rate your courier. I never know what to do. Well, the parcel is here, so 10. Like, their job is to deliver the parcel. It's here, so I'm going to give them a 10. I don't know. I just find that just a bit odd. Like, why am I rating it? I guess a courtesy, I suppose, but most
Well,
delivery drivers just throw things at me anyway, so...
they could have just chucked it in the bin,
Yeah, true.
and said that's a safe place. I live in a flat that has like a tiny little atrium where all the letterboxes are, like in a little like airlock before you enter the building properly. Sometimes people just leave the parcel there and it gets nicked. Sometimes they bring it a little further and bring it up to my door, but don't knock on the door. And sometimes they actually knock on the door and hand me the parcel. So there are several stages of goodness in terms of bringing me my parcel. To me.
See, Phil says you've clearly never had to look in your neighbour's bin. Fair enough, yeah. No, that's fair enough. Maybe, I don't know, I've only ever had one bad delivery and then, like, then I didn't rate the courier. So, I don't know. Everything's data, isn't it, these days? You got to rate everything.
Yeah, you're used to good deliveries. But then I always feel bad giving a courier a bad score because I feel like couriers are overworked and are rushing and are forced to just put the parcel down as soon as they can and get onto their next thing, and then they're paid 2p at the end of the day to pay for a packet of gruel. So I feel bad putting all the blame on them. So I don't know. How do you work the system? Why weren't we talking about this when the lights are out? This car's on track now.
Just to be clear, I'm not criticising the couriers. I know they've got a hard job, and I appreciate them. I'm just saying when I get an email from the company like rate your courier, I'm like, well, they bought the parcel, so. Like especially in the bit that's like any other feedback. So rate your courier 10. Any other feedback? They delivered the parcel. Yeah. That's it. Like
pay them more.
Yeah, give them more money. Yes, we are on board with Pierre Gasly coming through turn 11 at the moment. I do like that corner. Good fun. Then through 12 and we'll be then, and this will surprise you, turn 13. He's not improving. It's yellow sectors at the moment. So we have had. Oh, I haven't had personal best, but Verstappen's personal best was the last lap 31.299. So we have had personal best for Bortoletto, which is obviously can't set a time. Hadjar, Sainz, and Verstappen. Verstappen is still on the C1s and has improved a little bit, so that's interesting. Obviously, track's cooler now, so that'll help. Yeah,
he's doing well on those C1s. He's clearly. They're working well for him, but we haven't really seen what he's been able to do on the... Let me just look at Verstappen now. I don't think he's been on... No, he hasn't been on the yellow world tyre at all today. So we have no idea what he'd be like under a softer rubber.
And just a reminder as well, if you're just tuning in, we are half a second quicker than the day one fastest time last year. Verstappen in 24 did a 1:31.344 on the C3. We're currently 1:30.878 on the C3. So there we go.
The top 4 drivers are all faster than this time last year, or than the best time last year.
John says, running last year's car on the C1s, we're doomed for this season. There you go. And I did see somebody ask, actually, Francesco and is it Larden? Said, just tuned in, what are the first impressions? Who's looking quick? I mean, the facetious answer is Leclerc is quicker, so he looks quick. Plus, I'm a Ferrari fan, so there's bias there. I said about quick because I don't tend to look at the sort of lap times too much in testing, other than reading them. But I've been impressed by... I was impressed by Antonelli this morning. We talked about this earlier, didn't we? How didn't really put a foot wrong. Couple of lockups, but did well. Bortoletto a bit of a twitch on his at turn 1 there. I think Lawson... I thought Lawson had done well, and then Verstappen turned up. And we kind of went, oh, okay, fair enough. And I was quite impressed with... there was another one. Who was it? I can't remember. It's gone. I can't remember who the one was. It was definitely the third person impressed. We talked about it earlier. But yes, a couple of impressive performances as far as you can in testing. Bortoletto, by the way, is improving on his time. So what about you, Stuart? Anything who's looking quick or who's impressed you thus far?
Verstappen definitely impressed me. I do need to see some more variation in tyre use. But the fact that he came out basically immediately on the hardest tyre and set for testing, very good lap. Is ominous. Ominous sounds too negative, but it does seem to set a warning shot across the bow. I'm glad Leclerc has found some good time in that car. I think you were off having a comfort break, but we were chatting a little bit about that at the time, about how Sky showed his whole lap during the power cut at one point, and he did look pretty stable compared to Hamilton being all over the place. Hamilton, for those wondering about how he's doing in the Ferrari, he was okay. He put in a large number of laps, but the car was a bit floaty. At the moment, I'm quite concerned about the Haas because they appear to have demonstrated no outright pace yet, but they may not be working on outright pace, so we have to bear that in mind. But at the moment, both of them at the bottom of the times, and Behrman in particular has had basically no good laps, no good sectors yet. So that's where I kind of sit. I'm kind of interested how it all shakes out. Nothing screaming at me yet. Nothing obvious, I don't think. And I'm surprised. No, like Norris and Piastri are like miles apart, and I wouldn't necessarily expect that to mean anything.
Albon's just had a big lock up at turn 1 and gone straight. Not Albon. Sainz had a big lock up at turn 1 and gone straight on. Sorry, I was just a little bit distracted. I was just messaging with a half to say I don't know if the session's going to be extended yet. And then at the I wasn't paying attention at the end. Instead of putting kisses, I put commas. So loads of commas. Love you loads.
I do that. I've sent Zeds to people before, and it sounds like I'm falling asleep halfway through the.
Well, a little bit of too much information for people, but I've been talking with a half before he messages on you, and then you've got all the kisses for some reason. Like, sorry, that wasn't meant for you. Anyone crash?
Still have the most laps. 116 laps, Haas 111 laps, Ferrari 103 laps, and Mercedes 100 laps. That's your top 4.
Red Raven wants to know if anyone's crashed out. No, crashed. We had 2 spins. Liam Lawson had a spin in the morning session, turn 3, we think, if we recall that far back. And Isaac Hadjar had one at 4 as well, turn 4 this afternoon, but both rejoined, no problems. Although we think Lawson did lose some bodywork, so that also damaged some debris off the car, basically. So I don't know if he did some damage there. The only other thing is Norris had to have his floor replaced in between the morning and the afternoon session after, I assume, Piastri did some damage in the morning. So, yes, that's why. The circuit did crash. Well done. Yeah, we had a power cut as well. All the power went out for just over... we lost power for an hour. There you go. But it's all come back on now, it was very exciting and dramatic. Very, very exciting and dramatic. Yeah.
So, an update on what someone asked ages ago, and it was so long ago, they may not be in the chat anymore. They were talking about the colours on the F1 graphics for the teams, and have they updated now that some of the teams have updated their own liveries and stuff like that. Basically, I think that the crux of it was, are the racing balls now white? And the answer appears to be no. They are very light blue on the F1 graphics. So we still have a variation of certain blues. I can't remember if Alpine are pink or blue. I know they're blue on multiview, but I can't remember if they're pink on the F1 graphics. I'll keep my eye out for them again. But yeah, that's just an update on something that happened about 2.5 hours ago on stream. I knew I'd get there eventually.
Thank you to Lyle, by the way, member for 5 months. Appreciate the support, mate. Thank you. Says just need some snow for testing. The Visa Bull might be the best livery. The HP Ferrari might be the worst. Might as well have gone full 2003's Williams. Thank you very much, Lyle. Appreciate the support as always. Are we getting F1 Web predictions after the testing is done? Yes, next Saturday, a week on Saturday. Which is, I know you know what next Saturday is, and I had to do that. I'll do my final. We've done 2 predictions this winter. 1 blind. I think I call them my unnecessarily early predictions because they were unnecessarily early. Teammate battles, we'll do full predictions for the championship next Saturday. So definitely going to do that one. Ocon already has a 10-second penalty, says Phil. Our last year's Alpine were pink when they had the pink livery and blue when they had the blue livery. Not confusing. So there you go.
Yeah. And other than the power going out, it's been a fairly stable, very stable session, I think.
Yeah, very F1, very modern day F1. I'm looking next year's testing could be quite chaotic. We could still get some drama in the next 2 days, but hopefully not with the lights turning off. Or power cutting, I suppose, rather than just the lights. But Leclerc wide, as they all tend to be out of the final corner, and really bumping the curb there. We just get some slow-mos of the sparks from the back of Bortoletto's car there as well. So they're always good to see the spark shots on TV. But yeah, Bortoletto up to 18th, by the way, now. 32.7, 24 laps. Doesn't say what he did his best time, but he's on these C3s at the moment. So I would assume something like that should be the way we're going there. But Leclerc, I mean, they've just put it on the screen, 9/10 quicker than Lewis Hamilton. That's up there with the story that came out earlier in the week or last week, that Hamilton was reportedly 8/10 slower than Leclerc in the shakedown. Like that even matters. So Leclerc quicker than Hamilton at the minute, but it is only testing. We'll see what happens as the week goes on.
Though. Yeah, I mean, there is every chance that that's the kind of the way it's going to go. Leclerc, younger, possibly at the peak of his career in a team he knows very, very well, and Hamilton coming in older, arguably based on the last couple of seasons, away from his peak in a team he's not familiar with. Talked about how hard it's been to adjust to Ferrari. We could have a year where Leclerc easily walks all over Hamilton. It wouldn't be the most shocking thing in the world, and I think Hamilton's a great driver, but the way things are, I think it's a possibility.
Yeah, no, it's adapting to a new team, new car, new power unit as well. Never driven a Ferrari power unit, so it's going to take him time. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get to these first few races and Leclerc does come out on top. But I think as Hamilton gets to grips with it, that battle's going to be great this year. And as a Ferrari fan, that's quite the lineup as well. Not that there was anything wrong at all with Leclerc and Sainz. That lineup was absolutely fantastic and would have been fine as well. But they went for Lewis Hamilton, they got him, and that's that. So Leclerc just hopping out the way there of Esteban Ocon, who is coming down towards turn 11. Is he on a hot lap, Esteban? Not really. 30.7 in the first sector, not even a personal best. Speed trap, by the way, because I know you like your speed traps. Albon this morning, 322 kilometers an hour was the fastest, and this afternoon, 3:15 for Verstappen was the fastest. Then Bortoletto and Hulkenberg. Well, Bortoletto 3:18. So at the moment, that's your top three, I guess. Albon, Verstappen, and Sauber's basically. So there you go. No great surprise to see a Williams slipper in a straight line, really. I predict a lot of radio messages from Lewis during the races to annoy us, says Sighted Canvas. I'm kind of maybe in the minority hoping to get rid of some team radio this year, just generally. What with all the swearing and whatnot that drivers do.
I'll be hearing that. There is a nice balance, isn't it? I think the team radio should be telling the story of the race, filling us in on details that are going on, not necessarily just people may disagree, but not necessarily just adding kind of anger and color and things like that. I would like to sort of just be able to have more information about what's going on in the team. Lewis Hamilton, of course, having someone new in his ear for the first time in 11 years. I'm sure during the shakedowns and during testing now, he's developing the relationship with his new race engineer, who is you probably know better than me. But yeah, that's gonna be new for him, and he's it's different, isn't it? Because it's like working with a new manager or working with a new colleague. You can't. I was going to say you can't shout at them, but if you developed a close relationship with someone, you can kind of be a bit curt and short with them in high drama moments without it being kind of rude and horrible. You need to kind of build up that relationship to be able to kind of both ways, actually. The race engineer needs to be able to tell the driver off when they're talking nonsense, and the driver needs to be able to give back, and it needs to stay strong. So that'll be interesting to see.
Riccardo Ademi is his race engineer at Ferrari this year. I think he I'm sure he was Sainz's engineer, wasn't he? And he was another Ferrari driver's engineer as well. Seb Vettel?
Possibly.
See, Seb Vettel to me will always be Rocky at Red Bull.
Yeah, exactly.
Always.
I sort of get used to one relationship and then I just kind of lose it.
Severson says that Amy was Vettel's as well, so there we go. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because I think Hamilton spoke to Vettel, didn't he, over the winter, kind of like to get some feedback on, I guess, Ferrari, and Seb went, "Don't do it. What are you doing? They'll drive you mad." Ricky, my tyres are gone, says Side. Yeah, it doesn't sound quite the same, does it? Ricky, my tyres are gone.
I don't know how well he's going to respond to "we are checking" or move to plan D.
what was that? There was a stupid meme on Twitter, I think, about Plan A, B, and C. It's Hamilton says, "Are we on Plan B?" And then his engineer says C, as in yes. And you can imagine where it goes from there. So yeah.
I have heard he has been trying to learn Italian.
That's good.
Though, and fair play to him. He said, we might have spoken about this before in streams gone by, but I was curious as to whether he'd give it a go, because British people are famously not great and not very enthusiastic about learning other languages. It's not that they're not brought up learning other languages the way that other countries are, because our language is so dominant around the world. So we feel less need to. But he said when he used to go racing in Italy earlier in his career with I don't know which Formula he was in or what series, with Rosberg and stuff like that, he struggled to learn Italian then, but he's giving it another go now. So good. I'm glad. Most Ferrari drivers do learn Italian, don't they? I
think in that situation they should as well. Really. Just by the way, a statement from the Bahrain International Circuit, as in I assume that the actual organizer, not the track itself. I'm sorry. Says at approximately 5 p.m. today, a power outage caused by an external substation failure led to the afternoon session on track to be paused. Power has since been restored and the afternoon session has resumed. We appreciate everyone's patience. So there you go, a substation failure, an external one. I know that was exciting, very exciting update, but I thought I'd let you know. I'm just trying to see if there's anything more on potential extension, but nothing's been said, so maybe we won't get that. I don't like I say, had that power not been restored and we'd gone all the way to the end of the session without any more running, maybe tomorrow and Friday extend it a bit, but I think for an hour, given the amount of red flags we tend to have in testing anyway, I don't think it's worth extending. And that's nothing to do with the fact that we've been talking for 8.5 hours, I promise.
Yeah. It is what it is. Sometimes you just have to roll with those kind of things. I think external substation is key there as well. It wasn't the circuit's fault. There was some kind of issue on the grid. I remember going to visit substations when I worked in the energy network. Not very exciting, to be honest, but I'm glad they got it up and running pretty quickly, one way or another.
It does sound exciting visiting a substation.
Science Radio, it's starting to rain a bit, he says.
Awesome.
Ted says he can feel the spots on his skin.
A little slide at turn 4 there for Sainz as he goes personal best in the first sector. Shubham says Verstappen's race pace looks excellent. I've not looked into the race pace. I'll have a look after the stream and then we can talk about it tomorrow a bit more, but that could be interesting. Brad says, have I missed anything? It depends when you left, Brad. It's been very dramatic. We've had no power, so it's been a thriller. Yeah, not really a lot to add other than we had a power outage. It doesn't have the Ricky Matthias one doesn't have the same ring to it. You're right. What are the chances Hamilton gets calls his race engineer Bono by mistake? Oh, it's got to happen at some point, surely. He's
an old man now. He can't remember people's names.
Brad was here 7 hours ago. So what's Brad missed in 7 hours? First of all, some classic testing waffle. Which is the most important thing. Secondly, so we had the spin from Lawson, but he was fine, just got going again. Spin from Hadjar, got going again. A couple of lockups at turn 11 for Antonelli. It's been 10's been one of those days. Few wide moments at 4, some wobbles from the odd driver. Hamilton seems to be quite twitchy up at turn 4, actually, quite a bit, but then maybe something to do with the wind up there, with everybody else twitching as well, I'm thinking, not just specific to Hamilton. Hadjar had his spin, like I say. Then the power went off at about 5 p.m. local time, and it didn't come on for about an hour. And now it's back and the drivers are going out and it's just started to rain. So it's one of those, when you think about 8.5 hours, session will end at 8 o'clock, which is 5 p.m. here, isn't it? Not 4. So they have extended by an hour. Is that okay with you, Stuart?
That is okay with me. Well, I'm glad they did it today and not tomorrow, because if it was tomorrow, I wouldn't be able to do it.
That's all right.
So...
So yeah, to confirm then, we have got, it's actually now going to be 2 hours. In fact, it's already, wow, do you know what? Multi-view is great. They've already updated it. It's an hour and 27 minutes we've got left now rather than just half an hour. So we've got another hour and a half. So sorry, guys. You stuck with us for another hour and a half.
We did it, everyone.
Which is just enough time to get those likes to 1,100. I tried. We'll see.
I might even make a cup of tea at some point to push through to the end.
That's exciting. I'm going to finish my juice.
Kevin says, "Oh my God, are you guys still talking? I went out and drove my daughter to school and did errands." Yes, we are.
There, Kev. Mad how they can do that when it's testing, but not when it rains at Spa, says Phil. Tongue in cheek there. So you'll know, Phil. I get the point, but testing very different to a race weekend, obviously. Also important, I think, if you've got marshals there for 3 days of testing and this happens on day one, it's pretty easy to do. But on a Sunday, when people have got work on a Monday, because marshals are largely volunteers, aren't they? It's a bit more difficult to keep pushing things back. Yeah. Had this happened on Friday, they maybe wouldn't have extended. But yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, Spa did have a bit more water as well, to be fair. Yeah, that is true. It was a bit wetter. Have you guys started drinking cocktails yet? No, not yet. That's Friday. I'll need them.
Yeah, you've got a whole extra day to me. You're a powerhouse.
Ooh. The FIA has approved a new special rule for the Monaco Grand Prix, which will force Formula One drivers to make at least 2 tyre changes during the race. That has been decided at the commission today.
Okay, so they haven't forced compounds. They've just forced 2 stops, at least. That's good. I mean, I'm up for that. I need to look that up on a something or other, but
just all statements now. Sorry, just another statement from the FIA and F1. Following the power outage during Bahrain pre-season testing, the FIA, Formula One and the teams have agreed to extend this afternoon session by 1 hour to compensate for the time lost under the red flag. The session will now conclude at 8 p.m. local time. That is 5 p.m. in the UK. So an extra hour. Well, not an extra hour, but an hour back, basically. So that's that statement. I'm just trying to find this thing from the FIA about the... See... I think we've talked about this. The Monaco thing surely needs to be, you need to run all 3 compounds rather than specifically. Here we go. So the FIA World Motorsport Council reviewed a proposal regarding the implementation of a mandatory 2-stop strategy in both wet and dry conditions, interesting, for the Monaco Grand Prix, with the primary intent of improving the sporting spectacle of this race, given the notable difficulty in overtaking at the circuit, something it's only taken us 75 years to notice. That's not what they say. Following recent discussions in the F1 Commission, a specific requirement for the Monaco Grand Prix has been approved, mandating the use of at least 3 sets of tyres in the race, with a minimum of 2 different tyre compounds to be used if it's a dry race. I think they could have gone with 3. All 3 compounds had to be used. But at least it's 3 sets of tyres, so they can't just put a scrub set on that they've already used in the race. So it have to be a brand new set, or not a new set, but a different set, I suppose. So so that's something, but I still think you could have just done all compounds. You've got to run the hard, you've got to run the medium, you've got to run the soft, and that's how you do it. Because otherwise, I don't know. At least it's not mandated stint length. That's something. So we kind of knew that was coming, but that has been confirmed by the FIA. So there we go. Good stuff. So just to wrap all that up again for you, the test has been extended today until 8 p.m. in Bahrain, so 5 p.m. UK. So that's got the hour back, and the FIA has confirmed the mandatory 2 stoppers for Monaco, 3 different sets of tyres. So there we go. Oh. Well, do you know, for a day that's been relatively quiet, it's all come at the end.
I think that, even if without forcing them to use different compounds, I think what that will do is allow them, and probably in that case, maybe not force, but strongly push them into pushing the car every stint. They don't have to. They won't have to manage tires if they're able to. If they're forced to change them twice during the race. So we might see them pushing a little bit more to make sure they have a good lead over their competitors and not get out strategized. So that could be interesting. I guess we'll see how it all plays out. But at minimum, there's going to be twice the opportunity to make a strategic error or a bit of genius, I think, during the race. It adds some critical components, which I think is going to just add I don't think it's going to completely revolutionize Monaco, but at least it's going to add a little something.
Norris has destroyed the fastest time of the day, by the way. He's just done a 1:30.430, 4 tenths quicker than Leclerc. And on the C3s as well, I think. Just popped into picture of front wing adjustment there. What I would say on the Monaco thing is, whilst it's maybe not the way I'd like it to have gone, at least they're trying something rather than just ignoring it. So, I mean, we may be stuck with this for the next 75 years before they try something else. But yeah, at least they're trying something. So that's a good thing. But it's difficult. And cars are massive. Track's tight. Tough.
And they're trying something without compromising the event too much. Like it's still a race. It's not a gimmick, really. It's just an adjustment to kind of, force them to go racing in a slightly different way and add in a little bit element of jeopardy and strategy. It's minimally invasive to the event. So I'm all for seeing how it goes. And as Leclerc said, if it doesn't work, we can put it back. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, as we saw from sprints, if people didn't like it, then they put them back as well, wouldn't they? So,
I guess I think he's more in the vein of elimination qualifying.
That was a corker.
Yeah. In some not really news, but just an article I just saw pop up on a thing. I guess this is something that's not particularly surprising if you think about it for more than 2 seconds, but it's interesting to see it confirmed. Ollie Behrman, who obviously worked a lot with Ferrari and stuff, something he spotted almost immediately was how Hamilton had completely changed the steering wheel to basically the setup that he likes in his Mercedes.
Okay.
On his car, he's moved everything around to where he's used to it, which makes a lot of sense because you don't want to be using your muscle memory to instinctively press buttons that are going to do something different. Like, for example, the DRS button on his Mercedes is where the Ferrari neutral button is, and that's definitely not something you just want to be pressing down a long straight. So apparently Behrman has noticed immediately what Hamilton has done since he's been there. Hamilton, of course, no stranger to accidentally pressing the wrong button on his steering wheel. If you remember the Baku race, where was it the magic button he pressed at a restart, and it meant all his brakes were the brake bias was all in the wrong place, and he immediately locks his wheels into the first corner. So, and that was such a problem. I think they put a thing over the back of his steering wheel to stop him pressing a button, essentially to stop him resting his hand on the wrong button. Hamilton also does a weird thing. Go on, Tam.
All I was going to say is just what was in my head, just to confirm super quickly. That Monaco change is from this year's race. So it's from this next Monaco Grand Prix. It's not something they're doing next year, it's this year. So, sorry, just to confirm that. Sorry, Stuart. Just what was in my head.
No, good point to clarify. Yeah, I'm glad they can move fast if they need to. Normally, it's like, we'll have a meeting, and when all the signatures are signed, we'll put it into next decade's Grand Prix racing. So that's good. I'm glad, and looking forward to it. I'm to be honest, I'm surprised we haven't reached a point where they're just forcing them to use all 3 compounds in every race. To be honest, just for the fun of it, it just seems like a thing they would do.
Yeah, no, I do. Yeah, I think the 2 stops, three sets of tires is fine. I just think the mandating all 3 compounds, it also means then that the hard actually gets used in Monaco, or the soft. Which one doesn't get used in Monaco? One of them never gets used.
I think the I think the hard, because there are some tracks where they don't use the soft, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because the soft would only last about 6 laps, which I think would be very funny. I think mandating using all 3 compounds and then seeing how they cope in in like high speed tracks where the soft doesn't last would be very funny. Oh, Ocon's come on the radio worried about the rain, but he's been reassured that the rain is not changing. He says he can smell it.
It's a bit of a drizzle, isn't it? Spitting about a bit. But I mean, it could have an impact, but it's not coming down anywhere near heavy enough, is it? So we'll see.
No.
We'll see. It might hammer it down in a minute, but and then ruin the whole session for everybody, which could be quite fun. And then Aston Martin will be out there with Haas going, ha 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 ha, we bought tyres.
I mean, it's definitely been falling for about an hour, but in a very, very light way. And the thing is, the track's going to be quite hot. The cars are going to be quite hot, and it's going to burn up pretty easily every time a car goes over it. I think the only thing that might make an effect is the fact that it's night now, so obviously the sun is not shining on the track and keeping it hot. But it's not falling hard enough to make a difference. But we've got an hour and 16 to go, so if the rain does pick up, then it might make a difference. But which would be funny if it did just basically mean the extra hour of testing was in vain, because the track got wet.
Sighted Canvas says the rain in Spain is currently in Bahrain.
Very nice.
Why not? Norris, Leclerc, Sainz, Gasly and Ocon on track at the moment. Nobody improving. Norris has smashed the fastest time of the week so far by 0.4, but that is 0.9 quicker than last year's day one fastest time, and not that far, half a second off the fastest time overall last year, which was 29.9 by Carlos Sainz on day 2. We are also, obviously, because it's not the same as a race, but we're quicker than the race fastest lap by a couple of seconds, and we're actually only 1.3 seconds off the pole time. So that is, whilst we can't read too much into testing, blah, 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 Daniel caveat, that's actually quite a rapid time for day one. Now that could come back and bite me at the end of the week when somebody does a 28.4 or something like that, but at the moment that is rapid for day one, I would say. So that was a lap that he meant. A testing lap he meant.
Yeah, because we're about almost a second faster than last year. Obviously, I do think we're expecting the cars to get faster year on year, as is normal without a change in regulations. They haven't nerfed them, at least yet, not until Spain. So we do expect them to be a little bit faster, but that does seem like a significant time that Norris has put down, and Leclerc, to be fair.
Remember when Yuki was cheating to get world records, says Jose? No.
What does that mean when he just did a low fuel run?
Yeah. I remember the story of, I think it was Prost, the team, basically running a bit of an illegal car to set a blistering time in testing to try and encourage sponsors to sign up. That might be an urban myth, but that's the story. Rain is coming down harder, to be fair. I mean, look, it's not UK rain, which is basically just all the time, or feels like all the time. What I'm hearing is that we should all draw detailed conclusions for the season from these times. Absolutely, Zach. Yes, this is your grid. That's actually not a bad grid at all, actually, is it, for Australia? Poor Piastri, though, maybe not. But yeah, no, you know, Zach. Let's just ignore the ties, but we'll comment on them because they are breaking last year's records. Let's say they're not really records. Well, they are records, aren't they? But not records in the sense we mean. But
here's the other thing, though. Like, obviously, we can't read too much into the minutiae, but at the top 4 are Norris, Leclerc, Russell, and Verstappen, who I believe are going to be regularly in the top 4 during the season. I think that's surprising. You got kind of the Racing Bulls 10th and 11th. You've got the Haas's and the Saubers towards the back end. Like, I think in a kind of general average of what you're looking at, I mean, Antonelli 7th. It's not. I don't think it's too far away from the kind of where we expect every team to be. Hamilton, I think, is an outlier, and Piastri, I think, is an outlier.
Sorry, Josie said, can you compare lap counts since they're not in your timing? Yeah, I just on that, if I was first in today, just so we can't put the lap count on the screen. It won't let me do it in the link and the code, so I'll feed that back to Multiviewer and see if that's something we can add in the future. But so yeah, just so you know, so Norris has done 28 laps, Leclerc 45, Russell 37, Verstappen 45, Sainz 41, Gasly 43, Antonelli did 78 this morning, Lawson 58, Albon 63, Tsunoda 78, Hadjar 50, Hamilton did 70 laps, Doohan 68, Alonso 46, Piastri 66, Hulkenberg 55, Stroll 21, Bortoletto 30, Ocon 53, and Behrman 72. And your afternoon runners are Norris, Leclerc, Russell, Verstappen, Sainz, Gasly, Hadjar, Stroll, Bortoletto, Ocon, I think. They're your afternoon runners, so there we go.
Very good. Have we got any details on what Ferrari are doing tomorrow? Yeah, or is that still a secret?
They usually mention it towards the end of the day. I don't know why they're so secretive with it. Like, no, you can't know that we're going to put the two drivers in and what order they're going to be in. I haven't seen anything to suggest that they've changed that.
I think Hamilton would definitely appreciate going in the car tomorrow. Obviously, because there's quite a bit gap between him and Leclerc. I think he was slightly uncomfortable, and I think he'd like to have another crack at, based on whatever they learned from today. I think.
I was surprised actually they haven't said anything just yet. It's not really like it's a major breaking story, is it? The things they like to keep quiet, you're not allowed to know. Just have a quick scroll through, see if I find anything anywhere confirmed. Schedule lineups, let's have a look. So everyone is confirmed except Ferrari. Yeah, they're still TBC for Thursday and Friday. So I kind of something feels right about having a driver in the morning and one in the afternoon, or rather than having full days. I don't know what it is. What's up with Hadjar here? He's cutting the corner and slowing down. Is he stopping? This is a replay, I think, actually. But he's very slow. Has he got back to the pits? He's back. No, he's still going. Strange.
I'm not getting visuals on this just yet, but I will get there. I'll see if I can spot anything when he comes. Maybe he slipped in the rain.
Pale Blue Dot says they don't know themselves. Kevin says, rumour has it Carlos is wearing his Ferrari suit under his Williams racing suit. Frankly, I think Ferrari just tosses coins. If you don't know what we're doing, nobody does, says Red Raven. Fair enough.
Yeah, no idea what's up with Hadjar.
He's still going, so I assume everything's okay. His sector times are not great. 41.3 in the first sector. Fastest one is a 29.1, so quite a way off there. Strangely.
Tell me something funny about that Racing Bull. They have the driver number on the halo, so you can read it from the TCAM, but it's in the tiniest font. It's like, for right now for Hadjo, it's a tiny little 6 right in the middle, and earlier on there was a tiny little 22. They're very I don't. It's in the middle of a massive white space, so there's no reason for it to be so small. But yep, they're keeping it very tiny for now, for whatever reason they choose to.
So weird. They're doing. It looks like they're sanding something down on the Red Bull.
Okay.
Looked like it was on the floor edge, maybe. I was sort of watching out the corner of my eye there, so maybe a bit of damage. They're just gonna tidy that up a bit. I don't know, but there is definitely work going on the car, and it doesn't like it's going out anytime soon either. By the way, it's up on jacks. Front is off, so is that it for Ferrari for Red Bull today? Who knows? I'd be surprised.
I don't think they'd be working so hard on it if they weren't intent on getting out again.
Yeah, they can sort it out overnight, can't they? They can leave it.
Yeah,
Leclerc wide at turn. I think it's about second I see Leclerc wide at turn 11, 12, 13. Turn 13, sorry.
The long right-hander, is it? Oh, I've lost my map. There it is.
Yeah. No damage to Leclerc, just wide. Bit of a slide coming through there for Charles. So we've still got Norris fastest at the moment. Bortoletto improves his time, 32.705, stays 18th at the moment. Again, testing times, don't know the programs, might be different programs for both drivers, but that's about half a second off Hulkenberg's time at the moment. So key thing for him, 33 laps so far. We lost an hour earlier, so we've still got another hour to go. So hopefully we'll be able to get that up a bit more. But 33 laps for Bortoletto. Not seen anything. I think in a good way. Not seen anything that's caught my eye with Bortoletto. So he's not been doing anything crazy. So get those laps in. Get yourself up to speed. That's the way to do it. So good stuff from Bortoletto. Piastri 15th. That was from this morning, wasn't it? 32.0. Just looking for the timing test. If there's any major talking points in there. I've got loads of things I want to talk about. But I was going to start bringing them up. But I'm very aware that we've got tomorrow to talk as well. So I've put those on the back burner. So we're going to muddle through this extra hour. And we'll probably use you in chat for a lot of it. So we need topics for tomorrow. So I don't want to use them all up today. All the good stuff, the juicy stuff. I'll say we'll do one more game actually. One more game for you all, super quickly because it will cover the timing tower. But there's your second emoji game. Who's the driver? Oh, you'll never get it. Sam was really impressed, really proud of this one, I think. Who's the driver? Guess the driver.
Yep.
Let me know in chat. You're all right with the other one, which was Hadjar earlier. But I'm sure you'll struggle with this one. This is a tough one. There's one that he's done that I love. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I might put it in tomorrow. It made me laugh. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, of course, Mick. Peach Gasly. Oh, of course. Yeah. I'll give you 30 seconds because I want to take it off the timing tower. Should have done it this morning but forgot. So I'll give you 30 seconds and take it off, and then I'll tell you who it is. You'll never believe it. What we got? Who's doing what? So again, nothing exciting on the timings wise. Fastest sectors: Norris, purple. Or best sector 1, best sector 2, and then Leclerc best sector 3. 29.1, 38.7 for Norris in those first two sectors, and a 22.5 for Leclerc. Yeah.
They're on quite long stints at the moment. Norris is on lap 13 of a stint. Leclerc's on lap 16 of a stint. Russell 13. Verstappen 14. Sainz 15. Lots of them are doing long runs now. Probably realizing that they panicked and might not have got it without the extra hour. So they're all running, I was going to say Hamilton's on a 19-lap run, but that was this morning. Yeah. So a lot of them out there just doing a longer run now on the mostly C4 tires, but Verstappen's out there on the C2, I think.
Let's just close the game then so we can get it off the timing. You were all wrong. It's clearly Oscar Piastri. It's not. It's Valtteri Bottas. Of course, it's Valtteri Bottas. We'll do a couple more tomorrow. Thank you as well, Sam. I've stolen them from your short, but I'm using them in the stream, and I don't care. Yes, it was Bottas. By his calendar, unless you don't want to, in which case you probably shouldn't. Yeah. What can I say? What a funny man. In the nicest possible way. That sounds really, really horrible, doesn't it? I don't mean like that. But yeah, just what a funny man. Is he still doing his adverts in Australia, by the way? His random adverts? Bottas.
I have no idea.
Is he allowed to do that now? Is it Merc? He's got to be serious again.
So serious. It's very important to be serious if you work for Mercedes.
Just tuning in. My God, Sean looks nothing like how I expected, but also exactly as I would have thought. Yeah, that's... Do you know what? That could go on my tombstone, frankly. Sean looked nothing like how I expected, but also exactly how I thought. Yeah, thank you. Good to see you, Sophia. I hope you're well. I was going to say something, it went, and I saw that and I had to mention it. So yeah, just a reminder, if you are just tuning in thinking we're coming to the end of the session, we've got another hour to go yet. They've extended the session by 1 hour after the power outage earlier. So we have got an hour to go, definitely. So I think... See, Curious has done a better emoji thing. A robot and then a peach. That would have been better. Bot. Yeah. Bot peach.
Satisfied.
Way better.
Peach is funnier, though.
It is funny. He's just an ass. 53.9 for Bortoletto, 36.1 for Ocon as last laps, 35.9 for Gasly, 36.3 for Leclerc. Is it possible, just so I know for tomorrow, Stuart, to get the stint lengths on your multi-viewer? So, like, can I have, or not stint lengths, but like the timing, so what lap, 5-lap stint, what the lap times were? I don't remember seeing it anywhere.
I don't know what I'm unsure what the question is.
So like somebody goes out and does a 5-lap stint, it'll be like lap 1 was this time, lap 2 was this time, lap 3 was this time, so that we can work out how well they're doing on a race stint or anything like that.
Oh no, I think you just have to go to that lap time thingy, whatever it's called. I've closed it now.
Oh, of course, yes. I know the lap time series. Yeah, sorry, yeah, that makes sense.
Series, yeah.
That is all there. Yeah, fair enough. I'll know for tomorrow now. I can keep an eye on things like that. Eddie Sonny says, "Dude, this stream is goated. Thank you very much." Someone said the other day, actually, we're the goats at this. I would also like to say, not only are we the goats, but we're the original as well. So, there you go. Just saying.
Many years.
Many years. Many years. Do some tech analysis on the coverage, but I can't see what they're doing. They've got arrows pointing at something under the halo and at the back of the Aston, so I'm not sure what they're doing there, but it looks very exciting. I'm sure Leclerc not improving, but he is on a lap here. 31 in the first sector, 41.4 in the second sector. Not going to be troubling that 30.4 from Norris or his own 30.8. So there you go. Mick says, old man voice, I was back there in 2019. Yes. It's been a while.
I'm just seeing this Aston footage that you're talking about. So underneath the halo, kind of in the armpit of the halo, if you will, if that makes sense.
Sounds like the start of a children's book, just a really bad one.
Yeah. Yeah, where the halo meets the body, the shoulder, the bodywork, just underneath it, there's a little slit. There's an air inlet there that goes into the bodywork. It's just a little secret extra one, is what they're pointing out. So, nice little touch from Aston. Because as we've seen over the last few years, the air intakes have shrunk loads. We've got these tiny letterboxes on the side pods now for a lot of cars, and so I guess any little extra way of getting air into the bodywork is helpful. Without creating a massive drag from the airboxes.
A racing pit stop for Ferrari there, by the way, to put on another set of C3s for Leclerc. Red Raven says, these two ruin their sanity for us over 3 days. The least you could do is like the stream. Yeah, to be fair, yeah. I mean, I say ruin our sanity. Can you ruin what you never had? I mean,
long worn away.
Tally says that hello from Jamaica, most intriguing season for a while, ? I think so, yeah. This is one that could go one of two ways. Either utter domination by one team, or it's 2012 style chaos. So really intriguing this season, and exciting, I think. But I will also point out my F1 bias. I'm excited this time of year anyway for the racing, so it doesn't matter how good or bad it is, I'm still going to watch. And Eddie says, which team are you guys supporting? I'm supporting Ferrari. I'm a Ferrari fan, so Ferrari. Drivers-wise, obviously the Ferrari drivers, but Verstappen as well, and Aussie P, and Liam Lawson a bit this year as well. Have you got I think we've had this before like a million times, Stuart. Have you got a favourite team and driver, or are you backing the underdog?
I'm always happy to repeat myself for the stream. That's fine. Some of you would have heard this before. I tend to be pretty neutral. I'm a fan of competition, so I tend to I do support is a strong word, but I do kind of favour the underdog from time to time. So like last year when McLaren were, or at least Norris was fighting to win the drivers' championship from behind, I was kind of egging that on to happen because it would mean we'd have a more interesting end to the season and things like that. So there are some people I like. I'm not a massive fan of Red Bull, the team, just because they annoy me too much, and I don't like Christian Horner. But that's the only thing I have kind of strong opinions about. But as a team, they're kind of fine, but they do kind of annoy me. Otherwise, I do like Oscar Piastri as a guy. I think he's pretty cool. I think I'd be quite excited if he won a lot. I feel like I shouldn't say this because my friend who I watch races with is very much doesn't like him, but I do quite like Leclerc. I think Leclerc's pretty cool, but my friend is very anti-Leclerc. Yeah, I would say I think I'm intrigued by the rookies. I always like a rookie to do well, and I feel like when you get a big batch of rookies, there's always going to be someone in there who you kind of going to like for a few years, who you're a big fan of. I quite like Tsunoda, to be honest. I just as a guy, I don't think he's going to go off and win championships, but I quite like him. So there are a few people in there who I like, get a little smile on my face when they win. But overall, I'm fairly neutral. I'm just hoping for good competition, which is I don't know, maybe that's the coward's way out, but that's how I've always watched.
Max Verstappen goes second, by the way. I was just watching that as you were chatting there, Stuart. He went purple in the first sector on a 28.9, 2 tenths up, then 3 tenths down in the middle sector, and then about matched Norris, in the final sector. So that was on the C3 as well. Very quickly, because for those that might be coming out, I'll do a quick rundown of the timing for the last time. I'll do a quick wrap up at the end, but super quickly do this one.
While you do that.
Yep, no worries. I nearly muted myself then for some reason, but there we go. So Lando Norris, fastest so far today, 1:30.430, 34 laps on the board. He set that on the C3 medium tyre, by the way. I'll just double check that on the thing, but I'm pretty sure that's right. The timing tower's gone weird on the TV coverage at the moment because of various things that have happened today, but it was a C3 for Norris. Max Verstappen has just moved up into second place on a 1:30.674. That is 48 laps for him so far today. His fastest times we've just seen was done on the C3. Charles Leclerc, 1:30.8, 53 laps for him. His fastest time was done on the C3. Russell was also on the C3 on a 31.071 in fourth place. 39 laps for him. Carlos Sainz, a 1:31.338 for Williams. He is in a Williams, Sean. He was on the C4 according to this, so a step softer than the C3, obviously. 45 laps for him. Pierre Gasly, a 1:31.353 in sixth place, 52 laps for Alpine. Kimi Antonelli topped the morning session, has since dropped down to seventh as Russell goes second. I'll get to that in a second. 1:31.4 for Antonelli. That was on the C3. Liam Lawson, eighth place, 1:31.560 on the C3. He did 58 laps this morning. Antonelli, by the way, 78 laps, just to let you know. Alex Albon, 1:31.573, 63 laps. His fastest time was done on the medium C3 tyre. We did Albon, yes we did. Come on, Sean. Yuki Tsunoda, 1:31.610, 78 laps, and he did that on the 31.610 on the C3 tyre. Isaac Hadjar, 1:31.747, 53 laps in total for him, and he did that on the C3, I believe. He did indeed. C3 as well for Hamilton, 1:31.834 this morning, 70 laps, 1:31.841 for Doohan, 68 laps for him. That was on the C3 as well, by the way. Fernando Alonso on the C3, a 1:31.874 in 14th place, 46 laps. Oscar Piastri, also on the C3, 1:32.084, 66 laps. 32.169 for Hulkenberg, 55 laps on the C3. It was the C3, shockingly, for Lance Stroll, a 32.332, 21 laps. And then Bortoletto, I think was the C3. I might be wrong. 41 laps, 1:32.705. Esteban Ocon, 33.600, 64 laps for him. He was on the C3. And Ollie Behrman this morning, 1:35.522, 72 laps. And he did that on the C. I feel like it was a hard tire. It was C1 for Behrman. So there we go. And on track at the moment, we have the magnificent Bortoletto, the amazing Russell, and the sensational Verstappen. I don't know why I gave him names like that. And it looks as though Gasly is it Gasly? Who's part to the end of the... Is it Stroll? The driver track has got somebody stopped at the end just for turn one.
That'll be a glitch.
but it must be a glitch, yeah, because there's nobody on the TV. We'd have a flag, wouldn't we? So there you go.
And he's only a tiny circle. It's his pit circle, not his race circle.
Eddie says, I've got to go, didn't eat dinner. No worry, Eddie. Hopefully see you tomorrow, mate. Have a good one. Thanks for popping along. Good to see you in chat. Yeah. Thank you for doing this. ESPN has testing behind a paywall. Oh, that sucks, says Jay Lohman. No worries. Thank you for joining us for the stream. Good to have your company. Yeah. I feel like, but I do feel like testing is something F1 could stream on YouTube. Although I shouldn't say that. No, don't do that. Takes people away from me. No. You should. Although I find people stuck around though, despite Sky streaming, so that's good. But yeah, bit harsh to put it behind a paywall. Just to say, and I'm not being that guy again, but we are 115 likes away from 1,000. If we can't reach 1,100, 1,000 will be epic as well. So please do drop a like, as Red Raven said earlier, and subscribe if you're new. Lots to come this season. But we've got 52 minutes to go, 51 minutes 30 to go. So there you go. Not long now as we look at Kimi Antonelli, who is in the garage. It just looks so bloody young.
Honestly,
it makes me feel so old. And there's Bottas there with his mustache. I wonder how he feels, you know. Or what? I say that has Bottas replaced Liam Lawson as the driver that the FOM crew will cut to if Antonelli has a bad day?
I think Bottas maybe knows he was at the sort of end of his F1 career. He sort of did all the stages, maybe. Started at Williams, had a good run in the middle with Mercedes, and then kind of stepped down a bit to a smaller team, and now is just kind of like the wise head working for another team, which is some trajectories that kind of decent but unspectacular drivers can go through, I guess. I'm trying not to say it without sounding like I'm shading him, because he did exactly what he needed to do at Mercedes, but he was unspectacular, I think, for the most part. He was just decent, brought home points, brought home podiums, and brought home wins when they're available to him. And I think did a good job at Sauber, to be honest. I think especially when Sauber had that season where they benefited from being not underweight, but very low weight. He capitalized on that very well.
Yeah. So I'm not laughing at you. I just sighted cameras. Tell his mum to come pick him up. Jay Loman says, how long have they been going today? Well, I was going to say us, all the teams, but it's both of us, really, isn't it? We, on the stream, have been going for 9 hours and 9 minutes. Oh, God. Shouldn't read that. And the teams have been going for, it'll be 8 hours and 9 minutes, won't it? Because they stopped for lunch, the lazy swines. So, yeah. Norris doing some burnouts in the pit lane there, by the look of it. So, Bottas was a good driver, but not spectacular, says Oscar. I can see him coming back when Hamilton and Alonso leave and the driver market shakes up again. I actually think the decision to bring back Bottas was a smart one as reserve, because it just means that, and I'm not trying to write Antonelli off straight away, but it means that if he does struggle and you need to put somebody in there to take his place and maybe send Antonelli somewhere else for a bit, Bottas isn't a bad guy to put in there, is he, for now? There's some experience there, or even somebody for Antonelli to lean on with that experience with the team and also in F1 in general. So I think it was a smart move rather than going and putting like another youngster into that reserve role. I think that was a good call from Mercedes.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say the leaning on thing, especially because I don't know if Anthony Davidson is still doing any of that kind of stuff, but he's quite a long way removed from F1 right now. He hasn't driven an F1 car in a very long time, whereas Bottas is, fresh from Sauber and can do a lot of maybe some of the sim work and some of the development work and coaching and a lot of the stuff that an experienced reserve driver can do and bring to the team. So I think he'll be a solid asset there, because Antonelli will need to learn a lot of things: how to work with his engineer, how to develop the car, how to develop himself, how to, he's been setting up cars for a long time, but setting up something as complex as an F1 car, there's going to be a lot of stuff that you could be a strong natural talent, but you still need to be able to work with the team and develop the car and get everything exactly how you like it in order to make sure your raw talent is exploited to the maximum. And we see drivers like Verstappen who are very, very good at that. And if Antonelli wants to be as successful as Mercedes seems to think he can be, then that's the kind of thing he's going to need. And Bottas is good at that.
I forgot to say as well, I was reading for times and Russell popped up in second place. So 30.5 for Russell on the C3, 44 laps in total today, just so you know. Someone just asked, actually, Terminal says, how do you see Max's pace now that he's changed tyres? Because he put the C3s on, did a 30.6, a tenth up in the first, a couple of tenths up in the first sector, 3 tenths down in the second sector, and matched Norris in the third sector. So, middle sector's got a few twisty bits, but it's also got those quick corners as well, hasn't it? So that's an interesting one. So that's quite a mixed sector. So I'm not sure what to read into that one. But I think the reason that I don't know if that's commenting on sort of what we were saying earlier about how impressed we were with him earlier, but the impressive thing about Max earlier was more that he just left the pit lane on the hardest tyre and smashed that time in, and we sort of went, oh, okay, so he means business today then. But yeah,
in a car that he's only shaken down. I mean, this. I know it's an evolution of last year's car, but this is a new car.
Ooh, Norris with a big moment of force. Sorry, Stuart. Really wide, and then kicking up dust as well. Big twitch. Big twitches. Multiple twitches. He's kept going though. He's all right. So sorry, Stuart.
No. If you see something, you call it. We've Felipe Drogovic camera right now. I think a lot of drivers as well are going to have these twitches during testing and stuff like that. But yeah, very, very impressive from Verstappen to just leap into what's essentially a brand new car and just launch it straight away. That what sort of was very impressive. The C3 time is, or C4 time. I'm not sure which one it was. No, it was the C3.
It's definitely C3. Yeah.
Yeah, it was because he's moved on to the C4 after that, hasn't he? Unless these graphics with the line through them are just mean scrub tires, which I'm beginning to suspect is what it means. I'm becoming more and more unclear as time goes on.
Yeah, same. Because on the TV camera when we watched the lap, it was definitely the C3s, definitely.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder is, if as soon as they come into the pits and do a bit of a rejig and go back out again, it becomes a scrub tire on the timings, doesn't it? And I don't know. It's unclear. If you've been watching us for the last 9 hours or whatever.
Every time you say it, you just go, "Oh Jesus, what have I done?"
Yeah, but near the beginning of the stream, we were speculating over what the graphics meant. The graphics on multi-view with the slash through it, and we thought it might mean the softer of the two compounds. And I'm becoming less certain about that as time goes on.
Yeah,
is all I'm going to say. We'll see. We'll try and nail that down, but it's unclear.
What we'll do is, if we're still not sure, what I'll do tomorrow is I'll just say on a medium tyre or on a hard tyre, and then if it's on the TV graphics like it was earlier, I'll just read it from that timing tower as we need to. So yeah, we can only go on what the data says, and in testing, data isn't always bang on for lifetime, for any lifetime, because obviously it's only testing, so everything's all over the place, very much like us. But yeah, no, that's still fastest time for Norris, and Verstappen and Norris were together on track, and they still are, so that could be interesting. Gasly, 6th place at the moment, it goes across the line, 34.7 last lap. Sainz has got a personal best first sector of a 29.137, which is only marginally slower than Lando Norris. So Carlos Sainz is out there at the moment on a medium tyre, putting in a good first sector.
I'll see if he appears on the TV screen and we can identify what tyre that is. But that's very good. I mean, Carlos Sainz, 5th in the standings. Blah, blah, caveat testing. But that's still not to be sniffed at. Albon, of course, 9th as well. Then, some decent running. What's Sainz's time? Sainz's time is 1:31.3, which again is the benchmark time for day one last year, which we've been banging on about a little bit. Maybe that Williams has got something to it. Maybe that Williams is ready to move up a couple of places in the overall constructing standings.
Sainz is also
that is what we wanted.
He stays 5th, by the way, but it's on a 30.9 for Sainz there on the C3 tyre.
Okay, so he moved up 4/10 from his previous time.
He's also only just behind Charles Leclerc as well, so that's good. A good lap. Again, usual caveats, times and things like that. So,
I did wonder if in this last, I mean, I was going to say it when the timer last said 35 minutes to go, and then we added an hour on, and it got confusing. But I did wonder if we were going to see a couple of the teams strap on some softer tires, and by softer tires I mean mediums, and go for a like a C3 and go for or a C4 even, and go for a hot lap to get the headline time for the day. So there's still time for that. There's 42 minutes left. We might see that at the end in the last 15 minutes.
Have you got the speed trap data? Yes, I have. Curious. If there's a specific team you want to know, let me know. But I'll tell you the fastest of the day so far was Alex Albon at 322 kilometers an hour, which was good. But somebody in chat just pointed out about Haas actually, and possibly a bit concerning there. It was John said the Haas looks super slow. Ocon through the speed trap 303 kilometers an hour, so significantly less really than Alex Albon there. So actually Behrman only 310 this morning. So that said, Stroll was 308, so it's not massively off for Haas. But again, I know speed traps maybe you can read a bit more into. Williams in a straight line we know can be slippery, but again, we don't know who's doing what with engine mapping and all of that, do we? So it's not like a race weekend we have to pick a mode and get on with it after during quali. This is do what you want with your car, so we can't read into it. But I'd like to see something more from Haas than that, given all the praise we gave them last year, Stuart. I'll be furious. We finally started taking it serious, and then they end up being crap again, unless they're writing this year off to focus on next year.
That works again. Every time they've played that. Yeah, I think we need to see a couple of days to I mean, for the whole 3 days of testing, there's always going to be the caveat of it's just testing. Everything's run to programs. They're not necessarily running as fast as possible. I think particularly you need to get to the end of day 2 before you start to see patterns. If Haas are right at the bottom after 2 days of testing, then I'd start to question their pace a little bit, that they haven't been able to unlock something. I can't imagine Haas as a team are that interested in sandbagging. I don't think they're interested in hiding things from the other team. So yeah, I will be keeping an eye on Haas tomorrow and hoping they can put something together, because last year was a good year for them and it felt like a building year, and it felt like, especially from what Komatsu was saying, they just seemed to be more clear about where the car was and how to improve the car, and they felt more confident bringing upgrades and stuff like that. And it just seemed like they were ready to kind of operate more robustly as a team, and I did expect to see that this year. So not going well today, at least on the timing screen. I do want to see where they are tomorrow to see if today is just a particular program for them, I guess.
A couple of points in chat that are fair points. A cited Canvas says if that's a 3 kilometer an hour difference, does that mean they didn't use DRS? Could be. Also, Curious said Haas were really slow in testing last year, if I remember correctly. They ended up being a good year. It's a good point. Haas were 9th fastest overall last year and finished 7th. So 9th fastest in testing and finished 7th in the championship. So again, they might be bottom today, but they could still finish, 7th, 8th, even 6th place in the standings. So you can't get too excited by times. We try not to, but then somebody will come in like a Norris and do a 30.4 and you go, oh wow, that was impressive, but who even knows what that means at this stage of the week? We don't know. Haas has a more consistent car now. They have something to build on. Very true. Was it? It wasn't last year. It was year before. Was it where their tire? They just couldn't keep the tire temperatures right at all. Then it was just absolutely horrific watching them trying to do anything at any race. They amazing qualifying, and then they just plummet as soon as the lights went out. That was awful. So a consistent car is a good thing for them, definitely. And I was intrigued by George Russell as well, by the way, just on intriguing things. He was asked after the shakedown to sort of comment on his car, And he's sort of like, he had some opinion. He said, I have some opinions, but I don't want to share those. I'll keep them to myself for now and see where we are after testing. But again, can't read anything in time, usual caveats and all of that business, but he's got to be happy with that on a first day if that's where he ends up. So I think it depends how you want to twist it. It just sounded like it was being coy, but some might argue that he was concerned. But I just that's what drivers do, is it? Oh, we'll see where we are after testing. But second place, sandwiched by Norris and Verstappen, day one of testing. Caveat. Yeah, I think he'd be pretty happy with that. But yeah. I'm guessing, given the consistency of the rules, it's unlikely anyone must fully sink like a stone. That's from Donna. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be surprised. It's a good point. Given the consistency, I'd be very surprised with convergence if anybody does just suddenly get cut adrift. Because even Sauber last year weren't, Williams 2019 cut adrift, were they? They were kind of in the mix at a lot of races and when they weren't having minute-long pit stops, of course, which was helpful. Yeah. So I'd be surprised if anyone's cut well adrift. And there was one other comment I saw that I wanted to read quickly. Last year, Haas spent their testing tyres. Yes, they did, and everyone made fun of them. At the end, they almost got P6 in the standings, says Mick. Yeah. That was the right way to go about testing for Haas last year, wasn't it? Lots of long run data on the tyres. In fact, what were their laps last year? I did write this down. Or I say write this down. I have a spreadsheet and everything. Haas did 441 lap. No, that can't be right. 441 laps they did, which was the most of anybody. By actually a fair whack, to be fair. Next highest was 379. Yes, they really did get the laps in, didn't they, last year? Sorry, Stuart, I'm just waffling away with numbers.
No. And today they've been doing reasonably long runs. Like, they haven't been doing the in and out of the pit stuff, as far as I can tell from that time series stuff. Behrman did a couple of short runs and then did 13 laps and then 15 laps and then another 50. He was out there doing laps. Like, he wasn't coming in and out of the pits trying to do something hot. He was doing some long stints, and Ocon is basically doing the same kind of program. So I wouldn't, again, if they are getting lots of information about tire data, tire wear, tire temperatures, and making sure that's all locked down, then that can only be good for them. They're definitely getting the laps in, which is very useful for them. So I'm not worried for them yet. And as people have said, it was a similar story last year, and they did just fine when they got to the races. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on them. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, Justin says Haas probably testing how the car handles full loads with the new wing and redesign at the back end. Yeah. Testing is the perfect time to do it.
There's a lot going on.
Did you guys see Russell swearing in an interview? First fine of the year incoming, says Sad Mariners fan. Are you allowed to swear in interviews? Is it just a press conference you can't swear in, or is swearing banned everywhere now? Who knows anymore?
I honestly don't know. Swearing over the radio while you're on track is allowed, or at least not looked into, because I read it somewhere, but I think it essentially the FIA are like, yeah, we get it. When you're on track, you're racing, you're full of adrenaline and aggression. Obviously, you're more likely to just blurt things out. You don't have as much control over what you say. Which, even if I don't agree with the FIA rule on swearing in general, I'm glad they at least understand that. That when you're all het up on track, of course, you're going to blurt down the radio your most immediate feelings. The FIA, of course, or FIA have the control over whether they can broadcast that or not. And maybe if the FIA want Formula One to just stop broadcasting swears, then that's a different thing altogether. That's fine. But yeah, in a controlled live press conference interview, I could see why if I would do that differently, even if I don't necessarily agree with it. I do. The easiest solution is just put it on a 30-second delay so you can cut out swearing. I think that's a much easier solution.
Yeah, no, and fairly easy to do, isn't it? They do it for lots of other things, live events and things, so they could do that. I dare them to broadcast a Dan Tickton one.
Yeah.
I dare them.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad.
I definitely think there are limits and shades and everything, and it kind of it will vary from person to person where your line is over acceptability. I think if a driver was to just swear incessantly and kind of non-stop during an interview in a official FIA session, I think there'd be good reason to tell them to stop doing that. But I think if you're just sort of casually throwing words around occasionally, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, if it's getting to the point where you're being not abusive, but you know what I mean, like being just I don't know what the word is I mean, but yeah, if you're just effing and blinding constantly, I think then it's perfectly fine to tell the driver to stop doing that, because it's not professional and it's not kind of acceptable to be broadcast and stuff like that. I think does that make sense? Am I making sense?
No, I agree.
We're 9.5 hours in. I don't know if I'm just talking in a blur.
But it's like I've always said as well, that the whole swearing thing. There's a huge difference between saying, "Oh, I effed up," and then tearing into somebody and calling them an effing whatever and abusing them. So I think find somebody who is verbally abusing, if you like, somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But if somebody says, "Oh, I've had a shit race," you don't need to fine them for that. That's just so unnecessary. But you know, I don't know what to say on it. I just think the whole thing's stupid. And I will go all old man yells at Cloud about it. But then I am also of the opinion that when it comes to swearing, I don't think we need a watershed on TV. But then that's very controversial, and I'm aware of that. In 2025, when kids can just hop on YouTube and watch anything they want, do we need a watershed? I think there are certain things you have to keep past a certain time. Let's not get into that. But, you know, I think maybe the big swear words, if you like, after 9 p.m. But I don't see why, you know, bastards and shits can't be before the watershed when kids are saying it anyway, or picking it up at school.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we don't have to go too deep into this because
No.
it's well off top. But I am of the opinion, and I don't have kids. I don't intend to have kids, so it's not a thing I'm going to have to. I think it's much better to teach young people about swear words and how to control your language in certain situations, and that yes, some of them are quite powerful and some of them are not, rather than just kind of censoring everything from them. I mean, that's my opinion in general. You teach kids about things where as appropriate, rather than kind of cover their eyes and ears, so that I think things become I think things become more exciting and powerful if you make them taboo, and you take away a lot of their power if you just you know, teach them about swear words, understand that they're going to be used sometimes, and that they mean something. I don't know. They're just words, aren't they? A lot of the time. I know they can be used as abuse, and that's a different thing. But yeah, if you're just gonna,
you know, Dutch media,
that was effing awful. That it's just showing how awful it is. You're not doing any harm with it. It's just a word.
My well, I'll move on. Just want to say this. My auntie who passed away a few years ago. She used to have quite a filthy mouth, and I'll never forget. She came down the park one day when we were kids, and my cousin was swearing, and she walked up behind him and she got right in his face, and she pointed out and went, "I don't know where you get your effing language from." And I was like, "Oh, it's a mystery. I wonder where he gets it from." It's like most kids get the language from their parents, and the parents don't realise they're swearing all the time. I swear in front of my nieces and nephews all the time.
Yeah, I need to be careful when I'm around my friends' kids to remember not to swear, because it comes so easily. It's amazing I don't do it on the stream. I feel like I go into a different zone when I'm on stream, and I just, it doesn't come to me. But yeah, it's interesting. And we also have to remember, of course, most of these drivers, English is not their first language, and if you ever listen to foreign language broadcasts, like professional broadcasts, you know, news, sport, and things, they will interlace English swear words into it, without second thought. Like, they'll just bring the F word into the middle of, you know, a bit of German, a bit of Dutch or whatever, because it doesn't have the same meaning to them, that they know it's a sort of like a just a bit of a curse word, like a bit of a silly, but it doesn't mean anything. They can broadcast that before the watershed. It's meaningless to them. So I think people who learn English as a second language will learn F-bombs and stuff as just a casual bit of swearing that doesn't have as much impact as it does over here.
I'm looking on a sort of other countries. I'm just very quick Eurovision chat. I'm really looking forward to the BBC having an aneurysm on Eurovision final when Malta's song is played. If you haven't heard it, it's called Serving. Well, I think it's just called Cant, but the line is Serving Cant. And when you listen to it, although she is saying Cant, I'm sure it certainly doesn't sound like that. And I think haven't Radio 2 said they won't play it or something.
Think so. Well, it's because, and I'm going to be very careful how I do this. Because of the accent and the way it's sung, it's done with a long A, so it's like can't. It's and when you say that quite quickly, it's very funny. I don't know the rest of the lyrics. I'm assuming it's an ode to the philosopher Immanuel Kant.
Yes, it's I can't play it for obvious reasons, but it's from Mariana Conte. And it's the Maltese entry, I believe, for Eurovision. So, and I do know the lyrics because it's February and I've already started listening to this year's entries because I'm that kind of Eurovision loser. I can't just watch the final like everybody else. Although I think Kant is dancing, isn't it, in Maltese, or singing in Maltese?
Oh, is it? Okay, well, that makes more sense. So. As a song. I mean, you don't know,
not grammatically.
2 years ago, there was a song about Edgar Allan Poe, so I'm happy for.
That was a tune. Poe.
It really was.
Poe. Isaac Hadjar is out on track, as is Lando Norris, Lance Stroll, Pierre, Esteban, Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, and Carlos Sainz. Apologies if you're not into Eurovision or watersheds and whatnot, and you're new to testing streams. This is the way they go after a while, and by after a while I mean about 8 minutes. We've got to fill the time. We do it anyway. But who's done laps recently? So Gasly just pits. 33.6 for Sainz was his last lap. 45.7 for Hadjar. 2 minutes and 6 from Stroll. 1:59 for Bortoleto. 1:35.2 for Ocon on their last laps. And I'm going to say it for the 15th time in this stream. That Racing Bulls looks even better under the lights than it looked in daylight, and it already looked bloody good. So there we go. Cringelaw says this is the bit I look forward to the most, to be fair. There you go. It's
so every
fun.
year, at the end of all the launches, I send a picture of all the cars to my ex, who isn't into F1 but enjoys rating the liveries and stuff like that. And she wasn't that keen on the Racing Bull. She said it was a bit boring, and I said, "Oh, that's everyone's favorite. That's the favorite by far." And she said, "Tell everyone they're wrong." So, everyone, you've been told.
Why? It is the best one.
I don't know. I'm going to go back. I'm going to try and find out what she said about it, but I think it was quite dismissive.
I mean, at least it's covered in paint. I mean, that's a huge fact. Largely. It's definitely the best one. Jack says, I booked testing off, but then changed my job, so can't join. I'm so sad. Oh, Jack. That sucks. Sorry, mate. Where are you working in school? Okay. I got you. Oh. Sorry, Jack. Hopefully, well, at least you got the extra hour today, or the extended hour, so I got to say hi, if nothing else. So, yeah. Yeah, we do usually keep the Eurovision chat till day 3, but it'll pop up every now and again. There you go. Swear words for me, French Canadian, are just basically are only basically church words. Anything else is not swearing, really. I do sometimes wonder if we as or British culture doesn't embrace swearing like others because it's rude. I don't know. We're a weird little country. Leave us alone. I'm going to try to sneak it on in the background tomorrow, says Jack. That could be good fun. I'll shout swear words all day.
Basically, on the Racing Bull, the 90s called "They Want Their Car Back." Now, to many F1 fans, that is not a bad thing, but that's yeah, that's the verdict.
I guess the Bulls BULLS at the back of the car. I could kind of see where we're going in the 90s, but I'm not sure about the rest of it. I like it. I think it's the best one.
I like it. I tell you what, we did make a lot of funny noises when the Alpine came out, but the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm enjoying it.
It pops on track, doesn't it? It really does.
And you know what? After last year's dismal effort, I'm glad they just went all in and just said, "Look, colours. Look at our colours." I'll always give people credit for trying than not bothering.
Sabotage says, got the rest of the week off from tomorrow to consume F1 and F1 Word. Looking forward to it. Hope to see you there, mate. I say, hope to see you there, like I won't be there. Like, I might be here. I might be here tomorrow. The pooch is back now, wanting more love. Your polite way to tell someone off has a quality of its own, says Red Raven. Yeah, I try to get not to get snappy with people, but some people really are. Yes. Last year's Alpine tragedy was also compounded by the fire camo livery they teased and didn't do. Yes, Phil, that was so annoying. I didn't expect the camo livery, but I expected more than a largely carbon car with some strips of paint on it. Much better this year. Yes, purple zebra. I should have gone, yeah, some people are absolute cants. Yes, there you go. Key figures barred from FIA meeting after refusing to sign NDA in dispute with MBS. That's on BBC Sport. Let's have a look. Is that exciting? A recent thing? But it doesn't surprise me if he's having another hissy fit over nothing.
I have seen FIA reiterate stance against offensive and inappropriate language. So,
is it just going to be him doubling down again? When's the election? Is anyone running? No.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? In all the FIA time, I've only seen people like run unopposed when they're an incumbent.
Yeah. It was the same with Jean Todt as well, wasn't it? And others. But that's not. Yeah. Is that an election?
Is it?
Only one person. Red Raven says the Alpine does pop. My eyes.
Hey. Something else she said. The Sauber looks like a mankini.
Okay. And that's the Sauber completely ruined.
Yeah. So you can just imagine a big Borat flying around the track now whenever you see that.
Russell in the pits. Looks like he's straight back in the garage. Just got the fans on the car. No, he's going straight out again. Green light. There we go. Off he goes. Again, no hot laps at the moment, so it's a bit of a quiet end to the session. But I'm not surprised the teams agreed to the extra hour, by the way. Not just because of the time they want, but also an extra hour. That'll bring us more in line with race start time, won't it, for Bahrain? So this could be good data.
Very similar to race and qualifying time, because I believe the race starts 7 or 8 o'clock local time, if I'm right. Yeah, it'll be about 3 o'clock UK time. So
about maybe, right.
Yeah, so this is sort of the middle or end of a race kind of time. So that'll be, this is great for them.
It's great data. Always good. We like, they like data. They love data. There can be too much, but they love it. At least it's a Sauber clean mankini.
Yep,
sure. Into the taking something off the McLaren there. Is that the front wing? Yeah, it must be. In the pits there, like that. It'll come to you in a minute, Stuart. The feed. As I come to you, I'll send it your way in a moment.
Sure.
But yeah,
we've got 19 minutes to go, so hopefully we'll get a fast run at the end from somebody.
Right. Oh, I don't know anymore, Stuart, with these tyres. Russell came in, stopped in his box, went out again without changing tyres, but now the tyre history says that he's on a new set of something. There's no line through it. So if they were scrubbed, it would have been the other way around, wouldn't it? So I'm not sure. Maybe that line is the softer compound. But then that doesn't line up with what the TV's saying, does it?
I guess we'll just have to keep an eye on Did you wind back to check he didn't put new tyres on? Because I didn't see him put new tyres on, but I wasn't paying attention.
Definitely didn't. They just put the fans on the car and then he just went out straight away again.
How interesting. Well, again, if these are all being put in manually, maybe, people can only look at so much, and they saw him come into the pit box and leave again with a set of C3s or whatever on, and they were only able to... and they just assumed it was a new set.
Apparently, Susie Wolf is interested in running for FIA president.
That'd be interesting. I guess we'll see. Of course, there'll be people who will call her out for conflict of interest, like when they went mad a couple of years ago. Can't win, can you?
No. 33.106 what I was going to say. Sorry, for Verstappen's last lap. So they're all on longer runs here, aren't they? So this is good race data, definitely. And maybe that's why we're just seeing quite a quiet end. But at least we've got cars on track. That's something. Better than having no power. Always a bonus.
Let's have a look at the lap times currently. Yeah, I'm just looking at Verstappen at the moment. He's running pretty consistently, like apart from a couple of times when he's, I'm assuming, doing something different. He's doing 132, 132, 132, 132, 132. So very, very consistent run from Verstappen at the moment.
I can't find his times anymore. They've gone again. There we go. Yeah. Sorry, I'm with you. Yeah.
There's occasional ones where he comes into the pits, or maybe he has to slow down to let someone through. But otherwise, a lot of 132s.
Yeah, and in the same ballpark as well, aren't they? 32.8, 6, 6, 6, 7. 32.6. Yeah, 9, 8. Yeah, they are. Yeah, very consistent. That's a race run, isn't it? Definitely.
That screams to me a man who's comfortable in his car and just setting the pace that he's been asked to set.
Warren says, any news on any post-day race simmer this year? What? I'm not sure what you mean, Warren. I don't know if there's probably a typo in there, but just let me know and I'll keep an eye on chat and see what you say. And if there is, I'll tell you. If there isn't, I'll also tell you.
Stream?
Could be stream. It was that or Sims, so simulator, or they want me to play the Sims after a race. Oh, post-race Sims. Post-race Sims like we had last year.
Post-race Sims. You're gonna have to explain a bit further, Warren. I don't understand. Do you understand? We've been at this all day. So
9 hours 43 minutes in. We're done. That's it, Warren. I surrender. It's all you. At the end of the day, we have some mini races. Oh, yes, I know what you mean now. The practice starts, and we did have a couple of mini races, didn't we? At the end of each day, they all lined up on a grid. Then the lights did the whole boop, 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 or whatever they do. Which, by the way, sometimes they're out of sync when you watch F2. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird that the sound comes on at wrong times. Yes. Okay. 1.3 on the 2025 race notes. Practice starts may be carried out on the track at the end of each test session. Any car on the track, when the checker flag is shown, may then complete another lap, and instead of entering the pits, proceed to the grid and carry out a practice start. So we are expecting practice starts at the end of the session, and if they want to have a little mini race, they can, I guess. Although last year I remember them doing them at the end of the morning as well, but they didn't happen this time.
I'm not saying this. I'm just reading the point from Red Raven. Says, see, your sanity has been sacrificed for the sake of entertainment, so like the stream, people. I just read the comment. That's fine. We are actually only 70 away from the 1,000, which would be pretty cool. So please do like. I do like we hit 1,000. It only happens like once a year, and that's on the first testing stream of the year. So let's keep that tradition going. That'd be great. As we watch Esteban Ocon. I'll probably go through the times a couple of minutes before 5 because... we're not really getting much apart from extra laps here, are we? So, yeah, I'll go through the times then, and then we can just watch any potential practice starts. But as I recall, last year it was kind of like one of those, it's lights out and away we don't. They all kind of just went slowly, and that was it, yeah.
I guess we'll see. 13 and a half minutes to go, or less if you're you, Sean.
Yeah, I'm in the future. I can assure you it's no more exciting this end.
Do you think Toyota Gazoo agreed to partner with Haas because their liveries are basically the same?
Probably, yeah. It makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I do wonder, just back to the point from earlier, if if Toyota might come in. I know they're flirting with the idea of maybe an F1 entry, but I feel like Haas will be more comfortable selling to a Toyota rather than a direct rival in Andretti, if you like. But
or at least partnering as a works entity.
Yeah, but Gene Haas seems quite happy, doesn't he? Or quite content with F1. It's not like we're getting rumblings all the time that he wants to sell. He seems quite happy with what he's got and quite content with it. So maybe he won't sell. But like you say, maybe Toyota partnership, like he's got with Ferrari, but with Toyota works deal, that might be good for them. It might cost them a bit more though than it maybe costs with the Ferrari deal. But it'd be good to get Toyota back. Especially if we can get a version of that really cool livery on the Haas, the red and white.
Yeah, I did enjoy that. I imagine we're past that now. We'll get something similar to the Toyota Gazoo, which is basically what Haas have already. But yeah, I did like that kind of. It was like paint streaks, wasn't it? Red, white, and grey.
Yeah, it was a nice. They were a funny team because I remember Toyota having Mika Salo running testing like a year or two constantly because they were entering, and then there was this big hoo-ha, and then they turned up and they were fine. And that was about as good as it ever got, which was a shame. I'm quite excited for Cadillac next year because not just because an 11th team is great, but because they've been able to just go out and test all they want, haven't they? Because they're not part of F1 yet, so they could work on next year's car and just test and test and test. So,
which I think is correct.
Yeah.
I think if you're a brand new entity, I think you should be allowed to test as much as you want because you need to get up to speed. I think just for the 1 year.
It's not going to happen. But imagine if all that testing pays dividends and they turn up and they're the fastest bloody car. Could you imagine the scenes? Actually, we don't want this 11th team anymore. Can you take it away? Thank you. Justin says, if Haas is making money now per a report that was out, I don't see Gene selling. He doesn't need to spend the money anymore with all their sponsors. And I saw... there's another one. Where are you? Warren says a number of years ago, Gene Haas said it was cheaper to have an F1 team than all the advertising it would cost. Than it would cost for all the advertising, which is fair point commercially. Yeah, it's it's not free publicity, but you get that with the sport, don't you? Drive to Survive and things like that now. So, can you take 20 seconds to summarise Hamilton's day one? Says the tech lover. So obviously the usual caveats, don't read anything into it, it's only testing. Further off the pace than I expected versus his teammate, a full second, but this morning as Bortoletto hops into 12th place, he didn't seem, and I don't think this is unfair to it, he didn't seem comfortable with the car completely, did he? He was we've seen lots of cars twitching up at turn 4 and running wide, but Hamilton seems to have quite a few of those, so I don't know if he's just been finding the limit. I'm not saying Leclerc looks completely dialed in after one day of testing or one afternoon of testing, but he definitely looks more comfortable, which isn't really surprising given that's his team and he's been there for a while now. But I would just say a steady first day, not spectacular, bit uncomfortable at times for him by the look of it, but it's only day one and it's only testing, will be how I summarise that. If you'd like to take 20 seconds, Stuart, feel free.
I think as when we were speaking about Haas, I think obviously it looks a little bit disappointing on paper today, but I do need to see a second session to see whether it cements if today is representative or not. It's with the car, and maybe after some dialing it in and feedback and stuff tonight, if assuming he's in the car tomorrow, I think he'll have a bit of a different day. So yeah, I think after whenever his second session is, I think that'll give us a better indication of where they are. I'm hoping for the good of Ferrari and the sport that things are better than they appear on day one paper for those two, and I would be shocked if they're not.
Warren says cooler and more rubbered in conditions this afternoon too, so it will be faster for the PM drivers versus the AM drivers, which actually, to be fair, that's an excellent point because Norris, Russell, Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz and Gasly were all in this afternoon. It's 7th place before we get to a morning driver, so that's a good point as well, with all of that. So great shout on that one.
The morning of day one of practice, we're arriving at the dustiest the track's going to be. Hasn't been used in a little while. I mean, I don't know how many things they run here, but obviously there'll be some sand blown across the track, and the first people running out will be doing some of the vacuuming and dusting work and clearing up the track as well as running in suboptimal temperatures. So yeah, let me have a look, see how the running's tomorrow. I'm assuming no. Okay, we've got a mix. I was going to say I'm assuming most of the teams will be reversing the order, but actually quite a few of them are keeping it the same. It's a bit of a mix. Some people are reversing the order and some people are keeping it the same, but I think everybody's going to get a go in the afternoon at some point during this week.
Red Raven says Bortoletto beat Hulkenberg by half a second, so I'm not too worried yet. Yeah, exactly. So, and Hulkenberg, by the way, I think we talked a lot about it in race reaction streams, but I've not seen people go mad about it. Hulkenberg was fantastic last year in that Haas. If Bortoletto has rocked up and done that, and that is how it goes into the season, I'd be very surprised. Just on that, again, that Hamilton not looking good in the Ferrari. Leclerc at turn 13 again, pretty much sideways, coming out that corner. He's had a few moments there. So the cars just aren't dialed in yet. We're a long way away from that. Drivers also aren't pushing the limits. Your first proper idea of where we are is going to be Australia Q3. Because even in Q1 and 2, the top teams won't give it absolutely everything because they don't need to. So I'd be very surprised. I wouldn't be shocked again if Leclerc is quicker than Hamilton in the first few races, but I'd be very surprised if he's a second quicker come Australia. So we'll see.
And again, the AM/PM thing is pretty strong and something we haven't really talked about yet. Just to reiterate that, I think Stroll and Hadjar are the only drivers who in the afternoon that was slower than their teammate. You might spot someone else, but I think that's the lay of the land. Everyone else who is a PM driver has beaten their teammate.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah.
And Hadjar's pretty close to Tsunoda as well.
Flover's going on the McLaren for a final run. 5 minutes to go. Will we get any practice starts? That's the big question. Everyone put the McLaren on track. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Russell, Stroll, Bortoletto, Ocon, Verstappen, Gasly, Hadjar, Sainz, and Leclerc. Leclerc going back up to 13 again. Let's see if he's a bit better. He's got some Flovers at the rear.
No Norris currently.
No, just the only one in the pits, I believe. But they were putting Flovers on the car, so he's definitely going out again on the front wing by the look of it. So I don't want Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Bethesda, for several reasons. One, that's a crap name.
I've heard it's very good.
Indiana Jones and the slightly awkward hexagon. Whatever. Is it a good game?
That's what I've heard. I've heard it's very good. I've heard you need a powerful PC to make it work properly, but I think you've got that now, seeing as you're running 7 screens. Yes.
Oh, well, I got a new PC when PF1 came in, so a brand new one, Ryzen 9 4090, a ton of RAM.
Nice.
So yeah, it's all running very nice. The old PC would not have done this. The room would be on fire. A ray tracing capable card. I should be all right then. That's all right. Yeah. I won't be playing that. I'm happy with the games I play now. So I don't get a lot of time now. So
so Norris coming out now. There's under 4 minutes left.
Brand new livery on the McLaren.
I feel like you're gonna. If you're gonna do a hot lap, now's the time to do it. And with just 3 and a bit minutes left, I'm assuming McLaren are going to give him a little something. What car is he on? I'm guessing
C1.
Okay, that's a weird tyre to be out on.
But he is.
In fact, with 3.5 minutes left, it's a weird time to come out with a Flovis on. But sure,
covered in it as well.
Yeah.
a whole left-hand side of the car is just flow-vizzed to within an inch of its life. So I'm guessing they'll all just stay out now and then pull up for some start. And they might come for some tyres quick in a racing pit stop, but yeah.
Yeah,
it's not just spreadsheets, the Mac. I've got like 7 screens going as well. All that performance just to write some spreadsheets. It's true.
Spreadsheets can take up a lot of juice. Excel is not exactly optimized.
Carl says, "What's the news coming from today for someone that missed the whole day?" What were the headlines? I've been through the headlines. What did I say? So, twitchy moments for quite a few people at turn 4. Lawson and Hadjar have both spun up there at different points today, both fine and carried on with no issue. Leclerc quite twitchy through 13 and running wide quite a bit up there. A few lockups at the awkward turn 10 as usual. The biggest headlines though,
Whoa.
We had no power for about an hour after the power got knocked out of the track, so we had to wait. The race session was red flag, so we had to wait for that. So the day's been extended by an hour to make up for the hour that we lost. All the lights went out. It was quite funny, actually, to be honest. And then especially the replays of the lights going out like we needed to see it. And really away from the track, F1 has agreed, the FIA have confirmed that we will be getting minimum 2-stop races for Monaco from this year, with 3 different compounds having to be used. 3 different sets of tyres having to be used, not compounds. So they're the big headlines for the day. But it's been quite not quiet, because we've had cars on track and they're doing the laps, but there's been nothing. I mean, Norris's 30.4 is quite spicy for a day one time, a second quicker than last year. So there is that there as well, but nothing dramatic, I would say, apart from the power outage, if you can call that dramatic. Not like, the drain cover coming up the other year, or lots of crashes and spins. Gasly at Barcelona with that horrible crash in the Red Bull up at turn 9. Nothing quite as dramatic as that, but a steady day. But some great laps on the board. Anybody threatening the record from this morning? 78 for Antonelli, a 78 for Tsunoda. Ocon's done 86 laps this afternoon. Wow. Esteban's been on it.
While you were talking, despite the fact that Lando Norris is pootling around as if he's in a suburban road, he did manage to nearly lose it coming out of turn 10. And I think it's because both of his left-hand side tyres are covered in Flowbiz paint.
Wow.
Spraying off the car. So he got a real tank slapper on, despite going at about 70 miles an hour out of that turn. Absolutely covered in paint, that car.
I do love how when they're putting Flowbiz on the car and the driver's in there, they just put a towel over them. There's a ghost in the car. That's the checkered flag, by the way. First to take the flag was car 5, Sebastian Vettel. Oh no, sorry, it's Gabriel Bortoletto, isn't it? I won't let it go. I like Bortoletto. He impressed me last year, but no, I'm not having that.
There are other numbers. So covered in paint. Yeah, I think the headline more than anything else today is just how rock solid the teams have been. Like, they must have completed all of their run plans, because so many laps in, no real issues for any team. No one seemed to have mechanical issues. I think the only issue was Norris had to wait a little bit for his floor to be replaced at the beginning of his session. It's been a great day for them, and actually the only hiccup has been that the power outage went out, which is not the team's fault.
No.
So yeah, no big runs at the end. So I think the times we got now are the times that are going to stay.
So I'll run through them quickly before the practice starts then. So, Lando Norris tops day 1 of pre-season testing in Bahrain. Verstappen not doing a practice start. He's in the garage and leaving now. So that's him done. But Norris fastest on 1:30.430. 52 laps in the end. And he did his fastest. Right. I'll do my best here with this. We're not sure. But he did his fastest time on the C3. Certainly a medium tyre, that's for sure. George Russell second on 30.5, 69 nice laps this afternoon. He did his on a C3 or a C4. Definitely a medium. It's got the line through it. So we'll say C3, but it could be a 4. Who knows anymore? Max Verstappen, he was on the C3, 130.674. We watched that once, so we know that. 74 laps for him. Charles Leclerc was 4th, 70 laps for Charles. He did his fastest time on the C3. I think we watched that one as well, so that's definitely right. Carlos Sainz, 130.9, 67 laps for him. He was, I believe, again on the medium M3. C3. I'm making up tyres now. Why not? C3. Pierre Gasly, 131.3, 72 laps for him. C3 as well. Kimi Antonelli topped the morning session with a 131.428. That was on the C3 tyre, did 78 laps. Liam Lawson in the Red Bull, not the Racing Bull, 31.560. C3 for him. He did 58 laps this morning. Albon, 63 laps in the morning session, 131.573. His fastest time on the C3 tyre. Yuki Tsunoda, he did a 131.610, 78 laps for Yuki, and his fastest time was done on the C3. Again, assuming this info is correct, it may not be. We will find out, I'm sure, in due course. Isaac Hadjar, 131.6 for him. That was on the C3 tyre, 76 laps. Bortoleto did 59 laps. I think was on the C3 tyre, but again, no actual data on it, just a question mark. 131.6, 59 laps. 70 laps for Hamilton this morning. That was a 131.834 and C3 tyre for him. Jack Doohan, 131.841, 68 laps, C3 tyre. C3 as well for Jack Doohan on a 31.841. He did 68 laps. 46 laps for Fernando Alonso in the morning session. His fastest time was on the C3s. It was a 131.874. Lance Stroll, 131.949. 42 laps for him on the C3 tyre for his fastest time. C3 as well for Piastri, 32.084, 66 laps. Nico Hulkenberg, 55 laps, 132.169. That was on the C3 tyre. Esteban Ocon, it's not scrolling again. What's happened? Please don't do this. There we go. Esteban Ocon, 133.600. Most laps of anybody today, 88 in total in just the afternoon session. C3 tyre for his fastest time. And Ollie Behrman, 135.522, 72 laps. His fastest time was done on the hardest compound of a C1.
You did it.
We got there. Yes. Any final thoughts, Stuart? Bearing in mind we're back in 14 hours time to do it all again.
Solid day, really. Shame we had that power outage, but nothing spectacular. Nothing, nothing particularly headline-y. I think I would say I'm looking forward to just seeing how Hamilton, Piastri, and the Hasses do tomorrow. I'd like to see them step it up a bit to show that they're not. Well, Piastri, I'm not particularly worried about. I think he's had a program this morning, but yeah, I think solid first day. Interested to see if it continues tomorrow or if we get people doing something a little bit different.
Yeah, I agree. I've got nothing else to add on that one.
It is interesting that the top four are the top four we probably expect to be the kind of people leading the charge. Maybe absent Piastri and Hamilton, but continuing on from last year, those guys were the real menaces, weren't they?
And if Sainz wants to be P5 and Williams want to be the 5th fastest team, that's fine as well. I'd be very up for that one.
It could be.
Yes,
good day for Williams.
I think we'll just wrap it up because we've been going for 10 hours and 4 minutes. So I think wrap it up. We will be back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. for day 2 of pre-season testing in Bahrain. Before you go, don't forget to drop a like. We're 50 away from 1,000. Come on. 49 away. Still got 700 of you here. Let's get that over 1,000 as we sign off. That'd be fantastic. So back at 7 a.m. tomorrow for day 2 all the way through to 4 p.m. and of course back again on Friday as well. Thank you once again to Seat Unique for sponsoring the streams this week. I'll talk about that a bit more tomorrow again, I'm sure. And don't forget as well, the F1 Word is part of planetsport.com and the Planet Sport Network. But as ever, thank you for watching. I've been Sean. This has been the F1 Word. And until next time, goodbye.